good morning, everybody. Tjenare, and welcome to Stockholm, Sweden. The sun is just rising. Who would have thought? It's 9:30 a.m. and we're just seeing the peeps of sunlight over the city. Here we are again with more 6 Invitational. What a day we had to open it all yesterday, and the action continues again and again and again, and we're gonna have 2 weeks full of action here live from Stockholm. I'm Milos the Medic, your host for the show, and welcome to the Command Center. Tovarish all out there. We are here and we are gonna talk about details, fill you in on the pre-show about what happened yesterday in our exciting opener, the debut of 6 Invitational 2022. I'm not alone as always. I'm just kind of here. I got 2 experts to talk to me about the dates, the down low, what happened yesterday, and all the drama at Invitational. Jesse, Jacob, good morning, friends.
Good morning, Milos. It's another beautiful day here in Sweden. The snow is on the ground, and our first day of Invite had a lot of surprises. Maybe we'll see that continue today.
You realize that we had our first day of Invite yesterday, and now we're doubling the total number of Invite days that we've had overall?
I suppose we are.
That's how math works,
That's
right?
math.
The day's not over yet, Jacob.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's true. We do have to survive the games that happened today, but I don't have any trouble believing that we're going to get to do that because we set the stage with what happened from yesterday, and now we're getting to a point where already after just one day in the group stage, there's the chance for some teams who've already won a game, they already know they're in a good spot, but teams that have lost a game, they could be in a really bad spot after today.
Yeah, the important thing to remember is it's not about going to overtime on one map, because these are all best of 3s here in the group stage. You have to win a map to get a point out of all of this. If you win 2-0, you get all 3 points, which is awesome for you. And actually, but we talk about those groups, starting off with Group A. And I'm going to let my experts talk about this. Jesse, what can you fill me in on Group A?
Well, Group A had some upsets yesterday. I would say Team Empire over the Sonics was one that you might expect beforehand, but keep in mind Empire playing with a couple of their players from their hotel room. Usually that's a hindrance, and Sonics started off very strong there, but unfortunately couldn't close it out. And then Sandbox versus NIP. This was the beginning of APAC's dominance, and we saw that continue throughout the rest of the day. Ninjas in Pyjamas going from 2nd place in the Sweden Major to losing their opening matchup 2-1 against the APAC team. That was a shocker.
That's Group A, and that's honestly just the opening game. The fact that we had in those 2 matches, Empire, Sandbox Gaming, getting the W's. I mean, yes, 2-1, and it got really close. But that was beautiful to see. I guess a big redemption for APAC yesterday. EU kind of trash right now, so we'll see how they go.
I just love the timeline of an APAC team upsetting a world champion to start the day off. If nothing else, there's just a lot of sweet redemption there for those of us who have looked at LATAM dominance for this long. That's a really cool moment for Sandbox.
It's refreshing, to say the least. Group B, though, Jacob.
Group B is the proverbial group of death, and there's a lot of things in here that make sense on paper. A lot of people didn't know if Rogue was going to have a very hot start to their day, but ultimately at the very end of the table, there's not really much to be said about that one. I do believe that is Spacestation Gaming's group, where they went into that game against FaZe Clan at the very back end, the very tail end of the broadcast yesterday, and had a 3-map banger against FaZe Clan, which is why they're showing up here in 3rd place. Team 1 having that really dominant victory over Rogue. It very much felt as though Rogue were doing a lot of things right there, but Team Liquid were simply doing them a lot better, more systematically, and they took less time to do it. We have yet to see CAG in this case right now, but I do think from the game that they will showcase today, it'll be nice to finally have all 4 APAC teams on the board.
Yep, definitely so. And on to Group C, the group of fun that actually gave us some... Look, I'm going to punch myself saying this. Some interesting results.
You said the I word.
Hey.
Why would you do that to yourself?
I know.
I mean, valid though, because I think a lot of people were crying when they lost their channel points after this match. Furia versus BDS, a huge upset in many people's eyes. BDS, of course, not playing with their full roster. Bio stepping in with Rafael not being able to play for them. So that was a struggle, clearly hurt them hard. Furia got a big win. And then Elevate DarkZero. I mean, TSM haven't even shown up yet, and they already look like the best NA team in this group. DZ really struggling in that game, especially early against Elevate. We'll see how they do, both those NA teams today.
I'm happy to have seen video footage that Elevate is indeed at the Invitational, so there you go.
It's a pretty emphatic statement, like to prove that you're here, to beat an NA. I knew there was a reason I brought my Elevate hoodie to this event. Those guys look great yesterday.
They did, and it was great to have them on here and competing, but we still had one more group. Group D, of course, to make it 20 teams, 5 teams in each one of these 4. Jacob, take us through it.
Group D was a little bit difficult to place, but I love how we got a pretty one-sided affair on two different occasions here. Both Oxygen and Damwon had 2-0 victories yesterday, which make them probably the quickest games that we had so far. OXG against Na'Vi was just a mistake fest on Na'Vi's side over and over again. It looked really, really pitiful by comparison to where we know Na'Vi can place. I'm going to hope it's a one-off, hope that yesterday was the one time that happens, because they do not want a repeat of the Mexico Major where they didn't win a single map. So far, that trend has continued. And for Team 1, it's a shocker only in the sense of what they've accomplished over the course of the year. They have been in a bit of a slump ever since winning the Mexico Major. They did good in Stage 3 of BR6, but ever since then, it's been a very slow, gradual decline, and that has continued into just the first game of SI, but their very first matchup today is against Na'Vi, so hopefully they can get themselves out of that hole, and we have yet to see MIBR, but that's about to change today.
You have okay safety in the groups because 4 out of the 5 teams can make it past this into phase 2, the first stage of the playoffs. So yes, there's some flexibility, but still got to be careful, man. Like getting a couple losses 2 days in a row, that really has to hurt, and it's going to make it a bit tough. Final thoughts on all of this. How do we see today happening? But also, any drama that really jumps to mind off yesterday? We want to spice it up today.
All right. I mean, I think the whole BDS situation where we have a team that everybody thought was going to be one of, if not the most powerful teams in the whole tournament, was a huge shocker to people, not being able to play with their whole lineup. And losing that opening game, if they lose again today, that could be a problem where they're not even going to be making it through the group or to the playoff bracket, right? That could be a huge worry. And for BDS, I mean, it's BDS, Jacob. They're supposed to take it.
I'm not saying the line. I'm not going to. You can say it if you want, but I'm contractually up, not contractually. No, of course not. BDS hasn't paid me for anything, but I do want them to do well.
Yeah.
The elephant in the room for me, though, is a little bit more interesting. The fact that there are some players who can't play with the entire rest of their team on stage right now. We thought it was going to be a detriment to every single team. There's going to be an asterisk next to their name. What did we see? Elevate didn't have 1 player against DarkZero and they won. Empire didn't have 2 players against Sonics and they won. So that's either a testament to North America simply not being able to do anything at an international tournament again, or it's a sign that it's not nearly as big of an obstacle as we thought. And maybe we shouldn't write off some of these teams that do have this very slight problem in their rearview mirror. So I don't know, man. I think for the teams that won, despite being a player down, they probably still should be okay today, just from what we saw from yesterday. It's a good precursor.
Okay, but how can Europe judge it up? I know you guys are focused on North America, and we see APAC, we're like, wow, this is incredible.
Yeah.
And on LATAM, well, they would just win everything, but they didn't yesterday. What the hell is going on with Europe?
I mean, I think Europe's got a lot of teams coming into this event that have been struggling recently, right? I think like Rogue has had their problems in recent times. Na'Vi have had their problems in recent times. Both BDS and Empire are kind of plagued by these issues of who's able to actually be on stage with them.
Perpetual second place for both of them, too.
Absolutely. But there is one European team we haven't seen yet, and that's the lads over on M&M. Now, I don't know if I want to put all my stock there just yet.
Ah, damn.
But if there's hope for Europe, that might be where it lies.
That's a weird timeline to think about that. It's like the team completely unexpected that always makes a qualifier run, kind of like Parabellum from last year. Didn't have any expectation for them to do anything, and what did? They beat the Titans in G2 only about 9 months ago. So there's always that factor of thinking that they're going to just tank completely because they don't have international experience. This is their first time exposed to an environment like this. But no, I'm very much in the M&M camp, or hopeful that they can create some upsets today.
All right, well, to close this all off, what does our day look like in terms of schedule? It's very simple. This schedule is something that is going to make your day so much easier to plan. You can actually do things around your day, and know that when you come back at specific times, these matches will be live. And of course, they are live between our stream A and stream B, twitch.tv/Rainbow6 for A and twitch.tv/Rainbow6 Bravo for B. We will be filling you in on both of these streams from the command center, so don't you worry, you'll have all the breakdowns for both. That is it. Best of threes, 8 of them today, with 4 on each stream. Team 1 versus Na'Vi, NIP versus Empire, Liquid versus Spacestation, and BDS versus DarkZero. On the B stream is MIBR versus Damwon Kia, M&M versus Sandbox, Cyclops versus Rogue, and finally TSM versus Furia to end our day on the B stream. Exciting matches as always, but after day 1, that's when it really gets spicy. Upsets happen in day 1. Big teams tend to stabilize on it. So I'm hopeful seeing a bit more action. final thoughts before we toss it to a break?
In some cases, I think some teams need to, maybe if they weren't doing it yesterday, understand that there is value to, at the very least, forcing a map 3, because a lot of them are very used to the same best of 1 structure. Sometimes best of 3s is something that you're just playing with the intent to win. But in some cases, even forcing a 3rd map is something that's going to save you. There will probably be some cases over maybe like day 4 or 5 as we start to whittle down the number of teams that can actually qualify. If they're capable of just forcing a map 3, that's 1 additional point in their back pocket. So you got to play a little bit more of a long game rather than just assuming that it's 2 maps straight through. Pick a couple maps that you know you're good on across the board and hope to survive that long.
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of teams go either up 2-0 or down 2-0 today, but there are also teams that are playing their first match today. All the open qualifier teams for their first game today. That's TSM, M&M, MIBR, and Cyclops. Could be some exciting stuff happening. I know a lot of fans of those teams are excited to get things going on the 6th Invitational.
Yeah, think of it always as a full series. And now, because if you get to that grand final beyond 5 and you're not ready for a full series where you're going to have to lose some maps that you're comfortable or uncomfortable with in the ban phase itself, you're going to have a rough time. It's a long 2 weeks, long for us, long for them, but that's how you're supposed to prepare for it. Jacob, Jesse, thank you very much. In a few moments, we will come back and talk to you about our first matchup, so stick around, friends. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and MBs, to the show. I'm Milosh, your host, and I got two beautiful faces on the analyst couch with me here. Jesse and Jacob join us to, what is that face?
Don't worry about it.
I say that every day.
I have to say hi.
You have to meme.
What's up, Twitch chat and YouTube chat? I know you exist too. How many channel points are you about to waste today? Probably all of them.
Shout out to all the DarkZero fans out there.
Oh, man.
You have to put us in the dirt that early, man. We just started our day.
Look, I'm just here for fun. That's how it is. Well, how about we chat about our first game for today? Because, you know what? Yesterday, we had some bangers, but also some kind of odd ones. And Team One and Na'Vi, questions. Na'Vi with a lot of questions themselves. So let's bring up the roster and have a chat about them first. Jesse, what do you got for me?
Yeah, I mean, questions is maybe a nice way to put it. Na'Vi were struggling coming into this tournament. They had some of the worst stats entering into SI. They had the lowest attack and win rate at 44%, the third worst defensive win rate as well. Their best stat was their opening pick rate as a team. That was the fourth worst coming into the tournament. Conversion rate as well, 9 points below the average. Na'Vi are a team that were having a lot of problems.
All of this just sounds terrible.
They're having a lot of problems, Jacob. That was heading into SI Stage 3 up until the event, and yesterday didn't help against their opponents, which were, who was it again? Oxygen Esports, 7-2, 7-1. That's a rough time to have. It wasn't improving any of those scorelines.
Is that like the worst best of three we've ever seen Na'Vi have, like, ever? I know, we have to factor in things like SI or Tokoname or whatever it might be, but to only win 3 rounds against a team a lot of people disregarded in NA, like, good grief, man.
It was so bad that I had to make a joke in Latin, from Natus Vincere to Natus Perdere.
For those of us who don't know Latin translation.
I don't know Latin myself, but my understanding of watching a wonderful gentleman online explaining things about Latin is that depending on which version of Latin, either ecclesiastical Latin, which is more modern day, or if you go back to Roman Republican Latin, it would be Natus Vincere, how you would say it, but then you would say Natus Perdere. It's basically born to win, haha, born to lose. Somebody in ancient Rome would have understood it. Probably more of the plebeians, because the rich aristocrats actually spoke Greek, whatever. Here's your history lesson for this morning.
Thank you so much, Kassan.
Look, when you say the history of Siege, we're talking history of Siege. We're talking Vercingetorix at this point. Friends, this is Na'Vi. You're talking about it. They have a lot to prove, a lot to change for today. What about their opponents, Team One, Jacob?
Well, the expectations for Team One were a lot higher, but they also demonstrated some of the same issues, believe it or not, as Na'Vi. If it was information gathering, if it was droning, or just a general sense of taking gunfights, Na'Vi kind of had an idea, and then it got lost in the sauce really quick. But for Team One, it felt like it was unearned aggression or taking risks they probably normally would take, just as a Brazilian team tends to do.
Yeah.
Nothing really found its mark at all in their first game from yesterday against Damwon Kia. Now, part of that is also Damwon playing lights out. It just never really seems as though they've stopped. But Team One were the kids caught in the crossfire to a certain degree, and I love how they were still trying to play like themselves. Alamo was still at the top of his game. Levy behind an LMG was still doing relatively decently, but everyone else on the squad, it just felt like they were off kilter yesterday. If we can just call it a bad game, sweet. And we shouldn't be afraid of calling out teams when it's literally just, we suck for a day. It happens with every squad. But for Team One, the only problem is, if it continues into today against Na'Vi, long-term problems may occur as a result.
To quote the great artist Hannah Montana,
no.
Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days.
No.
And Team One had one of those days.
Of all the names,
I was a kid born in the 90s.
Montana? Oh my god. It really is one of those mornings.
I don't know how I'm feeling so good, but this is the energy that kind of Invitational gives you, because you're sitting here with your friends, you're talking about your favorite thing in the world, which is Rainbow Six and the best players in it, and this is the vibe that it gives you out. You're looking at these teams and you're like, they can give so much more. But what's the blockage? They both face the same problems or similar problems as you both were talking about. What could be changed, Jesse?
Yeah, well, I mean, you talk about having one bad day from Hannah Montana. I think the problem for Team One is it's not been one day. This has been consistent. They're on a 7-map losing streak right now, stretching back to the Sweden Major, the BR6 finals as well. This isn't something new for them. They couldn't shoot straight the other day, but this has been a slump that they've been finding themselves in, and I'm worried for them because, again, this is a team that maybe teased that this is not going to be a roster that's together for the rest of time, right? I'm worried about their mental state, and we know this is going to be a team that, I hate to use the term, can be momentum-based. They get in their own heads, they're not feeling it themselves. That's a problem. And I talked with KDS this morning because we got in the elevator together, and he was like, yeah, you know, I mean, we understand that this next game's a really important one, because if we go down 0-2, not only are they basically locked out of getting first or second in the group, but they also are looking a little bit worried for that relegation spot.
So what does our map veto look like for the series? Reminder, it is best of 3 for all the matches that we have in the group stage. 7 map pool, 4 are out, 3 are left, and we got our first 2 bans in. Jesse.
Yeah, Clubhouse ban's the first one that's catching my eye from Team 1. I was kind of expecting a cafe. I don't love they're leaving that on the board because I'm not confident Na'Vi wanted to pick Clubhouse, but it's what they go for. Coastline is the obvious choice for Na'Vi. I think that makes a ton of sense. Team 1 are really good on that map. We'll see what the picks come in for us. Again, cafe being left alive is my big worry, but it's going to be the pick coming in first from Team 1. So we'll see what they want. I think Chalet and Oregon are the 2 options that they have for their first pick. They will go for Oregon instead. This is a map that's been very strong for them. 4-2 since the start of Stage 3, 10-4 since the start of Stage 2 for Team 1. And there is the second map picked up, Cafe from Na'Vi. It's a map that most teams ban against them. Now, Empire didn't, and they were able to beat Na'Vi in the regular season, but most teams don't take that gamble. Team 1, 3-game losing streak on Cafe. They almost never play this map, and if they'll remember, back at the Sweden Major quarterfinals, this is where they lost to Rogue and got kind of embarrassed.
Last map, there are a couple of options, I think, for both teams, but again, we're at a point now where Na'Vi already have 2 very strong maps historically for them in both Oregon and Cafe. I'd even wager from back like around Stage 1 of last year, both of those maps for them are fantastic. And now we see what our last one is, and it's Villa, which is a little bit up in the air. I think for Na'Vi, it's not very strong. They're 3-3 on it over the course of the past 10 to 11 months. If we do need a decider, though, I think this is where Team 1 definitely has a decided advantage because they're 8-3 over that exact same time frame. So those first 2 looking as though they favor Na'Vi, but if we do need 3, I'd be a little bit concerned for them, especially based on how those first 2 go to begin with. If we even need a third map right now, it looks like a case where Na'Vi has to essentially choke 1 or 2 of their very strong maps just off the rip. So this is good for Na'Vi, unless we need a third one.
What's the chance of rain for this one?
I don't even think we can predict that based on how they played yesterday. Let's be real. It's 2 teams with similar problems, though, so I'm wondering if it's not a clash of styles, so to speak. It's something where we might see them play very similarly.
Well, you've had all night and this morning to kind of prepare, look at things with your coach, see what can we change. Talked a bit about that, but what can be applied here right now? Like operator bans that might help you, some changes in roles, because you said Na'Vi looked a bit more lost. Is it just the opening day, or there might be something more to that?
I mean, you got to keep in mind, Na'Vi, they played 9 attacking rounds yesterday. They were able to win 0 of them.
Yeah.
So that's clearly where the issues lie. Their defenses weren't amazing, but let's start where the real problems lie, right? Let's get those attacks sharpened up. Doki had the worst opening stat of any player of the tournament. I think it was like 2-5, 2-4.
Reverse that right now.
He was struggling with that. I don't even think it was Doki's fault. Like, Doki was winning gunfights when he had like an equal opportunity to win them, but oftentimes he had no information. The drones were being fed time and time again, and we saw Nathan switch to the Clash, or not the Clash, the Monty.
Yep.
Trying to fix that, get that information, but it just really wasn't working against Oxygen, especially on Bank. That just wasn't finding any success for them. So they've got to sort their drones out, and I don't know if there's one player in particular, maybe secretly, that needs to pop off with that.
I'd say so.
Somebody's got to figure it out, though.
But if that's the same problem that Team 1 is having, it's a far more salvageable ship because it was still droning issues. It was still understanding defensive positions, especially from an attacking point of view, because we just know them as a defender proficient squad. But now we're looking at this saying, hey, if all you got to do is just take a couple more seconds and clear every corner. It's not the most fun job in the world, but in a game where like Rainbow Six Siege is defined by your drone work, there were a lot of people, like I read through subreddit comments yesterday, being like, this game was won or lost because of how they droned. And I think Team 1, you can fix that a little bit more. It's just a small tweak. For Na'Vi, I'm a little bit more concerned.
Information is 2/3 of Rainbow Six. I mean, with all the utility and gadgets and everything that you have in the game, it's just, especially with Zping now, this is, it's so incredibly important for both sides of the attackers and defense. But gentlemen, thank you very much for breaking things down and kind of guiding us through what happened yesterday and what is there to prepare for today in this matchup. Team 1 goes up against Na'Vi, but we got to sit down with Team 1 and ask them a few questions, so check it out.
I'm Alemão, I play for Team 1. My role in my team is Flex and IGL with Flagones. So along the year, we change a few things in our game styles. We have to change roles in general to not like the default roles that we are used to see in Tier 1. It's kind of different from other teams. I think we are superior to other teams because we discover like a new siege, like not the default one that you were used to see on, I don't know, like NA teams, for example.
Team 1 just don't know what to do right now. Neskin, you've got to cover KDS. You cannot allow him to go down. Take the bullets if you have to, but he fires them back. Team 1, match point.
On this last year, we learned so many things about Siege and FPS in general, and we became like, I don't know, more complete. You have to play all tournaments without fear. You have to have fun while you're playing, making jokes with your colleagues relieves, I think, a little bit of the pressure. I always like yelling to the other team and making jokes on the middle of the game. So I think it's me or Lagonis, one of our two. Our loss against MyBR after Sweden was not a surprise because they had more time to prepare. We just have like 1 week to prepare against them, and they had like 1 month. I think it's better to play with lower expectations because we have less attention on you, so you can do more things, I think. A team that we are worried about like the most is DWG. I think they are the best. I think our group is the group of death. Like, we don't have a bad team on our group. A message to my opponents, let me think. You will see a different team on this SI, so be smart.
Welcome back, friends. We just got to hear it from Alamau and how the team is prepared in his role within Team 1. But that's only one game, Team 1 versus Navi. We have a second one going live in just a few minutes on the B stream. And with me are definitely some A-tier analysts that we have on the couch. We got James, Dev Marta, I haven't seen you in ages, my friend, and everybody's growing up. I am loving Rainbow Six. Man, we started with like 6 people at Invitational. Now we have 17. This is awesome. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. The only thing is though, I don't grow up. We all joke about how small I am. I'm like 5'3", so I don't ever grow up. But like we
feet
as an
don't actually touch the ground.
No, that's true. Like I actually can't really sit far back because like my feet will lift up in the air.
In contrast, I have the opposite problem.
So I think we have a pretty good dynamic working in here. So g'day, as you would say, and goedendag to you.
Goedendag.
Friends all over the world. We got international crew on here at Invitational. We're going to talk about an international game. Korea going up against Brazil. Damwon Kia, the top in Korea, top in APAC for a lot of people right now, versus MIBR that barely squeezed through in the qualifiers only, 8 days ago? That is not a long time. Let's start talking about these two teams. First up, the Korean squad, Damwon Kia, who had hell of a start to their Invitational.
Absolutely. They've already taken down one Brazilian team just yesterday in Team 1. A fairly confident 2-0. Not sure if you guys can hear, but the players are making so much noise. They're getting hyped. But yeah, Damwon, look, a story for the ages. A year ago, this team qualified for APAC North. They got picked up by one of the biggest organizations in Korean Rainbow Six. Now they're the most feared team in APAC. They were 1 bullet away from being major finalists. That would be a first for APAC and a first for Korea. So just how far they have come, it's incredible.
Incredible to say the least. Look at the squad and what they had to offer. And even yesterday, given that, Yas was shut down so often during the games, they still did so incredibly well. I mean, and can anything stop them today?
I mean, we talked about this, like Woogieman is the MVP of yesterday. It was shown on R6 Esports Twitter. He had the best rating of that team, whilst you would actually expect this to come more from maybe someone like Rin or Yas, 2 players that were two of the 7 players for the Sweden major that had more than 100 kills over the entire tournament. So that's where you are maybe expecting these higher ratings to come from. But just the fact that this entire team has strong people that could step in when someone's not having their day is a really good fundamental to start off from.
Despite what happened in November Major in Sweden last time, Yas and Alama were still the top 2 rated. Perfectly tied together in their numbers. Incredible to see. But on the other side, we have a Brazilian team in MIBR, and they struggled to get through. There's a lot of Brazilian teams that are vying for spots at Invitational, and they squeezed through in a BO5 against Black Dragons last week. How do they fare today?
I mean, they had good practice 8 days ago, really, is what the team said as well. I mean, there's teams here that haven't played in 2 months, and MIBR having played 8 days ago. Well, they said it's good practice for them, and while they had an easier time against the easier opponents, I'd say those finals of the SI qualifiers were pretty tight still, though. And yeah, I mean, it's the only LATAM team that's not been on any of the majors last year. If we don't count SI, for example, they did participate in SI 2021, but no other majors apart from that. So they're kind of on the down foot from them if you look at this team in comparison to the entire LATAM region.
Had a bit of a rough time last year, didn't they, after that great start at Invitational, James?
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster. The lowest rated LATAM team, world rank number 28. They're hungry for redemption because while they started 2021 so very strongly, second place in Brazil, the strongest region, and then SI, third place in the world. Incredible, honestly. But of course, after that, we unfortunately had Felipox with a shoulder injury. They subbed in Bodega to try and play. That didn't work out. Felipox even tried to play a couple games with controller. That ended up about as well as you would expect against PC players of this caliber. And as a result, like you said, no major appearances for MIBR, not in August, not in November. And as a result, we actually don't have a lot of international results for them.
Yeah, and it was not only Felipox with the shoulder injury, they had Files with a surgery as well. And meanwhile, this was one where the team was able to plan around that a little bit. It still doesn't really help to have such a roller coaster year. However, a positive thing for MIBR is they said having such a roller coaster year does bring them closer together as a squad and does really help with the mental.
That is a very good point here. Having everybody kind of shouldering the work together and making sure that they're supporting one another, that really does help and makes you think, you know what, we are a unit, we win or lose together, and sometimes you have to take a few L's before you take a few W's.
Yep.
So there's something for you to start off your day with. Put it on a coffee mug or whatever people are doing nowadays. Live, love, laugh all over your wall. That's what we got. Though, here are our map bans. There are 7 maps in total in our pool. 4 will be removed, starting off with 2 bans immediately for DK and MIBR. James, carry us through it, please.
So firstly, right out of the gate, absolutely no surprise to see Cafe banned out by Dam1. Believe it or not, between Cafe and Bank, they have banned those 2 maps more than all the other maps in the pool combined, so very predictable from Dam1, fair enough. For MIBR, really credit I want to give to them for that Villa ban. It's a very, very strong map for Dam1, and that will lock that out. Of course, we can see following that, Dam1 are actually going to pick Chalet. If I can keep going for this one, that's such a good map for both teams. Like, this is really exciting. We can already see, just with the picks, this is going to be a heckin' good series.
Yeah, I mean, Chalet is a good map for both teams, and while we argue that Chalet is one of the more attacker-favorite maps, it's actually quite interesting how both teams have a really good defensive win rate on that map. MIBR wins 72% of their rounds, and Dam1 Kia wins 68% of the rounds on defense on Chalet. So that is interesting, but we also have Coastline coming in after. It's MIBR's pick. That is a good map for both, but it seems to be a better map for MIBR.
Yeah, the thing is with Coastline, MIBR are good domestically, but they're unproven internationally. I think that the idea here with Coastline from MIBR is they're looking at Dam1 Kia losing 7-2 to Team 1 in the November Major. That was the worst result that the Koreans had during that entire event. So MIBR is clearly targeting that weakness and hoping that they can get an in.
DK's happiness when they're just sitting together, chatting and laughing, it's something that breathes, you know, fresh energy into this, because everybody's always super serious, because it is serious. It's the Invitational, but there's just the vibe that they give off is just so addictive. It really reminds everybody of the olden Norengo days with how things were. That vibe is something else. The final thoughts, our lobby's ready, and please go.
I mean, we know MIBR is an aggressive team. Both teams actually picked attack at all the options they could, so that shows that both teams are willing to put that aggression in. I'm really looking forward to it, so it's going to be an exciting game.
I will say MIBR probably predicted this entire map video, which is a great sign for them. They'll come in with a lot of preparation, but Dam1, they are really good on all of these maps. If we go to that decider of Oregon, that is the exact place where Dam1 Kia were 1 bullet away from making a major final, and I have no doubt that they will push hard to win this map.
Another Brazilian team that Dam1 Kia goes up against, only one of them has been able to defeat them in their history in the past few months. So how does it go? It's all up to our casters. Take us through it. Let's get into game 2 matches about to begin. Team 1 versus Navi, Dam1 Kia versus MIBR. Thank you very much, James, and on to our casters. Enjoy.
All right, well, it's the time of the day where we get to start off our second day of the 6 Invitational. I'm Intero. I'm joined by Pengu, and we have a very intriguing first match. Nick, it's Team 1 versus Na'Vi. Neither team had a very good day yesterday. So what do you think in the last 24 hours they've worked on to prepare themselves for this match?
I mean, first you gotta look at what happened last night. It is day 2, so day 1 what happened was that Team 1, they played against Damwon Kia. No, they're quite fierce. They lost 4-7 on Chalet, 2-7 on Villa. On the side of Na'Vi, they got absolutely hammered by the side of OXG. They lost 2-7 on Bank and 1-7 on Coastline. So, if you're Na'Vi, I think you're just gonna go back and say, guys, we had a terrible first game. We can play so much better. Don't even worry about it. And what they did, they played Bank and Coastline. Well, today, we're seeing Oregon, Cafe, and Villa. So Na'Vi, they do not want to go back to these routes and this terrible map they had in the past, where it's a little bit different for Team 1, because we do have Villa in here, so they obviously are comfortable going back to where they lost. Either way, you gotta prep, you gotta go through the vault and say, guys, what were the mistakes? Fix them up and do not repeat them this time around.
Well, now we see the very first bans coming out on our screen. For you, you've got the map flight in front of you. I am intrigued by that social vote.
70-30?
That is, you're buying real high on Na'Vi as the underdogs, but okay.
Then Dogi says I'm shaking my boots.
Well, they banned Twitch right off the hop. For Na'Vi to get rid of Twitch, that is a targeted ban against Team 1, evidently. We'll see what the final 2 rounds of bans coming in are. For an Oregon ban, you want to see Thatcher and Mira, likely a Wamai, could be a Kaid, could be a Valkyrie in regards to our very final one coming in.
And the Kaid here makes sense because you got Thatcher and Mira, and the Twitch and the Thatcher ban, but no, it will be the Wamai. So Kaid is left open. This makes the basement bomb set extremely strong, but then you can kind of argue that with Wamai being gone, it makes basement still strong, but a little bit less strong, so it's a pretty good bomb site still. But yeah, Wamai is of course played often with the Jaeger. You can bunker up on shields. That won't work as good this time around.
In regards to individual performances, nobody on Na'Vi had a particularly good day yesterday.
No.
Blur and Doki were the 2 best players on the team in terms of what they brought in killing potential, but outside of that, the strategic depth of Na'Vi was quite poor. For Team 1, it was the Ali Mao show. As we have seen before, that team has a ton of depth as well. For their run through Mexico, when Team 1 prevailed and were the first Brazilian team to win a major international event, not the first international event, that would be Team Liquid, doing it all the way back in Season 7 in Atlantic City, defeating your team, Nick. But
nightmares.
As for Team 1, there was a ton of depth on that team. You had good games from Lagonas. Neskin was incredible. Levy, I believe, was the MVP of that very final matchup.
Yes.
Every single player showed up. Yesterday it was just Ali Mao, and they kind of lost the plot through the course of that matchup, and even Ali Mao started to fall off on Villa. So both these teams come in probably rejuvenated. I don't know which one will have the upper hand, but for Na'Vi, it's a very low bar to clear. So low that Doki couldn't even walk under it.
Let's not make fun of Doki just yet. He said in the in-game chat, he's shaking his boots. We need to motivate him, if anything. Every single player from Na'Vi last night in the previous matchup against OXG were negative on the scoreboard. So obviously they didn't have a lot of things going on for them. They want to now rectify that and show that they can shoot back, because if anything, Na'Vi is quite an aggressive team. They got quite capable players. They just didn't show that as of yesterday. And now in Oregon, it is a map where you gotta get active. You can't just sit in corners. We saw Sonics do that. What happened? Empire just made a massive comeback. So you gotta get active and you gotta get out on the map and challenge your opponent. Otherwise, you're gonna have a bad time.
That's exactly correct. We're gonna see Ali Mao be the first one downed. Okay, well,
Okay.
I'm not really sure what that initial altercation was on this downstairs take from Team 1, but losing your Flores when you have to use those Rotero drones. We saw this yesterday, you and I, in the Sonics and Empire matchup, how critical a Rotero drone is when you're taking bunker and blue side of this supply room bomb site. So you've lost that, and most importantly, you've lost your team captain, you've lost the player who statistically kept your team in more rounds than you probably deserve to be in. So that's something that Team 1 are going to have to deal with for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, but if you're Navi on this side, you got Doki running around the map right now. I spoke about earlier how you gotta get out, get active, and really contest your opponent. That's exactly what Navi is doing. They're playing on every single staircase. Secretly on the big tower, you had a player on the freezer stairs. Doki was in meeting, got the opening kill. This is looking really good. Now Navi, they've burned half the round already, and no one from Team 1 is actually really inside the building right now. They're all just sitting ducks, waiting for something.
I'm not exactly sure what their focus is at the moment, but they're doing their best upstairs on this top floor. Maybe try to get rid of the roamers. You can see that with there being an Oryx in play, that'll be Blur. They are not holding just the basement bomb site. In fact, you saw the Oryx playing over inside of Small Tower. He's currently hidden, playing behind the sandbags by stage, and Levy almost ends up seeing him, but then gets away quite safely, waiting for that Oryx to strike.
Yeah, and this is often what happens when you don't have enough manpower. But look at this, Blur. He buys the time. He just sits there.
So patient, and they're going to go on the Gemini and immediately drop. He could get 2 kills for the price of 1 right now. 3! All he needs to do is pop up. He knows they're there. They're juggling the diffuser. 4 people inside a lobby. Will Blur pop up and catch them? How long is he going to wait for? Will they find him or not? He might have missed his golden opportunity. Levy's still there with KDS now, and that is not an actual Gemini. He pops up, and he gets both with the grenade dropped, but no, he manages to avoid it. A huge play with Doki picking up kill number 2, leaving Lagonis to die, and they will start off flawlessly on the side of Na'Vi.
Oh my, I honestly, Blur, the biggest set of balls on this man. I was thinking 1 player, 2 player, 3. There was 4 players at one given moment right next to him. He didn't even flinch, and you said the golden opportunity might actually have slipped away, but he still managed to find 2 kills, and honestly, that's amazing. Bit worried about that grenade at his feet, but he Oryx stashed away, got back down into safety. Flawless round for Navi to open it up, and that early aggression, and again, making it difficult for your opponent, that just shined through so true this round, and that's exactly what Navi will continue to need to do to keep that up. I mean, Doki got 3 kills as well.
Yes,
so he sort of shaking his boots, but not really, right?
Doki got 1st kill, 4th kill, and 5th kill to Blur's 2 in the middle. And like we said, those were very crucial kills, with Blur at one point having 4 kills available to him. But instead, well, he waits very patiently. So a tremendous first round from Na'Vi, and honestly, a bit of a blunder from Team 1 to not properly drone out exactly what's going on inside a meeting. If you're going to take that E-box hatch and you're going to drop down, and the entire focus of your push is to send 1 or 2 players down freezer, control pillar in the back of the bomb site, and then drop box, you kind of got to make sure that meeting is clear. That was something that Team 1 did not do. And in terms of the level of sophistication, even the most amateur teams can't be making mistakes like that, let alone a team that is a defending major champion for Mexico and is looking to try to make a deep run here for the 6th Invitational.
Certainly, and even more so after that game of yesterday, the first game of Invitationals. If you start on loss, you really want to go swinging in that 2nd game day. You don't want to get a loss back-to-back. That's going to set you up for a very difficult time of success going forward, but also just you want to live up to expectations. Team 1, I mean, not a single team here is bad by any means. Every team here is absolutely amazing. But Team 1, former major winner, they've done it before and they want to show they can do it again. Navi, if anything, they're just here to show that 1, they're a good team as well, but 2, that Europe as a region can still play at the highest level, because let's be honest, it's kind of been like the LATAM and in a way the APAC show the last 6 months.
Yes, it absolutely has. So that's only 1 round. There's a lot more to play. This is Team 1's map, and all of the maps, we'd like to remind you, tend to skew towards the defenders. So if attackers are capable of getting more than 2 rounds, that is a major boon for them. In this case, round number 2 begins significantly better, with Nath getting taken down, or Nath. I think there was actually some debate yesterday as to how we pronounce his name.
The nade.
But another nade gets tossed in, and KDS collects his 2nd kill on to saves. That's the Polish player of Na'Vi no more.
Yep, we had a discussion with the whole thing where that's the smoke off the board as well, by the way, on save. So basically now the toxic bibs are gone. Levi finds another. He's just doing it all by himself. He doesn't even need a team right now.
Oh, no, these nades are hitting their mark. Are we about to see back-to-back flawless rounds? No. Blur says not this time. It was so crucial in the previous round on that Oryx. He's going to allow that diffuser to get planted. Lagona's at the halfway point. Tracer's over his shoulder as Blur looks towards the top of White Stairs. Pings inside of Attic. He's trapped in this spot with only 16 bullets. If they collapse on him, there's absolutely no way he's going to be able to live for that much longer. 2 kills from KDS, 1 from Neskin, and 2 from Levi. That's the round, and again, almost a flawless. Both of these rounds, so fascinating how it can be Na'Vi dominating, and then they immediately crumble. And it's Team 1 to dominate round 2.
Yeah, right now it's all about the picks, especially the early pick, the first initial one. And whoever gets it seems to have quite a big advantage. And Oregon is kind of about that, where the more guns you have alive, the better off you are, because there are very few entry points for the opposing team on the attacking side. Team 1 not being super active on the map. They had the similar playstyle the first round and the second, where they were kind of sitting outside and waiting around. The difference is that on the second round, they found the picks, and on the first round, they crumbled and they didn't really get a whole lot of map control. So I do imagine for Na'Vi that the basement bomb site and maybe even the tertiary bomb site might just favor them, as opposed to going kid storms that doesn't allow for as much mobility as the other bomb sites. But we'll see how it plays out. For now, we have a little bit of a pause. I believe that's a technical timeout, or a technical pause. So not a tactical, but technical. Just gonna see what's going on, if it's a mouse problem, a keyboard problem, a sound problem. But actually, we might just be on the way in just a moment.
Yeah, that was a quick one. I don't know exactly what the issue was, but we'll get right back into the matchup. Na'Vi have a chance to go back upstairs if they want it. That Dorm's bomb site will remain open. The only one that is locked is Laundry Supply Room. It'll open up next round. And with how triumphant a defense we saw, a lot of it hinging on off-site play that went unseen by Team 1. A mistake that I don't think Team 1 is going to commit again. Well, Na'Vi are probably going to want to go back downstairs as quickly as they can. But they had a chance to go to dorms a second time. And when we see a team get shellacked the way that we just saw from Na'Vi, it's actually quite easy for a team to go back there and say, well, we can't have as poor of a performance on this bomb site. Yeah, you know what? If you're playing a third bomb site or even like a pocket pick, that doesn't usually have the best defense rate. For example, let's say bar stock on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
You might not want to go back there immediately. You might want to go to a safer bomb site. But here on Oregon, dorms upstairs tends to be one of the safest, if not the safest bomb site for defenders. So I am a little intrigued as to why Na'Vi have decided, let's go to meeting and kitchen.
I do think Na'Vi just wants like the mobility and the freedom of the bomb site, which kid storms, usually you play like 4 guys on side. You could do a big tower extension, but not a whole lot of teams do it, and not a whole lot of teams find that good success on it. So going tertiary, going to that meeting kitchen or kitchen dining bomb site just allows you to extend up above and out on the map. And I mean, it worked the first round, so statistically Navi's like, well, let's make it work again on the second bomb site. So I think that's the thought process behind it. We did see the 6-pick coming out from Nav from the Kaid onto the Echo. So kind of trying to trick around the whole, do we have information, do we not have information? IQ is not an operator that almost any team has picked. In fact, I haven't seen it being picked yet at this 6 Invitational. So whenever you're bringing out information such as the Echo, it can be tricky for the opposing team to figure out where exactly are these yokai drones.
Well, if you had such a problem with meeting for Team 1, you're going to have to be a little bit more sharp with this bomb site, because now that's actually part of the map that you need to get that diffuser planted, and the default plant spot for most teams tends to be where Blur was sitting if you don't want to go for a plant inside of kitchen. Given the stack up that we see from Team 1 on the back of the map over by Large Tower, that'll be T1, T2, and T3, it almost looks certain that meeting will be the big focus. It's very easy to train your sights in that direction and completely exclude kitchen. If you look at the top-down view, the B bomb site kitchen is completely empty. The only player nearby is Nath, who's sitting inside of security on that yokai drone, as you said. And if you haven't played in a while, need we remind you that the yokai drones no longer cloak. So Echo is far more vulnerable, and his gadgets are far easier to spot than they were before. This means that Echo often needs to be more active as an operator, and his gadgets need to be better placed.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Nav is actively using the drone, because otherwise it will just die out, and that's very well done for him. But it also means Na'Vi, they only have 4 guns active on the map, whereas Team 1, they have 5 active guns and a grenade from down below. That's secretly off the board, a huge pick, as he was guarding the breach from inside of meeting.
And that's the very first pick for Team 1 again. 2 rounds in a row where they're able to open things up, and they're going to continue to snowball this. It seems like that first round for Na'Vi was a bit of an anomaly, as Team 1's guns far sharper on round 2, and now looking to do the same on the 3rd round. KDS waiting patiently down below. He's got a Gemini that can go through and give intel with just 40 seconds left. This is going to be a tough go of it. A cheeky little angle from the Echo inside of security. That's a long-range kill potential for Na'Vi. They're going to wait, even if they're down in numbers, for the Team 1 execute to come out. KDS roam clearing down below. If he gets the attention of a single player of Na'Vi, that means that there's 2 on site to worry about. And Doki will quarterback the defense, playing over by Split and Flag. Defense now have to struggle as halfway for Lagonis on that diffuser, but the Yokai will knock him off. His head is seen for but a second, and Nath will get yet another, waiting on the time. Lagonis finished off by Doki, but here's KDS on the flank. Doki says no thank you. Deftly avoids the grenade as Levy gets that diffuser down. But no! The Yokai drone goes the wrong way! He gets it at the last second. Incredible stuff by a hair. Na'Vi wins the round at the final moment because of the Yokai.
Imagine you're a Nav on the Yokai, you're droning, the timer is 0, you're gonna jump to the ceiling, shoot the planter, we win on time, but then the drone falls down the hatch that KDS so naded earlier, taken down secretly, and for a moment, I believe both us and Nav thought, oh no, is that going to be the round? It was about 1.6 or so seconds left, so quite close indeed, but not close enough if you're Team 1. Na'Vi got the round, now 2-1 up, and what looked to be a terrible beginning for them off that round, losing 2 opening picks, making that a 3 versus 5. Doki and Nave, in comparison together, they managed to really bring it back. You stalled with the Yokai, Doki found some picks, then the flank came through from KDS, Doki got the trade 1-for-1, making that an even numbered 3 versus 2, plus the Yokai drone. So honestly, not bad at all from Na'Vi.
That was a round that Na'Vi was losing until they weren't as well. Team 1 got those first 2 picks. They push in, they clear out. KDS is on the flank. He trades himself off 1-for-1. Even at that point, if you get a single kill on flank and then you immediately die, it still is the attention of one of the 2 remaining players from Na'Vi. That leaves Nath as the only player left upright because Doki is playing inside a split. He gets the kill onto KDS. He can't pivot in time. He's zoned out by the grenade in front of him with the Rotero drone that's blocked out by the mute jammer. So what does he have to do? He has to bide time and possibly swing one of those 2 split doors, looking all the way to the stage. There's 2 sets of eyes from Team 1 that are trying to guard the diffuser being planted, and Levi just gets knocked out of it at the last second because while Team 1 are so focused on Doki and where that potential mystery 5th operator is, which they know is an Echo at this point, they don't know where that second Yokai drone is. So kudos to Na'Vi for playing in the post plant. It's not uncommon to see teams seed the bomb site and then play for the retake, and even though they didn't physically retake it, the drone did, and that was enough to give them the round.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when you lose a round to that, it's absolutely, it sucks. But when you win a round with it, you're kind of laughing because honestly, you didn't do much, but it's honest work, right? Nave didn't really move a single muscle that round. He started the round inside of servers and he won the round inside of servers on his Yokai drone as well. Team 1, I think, only assumed there was 1 Yokai drone in range because when Lagonis got hit the first time, he just said, you know what, I can tank the second hit, then the 3rd time the plant will actually come down. But then when Nave rotated the second Yokai drone over, he get 2 extra shots, and that's kind of where the surprise factor came through, and we all saw what happened. This time around though, Nave stuck his guts on the Kaid, and he will do a good job tricking the first hatch here inside of lobby. That should signify to Team 1 that yes, 1, the Kaid is on the board, he's being active, but also he has priority on lobby in particular. Nave is probably going to try and chase Hibana and try and figure out the mind games of like, oh, which hatch is he breaking right now? They gotta open the freezer hatch, and then we'll see what they do next.
Well, it's been 90 seconds into round number 4, and this is amazingly the slowest of all of the rounds up to this point. A bit puzzling, actually, that Team 1 haven't been as quick to the punch as they want to be. KDS looked to soldier down and run as quickly as he could on those freezer stairs. Instead, he comes right back. They've droned out meeting this time, by the way. You're not going to have Blur waiting in the shadows at all. Instead, you've got a much better focus on map control. And I guess I said again, I doubt a team of their caliber repeats that same mistake. So Team 1 shoring up some of the weaknesses. It also means that Na'Vi are going to play a little differently. They know they can't get away with that cheeky strategy. Nath is no longer on the Oryx to hold map control and move around quickly. Instead, you're going with the utility denial in the Aruni. And additionally, having access to the DMR or the Roni means that you're a proficient killing machine. In this case, it'll be the Roni in the hands of Blur.
Yeah, I really like what you said earlier about how we don't expect these teams to make the mistake twice because everybody makes mistakes. That is a given. But it really comes down to, are you going to be repeating mistakes or are you just, giving that one free chance and then that's fine. It happens. So, starting to see tight gameplay this round. KDS might opening up with this nade.
And there's a nade for Pillar ready to fall off, but Saves is on the other side of it. He's waiting very patiently. He's got focus on blue. Some bullets will give his position away, and the call will also be made from the top of the stairs as KDS walks right down into Doki. It's a joint effort. Saves is the next one up. He grabs the diffuser and pivots away. Doki 2 kills. Ali Mao's in the middle of the bomb site looking towards blue. This is a blind spot right now, and Saves will have to worry as it's just Lagonis now in a 1v1. What a massive round from Saves, and he quite literally lives up to his namesake as he saves the round for Na'Vi.
Very well done by Saves, playing in that pillar and electric position, making great use of 3 different angles and picking up multiple kills as well. Carl Alemo really had Carl had a great entry into sight. I thought it was over, but he got both the player inside of Stock and the guy inside of Elbow with a nice flick. It wasn't enough. Timer actually hit 0, and on the dot, Lagoni started planting. I think Saves was under the impression that, oh, I'm just gonna run away, hide in this corner, but then the very last moment, they stuck the plan. But you have 7 seconds to get it down, and 7 seconds was plenty enough time for Saves to run around the map, or around the bomb site rather, and pick up the poor Lagonis, who didn't know any better because he was too busy planting diffuser, which he had to do. He could not get off it, because if you do that on the 0th second, well, you lose the round regardless.
Well, back upstairs to dorms they will go. So far, Na'Vi favoring this 3-site rotation. We saw a couple defenses of that joint kitchen mess hall bomb site yesterday. Probably we'll see it again today at some point. Again, kitchen is a part of 2 separate bomb sites. You've got the one meeting extension, then you've got mess hall on the other side of it, which is also known as cafeteria. All the teams will have their own regional callouts for it. But kitchen is the main uniting factor between the 2 of them. Teams like to defend meeting, regardless of whether it's mess hall where the bomb site is or inside a meeting. Teams will often extend in this direction. Upstairs to dorms, though, this is where Na'Vi is going to go for this particular round. They did not have a very good effort back in round number 2. It is the only defense of this bomb site that Na'Vi has attempted. It's also their only loss so far on defense, and it was a pretty pitiful attempt. They lost control early on. Team 1 got the first pick, carried it through, and by the 90-second mark, 2 players of Na'Vi were down, including the smoke, one of the most crucial operators to deny areas, not just for where the push is going to come from, but to also deny a potential plant going down over by Games or the doorway from Trophy leading into bunks. So keep an eye on how Saves plays in particular, because if he can stay safe, pardon the pun, then Na'Vi's chances will rise quite quickly.
Yeah, Na'Vi actually bringing some tricks of their own right now. Blur on the Frost. We saw the Frostman inside our master bedroom, the attic drop, and then big window as well. And then we see Nave now bringing information. So Nave really showing the flexibility. He played Monty in their game yesterday against OXG. He played Kaid, he played Echo, now he's playing the Valkyrie. Also, really heavily playing out that information game. Na'Vi as a team as well. They got the evil or the black eye cameras. They got bulletproofs, 2 of them, one on Jaeger, one on Frost. So Na'Vi really wants this information to make their decisions and not go blind against Team 1. And honestly, I like that. We haven't seen that much info play so far. Valkyrie is typically banned almost every single game at this event. It's quite nice to see it open.
I'm glad that you pointed that out, because teams don't really get a good look at your opponent's Valkyrie cams because she is so seldom used. And more importantly than that, the 6 Invitational tends to bring the greatest set of eyes to this game. And the casual players who watch pro play, they learn an awful lot from where these black eye cams can go. I'm sorry, but let me interrupt myself for just a second here. Lagonis was getting the diffuser down. He's at half of his HP, and now he's almost halfway down, but he gets stopped the last second by Blur. That was a very brazen attempt for Team 1 to get some objective play going. The diffuser, though, is now hopelessly surrendered by Big Window and by the bunks, and there are plenty of toxic canisters to wait out the remainder of the minute. But as I say that, a second one goes off. KDS walks right in, top of white stairs. That's the freest kill of his life to gun down Saves. The smoke is gone. No more toxic beauties. No more coverage. And a nitro cell was used earlier to try and deny the plant. KDS still walking in. That's his second kill. Neskin at the window as Nath is down below. He'll catch the Yana. That's the real deal, not a clone, not the Gemini. So back up the stairs he'll go. Control on white. He's got a nice cross with Blur. Ali now has been down in a frost mat. 30 seconds left. How do you expect that in there? And a slow walk from Neskin. try and out-duel the Frost. That's an easy one for him, but it's now a 1v2 as Alimau is still downed. Levi was not in the cut and thrust. He was not a part of the objective play. They'll look to maybe secure Alimau or just play keep away, and what a beautiful shot from Doki to clean things up on that final round. Na'Vi on defense, on Oregon. They've taken 4 rounds. They've won the half, and they fixed the mistakes that we saw them commit on Dorms just a couple rounds ago.
That they did indeed, and that was a dirty trick. The Frost pick from Blur really shined this round. Lagonis and the team of Team 1, they wanted to go in for a quick plan. They thought they could get cheeky, but they got shut down quite quickly. Well done for Na'Vi. Neskin and KDS hand in hand together from that white stairs and Big Winner jumping. They found the opening and they found the kills, but then they stalled out. Levi was on that Kid Storm's repel, couldn't do a whole lot of things, had to get off it, run all the way around the building, and while that happened, it was Alemo who unfortunately stepped into a frost trap inside the master bedroom closet, and that is kind of that. That leaves you halfway across the map. One person's injured, Levi is lost outside the building, and you can't do a whole lot with that. Na'Vi, they played tight together, with the exception of Saves kind of sprinting away, getting shot in his back, unfortunately.
This is the second or third round that I've watched from Team 1 where they seem to have all of their players with very distinct spots on the map. And if something goes wrong, if somebody throws a spanner in the plan, that you end up with the players looking like they're so far out of position. Look at Levi on the previous round. His job was to be down below, have nades, open up the wall, and then sit down and wait to maybe get somebody on flank, knowing that Na'Vi really likes their flanks. And Na'Vi have tried to flank on a number of these rounds and keep a mystery operator off of, I would say, the bomb site and off of objective play. But Team 1 losing somebody early, or Team 1 having issues with, Lagonis gets into the site, dies early. Alimau is in the site. He's doing a wonderful job trying to create space, picks up 2 kills inside a laundry supplier, and then gets gunned down. But it's not ultimately as effective to the overall strategy. And there are certain rounds where Team 1 just looks like a team of individuals rather than a group playing together. I'm sure that's a deliberate strategy, but Na'Vi are feasting off of that, winning these gunfights when Team 1 players are isolated, and ultimately the Brazilian team is languishing because of that.
Oh, yeah, we saw in the interview before the game, although here we might see some death coming out. It's Neskin taken down by Security, but he was not alone. It was Doki there as well. Na'Vi making sure the 2v1 gets utilized. They don't want to be alone, and that is great for them. In the interview before the game, we heard Elemo talk about how they've kind of changed their roles around. They want to be different, not default. Okay. They don't want to be default, and I think what kind of that speaks to that is that Alemo used to play Bok a lot. It was like the Alemo show, he'd walk around, he would be fancy, getting kills, getting highlight clips all the time. But Team 1 as a team, they didn't really shine a whole lot. Now we're seeing Alemo just on the floor so far. That kind of speaks more of like a team cohesion. Now Alemo is forced to be with his team because his gadget is dependent on it, and he has to clear utility before he can go crazy. Right now, they haven't really found success with it just yet, but I do think that consistently across the board, it should be a better approach for them.
This is a very similar setup to what we saw from Na'Vi last time when they got picked off one by one and then got saved by the yokai drone. Nath is still on that same operator, so I'm sure Team 1 will be looking for the drones a little bit more effectively. We're just past the halfway mark of the round, and they've managed to open up on Team 1's side of things. Stage wall. And will now send in a potential Flores drone. They're going to have to break both of those laser gates that are stopping easy entry. The right side panel is down, and Secretly gets shoved out of his spot. He's playing with an SMG at close range, but he can also do the same with a shotgun. Looking for his legs is Levi, but Doki, where are you? Are you on the flank? Where does Alimau get picked down from? Doki playing over by Split. This is the pivotal spot that he was in before. KDS was the one that was shoved up from Laundry Stairs to try and take him down, but it looks like the 3 remaining members of Team 1, in large part because they lost Neskin early, have to stack up on the back of the stage. They'll juggle the diffuser around, 35 seconds, and a 5-1 scoreline for Na'Vi would be a hell of a first half. But they've got some work to be done. They hold a major advantage. Lagonis is the one flanking, but there's a door to stop him. He'll be heard over by Security, assuming that the Echo is still there. Saves from above, and he's got a beautiful angle. Nath takes down Lagonis, so the Thermite's not going to be able to do too much, but Saves missing out on that opportunity. Levi walked in. It's a bait, as all the eyes from Na'Vi are trained in the same direction. And how about a flawless end to the first half? Na'Vi started it off flawlessly. They end it flawlessly, and a 5-1 scoreline for the European squad is about as dominant as you can get.
That's quite nice from Na'Vi. I think it's time for Team 1 to consider a timeout, maybe a little bit of a pause here and talk about how they're going to bring it back on the side swap. But talking about that last round we just saw first, Doki, you might say, oh, he's just swinging people, like he's doing crazy things, but if you paid attention, Doki actually has a bulletproof inside of meeting that watches the breach, and he's playing proactively off that and split. And the reason why split is such a good position to be in is because you got a door on the left and you got a door on the right. So you can be like, oh, I'm gonna swing left, oh, now I'm gonna swing right, I'm gonna do a double right, it doesn't matter. And the enemy won't know any better. And both times that they defended meeting, Doki has found so much success on this particular position. It's really carrying Na'Vi on this bomb side.
Doki was somebody that they rely upon to do very well. Yesterday, the talk was of Blur and Doki underperforming what you expect of them. And they had a pitiful performance against Oxygen yesterday. There's really no sugarcoating how poor Na'Vi looked in their match yesterday. But against Team 1, Team 1 and Oxygen are both very good teams. But if you're going to give a nod to which team is better, I mean, you're crazy to not go with Team 1. They come in globally as the first-ranked team, the best-ranked team in all of Rainbow Six Siege. They just won a major 7 months ago in Mexico. So you look at it and you think, okay, well, if you struggled that hard against Oxygen, does their playstyle match up better against OXG or Team 1? And irrespective of how your playstyle matches up, which team is going to be stronger on the server, in the battlefield? And right now, Na'Vi seemingly have shaken off whatever issues they had yesterday, and they have found magic. I would like to remind you that this is Team 1's map, and they are currently getting stomped 5-1 by Na'Vi, but that was just the first half. As you said, there's still potential for them to call a timeout on Team 1's side, and the first bit of action is Lagonis almost losing his life to Doki.
Doki is absolutely sharp. I mean, we have the silhouettes on our casting screen, but I don't know how Doki managed to see the leg of Lagonis there. Now, keep in mind, Lagonis playing mute inside of servers with jammers, so that makes it like a fortress that is hard to penetrate or breach. Secretly has, of course, brought out the Maverick, which means they will need to make their way inside of Kitchen to try and open up some line of sight to clear this player. Lagonis playing a crucial position, but taking that much damage early on from Doki might play a pivotal point in this round. Blur, of course, can go up above and sledge the floor as well. That also does the trick, but the most important part is that they clear out this player first. That has to be the highest factor here. Sledgehammer goes through, C4 gets tossed out, doesn't hit a single thing. He drops to the basement, and now they have control.
Well, Lagonis might as well try to fight for as much as he can with how little HP he has. You don't want to die with that Nitro cell in pocket, so I don't doubt that Lagonis was hoping for a kill or two, and it's not bad to potentially blow your C4 a bit early. Na'Vi have now used half of the round, as we've got 90 seconds left. They've cleared that top floor and are continuing to invest in the roam clear. The question is somebody from Team 1 holding any map control that isn't on the bottom floor? An answer? No. There you go, on your screen. Every single player from Team 1 either nestled into the bomb site or close enough where they can get in with a second or two to one of the bomb chassis. This means that Na'Vi have the map control if they want. They'll have to clear out blue. And Na'Vi need to figure out where they want their attack to be, by the way. They are spread out all over the map. You've got 60 seconds to get your troops together and march into the bomb site.
One of the big problems that Na'Vi might run into right now is that they don't really have anything to break out this bomb site. They have no smoke grenades because Naf and Firma's playing flashbangs. They don't have, for example, Ying or Capital, so it has to be brute forced. It does look like a backside push with big tower stairs, meeting hatch control, etc. But we all know from yesterday's games, you cannot just go from one direction. You see here, Blur, Freezer, then you have the floors on the main stairs of Armory side, then you have two guys backside. This is really good from Na'Vi, but the kills have to come out in their favor for this to work.
A split push is going to be greeted by toxic canisters as well. KDS first to fall, as there's a nade from Na'Vi that goes in, takes out Levi. Nate takes out Neskin, Lagon is gone, and it's all Ali Mal. They stack up. How about another flawless round? 3 flawless rounds from Na'Vi, as they now sit on map point with 3 rounds, not resulting in a single death for their squad.
Well, I did say they need to find the kills for this to work, but they found every single one and didn't lose a single soldier in that process. That is extremely beautifully done. And most importantly, they had pressure from every single area at once. That is exactly how you want to be attacking Oregon basement, especially if you don't have something to break down the site with, which they did not. So Na'Vi doing a great job at reading the round, reading the game, and understanding what they need to be doing to have a chance to actually win it. Doki on the entry, Blur with 7 kills as well. They did a really good job in that early round of clearing out Lagonis inside of server. And if you guys remember, Blur only made a single sledge hole before Legonis chose to drop down into the basement hatchback to the side. And the reasoning for that is because Blur chose to hammer the floor in the exact correct position. Oftentimes, if you have the situation with a player inside of a room, you should be sledging the runaway point, because that means if he didn't run away, he's going to be stuck inside that room. Oftentimes, you see people on the sledge, they will just start hammering the floor randomly, trying to look for the opponent, but that shouldn't be the goal. If you box him in, you got him. So that should be your choice. That should be what you want to do. That's exactly what Blur did. Well done for him. And of course, we also saw that Legonis had no choice but to drop instantaneously because of that.
Now, while we are hurtling at a very fast speed to the ending of this particular map, there is still at least one more to go. Na'Vi will then play on Cafe next, no matter what happens here. Even if Team 1 mount one of the most impressive comebacks that we've seen at this event, albeit only on the second day, so I have to say things like that. I just want to let you know that when we have to couch our praise and criticism in absolute terms like that. Either way, we are going to Cafe next. This is Na'Vi's map. The tiebreaker, for those of you that have not been paying attention, is Villa. At the present moment, it certainly doesn't seem like we're going to need that third map, but we don't need to get ahead of ourselves.
No.
I say all this because if this matchup ends up going very quickly and we have a break between now and map number 2, I need to remind you that there is another stream that is going on over at twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. So head on over there. Damwon Kia is playing up against MIBR. I'm not going to spoil the results because actually I don't know what the results of the game are right now. It could be over. It could still be going. Completely unsure. But if you want to go over to that channel, you're welcome to do that. For the crowd that is watching this back, know that there are VODs from both of the streams that will be uploaded at some point later today.
Certainly. I mean, we were in the beach stream yesterday, Parker. We had a great time, had some phenomenal games, and I have no doubt that that will continue on throughout today and the rest of this tournament.
Wait a minute. Team 1 just made a call based on intel that they had, and they all just head much deeper into the bomb site. They were playing over by Freezer, they were playing over by the hallway, and they've now shoved themselves over towards Blue. While doing that, they've lost KDS, who's been the top performer for his team. The rest of the squad combined only amounts to 9 kills over the 7 rounds that they've played. That is not particularly good. So in terms of fragging potential, you're not just down a player, but you're down the best player on your team. It's just Naruni, so I mean, your gates are still up, you're going to persist, but that is a player who you want to be in the action. Nade tossed down from Doki to Levi. It misses. Levi might decide to re-aggress on the back stairs. He's got Legonis just side by side with 1 minute to go. Na'Vi are droning out Freezer. They see Levi in this position, and with the opening at the bottom of the wall, they can very easily push and punish the players that are over by the laundry bomb.
Absolutely. It also speaks to morale, right? If it's match point, you don't want to lose a player early, and that's only going to mean that the rest of the round gets hard. Doki, inside of sight, out of nowhere, is secretly now injured down the ground. Bourbon and Nate in his hand is going to throw it out, but it doesn't matter. Saves, finds one, and demonstrates it back onto Doki. But now we're finding ourselves in 2 versus 3. Neskin and Carl have to make a clutch to stay inside of this. Neskin finds one, but there are more to go. Remember, secretly still down on the ground. Naf will now stop planting down that diffuser. Saves will have to cover, and all secretly can do is cross his fingers, but I don't think that's going to be enough as Neskin finds another, and that leaves just Nav, who's gonna run all the way back up the staircase, try and have a friend, reviving secretly, both so low on health. We're talking 20, 30, 35. Nav will start planting on this sub 7 situation. Secretly doesn't find the cross, they push up, it's a trade-off. No! That's the planter down, Nav falls, leaving secretly as a last man standing, but that means Team 1 finds the round.
Wonderfully played by Nath to ascend the stairs and get secretly back up, and a completely unwinnable situation unless Nath goes for kills in the final 15 seconds. You get secretly back up, you have coverage, but the problem is that the bomb site is covered with these hard walls. You can't shoot through them. So secretly has to pick an avenue. He has to pick a lane, and he goes down the hallway. If secretly had stopped and repositioned towards that soft wall, he would have caught Ali Mao by the bomb chassis as Nath was planting by the box door. It was a much safer spot for Nath to play in, but he had no time left to do that. The timer was almost at 1. Ali Mao saves the round with a millisecond to spare, and if he doesn't get there, even if he gets the pick onto the planter, secretly is still upright. You need a 1v2 clutch with a smoke, who is not particularly well prepared for that with the positioning of the smoke, and it ends up with Na'Vi potentially winning the entire matchup. Now, the saving grace of Team 1 is that they still have a timeout. They haven't used it yet, by the way. I'd like to remind you that it does not cost anything for you to use a timeout. At any point, Team 1 can say, we need to settle ourselves down. But they're playing on defense. They are clearly confident in their setup, because if they lose this round, we go to Cafe and Team 1 squander the opportunity to settle the team down and maybe, just maybe, sort out their issues to keep themselves here on Oregon. It's a mighty steep climb, but we've seen some Mountaineers before. Will Team 1 get back to the top, or will Na'Vi seal the deal? This could be our very final round, as it's now a Dorms defense for Team 1. And upstairs, Na'Vi will have to bring it to them.
At the very least, if you're Team 1, just taking a couple of rounds off the side of Na'Vi, so that if you go to that, or when you go to that second map of Cafe, they're not going to have as much cockiness and confidence in themselves. So shutting down the momentum a bit, then losing is a lot better than getting absolutely stomped in a one-sided matchup. On that previous round, the only thing from the side of Na'Vi that I question is that they chose to let Secretly be injured on that tower stairs for quite some time. He almost bled out fully, right? But then at the very end, Nav actually got off the diffuser, ran up the staircase to make that 2 versus 1 into a 2 versus 2. So I question, should they have gone up earlier, helped Secretly, and brought him down with the execute earlier in the round? Or did they make the right play of just trying to gamble it out and not spend that time? Because, to be honest, they did have the time to rescue him, because in the end, that's what they ended up doing.
I think they were just confident knowing that they had that numbers advantage. They got the early pick. You have the backside of the map controlled. At that point, all you need to do is just trade 1 for 1. Even with Na'Vi having 1 player immobilized for 7 seconds to plant the diffuser, it is at worst an even 4v4, and you've still got grenades. You still have utility. So does Team 1, by the way. But at the end of the day, I would be confident if I was Na'Vi, and Secretly could have very easily said, as he's the leader on this team, don't get me, get the diffuser planted, maybe get me in the post-plant. So we're halfway through what could be our final round. It's a Dorms take for Na'Vi. Neskin is off-site. He's down below. Doki is very close to him. Blur is actually not that far away, but Doki knows this. And there's a rotate inside of security where he could be watching. Is there any intel to give his position away, or will Doki potentially net a kill?
Well, you do have both the Valkyrie and the Echo being brought up from Team 1, but we saw a 6-pick from Saves onto IQ. That is the first IQ that I personally have seen at the 6 Invitationals of 2022. Love to see it from Na'Vi, the flexibility, the understanding, reading of the game, but that is not enough. You gotta utilize the gadget correctly, and of course, you still gotta do all the previous steps that you have to do beforehand, getting kills, getting map control, and finding the openings. But no, it's KDS with the Deagle of all weapons, taking down Blur. That's the sledge off the board, gets traded back straight away from a nade from down below from Doki. Beautifully done.
A bit of a sloppy effort there from Blur to try to get away after he had engaged. I think he did not expect the Valkyrie to peek out again. I would like to once again tell you that KDS is the best performing player on this team statistically. Nath is very safe by that foosball table, getting the diffuser planted. Down goes Saves, and Lagonis will swing on up. Oh, they're not watching him. Lagonis, a big 3 play. Secretly's the last one alive, and he gets out-dueled by Ali Mao. So Team 1 clearly knows something that we don't. They'll get the diffuser as well. Na'Vi go for broke in the middle of the bomb site, but exceptionally poor coverage allows Lagonis to waltz out, destroy Na'Vi, get the diffuser planter, and the round follows.
That's gonna feel really good if you're Lagonis. This is a player that is kind of like the super of LATAM in a way, where you're a lot of like LGLing, leading, leadership, captainship, and droning. And I mean, Lagonis last round, that was a highlight reel. He ran through, got 3 kills, denied the planter, and Nath as well. Beautifully done. Yes, Nath did get the planter down successfully, but there was no one alive to play the post plant really. I believe it was Secretly last alive. He died shortly after, so that didn't really matter. Very well done from Na'Vi. They got the trade back when the first player fell. Doki traded back with a grenade. That made that a 4 versus 4. Then they said, you know what? Go time. Run in with from Nave, plant the diffuser. Good. Cover, little bit lackluster, or at the very least, Lagonis just found the headshots of anything. Well done for him. And yeah, now we're gonna go back to a kitchen dining bomb site. Team 1 now is starting to go through it actually. They're locking bomb sites because they're getting victories, and they are starting the potential of a comeback. And again, at the very least, even if they don't make it, they're shutting Na'Vi down in their tracks so that the next map is going to be a little bit different, hopefully.
So we've now seen every single bomb site played on Oregon. Kudos to Team 1 for trotting this out when we had seen the meeting petition, or the meeting portion earlier on. Now instead they'll move over to kitchen, mess hall, cafeteria, etc. On the left side of the screen for you, when we went top down, as it's on the, the western side of the map. There you go, a nice, beautiful view, cross-section of Oregon. Again, an Echo getting brought out. The IQ experiment for Na'Vi only lasts a single round, and I don't know if you can pin the entirety of that round on an IQ, but she just lacks so much critical explosives and utility that teams don't really use her all that much, and it's easy. Ban a Valkyrie, you don't really need to bring an IQ, especially on maps where you can have those pesky exterior cams. It's something that Na'Vi tried to do. They threw a Valkyrie camera on the tower window to try and scout out the windows that are on kids' dorms, and it got spotted pretty quickly, but you don't need an IQ to see those. Sometimes it can get a little bit tougher. That one change to Valkyrie hasn't kicked in yet, which disallows her from throwing cams outside, as they'll disconnect after just a couple seconds.
It's very true. Not out yet, but will be in the future. Fun fact, at least from my player experience.
Give me a fun fact. Give me it.
I'll give it to you. LATAM as a region has always been recognized and seen as the best region to find Valkyrie cameras, always.
Yes, absolutely. It was actually funny because if you look at some of the stats on the best performing players, some of their most used operators on defense tend to be Valkyrie.
Yes.
You look at when Psycho was an absolute monster. Who was Psycho playing? Valkyrie. Over and over and over again.
Ask himself.
Ask was also
a Valkyrie reflex player. I remember that
a lot. So exactly. So these are players that excel with that low recoil, low rate of fire, but still a headshot machine in the MPX. And then of course you got the 3 cameras that can give so much intel. Okay. Laura's also down. Crossbody karate from Neskin in the back tower. 2 big kills, and that might have completely derailed Navi's push.
I mean, that's pretty much where, like, you as a player, you go, that's the round, guys. Now we just go off the plan, go crazy, try and find picks, because that's what we have to do. Doki, so proficient at it, doesn't find that the Goonies is there once again. 4th headshot in 2 rounds.
Well, we are staring down the barrel of quite a comeback from Team 1. Na'Vi might end up being the team to take their time out because, well, a flawless round looks likely again.
I'm thinking flawless on the menu.
We almost had a flawless round in round number 2 from Team 1. There was a single kill from Na'Vi to rob the Brazilians of that opportunity. Will Saves be able to bring somebody down with him? We could see an absolute incredible feat, but instead he'll shoot through the floor. This is a bit messy, and no! Ali Mao is just better, playing at the range that he was with the shotgun, and look at that. Bam! 2 shots, and that's all she wrote. 4 flawless rounds through 10 rounds. That is incredible. Almost half of this matchup has been flawless. And like I said, go back to round number 2. Team 1, they got 4 picks before one of them died. Very nearly flawless. Could have been 5 rounds. This is something that we don't see all that often. Instead of having a matchup where one round is very close, the next round is very close, we're seeing blowouts. Yeah. Team blows out Team 1, and then Na'Vi blows out Team 1, or Na'Vi gets blown out, back and forth. The teams are defining this map by the rounds they win, by how many rounds they win, not by how close they are.
Yeah, and with that being said, tactical pause, but guess what? It's not from Team 1, it's from Na'Vi. So Team 1 has been sitting on this throne saying, we'll make it work, boss. It doesn't really matter. We're down like, 1-6 or 1-5. It's not a huge deal. Now Na'Vi, they've lost the last 3 rounds in a row. They've lost the last 2 of those opening kills in those last 3 rounds. They're now saying, guys, we gotta end it out here. Let's not go OT. And hey, if we do, let's prepare for it right now so that we're ready for when it happens. And let's just see if we can avoid it. I think it's wise for them. You don't want to lose too much momentum before you make this decision, but you really also don't want to let the game slip away. So they're going to talk about what they think. I think, if anything, they're going to be talking about what next bomb set they're expecting from them. Right now, Team 1, they are hovering the basement. I think that's pretty predictable for Na'Vi, as they had success there before. So talking about Na'Vi, guys, how are we going to break apart this bomb site? We've won it before, and we've lost it before. We were really close the last time, but not close enough. So I'm curious if a great 6-pick will come out that'll kind of break that apart. Ying is what North American teams use a lot on this bomb site. It's not really a huge pick in Europe, and right now we're seeing Save 6ing from the Bach onto the Flores, so this kind of signifies like a blue backside take, if anything, but we'll see what Na'Vi has in mind. Either way, they'll have to start showing up soon.
Oh, a defender-sided Oregon is what we are currently witnessing. The first half had a single round go in favor of the attackers. That's it. It was round number 2. Since then, there has been another attacking round victory Round 7, which is what propelled Na'Vi to match point, or to map point, if you want to call it that. I think specificity is important.
Yeah.
But since then, it has been all Team 1, and the defense are winning again in spades. 2 more rounds for Team 1 to send this map to overtime. Team 1 obviously showing a lot of confidence. They pick this map against Na'Vi. They go down very early on. They have a couple sloppy rounds. They don't call a timeout.
No.
And despite that, they have forced Na'Vi to be the one to pull the ripcord first. Now Team 1 still has that in their back pocket. The problem is that there's no room for error between now and overtime. If Team 1 is going to call that timeout, it will be done in OT. They've still got 2 more rounds to go, which will mean that they'll have won 5 straight. That is not all that common, but it's been done once already. Na'Vi did it from round 3 to round 7. So it is entirely possible that Lightning can strike twice here on this map. We'll see 30 seconds into what, once again, could be our very final round, but we've been saying that for the last 2 rounds, and neither have been the case.
That we have. Doki doing Doki things, entering with a drone between his feet. Sees that is very well done. Navigating good map control and progressing through the map organically right now. They've pretty much cleared it out in 45-ish seconds, which, if you look at timers of how competitive teams and how efficiently they clear, is actually quite good. But with that being said, Team 1, they're not contesting it a whole lot either, so that is to be expected. As long as Na'Vi has drones and that prep phase inside the building, they should know that Team 1 has a very weak roam presence, which means it all comes down to the bomb site setup. And this makes a lot of sense. You got Banshees from Levi on the Melusi, you got Grismot Mines from Lagonis and Niela, and you got a Rooney Gates from KDS. So obviously the bomb site is very much an enforced position, so Team 1 should play around that.
Well, for this downstairs execute, Na'Vi's focus starts on Meeting Hall. This is the same rhythm that we've seen both of these teams use throughout this map, which is take control of Meeting, try to take control of Pillar. From then, you split your forces. Do you keep somebody down at Laundry Stairs? Quite possibly. Na'Vi did it before. Do you put somebody down by Freezer? Quite possibly. Again, that's where Na'Vi went. And Na'Vi very narrowly took the map here on this bomb site. There was a bit of an issue with coverage when Ali Mao swung, and the very first pick is going to go to Na'Vi. A nice nade tossed down after some of that gadgetry is cleared on the box door. Ali Mao forced to throw out a smoke with just a minute to go. Means that he has just 2 left. Nice shot from KDS. He'll look for a second now onto these tower stairs and creep up the shoulder of the sledge scene for a second. Blur shrugs it off, and he can continue to hold this position. I don't know if he's aware of how close the Aruni is tucked in the corner. That barbed wire is going to give information as KDS looks to punish him, but the nade goes down. It's a DarkZero nade because KDS doesn't take any damage. Say goodbye to KDS though. Blur cleans that one up. He's still got the barbed in front of him. Team 1's numbers will dwindle, but they have an advantage. They had 8, or Na'Vi has the advantage. There was a disadvantage for Team 1, but they still made it work on the previous defense. Ali Mao was kingmaker on that round. Will he hold that same position? Lagonis very low on HP. That does not bode well for Team 1 as the last nade goes in, and Doki will follow, taking out Neskin, breaking the gate. Lagonis falls, and it's Ali Mao to clutch again. Will he be the savior 2 times in a row? Diffuser going down, damage done to Blur, but Doki says no thank you. Na'Vi takes the map.
That is gonna feel good if you're Na'Vi. The timeout really paid off by the looks of it. They spoke about what they were going to do for that specific round. They said, guys, we get 1 more shot, we're gonna end it right then and there. It's probably gonna be basement. The 6 pick from the block onto the floors really did work. It helped clear out that utility, and of course, Na'Vi, they got the opening kill after not having gotten it for the previous 2 rounds. GGVP, Na'Vi 6th round of the game.
Not a single player on Team 1 goes positive. The closest is KDS going 9-9 despite the scoreline of a 7-4. Team 1 tried their best. Ultimately, the comeback was very real.
It was.
You leave yourself absolutely no room for error. You slip up even a tiny, tiny bit, and that's it. It's all over. We'll show you some replays, but other than that, we've got a break before we get back with our second map. Na'Vi up 1-0. They go to their home of Cafe next, looking to put Team 1 away. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
My name is Nathan. I play for Natus Vincere, and I play the role of support. Before this year started, they made 2 changes, bringing in me and secretly. We stayed together ever since. We brought more of a backbone to the team, I say, like supportive mindset. Because before they had players like Joe and Doki, obviously very aggressive entry kind of roles. So I think we just made the team more like a round, more like equal. Well, with stage 1, I think we were all like fresh. Like the motivation was like really high, obviously new team, all that sort of stuff, and everyone played their individual play style.
Dorky with another big kill. It's as if Na'Vi are just worrying about the diffuser and Dorky is worrying about the kills. Secretly gets one from the hatch and it's again falling apart for G2 no matter what they try to do.
If that kind of makes sense, but I think as we gradually, like in the team for longer, people wanted to play like more of a structured way, more of like a perfect siege kind of gameplay, but I don't think a perfect siege will ever like do well. So I think slowly, that's what it is. Stage 3, it was a mixture of that and just lack of motivation, I'd say, from the team. Like it was just like energy being put into their game. But I think we're slowly working our way back to getting that natural play style back in and not trying to play the perfect siege, quote unquote. I would say, well, we're feeling confident. So I think top 4 would be a really good result for us, at least. But obviously everyone's going to say they're aiming to win it. But I think top 4 would be a really good result for us. I mean, I think we have a set plan, like the way we play the game, but I think there'll be like small adaptations, and if those adaptations are made, majority of them will be made before the game, whether it's like strategic or like operator bound wise. But I mean, like mid-round, we all like individually are smart enough to know like cool adaptations. So watch out for Doki, I guess. One-man team, isn't he?
Welcome back, everybody, to our second map between Na'Vi and Team 1. And despite disappointing days yesterday, there's a potential for revenge and redemption for both of these squads. Map 1 went in favor of Na'Vi, 7-4. That was Team 1's map of Oregon. Next up, Na'Vi goes to familiar ground. They picked Cafe, and they're going to look to knock out the Mexico Major champions on it.
I think the simplest way to talk about it is that we have a series on our hands, because at first glance it looked very one-sided. You know, that then changed. Team 1 almost made an incredible comeback, but at the very end, Na'Vi shut them down before OT. Now, we just played Team 1's map pick. We're going on to Na'Vi's side now. We know they can be a very aggressive team, quite fierce, and on Cafe especially, I know they like to get active. We got the ban phase coming up. I don't know what to expect. We saw some cheeky bans last time. It was a Thatcher, Twitch, Wamai, and Mira. The Valkyrie was left open on Oregon. I'm curious to see if both teams are okay with that this time around. But for now, it's going to be Team 1 taking Carl off the Flores as he's now banned out.
And as he types in chat, I could only play that up, and his own team did it against him. You didn't get to see it, but Nath typed in chat, Twitch again? And it sure seems like that's the case. So Flores and Twitch are gone. This means that we will see one of the rare instances of a Thatcher being up for a competitive map. Now, Valkyrie's removed. That was an operator that was available. So we've flipped a lot of these on their heads. What will be the last one? Probably not a Kaid. So are we going to expect a Mira ban to follow? That seems like the most sensible solution.
Yeah, Mira would make a lot of sense here.
It's Wamai.
It's Wamai. Okay, so we actually have a Thatcher being open, which makes it attacker favored. Then Mira being open, which makes 2 of the bomb sites defender favored. That's reading, and it's the top floor bomb site. Mira doesn't really change basement at all. But what this will mean in technicalities is that, or theoreticals, is that you need to be extending out on the map when you're playing on the defense. The Thatcher will just tear right through every single bomb site. If you think you can hide behind a shield, you're wrong. If you think you can mute jammer a wall, you're wrong. And that's going to be a very different way of playing Cafe than what we're used to seeing, because normally the Thatcher isn't available.
What are the win conditions for Team 1 on this map? And I want to start with them because they are the team that is currently staring down defeat. Team 1 starting off 0-2 in their group is not ideal, and especially not ideal given the fact that there was a cryptic tweet put out by Ali Mao that said The Last Dance, and it was a picture of their roster. Now, if anybody knows what The Last Dance signifies, it means the last opportunity for everybody to be together and your real last hurrah. Now, we're not going to read into that too much, but it sure seems like the way that the tweet was leading was, this is our last time, this is our last opportunity. If that's the case, What do you need to do as Team 1 to ensure that you do not end up going home from groups early? What do you do to guarantee you win Cafe?
The absolute simplest form, you gotta have fun. Honestly, if you're not having fun, the vibes are down, that is a terrible way to go out on your quote-unquote last dance. But outside of that, I think Team 1 needs to get a little bit more active. They were not playing super active on the map of Oregon. When they were on their basement defense, there was little to no roam presence at all. Not stalling Na'Vi, not slowing them down, not killing almost any drones at all. And when you're playing with the Thatcher open, if you're gonna be hiding like that on the bomb side and not extending up and above and out on the map, you're going to have a really, really bad time if you're Team 1 or anyone in that particular instance. So, on the defense of Team 1, get active, get out there, get in Navi's face. They have the gun skill to do it, they just have to be willing to actually get there. It's actually a mining defense first round, by the way.
I'm not letting you call it basement anymore, by the way. It's the first floor. First floor, second floor, third floor. You're going to have to settle in, okay?
After 7 years
You need to acclimate, my friend.
Acclimate.
That said, you're absolutely correct. This is not the usual bomb site that teams would like to start off on. We'll see Cocktail from time to time. We'll see a reading. We might even see Kitchen on that bottom floor. So what are your immediate thoughts? A minute in, we've got some time to kill. How do you approach this as Na'Vi?
If you're Na'Vi, well, first of all, the one thing is that you're not going to be super used to this bomb site, but I think they got a good start so far. They're taking piano, they want to work this pixel shield. Once they've cleared it out, there it is, Nate beautifully lands. Now they got to clear bathroom. They got to eliminate that bathroom player inside of top floor, and then they got to start working the piano hatch and the vertical play, and then you can attack mining if that's what you want to do. I think that's the safest, most comfortable, and clear-cut way of approaching this, and right now, they got the time for it. They still got half the round, but they don't have Doki. That's the lethal entry and Maverick off the board, plus the grenades. KDS finds the opening kill.
Oh, and a nice play by Saves on Repel, but Levi is ready for it. Blur's a bit drunk inside a Cocktail, as one will usually do when those words are paired together, but it's KDS to chop him down, size him up, and that is it for Navi's entry. Secretly is the next one up in line, but he's going to spray wildly with that bearing. Recoil control basically non-existent on that gun. Na'Vi trailing early, not the start that they want on the map that they chose, down in a 2v4 with a minute still left. Secretly holding on to the diffuser, so that's good. Case control is there for the attackers, but that means that Nath will have to just do Overwatch, sit there and stare intently as Secretly goes for the plant. That means, hey, enjoy your 1v4.
1v4s are always fun if you're on the winning end of them, but if you're losing those, of course, nobody likes losing. Secretly trying to get cheeky here, sidestep down the white stairs, see if he can maneuver around Neskin. They're kind of dancing right now, but they failed to clear out the bathroom player. It punished him, and now Secretly gets punished right back. That's Neskin with the shotgun.
At that point, it's more of an act of desperation, and I'm sure both Secretly and Nath know. You mentioned it on Oregon, where you lose too early and you say, okay, that's a recoup, we'll go next. Pokeball's tossed out to Nath, the impact grenade sailing by his head, doing some damage. He'll bait for kills, but all of these will be completely impactless because with 10 seconds left, a 1v4 is just not doable, especially if you're not in the building. Team 1 knows this. They'll exhibit some great patience, and Neskin pops up as Nath swings the window, and Team 1 take round 1.
Very nicely done, and it's kind of telling the same tale of how Oregon almost ended, where Team 1 kind of had the advantage. They kind of were finding rounds. Now we're going to Cafe, and yeah, they're starting off early, kind of where they left off on the previous map of Oregon. It's well done for them, but it's also Cafe defense, and Na'Vi actually did not bring the Thatcher in play on that last round, so we didn't see the effects of it. But I'll also argue that on the mining bomb site in particular, the Thatcher doesn't have the greatest of impacts. It's much more effective for the top floor, the reading, and the basement bomb site, where you commonly see the mute jammers, the kite claws, and the shield setup really mattering so much. But the problem for Na'Vi in the previous round was that bathroom player. He didn't have almost any backup. The shield got cleared almost instantly, but they still failed to clear him out. They didn't use the Hibana's Heartbeats gadget onto the bathroom wall. They just kind of walked in. Doki was the first to fall, and then it snowballed. KDS got 2 kills, and then just ran away. They said, you know what, we got what we wanted. Now we can play on side 2 versus 4. The round should be over in our favor, and now they're going to the basement instead.
Sorry, what did you call it?
This is the actual basement, I swear. I promise.
Like first floor.
No,
it's the first floor.
But it's not. It's not the first. It's not the ground floor.
Sorry, we just ground floor. It is the ground floor, and you know why? Because it connects with the ground.
Yeah, that's what the basement.
The basement is beneath. There is no stairwell down, Nick. You walk in the front door, and what are you on? You're on the ground floor.
I was raised in apartments. We only had... Okay, there was no basement there.
We will agree to disagree. Yeah, that's okay.
I will try my hardest.
It's come up a couple times when Europeans have casted with North Americans. North Americans will say, oh, it's the first floor, oh, it's the ground floor. And then North Americans will say that. Europeans will turn around and be like, oh, no, it's the basement.
I will try my very hardest, but I cannot promise any success.
Well, I appreciate that. I think both those teams said the same thing going into this matchup. We will try our hardest, but we cannot guarantee any success. So, here we are.
We have tried their very hardest, and both teams have found success to a degree, but so far, Na'Vi, they're one map up.
For fans of Latin America, it was obviously not what you wanted, as the comeback from Team 1 fell just short, but the first round going in their favor, Team 1 round 1, why not? You're in much better position. This time, a take on to Kitchen is going to function a little bit differently, and I do have to wonder if the fact that mining was the very first bomb site, if that played into the fact that Na'Vi were not the most prepared. They struggled to take Cocktail, they struggled to take Piano, they struggled on Whitehall, and when Doki got cut down to size, that really did hurt their ability to execute, as Na'Vi never grabbed control of that third floor. Now, they need to grab the second floor, because as you can see, Team 1 have a considerable investment upstairs right now, playing off of those kill holes. And on the hunt is going to be the sledge of Blur, but there's a doorway in his way that is currently barricaded. He'll have to fight through that. He goes all the way down instead, and he'll have a line of sight towards the A-bomb chassis.
And Na'Vi doing a good job making sure to everybody go Baker together, ensure the wall gets breached, and afterwards we'll have to worry about people on that second floor location. So far, they haven't really invested much above. Na'Vi seeming to actually not want to go above at all. Maybe they're just going to flush the side through Red Hole instead, because right now they got vertical holes staring them in the face. That's going to cut them from going for a straight bakery attack. Blur looking to get active, looking to get a bit cheeky. They drone out the Yokai drone. Red Pink comes out, but there's no activation yet on the side of Na'Vi.
Oh, and just a missed opportunity. He doesn't land a single shot. That's going to haunt Blur, as I don't think he's aware of how little damage he did. Doki now taking up space inside of Prep, though. He reads that there's an opportunity on in. The Yokai drone will spot him, so he'll hug the wall. Right next to Saves, and a toxic canister goes out. They both have to get out of there. Flushed out to the kill hole. Lagonis with one LMO starts the fun. Two members of Na'Vi down for the count. A third will follow in secretly. Again, Na'Vi fighting from behind. Case control as KDS lords over it through those kill holes, and he has a line of sight for a potential kill onto Saves. Nath dropped by Elimao, and Team 1 are so dominant through these two rounds. Saves in a clutch or kick scenario with 20 seconds left right now inside of Small Bakery, and he's going to ponder his own existence. Where do you go? What do you do? At this point, allow your team to maybe recover and recoup as you go for an impactless kill. All of Team 1 will fight for the final player, and it's Lagonis to get it. Team 1 up 2-0 on a triumphant start on Cafe, and that is the motivation that they needed to get themselves mentally back into this match.
Yeah, KD denied for Saves, doesn't get a kill that round at the end of that 1 versus 4, and this is Team 1 getting active. We kind of spoke about what they should be doing, and they are doing exactly that. They're extending up on second floor on that first floor defense. Previously, when they're playing mining on second floor bomb site, they went up third floor inside a bathroom, and they're basically challenging Na'Vi, giving them problems they have to solve. And to be honest, Na'Vi, they looked really, really good in Oregon. They were beautifully picking apart the bomb sites when they were on attack. They were finding interkill after interkill, and Dogi in particular had really good success on both a defense and attack. And so far, Na'Vi has had a very simplistic approach to both of these attacking rounds, and neither of those, of course, have seen success. And I think there's a good reasoning for that. They looked, so previous round on basement attack, they all went Bakery, great. They breached the wall together, ensured nobody died, the flanks were held, amazing. After that, they went onto the mining balcony outside on second floor, and they droned it out. They saw the presence of Team 1. Then they said, we don't care. We're just gonna go back to the first floor and then die. Where in a perfect world, you want to clear out the second floor so that the verticality becomes useless, and then you want to go back downstairs and then attack the bomb site. But they went for a simple approach, and simple is sometimes better, but it's not always better.
I mean, if you're a fan of another FPS, simple is almost perfect, so...
Simple is almost always.
Speaking of Na'Vi, by the way...
Oh, yeah. True. This round, by the way, sorry to cut you off, on this round we're gonna see the effect of Thatcher. It's the first round that's being brought out. It's the first time we see a Kaid that's paired with the Mira inside a bathroom. So keep an eye on Doki and how he uses his EMPs.
A good opportunity here. Thatcher has been used very infrequently so far in this tournament. Most games, Thatcher is ending up banned, which is unsurprising because of the potency of those EMPs. Unlike certain hard breachers, where your other operators can carry that secondary hard breach gadget, there is no secondary EMP, no pocket EMPs. You do have Kali as an alternative, and you also have Twitch for that Twitch drone to do some work, but those are not exact surrogates. Those are alternatives. They are not replacements. First bit of action comes from Na'Vi, softening up Neskin, and now Elimao is down. This is something that Na'Vi has struggled with in the previous 2 rounds. Team 1 leading off with the killing, and Na'Vi will tee off this time, taking down the castle.
That is also the first opening kill for Na'Vi in this map so far, and Blur follows it up before Lagoni's traded back onto Secretly. That's the Hibana off the board, and honestly, as your only hard breacher, now it kind of renders the Thatcher almost useless. Sure, you can still deal with the Jaeger ADSs, but this mirror window setup with the Kae Claw can now not be cleared. Na'Vi needs a second way around this bomb site because this attack is no longer gonna work.
Well, I mean, you wanted to see the Thatcher, and I feel like you willed it into existence, talking about how important the Thatcher could be, and then guess what? Not really all that important. I mean, I'm sure those 3 EMPs from Doki will still be crucial to some extent, but certainly not for opening up any of the walls that you'd want. And with the mirror setup right now, both mirror windows inside a bathroom, you want that Thatcher to take some of that piano wall, open up the wall, open up back a bar, open up bathroom. That is your priority. That is obviously not going to happen now with Secretly in the grave.
That is not going to happen at all, and that's what I said. Now he needs a different way around this bomb site, and so far they're doing just that. Rotating to that east side rappel with only 1 player inside of Cigar Lounge and last player on the Skylight. This is good. They can drop the Skylight, push Cigar, rabble in the building, and that will have to be the approach, and it looks to be that they read the same situation as I.
Oh, a nice roam in, or a nice crush in, but Levy just stops them in their tracks. 3 kills for Levi. Lagonis finds saves, and Na'Vi, despite having the advantage, are done for. Lagonis picks up 2. Levi with 2. The rappel in onto Heaven Window ends up leading them to hell at the hands of Levi. And as much as Na'Vi wanted a potential first round, they're going to have to wait a little while longer. Team 1 have the start that they're looking for as they're up 3-0.
Yeah, that one is gonna suck if you're Na'Vi. 2 opening kills. They got a nade and they got the shot. Yes, Lagonis got a C4 kill to trade it back. And honestly, the only person that Na'Vi could not lose would be the Hibana. And guess what? The only person they lost in that early round stage was the Hibana. Even if the Thatcher had died off, you can use your grenade to try and clear the Claw, but you cannot do anything without the Hibana because it's the only hard breach at your disposal. And this is why contingencies are a good thing. I mean, we saw Sonics play triple hard breach. Imagine Na'Vi had brought triple hard breach in Thatcher. They could breach any wall at any given moment if somebody died.
Ace does not seem to be an operator that Na'Vi likes to bring from all that we've seen, but bringing an Ace and a Hibana seems like it's so simple for that particular bomb site. You can tackle Cocktail, you can tackle any potential roam, you can tackle that piano wall, you can tackle the wall leading to Ticket Booth at the top of Red. You don't have a ton of hard breach potential with Hibana because to open up a hole that allows you to walk through, you almost always have to use 2 rounds of Rex Kairos. That leads just 6 pellets left, which isn't good enough for a kill hole or for a line of sight. It's also enough if you just use 2 of them to take out a mirror window. But if you want clear passage, if you want to take out 3 of those walls inside a piano, top of Red, leading to the bomb, leading into the bathroom, you're going to need more than 1 hard breacher. Na'Vi decided, let's just go for 1. Insurance is a great word for it. There was no follow-up for Na'Vi. Out of all of the operators to die first, the worst one went. Secretly is going to call from the bench, but you have no hard breach potential, and that effectively means you funnel through the doorways or the soft walls that have been opened up by the defenders. They have the advantage. They have the information. They know where you're coming from, and that's exactly what happened in the previous round.
It is, and the only tricky part about the double hard breach on Cafes, you kind of talked about it earlier on Oregon with the Valkyrie, for example, is that you're not bringing any soft breach, and that's the issue. You're not really bringing any projectiles either. Sure, Hibana has the flashbangs, but Ace doesn't have any throwable outside the gadget in itself, and of course, that gadget shouldn't be tossed into an ADS, but rather to breach a wall. Doki, 0-3 here on the injury, haven't found any success just yet, but he was such a crucial player on Oregon, so he has to start getting active soon. Levi using these yokai drones, they know exactly what Na'Vi is up to, but Na'Vi does not know that they know know what they're up to. Of course, Lagone is all the way downstairs in that first floor. He also brought out the pulse scanner, so they're really going to be able to play around the information, and C4s could also be quite lethal on this floorboard.
What did you just say? I'm sorry. It seems like you just said C4s are particularly lethal. And boom goes the dynamite.
6-0, by the way, on Lagonis.
Doki was the first to die on this same floor back in round number 1. It was a mining defense. This time around, Team 1 are going over to Reading. They're going to hold that same middle bomb site inside a dining or fireplace, depending on what you personally want to call it. But losing Doki early, again, not ideal. On the previous round, you lost the Hibana. You still kept the Thatcher. This time, you lose the Thatcher, you still have the Hibana. So if you look at an operator with denial, which there actually isn't any for Team 1, and that's okay, but if there was any denial, that could be a mortal and fatal blow, losing Doki early.
Yeah, and this is a tough part because Doki is the entry of Na'Vi, but now he's on that flex-ish position of Thatcher, and Saves now becomes the entry instead, finds the Gonus with that nade, 6-0 off the bot, now make that 6-1. Saves finds a second, he's now on side, but where's the follow-up? Where's the help?
This is an absolute frenzy, but Neskin holding down the spot, takes out yet another, leaving Saves to try and do what he can, but he gets out-dueled by Levi. 4-0 for Team 1. They are putting on a clinic, doing their best Na'Vi impression on the previous map, and this Na'Vi team that we're seeing looks eerily similar to the one that showed up against OXG, or rather, didn't show up against OXG just yesterday.
Yup, 4 and... no. It is a dire situation. It is cafe defense.
Timeout being called, by the way.
Timeout being called. We're gonna sit on that for a little bit. Lagonis had a great round there himself, got the early kill to Doki. We spoke about how Doki is the entry player for Na'Vi typically, but on the situation of Thatcher being open, it is now kind of Saves on that Diana, and Saves kind of doing most of the entry work so far. So I believe a role change from map 1 to map 2, which usually it can be beneficial. In this case, I think it's just like that's what they need to do as a team, but I am not sure if this fits Doki's role necessarily, his positioning on the map, and more importantly, with Thatcher being such an important operator, you can't really risk dying the way he has been so far. So, question comes, well, is this the right way to approach it? I think they should just stick it through, no point changing it now, but with this timeout, they do need to talk about what is the next step going forward, how do we get the next 2 following rounds, get that 4-2 side swap, that's not the end of the world, and then have a banger defensive side, and then bring it back. That's what you gotta do. Other than that, don't have many options, right? There is only 2 more attacking rounds left. You cannot get 3 more attacking round wins. It just doesn't happen that way.
Well, I mean, Team 1 have now absolutely won this first half.
Yes.
You as Na'Vi want to try to pick up at least 1 or 2 of these rounds. This is your map, I would like to remind you. We live in this bizarro world over yesterday and today where teams share so many similarities in map pool that your map does not really exist, right? I mean, there are certain teams that have very weak maps, and the way that a best-of-3 ban system works, you are almost always going to play on a map that you may not be strong on. Now, when you have a team like Team 1 or you have a team like Na'Vi, they frequently play most of the maps in the map pool, so you don't have to worry too much about something being exposed. You don't make it to top 20 in the world by only playing the same 2 maps, so there's going to be competitiveness no matter where you are. But to have Na'Vi demolish Team 1 on their map, and now Team 1 returning the favor on Na'Vi's map is fascinating. This means that our third map, Villa, has become exceedingly likely. When we started out here on Cafe, it certainly didn't seem like we were going to need a third map, but now it is very much on the menu. Na'Vi taking that timeout, they're going to settle their nerves down, maybe try to find something, because you've got 3 players with 1 kill, 1 player with 0 kills. That is dreadful as we head into round number 5. It means that strategically, you are not doing particularly well. Your strategy and the depth of that is not sound, but more importantly, you are just not winning your duels. In your heads-up gunfights, they are losing almost every time to Team 1. Given that Team 1 struggled yesterday against Damwon Kia to spawn in and win their gunfights, it's nice to see Team 1 bounce back.
Yeah, Na'Vi only having 1 opening kill in 4 rounds so far. Starting up on 5th map, it would be a nice way for them to see to get another one, make that 2 opening kills, and then maybe work with that. If they can convert that opening kill into a round win, that is essentially the way forward. Losing that opening pick, however, would be really dire for them, both for their gameplay itself, but their mental, right? They've lost the Thatcher, they've lost the Hibana. It's been really frustrating to be Na'Vi right now. They need a win somewhere on the map, and I'm not just talking a kill or 2, I'm talking a full-on round. Doki in particular, has to start getting active on the scoreboard. Going 0-4, I know it sucks, it happens to everybody, but Doki is such a crucial player for Na'Vi, and right now, he's just on Thatcher duty, doing, well, Thatcher things, which isn't super impactful right now because Team 1, they're not heavily playing around the wall denies most of these rounds.
Well, immediately taking that top floor and now trying to translate that to the second. Blur smashing open the floor. One member of Team 1 was seen for a moment, but then disappears as Blur turns his attention elsewhere and will continue to wreak havoc on that wooden floor, absolutely destroying it in the process. Trying to be quick to the punch is Na'Vi, maybe getting the hatch down, but secretly sees that it's already been opened up very conveniently. Over half of the round to go. This one has absolutely flown by. And Na'Vi are going to have to confront a very different defense from Team 1. They're not stacked up inside a bakery. They're not using their utility there. Most of Team 1 are towards the back of the bomb site, which means Freezer and playing inside a VIP. You saw the deployable shield there being watched by KDS. He's got a Nitro Cell in hand, and he can withstand just about anything as Warden.
No, certainly, and this is very well done by Team 1. They're extending both the bakery side and VIP, where we're seeing the likes of KDS on that Warden. Warden in this particular position, very important, because you cannot get flashbang, but no one is safe for explosives. Saves peaks with a grenade in his hand, and it works.
Oh my goodness, this is just a calamitously poor timing from Team 1 as Na'Vi catches two of the players with their pants down, a third now as Neskin looks in the wrong direction. Lagonas falters, he falls, and Levi, as a 4-0 player with Echo, will have to deal some damage long range, gets swung by both, and it saves credited with the very final kill. Na'Vi capitalizes off of some mistiming from Team 1, and they finally get their first round.
I mean, the fact that a flawless round opens up with Saves walking down the brown staircase with a grenade in his hand, tosses it between the legs of Alemo, blows him up, and that leads to a flawless round 20 seconds later. I think Na'Vi should start the third map with a tactical timeout. Just, you know, talk about the game, figure it out, go in, be explosive, and then play off of that. That was exactly what Na'Vi needed. They had a beautiful round from beginning to end, and yeah, sure, every single gunfight went in their favor, but you can't always be on the losing side of these things, and even Doki is now on the board. We got a 5 versus 5 on our hands, and that is what Na'Vi needs to have a chance to bring it back.
You need some kind of motivation, right?
Yeah, you do.
Doki's going to stay on that Thatcher, and this is the final attempt for Na'Vi to work out a hard breach and Thatcher combo. I say this because Doki dies first or secretly dies first. That's what happened in those 2 rounds when the Thatcher was reunited with a hard breacher. It sounds like we might be getting a rehost. I'm waiting to hear on confirmation from this.
Yes, we are getting
it sounds like we will be getting one. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but the teams will slowly trickle out. And this actually, I would say this actually benefits Na'Vi quite a lot.
Second timeout almost.
It's effectively a second timeout. So we will come back to shots of the players as we rehost. Team 1 will also have an opportunity to talk, but not to their coach. Even if it is a pseudo timeout, I think it's important to note that the talk will be solely between the teams, not the coach. The coach's headphone will remain up. You will not be able to speak to them. No mic will be active on their end, but the players can settle themselves down. The good thing for both of these teams, and while I don't think it's a clear-cut win for Na'Vi that this has happened, is that right after this round, they're going to switch sides.
Yeah.
This gives you more time to not just suss out the final round, but then turn your attention to when Na'Vi goes on defense and Team 1 goes on attack.
No, certainly, and if you're Na'Vi right now, I think you're kind of happy with that second timeout because they have a challenge in front of them. They got back to that top floor attack, 3rd floor, where they have Team 1, they were bringing both the castle, the Kaid, and the mirror. So they're very, very likely, if not definitely, based on what we saw in a couple of seconds in the prep phase, doing the bathroom setup once again. And the last time this happened, that was the exact round where secretly on the Hibana, the only hard breach got C4'd early in the round, and thus Na'Vi, they faltered. They could not find a way to break the round up, and now they get a second chance of redemption, and it's in the very final attacking round to get that 4-2 side swap before going to defend. So they need to be discussing right now. Well, first of all, don't doubt a C4 secretly. Don't doubt a C4. And then Doki on the Thatcher. Don't doubt a C4 either. Just stay alive. Get the utility out. Break the wall. And then the round begins. This is kind of that old kind of meta style where you got the utility-ish meta. You need to deal with the utility first. Then the gunplay comes after. So Na'Vi, take it slow. Play it safe. Break the walls. Then go crazy.
Well, we are now loaded in.
Yes.
And funny enough, the music that's playing right now sounds like a mute jammer, by the way. The music that was just playing, the ambiance that we have, this chill, lo-fi beats that tickle the inside of your ears, it had that kind of sound, and I thought, oh no, tell me it was not fixed. But it seems to be fixed. Teams have to go to the same bomb site. They have to bring the same operators, by the way. So you're going to go back upstairs to Cocktail and do a very similar setup. The reinforcements from Team 1 looked to mimic what we saw from their previous Cocktail defense. Stack up bodies by bathroom in back bar. Once again, use the electric claws to try and force out an EMP onto those mirror windows inside a bathroom, and then the one as well that looks towards the doorway to New Hatch. We'll see if that's exactly how it unfolds and how Na'Vi is going to tackle it.
Yeah, a Lemo 6-pick in the castle like he did previously, like he had to. And this further enforces this position. They're going to be barricading the south window of Piano, likely the white hallway window or the door into bathroom to further enhance his position. There it is. That's the white hallway window castle barricaded. Do we get the bathroom door as well? Yes, there it is. 2 for 2, make that 3 for 3 now. And then he has a fourth one in his pocket. That can go in double door cigar. It can go in a fourth window. It doesn't really matter. But those 3 castle barricades are the primary, most important ones to basically enable this site setup. And Team 1 heavily investing into this. Now, if you're Na'Vi, you can do 2 things. You did bring the buck. You could go for a vertical take, go into library reading, do vertical play with the buck up through the floor into Cocktail. Or you can do what you tried the previous time around and go for that direct attack with the Thatcher, with the Hibana. You know, take care of the kite claws, break the castle barricades, breach the wall, and then progress from there.
Well said, and the castle barricades weren't really an issue for Na'Vi last time either. Their stumbles came from their inability to take control of Cigar, and once you command that part of the map, you can then push forward. If you don't get White Stairs, if you don't get White Hall, if you don't get Cigar or Piano, you are in grave danger because there are very limited ways to attack this bomb site outside of that, unless you try to go up Red Stairs. But then again, you're going to run headfirst into Cigar and Piano, which right now is littered with barbed wire and it's being watched by the Mira of Lagonis inside a bathroom.
Team 1 has actually surrendered a Cigar right now. There's no one playing that far up. So once Na'Vi figures this out, they can actually start taking map control. Levi is playing like below, on the floor below them, so he's not actually nearby at all. And I think Na'Vi now sees this. They walk on in, and now they've gotten the first step, that is Cigar control.
Wonder if there's a pre-placed C4, a Nitro Cell waiting for that New Hatch drop, because there goes the first EMP. Secretly has not died, so the hard breach is still up.
Great.
That should take care of the electric claw on the mirror window. They'll have a brief window of time to remove that black mirror, and it sure sounds like they just accomplished that. The last time that Na'Vi attacked this bomb site, they decided to go through the window that led to the new balcony. The problem was when they went for Heaven, there was a Kaid down below watching that. Well, guess who's down there again? Levi is back down in that same position. His attention is on the other side of the map, though. He's looking towards Train. Lagonis softened up, and he'll have to drop through the hatch as it's a successful job from Na'Vi to open up that bathroom wall. Team 1 are going to completely vacate the southern part of the bomb site and the eastern part of the bomb site as well. Dropping down. Ali Mal leads off the killing onto Secretly, but the Hibana at least opened things up before losing the gadgetry. Grenades sail in with 30 seconds to go. Na'Vi looking to tie up as quickly as they can, but they're incapable at the moment, and they will trail with Lagonis being on such short HP. 25 seconds. That's the time you have to work with. And nobody wants to give a single inch. Look at this. They're just sitting there. You have to have some level of urgency. Trying to control the stairway. Na'Vi will watch them get back into the bomb site, but Team 1 sweep right through and take the final round of their defense flawlessly. Again, another flawless round. The teams will switch sides, but this is an exact mirror image to what we saw in Oregon. Na'Vi was up 5-1 at that first half. Now it's Team 1 up 5-1 on the second map.
Yeah, the roles are definitely reversed because Team 1 looked in very, very lost, as you said, in the first side of Oregon. Now Na'Vi is like the third attacking round out of 6, where I'm like, what exactly is going on and what was the purpose of that round? You get Cigar for free. Team 1 says, you know what, you can have it, we don't care anymore, we're gonna run away. Then after 30 seconds, Na'Vi realizes that, oh, you gave us Cigar, thank you, let me just open it up. Okay, present, nice, we're in there. And then they stall. They didn't move an inch for 45, 60 seconds straight. And actually, essentially, it was Team 1 who kind of ran into them from the defensive side and took back the ground that Na'Vi had tried to get the entire time. It doesn't make any sense at all. But now, Na'Vi, they don't have to fight for the ground the same way anymore. Now on the defensive side, they just have to try and hold it. But that's no easy task, especially with Thatcher open, when no Team 1 can play the Monty. They showed it, then they 6-picked off it. This basically signifies Team 1 have many different ways of approaching this kind of map, and they can both do the Thatcher without the Thatcher, the Monty without the Monty, and they're actually bringing 2 Heart Breachers. Yes, one is a throwable in the Ace from Lagonis, one is the grenades on Maverick on Neskin, so they have kind of an insurance plan going on. If one guy falls, they do have the other, and as long as there's no mirror from the side of Na'Vi, they could Maverick these walls as well.
So, a timeout was taken by Na'Vi, by the way. We're keeping track of who's taken timeouts where. Na'Vi took one in map number 1, and they've done so in map number 2. None taken from Team 1 just yet, and why bother on this map in particular? You are so far ahead. You don't want Na'Vi to get back in this matchup. It looked like Na'Vi was going to pummel Team 1 and carry on to Cafe really well when that first half on Oregon finished. The thing is that we ended up witnessing a very defender-sided Oregon. Could we see the same thing happening here on Cafe? My spidey senses suggest that is the case.
I think you're very right, Parker, honestly. And so far, it's going to be a bit of a slow round. I think it's a great way to open it up. Team 1 can kind of feel out Na'Vi on their defensive side. We actually see Sage bring out a Bandit, which is usually due to the fact that Thatcher is open. Of course, Team 1, they're responding back not only with the Maverick on Neskin, but they're also doing a full roam clear from top down, which means there will be chaos from above verticality. They only have the Bog on a limo, no sledge available. Na'Vi with a soft roam, about to drop back here at that 1 minute 10 second-ish mark. Blur gonna stick around for a little bit longer, maybe try and kill a drone or two, but it's gonna be about half the round, give or take, and then it's gonna be vertical play, execute, and chaos. KD is now walking down the wide stairs. They have now been granted full map control besides that first floor, aka the bomb site itself. Team 1 can now hold the flanks, start setting up those air jabs from Levi, making sure that nobody can walk up those red stairs, Doki, and then do the vertical play.
It was a little clear of the throat right there, Doki. Doki. By the way, we have cough buttons, so if we ever need to do that, we can mute ourselves. So if he didn't mute himself, you know. It was very deliberate for those.
Or I'm just an amateur.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. What was the operator, by the way, that I spoke about earlier on that is now being brought out?
I touched upon it because you pointed out, I was like, you know what, Parker? Maybe you are a genius.
I don't think I'm a genius. I just think I've watched an extraordinary amount of Rainbow Six Siege and try to keep my mind as fresh as possible. So
you're still not as smart as Reddit analysts, though. So
yes, of course, got one of course. Yeah, that is correct. Mickey Caster, as they would call it. Nath with the very first kill. He takes the gunfight to KDS and wins that one, walking away quite well. The Yana down, but one of the nades from Yana have been tossed out at the last second, so not all hope is lost. You still had some utility. Secretly doesn't have a deployable shield in front of him inside a VIP, but he does have 2 ADSs that'll be able to eat the projectiles or thrown gadgets that go his way. 20 seconds left. Levi is next to falter, and it does indeed seem like a defensive showcase between these teams, as a strong start for Na'Vi is dominating their first defense. Doki will reascend and just misses out, gets the kill on the Levi before being knocked ass over Tea Kettle with that air jab. In bursts Team 1, but they're shut down. Alimau is next. Beautiful shots on his end, but guess what? There's no time. Blur with a final 2-piece to end the round, and Na'Vi is still very much in this. They pick up their very first round on defense.
I mean, I did cough the Doki word sneaking up the red stair because he did. He actually got the kill onto Levi with like a hip fire at the very last bullet as he got air jabbed into the wall. Quite lucky for Doki, but ultimately, I don't think it would have mattered too much in the grand scheme of things, seeing as Na'Vi had that round under lock and key. Alemo had a beautiful entry here, finding both Secretly and Nath, but it wasn't enough. Blur was there to shut it down, got 2 of his own, and that's the second round on the board for Na'Vi. Now, basement is locked. Where do you go next? Currently, we're showing a reading fireplace situation with Doki being the flex player on Cafe, going from the Kaid onto the castle. So he's doing Thatcher Finks on attack, now Kaid Castle. This is a little bit different for Doki than what I was expecting, but honestly, if this is what they need to make this work, I am all for it. And as long as Doki can stay in this game on these operators, I think it's just right for them. Blur signature Frost Operator. We saw that with great success on Oregon. Alemo specifically walked into that trap. I want to see if I can do that one more time as well. Saves bringing out the mute. That's going to help you with the walls. I'm pretty sure Na'Vi figured out that Team 1 was not bringing out that Thatcher previously, so now the mute comes into great effect and there's no easy way to clear them out. Had to be grenaded or shot with your weapons, but lines of sight on this map are limited. You're seeing them reinforcing off bathroom with 3 walls. Castle barricades going out, frost trap behind the couch. This is going to be a nightmare if you're going to be Team 1 inside of Piano. There is so much utility in your face. And remember, once you've cleared all of that out, the bomb site isn't even up above. It's down below on second floor inside of reading.
As we always say, you clear top down. So in this case on Cocktail, in this case you want to clear out Cocktail first before then looking towards that middle floor. Na'Vi had struggles taking control of the top floor on their executes. Will Team 1 be more proficient? They are bringing a very similar operator lineup, but they're only bringing 1 hard breacher in the Maverick. That is a bit puzzling because Maverick needs to be very close. And if Maverick gets incredibly close and there's a toxic canister, or somebody swings with a shotgun or a nitrosol gets tossed out, as we see Na'Vi doing quite regularly in their matches, then Maverick might be a little bit too vulnerable. It's a big reason why, with the exception of the bottom floor, a lot of teams don't like running Thermite on this map because there are too many angles at which you can be swung on, aka dying on, or losing your exothermic charge on.
So, as I said, so smart. Secretly opening kill to Lagonis. Blur very low on health. Knave slowing down the push here from Team 1 with those toxic vapes and the shotgun. But Levi has something to say about that. Takes down Doki. Has the castle off the board and train control granted to Team 1.
Neskin will follow up with a kill onto Blur, and Na'Vi will now trail. They are not sitting against match point just yet, but they are close, and it will get even closer as Team 1 can taste victory. They burned half of the round away and found the kills onto 3 players from Na'Vi. Still 2 more to go. Staying power from Nath with a single toxic canister left, as Saves is also still alive. Off-site is Nath on that smoke. The roaming smoke is almost never to be expected. Most importantly, with Lagonis dying, that was the case that got surrendered. So Team 1 now picking it back up. They don't need to reposition all too much. Maybe a bit of shakes from Nath as he misses the drone. Immediately transfers onto Ali Mao. And he's also got a castle barricade to keep him a little bit safer. He doesn't need to worry too much about engaging here, but why the hell not? He's going to do it anyway. Swing to try and even the numbers out. Problem being he's now left Saves all alone, potentially to die in the middle of the bomb site. Still time for Team 1 to circle the wagons and sharpen, but no! Saves missing the opportunity. Shotgun out. He'll have to reload the SMG, seeking shelter and safe harbor inside of the bomb site. He might have just heard the Maverick not too far off. Nitro cell against the wall as the diffuser getting planted by Levi. Saves will have to win this on a pixel as Levi completes the job, and the timer will start running. 40 seconds for this Na'Vi team to stave off a potential match point scenario. Through pillars, Saves will go. This is going to be tough for him to do. There'll be a lot of angles to watch. He doesn't know where Levi is. Flying blind. And Team 1 now on map point.
So now, you're Na'Vi. You do not have a tactical timeout. You are now on match point, or map point, sorry. And if you lose this, you're then going to the 3rd map of Villa. You now need to do the same thing that Team 1 had to do on Oregon. You can lose this map because you won the first one, but if you can gain a few rounds, shut down your opponent, and put them in a worse mental state going into 3rd map, you're alright. But if Team 1 they keep continuing up this trend of domination on Cafe, Na'Vi, you have to question what will he be able to do on Villa. Doki had a rough game so far. I want to see him back being aggressive. Want to see him back on the entry because that's one of the biggest reasons why Oregon went the way it did. Villa, a map where there is more mobility involved than Cafe, where you're more often stuck in corners and you're playing that utility game. That seems to be Na'Vi's weakness so far. The utility game, both on the attack and side of clearing it, wasn't particularly amazing. Using it on defense, now we finally see the mirror on this top floor defense. Now we can try and see, well, Na'Vi, they couldn't really attack against this. Can they defend it, however? Because they should. If not, well, that's it. You go Villa, you go next. It's map point.
Well, this has been even more one-sided than we saw on Oregon. For those of you that didn't tune in, you might look at the top of your screen. The UI does change, by the way, but the banner at the top shows that Na'Vi has won a single map. It certainly looks like Team 1 is going to do the same thing. This is Na'Vi's map. The decider is Villa. The Italian countryside will potentially give Na'Vi or Team 1 the victory. Comeback potential for Na'Vi still exists. I want to say this because we had almost written off Team 1 on Oregon, but then they mounted quite an impressive comeback. It fell short, but it was still there. Anything can happen at the Six Invitational. Anything can happen in regular pro play, but at the event with the highest stakes, with the best teams in the world, we have seen pretty close to miracles happen. There was almost a reverse sweep one time that ultimately fell short, but I mean, that was many years ago, Nick.
Yep. Different time of age in Rainbow Six Siege, and honestly, it feels like a different lifetime ago as well at that. Nowadays, the way Rainbow Six Siege is played is at a much higher level. The players, the organizations, bigger than ever, better than ever, and honestly, people are putting in so many hours, practicing so much to compete at this level. It's why when unfortunate things happen, like a player can't attend, or a player has COVID, or somebody gets taken out early like Blur, it sucks to be a fan of those teams because you don't want the team that you cheer for to be the team with a disadvantage, the team to lose. And right now, if you're a Na'Vi fan, you need to pray for third map because right now in the second one, it's looking really dire for them. Minute and 40 seconds left. 5 versus 4. Alemo deep inside of library. He can do some damage with that bug verticality, and it seems to be like Gonis will support him for just that.
Na'Vi being down 1 certainly doesn't mean that they have a good shot at just holding out hope of this round. There is a beating coming for them either way. They're still very possible to win the round, but... Carl, are you okay there?
He got it.
Carl, he got it. The buck down below is going to be a major hindrance for this defense of Na'Vi, tearing through the floor as best as he can. And there goes KDS, though. So Nath roaming down below. He knows the buck is in reading, tries to get back to the top of the stairs. Levi shuts him down, but not before Alimau is picked off by Secretly. The teams stand at an even 3v3. Levi creeping up towards back bar. There is an SAS operator in the hands of Saves, the smoke, watching from that angle. I think there was a grenade that went off to damage Secretly, but I'm not sure. He lost half of his HP. 40 seconds left with Team 1 on match point. Na'Vi have their work cut out for them. They need to be patient as all can be. Too much patience from Team 1 means they lose the round. The objective is always in the hands of the attacker, and if Team 1 don't know where to go, then they'll end up losing out, not because of anything that Na'Vi does, but because the clock strikes 0. Levi still waiting for the call. A flash will go out. Lagonis has diffuser. He has to drop. Where will he drop, though? Doki swings, another drop down. Lagonis frags out onto Secretly. As you have both Saves and Doki in a 2v2 with Lagonis now planting the diffuser. Neskin will cover. He misses his opportunity. Doki will now be able to cross. Where is Saves? The smoke goes off. Lagonis being able to get the diffuser down, and now Doki has dropped. A heroic effort from Neskin to take one down. Spam marks for Saves, as he knows there's one there, but they have dropped down below by pillars. Both of them are down there. A missed opportunity again from Saves. This is the story from Na'Vi. Lagonis repositioning with 1 HP. Neskin down below. On the diffuser is Saves. Do they know he's there? They'll creep up, but they can't shoot in the right direction. Saves is there, an elbow spotted for a second, and Na'Vi gets it because of a big blunder from Team 1, and Na'Vi stays alive.
Team 1, it seemed like they thought, you know what, when this bomb goes down, we win the round, it doesn't matter. Lagonis survived with just 1 HP, jumped out the window into safety, but at the same time, Neskin dropped over the ledge down into pillars. There was no grenades left, no softies from Sophia. They could have gone back onto the skylight, dropped down, tried to play that angle, could have gone back on that window rappel, rappelled in, baited out for time, but no, both of them just stayed right below. The floor wasn't broken that well, and they did not have an angle. They could not find their shot, and Saves on the smoke with SMG-11 somehow, some way gets away with the round by just holding F and holding on and praying for his life that they will miss on that floor bang. 3 rounds now from the side of Na'Vi, as they have won 1 basement defense on their very first one, then they lost reading, then they won the top 4 defense. Now we're back on first 4, back where it started, back where they started getting rounds on the board. can it do it again? We got the same lineup from Team 1. We got the Nomad, we got the Ace, we got the Buck, we got the Ina, and we got the Maverick. It is the side of Na'Vi that has been doing most of the flexing so far, but they too are playing a similar fashion as they did the last time around. They got again the Bandit. They want to make sure that if they go for direct attack, the Maverick has to be used. They want to slow down the possibility of an Ace going for those walls, and it makes sense, but previously, Team 1 did not care about Bakery in particular. They went for a top floor down roam clear into a backside hatch drop and VIP take. So, when this setup comes out from Na'Vi, it doesn't necessarily favor what happened last time, but that didn't matter because last time they were the winners. So Team 1 has to respond.
Why do you think it is that Team 1 stalled out in the final 45 seconds of that round? Because it certainly looked like they lacked a clear direction.
I think they were setting up, and you kind of spoke about it when you were commentating as well, where they were waiting for the call. They wanted to ensure, because there's a clear cut on the side, they had one guy skylight, one guy... Saves.
Oh.
You're supposed to be penetrating the wall passively. You're spawn peeking Levi on the Nomad. This is actually huge, Parker, because now Doki can walk up the staircases and get kills. So this will make Team 1's job significantly harder once they clear the map, because they'll have to be actively on three different staircases. But Doki gets a little too aggressive, and KDS trades it back. 4 versus 4 on match point.
The story of Icarus, you fly too close to the sun and your wings burn right off. And Doki, in that particular instance, did his best Icarus impression. He hesitated for a second. I don't know why or what the reasoning was for it, but you're correct. If Levi is down, you've lost your best flank watch operator, an operator whose whole kit is designed to shut down the flank. But that doesn't mean that flank watch ends. It likely means that somebody from Team 1 has to fulfill that role. Yeah. It also means that a player who is designed to do something else during the execute is now taken off of that spot. That weakens the overall impact that you can have when you go to get the diffuser planted, and completely changes up the way that you have to go about attacking the site. The benefit of taking out Levi immediately negated by Doki dying.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Doki not go for that peek, seeing as she had the advantage. Let's say the roles were reversed and Saves had lost the gunfight against Levi. I think it makes good sense for Doki to try and even it back up, go all in, and is Blurb just proning and dining? Blur is literally, he's sitting next to two people. He's doing the same thing in an Oregon,
not again.
on the floor. They're just approaching. They have no idea.
Zen-like patience, Nicholas. Zen-like patience. He sits there, and they'll just walk away. They don't see him. They don't see him. Team 1 now. This is.
He's right next to him.
Oh, hello?
He sees him.
His legs are right there. Hello? He's still there. Why are you not looking? Hello? What the hell was that? I am just astonished.
XD from Doki in chat. That body's in this game anymore.
What are we witnessing? KDS gets 1, 2 even from KDS. This matchup is upside down. Saves with his second kill, 20 seconds to go. Lagonis drops into Freezer in the midst of the smoke, but he dodges away from it. He has the diffuser in hand. Ali Mao now getting his life ticked away, same with Lagonis. Saves with a Nitro Cell. He could potentially get both of them, but he needs to play this correctly. They're underneath the default. The Buck is there to watch. Shrugging off damage, he takes out Saves, and Ali Mao swings to give his team the victory. The Buck saves the day. What an absolute puzzling conclusion. But Team 1 stick the landing. They take Cafe 7-3, and Villa is up next.
Oh boy. So back in the day, when you killed an opposing operator or somebody from your team died, the dead body would linger around on the ground. But nowadays, the dead bodies, they disappear from the game after a couple of seconds. I think Team 1 forgot that memo because Blur did his best dead body impression possible. He just laid still for 45 seconds, only found 1 kill. Thankfully, the side of Team 1, but that was absolutely ridiculous.
Villa is up next. We did indeed need all 3 maps to go. Before we toss to a break and disappear from your screens, we want to remind you that we are not the only show in town right now, ladies and gentlemen. We have another matchup going on. They might be on a break. We don't know where they are in the actual match, but there is Damwon Kia versus MIBR happening on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. Do us a favor and tune into both of those games. It's pivotal that you see what's going on. DWG Kia, they end up being one of the strongest games, or strongest teams in this event, and I'm sure it's a hell of a game. They put up a frenzied match against Team 1 yesterday, so I am fascinated to see what they are able to accomplish, and I kind of wish that I was watching that MIBR game right now, but we are very entertained with the matchup that we have right now on our screens.
that we are. We've seen both Na'Vi do their thing. Now we've seen Team 1 do their thing. Third map. This is like the grand finale of this best of 3. Who will come out on top? We'll find out very soon.
I honestly don't know. We have a break ready for you, and then the thrilling conclusion here to Team 1 versus Na'Vi. Well, if you haven't been keeping up with the match today, well, what have you been doing, frankly? Actually, I don't know why I'm asking that, because if you haven't been keeping up with the match, you're probably not watching me right now, which means that I'm asking people who aren't tuning in. But if you have been watching the match, how exciting has it been? In both maps, we just saw Blur do just the greatest disappearing act in front of Team 1's eyes and get a kill both times. Right now, we go into map number 3 on Villa with Na'Vi winning the very first map against Team 1, and then Team 1 answering back. This is the map summary from what we just witnessed on Cafe, and the middle column shows you that it was a frag fest.
That it was, and I want to talk about Doki a little bit here. He went 3 and 9, so -6. 30% cost, that's basically consistency. That's like cost equals consistency. That's easy way to remember it. 0 and 2 on the entry. That's unlike Doki. I want to see this player in particular pop off on Villa. That's the key factor for me. On the side of Team 1, you see pretty even kills on the board. 9, 10, 8, 7, 8. So top gunner is 10, bottom fragger is 7. There's a 3 kill difference from top to bottom. That's really well done. Basically meaning Team 1 are all on fire. Their cost 70 and 80% across the board. A 10% difference. This means every single player is doing their job phenomenally.
This is a break from what we saw in a Team 1 yesterday, and it's definitely a break from map 1 today. In their matchup against Damwon Kia, Team 1's biggest criticism was that they were not able to hit their shots at all. Against every team here, that is going to haunt you, but up against a hyper aggro team with excellent aim that is Damwon Kia, they will crush you because of it. Na'Vi had their same struggles to hit shots yesterday. Nobody on the team went positive in their matchup against OXG. In map 1, Doki led the way on the team, and most of Na'Vi broke even, whereas nobody on Team 1 got better than a 1-for-1. Cafe told a very different story, and with a 7-3 scoreline deciding the matchup in favor of Team 1, it's no doubt that they are significantly more prepared now for Villa than they were. This Team 1 team, maybe they're just late risers, but they've now woken up, and they are in great shape heading into our third map.
No, certainly, and actually for this particular matchup of Na'Vi Team 1, the opening kill is quite defining of who wins the round. More often than not, that has been the case right now. Yesterday, the games that we cast at Parker, that wasn't necessarily the case. Opening kill would go one way, but the round win would go the other. And again, I don't want to spoil anything, and I don't know what's happening, but we have a second stream, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. I can hear the casters being super excited, so go check what is going on before we start the third map here. Then come back, of course, you're going to watch Villa between Team 1 and Na'Vi, because we'll be starting very shortly as we're heading into the map bans, or the operator bans, sorry.
Not even just very shortly, we are here.
We are here.
We are here. Team 1 will be starting on defense on Villa. Every single map has a defender bias right now. Unlike a caster bias, there is a real bias in these matchups, and it tends to skew towards the defense. As to what we saw on Cafe and Oregon, it certainly seemed like the defense were much better. Now, going into Villa, is that trend line going to hold? First operator ban is Flores. This was the operator that Team 1 took out on Cafe. He's no longer available for Villa either. He's very strong on all 3 of these maps. In fact, I would argue, and I don't know if you'd agree, that Flores is strong on basically every single map. But on a map like Villa, where you have to get gadgetry off of walls, where you have to clear out Banshees, Malusi being a very common pick here, an operator like Flores does a disproportionate amount of damage to the defense. Team 1 don't want to deal with him. They're starting on defense. They remove him from play. Even if they use him, it means Na'Vi can't be able to do much with him.
I think it makes really good sense, honestly. It does.
I agree.
And especially on maps like Villa, as you mentioned, the utility, the shields, the positions. Same for Oregon, where, yeah, it was open. It was also used like every single round, basically. And lastly, echoes off the board. So we went from teams not really minding Valkyrie being open to teams playing Echo a lot, to teams basically saying, you know what, Valkyrie and Echo, they're both annoying, let's ban them both, we don't want to play IQ ever again, and just keep it super simple. This will be a no-intel kind of Villa, so sneaking around, creeping around is going to favor the attackers, of course. And secondly, also, there were Mai's open for the first time in this entire series, while Mai was banned both on Villa and on Oregon, and now you can really bunker up. And with that Flores ban from the side of Team 1, who's starting on the defensive side, they have some really good shield positions that they can enforce and make even stronger. And on this very first round, on AVG, Aviator Games Room, they're also utilizing the Mira. That's pretty insane.
Mira's made it through on the last 2 maps, by the way. She was taken out in Oregon, which is pretty standard for an operator like her, but Flores and Hibana being banned here on Villa also means that Thatcher is in play yet again. A bit odd to now have 2 maps go by where a Thatcher and Mira are available for the teams. And unsurprisingly, Mira gets brought. I am a bit surprised that we don't see a Thatcher on the board, but I feel like Na'Vi is too confident that quite confident that they don't need him, that he's a bit unnecessary. If you look at the hard breach that's being brought, it's a single operator, and that is the Ace. I wonder if we are going to see the secondary hard breach gadget be brought on Nath. I haven't seen his secondary gadget just yet, but no, it's flashes. So if the Ace dies, that's it. You don't have any other fallback. No insurance, as you called it.
Yeah, and that is honestly just kind of what you have to do if you're Na'Vi right now. I think you need projectiles when both Omai and the Jaeger is open and the Flores being banned. If Flores is open, just bring the Flores. The Reterra drones can do a lot of damage, but with Omai and Jaeger both being available, you gotta bring both the flashbangs and the grenades and saves. On the finger has brought flashbangs as well, Parker. This is so unlike what we normally see, because why would Finger, who has nades available, ever want to bring flashbangs? Well, it's pretty simple. With Omai and Jaeger on the board, you need more throwables, and 3 flashbangs beats 2 grenades. You still have the Gun 6 on saves, you still have 4 grenades, 2 from Sledge, 2 from Ayana, you have 2 Gun 6s. This is actually a very dynamic lineup from Na'Vi that'll allow them to deal with these operators adequately. So well done for them.
All of the ADSs and magnets. Look at how many flashbangs is that? Excuse me?
Every single one.
Every flashbang in the server was just used on the main stairs, and guess what? Alimau gets out alive. Yeah, he loses the deployable shield in the process, but other than that, he still has his head intact. And he says, you know what? To hell with it. I don't need those ADSs. I don't need those magnets. I don't even need the shield. I'm still going to play in this particular spot. A grenade is there, and from Blur it connects with Lagonis. Alimau grabs 1-2 for the price of 1, in fact. Still on that same spot, watching the bottom of the stairs, but he will persevere. Na'Vi get the first kill, but it is immediately answered by Team 1.
Yeah, Na'Vi did a good job. They cleared out the discs and the ADSs. They got the shield, but then Alemo, he got back into that position. Nobody on that study balcony window to hold the crossover, and he gets 2 kills for the price of 1. Lagonis off the board. That's a smoke. That's a big kill, but is it big enough? Carl sticking around, gets taken down. Nav, or Nave rather, should I say, gets 2 for the life of 1 in this case, as Nave is almost dead himself. Now you got a 3 versus 2 Na'Vi in the driver's seat.
2 2s for the price of 1 we saw.
2 2s.
Are we watching a ballet? Because there are 2 2s on our screen here, Nick. Team 1 now with 1 minute to go, sitting inside of the bomb site. They had a good start to map number 2. They need to keep up that momentum. A shotgun pointed at the holes that are down below that will continue to be made by Nath as he wreaks havoc inside of living room. He'll still post up in that spot. He's in library, rather. They're both connected to each other.
I really like this from Na'Vi. They're slowing down the gameplay, saying, Nave is low on health, let's drone it. We had drones in the flanks, red stairs, 90, etc. Move those drones up, leapfrog, and once the information gets through from those dead players from Na'Vi, Blur and Doki, then we can take all 3 guns at the same time and work together. They need to watch Nave's health here. 1 bullet will take him out, but 1 headshot from Secret does the same thing.
And answered right back. 15 seconds to go on a stalemate with these teams at even strength. Nate's still low on HP, though. He's been given extra staying power. What a shot from Saves. And Neskin with the shotgun finishes both of them off as they line up beautifully. Extremely well played, and this is what happens when you waste all of your utility. Guess how many flashbangs you had in that last incursion? 0. Why? Because you used all 9 of them on the main set of stairs to clear off 1 Wamai, who then killed 2 players on your team.
Every single flashbang and multiple nades were tossed. Again, as I pointed out earlier, Saves brought the flashbangs on the finger because it's better to have more flashbangs than to have more grenades if you have things that are going to stop the nades from exploding anyway, which with the magnets and the ADSs, you will have that in your way. Nath, oh boy. Showing the buck, 6ing the Montagne. Spoiler alert, if you guys haven't seen Na'Vi's previous game on Bank against OXG, where they lost 2-7. Nath was playing Monty, multiple rounds on attack. It was not a pretty view to watch. And I don't mean just Nath playing Monty, it was actually somewhat okay. But just how Na'Vi as a team played around it
I thought it was funny because we watched that match in the green room yesterday, and we have some of the UK boys that are here, and they're talking at length about this Na'Vi team because they have personal friends on it, and they said, hey, you know what? Na'Vi is really struggling to get some kills. You know what we should do? We should take one of our best aimers and put him on Montaigne. That's a smart idea, and guess what happened? They lost. It was a terrible idea, but still.
They didn't just
funny to
lose,
dunk on.
Parker. They got absolutely dominated. So I really hope that Nave and Na'Vi has learned as a team that what they did on Bank was not the right approach with the Monty. Yes, you can still bring the operator, but your approach with the operator and how you play around it, of course, has to be a little bit different. This is a different map. They played Bank the last time around against OXG. Now we're on Villa against Team 1. So I wouldn't compare them 1-to-1, but do keep an eye out on exactly how the movement happens and what Na'Vi chooses to do with the operator at their disposal. Secretly, on the master balcony, this is a good idea. You get like the pincer where one guy cutting off the master bedroom rotation while you're going to be clearing from study over into that area. And then eventually, if you succeed in the roam clear, you will then meet up back where secretly is on the master side, and you can breach the walls, do verticality, etc. But right now, we gotta watch out for the walls are very, very open all of a sudden, like KDS has impact grenades in his pockets.
That's not it for KDS. He's getting pinched at the moment. He needs to ensure that he doesn't go onto the Monty. Okay! KDS, what the hell is that? 3 kills before he's silenced from the rappel. Secretly is down 2. If KDS does not retrieve, this is a flawless round for Team 1. Na'Vi getting just sent by the wayside.
I think you take a timeout here, right? Safe's gonna sit here on the roof for a little bit. They're gonna talk about, guys, what happened that round. All right, so I can talk about what I think happened that round. They didn't use the Monty correctly again. They knew KDS was behind the bar because very evidently he opened up the wall and then shot your teammate, so that's obvious. But then instead of Monty going first with a fully extended shield, because remember, Saves was on 90 repel. That meant that that half of the map was safe. He had the rotation. Monty could have walked up into long as he did and just danced in front of KDS, teabagging the floor basically saying, look at me, look at me, look at me. And that's when you strike as Na'Vi. But instead, the confrontation that came first against KDS wasn't from the Monty, it was from a gun, and KDS got all 3 kills and the round was over right then and there.
Well, I suppose that's as much time as he wanted to spend talking to the team. He gets a single kill, a flawless denied, and then Team 1 pick up the round either way.
Yeah.
All right, well, Na'Vi, you've had some time to settle things down. Where do you go from here? 2 miserable starts on a very defender-sided series. The defense have stretched their lead every single time that we have seen these maps begin. Team 1's start on Villa is perfectly in keeping with what we expect. And, I mean, the Monty is interesting. It's going to be something that I would love. It's something that I actually love to talk to Na'Vi about after the fact. Why are you doing this? Because it didn't bear any fruit yesterday. It certainly didn't this time either. The Monty experiment lasts a single round. Yeah. Team 1 will go upstairs to Trophy Statuary. It was a kitchen defense on the previous round, even though most of the setup mirrored and mimicked what you would come to expect from a Trophy Statuary defense. That's the way that kitchen does play out, especially on the statuary side of things. But now, the Na'Vi lineup looks more sensible. They have made one change, though. They're going to bring the Thatcher. Nath will be on that support role with an ace as your hard breach.
I really do like this. This is exactly what I was expecting on the previous map of Cafe. You get Nave on the flex role. Doki goes back on that entry aggressive role. I think they both benefit from this. I also think it's the right call to let that Monty experiment kind of rest on that one round, and maybe at the end tail of this attacking side, they can bring it back for another round, but I think it's fine. But for now, we go back to a 5-gun setup. Probably gonna be better off. And honestly, I was on the demo in the UK, guys, about like, what do you guys think is the reasoning for Na'Vi bringing out the Monty? We spoke about first game jitters, spoke about pressure. We also spoke about kind of like the safety parachute where, okay, this is not going good, this is very difficult. Pull the parachute and Monty comes out. And for myself, I was a Monty player for a very long time. We had a similar mentality around it where, well, if you cannot break the rounds apart on attack, the Monty might make your life a lot easier. But this is LAN. Monty's a little bit different because of low ping in situation. And also, Monty has seen multiple nerfs the last year and a half. Hipfire is weaker, the melee mechanic is weaker, you're super exposed pretty much at all times. And the way that the staggering system works, when you get meleeed or you suffer explosive damage, yeah, it's not a great time to be a Monty main. It's why most teams don't bring him. I respect the effort, but maybe not again.
It's almost like you're speaking from experience as a Monty main.
Yeah, I mean, Blitz as well. I mean, Blitz is more fun.
I remember having a conversation with Kix back in the day when we were talking about shield operators because there weren't any real dedicated shield mains, and we were trying to think, okay, well, who's the best shield player in the world? And stumbled upon him. We're like, well, I mean, he's very versatile, and we know him for playing Smoke and other operators, but on attack, Monty was one of your signature calling cards, so... I mean, if anybody knows the ins and outs and vulnerabilities and strengths of a Montaigne, I wouldn't ask anybody before you.
Yeah, the way I saw was that, Lion was our ban permanently, but usually, like, our Monty was, what other people would ban against us because it just wasn't fun when we brought it. And that was a different time. Monty was a lot stronger back then. He still is feasible. You can still bring him, but it is difficult, of course.
Lion was a bit stronger back then, too.
Lion was also stronger back then as well. He still
Lion was a little bit stronger. Lion's counterpart, Finka, has actually been very, very strong. As Zolfia's pick rate has dropped, Finka's pick rate has surged, pardon the pun. So, all of us talking about that, by the way, forgive us for filling your screen with banter and analysis of other operators because would you look at the time, 45 seconds to go, and nothing has really happened. Map control was taken by Na'Vi about a minute ago, but outside of that, there's been no real incursion except for what we just witnessed. Doki down for the count, Blur joins him, and Ali Mao on the stairs can watch the hallway towards 90. The first kill on a run out comes on behalf of Secretly. His Claymore finds KDS, and Ali Mao is finished off as Nath is split pushing. He walks his way up the stairs. Saves is not too far off. They're going to line up at the doorway to the A-bomb site with Secretly inside of Master. Levi will lose some protection. A beautiful shot. It's his third kill. He's got all for the team. Looking for two more, and Ace could be up for grabs. Lagona's down on the ground. He's blind. Levi is removed from action, so that's as many kills as you're going to get. Swinging on a blind smoke. There you are, but you got to get the diffuser down. Neskin will need to be the hero, but he's miles away. He sees the wrong body, so his target prioritization needs to be better as Saves completes the diffuser. A brief pause as Neskin heads through Astronomy. On that hard wall is Secretly, his back turned to Neskin. Noise being made as he shoots away, but Secretly, he might be old, but he's still got a good gun, and he can still shoot back. It doesn't look like it'll be as dominant a half for Team 1 as we saw before, as Na'Vi gets on the board within 3 rounds.
Very good if you're a Na'Vi fan right now. They're getting on the board early. Third round was theirs. Really weird round. Nothing happened for 2 minutes straight. It was a very safe and passive roam clear. Not a lot of extension from the side of Team 1. Then it got super explosive. Red stairs came up, got 1 kill, ran back down, that got traded off. Levi swung, got 2 kills, made that a third later on. Eventually, it became a 2 versus 2 where a flashbang basically defined the round as it came out, blinded Lagunas in the smoke. They ran in, they got the kill, 2v1, bomb goes down, Neskin last alive, 1 versus 2, has to walk through a single doorway with 2 people staring at him. That's not gonna bode well for him. They're now gonna go back to AVG. That was the first bomb site of this matchup so far, and Team 1 prevailed. That was the round where a ton of flashbangs, 6 I believe, plus nades at the same time, all got bombarded towards the main stairs where Alemo was playing, and what happened? Well, Alemo got 2 kills, and that was kind of that. It was a very close round that ended up in another 2 versus 2 essentially, but it was ultimately Team 1 that got the dub. So, Na'Vi, they have a choice to make. Will they go for the same similar approach? Because Team 1, they're extending over to the Master side of all things, and when the mirror is available, this becomes extremely lethal and very difficult to deal with. And that might just indicate that Na'Vi is going to go for a direct study tick again because that mirror window is no fun. But we'll see in just a second. Either way, Team 1 playing a very dynamic setup. Love to see it. And I think they are feeling pretty confident on this map so far.
I think both teams are playing with a level of confidence. I think Na'Vi is obviously shaken. They didn't get the results that they wanted on their own map pick of Cafe. And I mean, I am interested to know why the team played and fared as poorly as they did there. It just looked like they had some jitters. Right out the gate, they got knocked off, and Team 1 seized that momentum and kept going. The one thing that I will say about Team 1 that seems to be the toughest obstacle for most teams is Team 1's level of emotion. They are always happy. Even when they are losing, the frustration does not seem to be that important. They always look like they're having fun. They always look like they're in good spirits. And it is so hard to wear down a team that just mentally does not quit.
It's the same thing for APAC, right? A lot of APAC teams that we see, they'll be, I mean, the good old Noah Renko, like dancing and making funny things, and now we see the likes of Damwon, Kia, Sandbox, him, etc. They're all having fun. Elevate, that we casted last night against DarkZero, they were laughing when they were losing because they're just happy to be here, and then they win at the same time. They're getting 2 dubs at the same time as 1. Amazing.
Would you say 2 dubs for the price of 1? Because we've got 2 2s for the price of 1.
2 2s.
2 dubs for the price of 1.
2 2s. Kind of an odd take on from Navi, by the way. They had 2 guys on the Master side, then they had like 2 guys on the Study side, 1 player just kind of lingering around. They haven't really made their mark on how exactly they want to approach this round so far, and I don't think they know what to do, and I don't think Team 1 knows what they're doing either. It's a very much like a... We're standing still right now. We're waiting.
A standstill is correct.
I call this fishing. They're fishing.
What are they fishing for?
The hook goes out. Do they take the bait? Do they get the kill? Do they get the opening into the round that they want to get? So far, no. Neskin in the basement even. So the entire map is covered between these 2 teams. But nothing's happening. We're waiting.
We have a festival in Toronto, or a show, if you want to call it that, called the Sportsman Show, that goes on every year, where they do things like hunting and fishing and boats and stuff like that. And I think you could say, along with that fishing pun, that this is the Esportsman Show.
The Esportsman Show.
Same premise. There's still fishing. It's just a bunch of gamers attending the event instead of your typical conservationists, hunters, fishing enthusiasts, etc.
No wonder the bait doesn't get taken, because imagine a bunch of gamers trying to fish. I can't imagine that boding well. 40 seconds left. Nothing has happened yet, and Doki might start the round over. But we'll see if Elimo reads it, sees the drone, but no, Doki's the one that comes out on top. Elimo gets off the board.
Very first pick, and all that utility, all for naught. 2 magnets, 2 ADSs, a deployable shield, and Ali Mao had fallen off of that position. Doki just walks right in. 20 seconds left. It feels like we're in the 20-second meta here, Nick. Blur walking in towards towards Study, but in order to get there, or rather Vault, in order to get there, he needs to charge on through the smoke. He'll do just that. Watching the doorway, waiting ever so patiently, but Laguna swings up on him. It's 3 for Neskin, saves there to try and keep it together, but 1 second left. He'll be unable to do it. What a mess of a round. Na'Vi waiting way too long to accomplish anything. We're left scratching our heads as Team 1 celebrate another round victory.
Yeah, and as I said, I don't expect gamers to be particularly good at fishing, and especially Na'Vi. I mean, they were putting out the bait from all 5 players, and no one really took it. It ended up with Doki saying, you know what, I'm sick of fishing. I'm going to just walk in there and grab the fish with my bare hands, and that worked. They got the opening kill into a limo, but then when he came back towards the red stairs, he got traded back into that 4 versus 4 position. But other than Doki, nobody from Na'Vi really acted in that previous round, and it bit them in the butt. They need to get more active on the map, on their attacking rounds. They cannot be scared. The first round, they did just that. They threw the flashbangs and nades. They got super active in the first, 50 seconds. Second round, I mean, the round ended in, the first minute. They rushed Study with the Munty, and KDS got a triple kill. We all saw that. And ever since that second round with the Munty, Na'Vi has been playing extremely passive and extremely slow. And sometimes that might just work. But Team 1, they understand where the line is in the ground. They know that they have these really reinforced positions. 1, the mirror windows. 2, the shields. And 3, the typical positions on the bomb site itself. They know they don't need to walk away from those positions because you left the Wamai and the Jaeger open. So they like to be safe. And Na'Vi, it is their job, it is their duty to pull that apart more so than expect Team 1 to make a mistake.
All right, well, Team 1 will go, what is that, back upstairs to Trophy Statuary.
Yes.
This was the one bomb site that Na'Vi prevailed on. They did
narrowly.
So very narrowly, yes. It was a very tenuous hold that Na'Vi had on the bomb site after they got that diffuser planted. I don't know if they'll make any course corrections here. Na'Vi obviously still have their timeout available. Team 1 has not taken a timeout at all between these 3 maps, and well, they might need one at some point if KDS keeps killing himself early. And I say kill himself because at this point, he got a little bit too cute, and he's the reason why he loses HP. Nice shot. Saves right through and almost gets another, chewing away at the heels of Ali Mao. The Mozzie can continue on towards Library and then head to the stairs, but he's going to be a little bit lower on HP. Doki knows that he's somewhere in that location, and he'll wait for him to show up.
Look at this, the read is out, and damage is done. Saves takes him from the behind, and now 5v2. This is Na'Vi getting active. A minute has gone by. They've gotten 3 kills. They progressed to the map. They breached the one side of Study, and this is exactly what they did the first time. They're being proficient, efficient, and fast. The last couple of rounds, they were not, and those rounds did not go in their way. This is how Na'Vi needs to play the round, and Agonis says, this is how I need to play this round.
This is a situation where the gameplay for Na'Vi over the last 2 maps does not give me full confidence that Na'Vi will still win this. Lagonis and Neskin can put some beautiful things and work together, but it's going to be a tough storm for them to ride out. It really depends on the pacing of the round. Na'Vi a little bit too slow before, but they have a massive leg up over their opponents.
Yeah, I like this from now. Like, this is the time to play it slow. You're playing that 2 versus 4. You got a minute and a half left. Now, a minute and 5 seconds. You want to ensure you get the 100% best possible outcome for when the push comes through. The Astro Repel here is amazing. The yellow ping with the nade, surely that gets the kill. Yes, Doki knows how to cook the grenade. Let's get off the board. That goes in a 1v4.
And it's a 0v4 as an anticlimactic finish for Team 1, whether they had some potential to come back or not. Na'Vi do not repeat the mistakes of the previous round. They are much quicker to the punch. They assess they have an advantage, and they use that to the best of their ability. Now, I don't know which team it is. I'm assuming it's going to be Na'Vi, but the coach's microphone is down, which means that we're in the middle of a timeout. One of these teams have settled themselves down, and with the camera being on Na'Vi, I'm going to go and say that it's probably Na'Vi who currently called this timeout. They have an opportunity to go even with Team 1 on this half, and Na'Vi desperately need another round if you consider that we have a very defender-sided matchup on our hands. And Villa, in particular, is incredibly defender-sided most of the time, drawing even with Team 1 on this first half. Na'Vi starting on the disadvantageous side is a very good sign when the side swap happens. So for Na'Vi, this is a particularly crucial round. It's a kitchen defense for Team 1. The only time that Team 1 has gone here, it was back in round number 2. They prevailed.
Yeah. We saw at the very last second that Nath ended up 6-picking from the Buck onto the Thatcher. So I do think that Na'Vi had a big conversation going on, talking about like how are we going to ensure we can get this final attacking round tied up 3-3 and then do our thing in defense. And this signifies it, I think. The Thatcher coming back, we haven't seen that for a couple of rounds. It was the Buck, it was the Munty. Now we can basically breach the walls and hey, it's a kitchen defense. This is where usually people play the mute jammers, they play the kite claws, they play the pulse. The Thatcher is great in this situation. You also get the breaching charges for verticality in case you lose the sledge. So a very versatile pick for Nath. He'll have to use that at his disposal as Na'Vi really needs this round. It looks to be a roam clear. As you should expect, they want to utilize the verticality, study over as they've been doing so far. Doing it rather swiftly again, 30 seconds, they've already breached the wall, already on the balcony, and it's looking quite comfortable for Na'Vi in this first beginning half.
That's a quick pace for them to establish, 30 seconds in. It almost feels like we're back in the 20-second meta with how slow Villa has been.
Yeah.
Just keep your eye on the time, because even though Na'Vi has done the first bit of work, that does not necessarily mean that they will accomplish more past that. Both teams have struggled on Cafe. It was Team 1 who stalled out despite having an early opening, and Na'Vi might find themselves in the same position. Also, did it not look like a drone just caught some of Team 1 nestled into the bomb site? It might have been Ali Mao's drone. I don't know if he has one. It looks like 0 on our screen, but I'm not entirely certain. If not, it looks like Team 1 just charged past a random drone and they might have given themselves away.
It's always hard to figure out which drone is yours. You can like set ping them and they show up as like red or blue with the marker, but other than that, you just gotta assume like, is this mine, is it not? I don't really know. But Na'Vi has done it. First half of the round over, this is actually a pretty good pace. They will now do verticality and they'll have to drone out the bomb site and figure out where are the opponents of Team 1, which corners will they sit in, and what kind of things are lurking down below. They have 1, 2, 3 C4s on this side. That's going to be a big factor for Team 1 if they can do damage from below. If not, it's going to be a little bit more difficult as the floor will start breaking above them.
And already Lagonis is getting softened up by some bullets, and I say that because he walks away with about 1/5 of his HP. The pulse will still continue to hold that cardiac sensor. He and his calls will be particularly important moving forward, especially on this bomb site, because you want to defend actively upstairs. If you fall off, as Team 1 did, you need that cardiac sensor to be able to give you information, but he gets blown up. Levi almost falls to that same grenade. Blur getting very close to 2 kills with 1.
Yeah, I'm curious if Team 1 will go for a flank or not. So far, they're sitting ducks and just waiting around, and Na'Vi, they're the ones that are going to be making the plays right now. Doki drops down into laundry, and they're going to be signifying that, guys, this is happening very, very soon. Once this kill comes through, that's going to be the charge in because they have the advantage. 2 players on Team 1 are off the bomb site.
Oh, and Heli Mal, though, is doing his best to try and keep his team competitive. Na'Vi have control over by the bomb site, planting by the main doorway. It's up to KDS to swing on in, and the coverage is there. He takes out Nath. Oh no, Nath, just a huge self-inflicted wound. He needs to go for the plant now, but where is his cover? Blur is the last one alive. Neskin finishes him off, and that is Na'Vi destroying themselves. An eminently winnable round, and they blow it. The first half goes in favor of Team 1 4-2.
That is what happens when you lose a rank game in Siege Max OT. A heartbreaking defeat right there. They were planting with the first player, and one strafe bullet from Team 1 took out the planter. Unlucky, that happens. But then after that, you start planting again, or you start running towards it at least, and then a team kill comes through. It puts you away from that man advantage, and even though Team 1 had 2 people off the site, it didn't matter because Na'Vi, they did the job for them. Took out their own planter. They didn't have time left to do the job. And then eventually, they lost around 4-2. Side swap. Now, Na'Vi back against the wall. They had a terrible last round and a half. They now need to really show up and make up for that fact on this first defending round. They gotta get back into the vibes and the momentum. Losing that and going to defense, sure, you can say, guys, it's okay, don't worry about it. We got defend now, it's gonna be easy. But it's always going to leave a slightly bitter taste in your mouth, knowing that you could have gone 3-3. In fact, you should have gone 3-3, but you didn't. So, now we might see some hero plays trying to make up for the fact that they didn't get what they wanted. And the operative lineup so far is the Smoke, Melusi, Jaeger, Goyo, and Wamai. So a similar story to the one of Team 1. You got the shields, you got the fortified positions, you got the gadget to just slow down attackers, and you got the Wamai and the Jaeger to protect all of those assets.
How do you even... You just called a timeout. You just called a timeout. And you blow the round for yourself. What an absolutely demoralizing finish to that first half. Na'Vi had it all working in their favor. All they needed was the diffuser to be finished off after that kill. Nath just needed to stay there, watch over top of the diffuser being planted, and they have it. That's it. Nath ends up killing his own opponent, or killing his own teammate instead of the opponent, and then Team 1 swing onto the final 2 members, and you just run out of time. That is...
It's a heartbreaking way to go out. But they,
mentally, how do you come back from that?
But that's the thing. They're not fully out, right? And now they got defense. So if you're good mentally as a team, you can get, guys, whatever happened on attack, forget about it. Now it's the next round, the current round, and that round only. There is no reason as a professional team to talk about what happened in the past, because that is in the past. You cannot alter or change what happened. You gotta look at the round in front of you. Round 7, first minute has been blown, and we see a Lemo on his classic Buck pick. He can do some damage from down below. They don't have... Well, I guess they have 4 nades. They have explosives now to deal with this. They got flashbangs as well, so gonna be a similar story with the exact same position from Secretly that Lemo used previously.
Opening it all up. It's always nice to see him reunited with that Buck roll. Absolutely. Old reliable, if you want to call it that. Secretly punished on the stairs. He peeks through the shield and he peeks the wrong way. Na'Vi cannot tilt off the face of the earth, or else they will very quickly lose this matchup with the state of their group and how competitive it is. Both of these teams find themselves at the bottom. They are fighting for every point they can get. You cannot give up as quickly as we saw from Na'Vi yesterday against Oxygen. They need to stay in it mentally. That's a big blunder from Secret. It cost him his life.
I mean, you gotta see it through, and I think Na'Vi knows this as well, but of course, mistakes that will happen at some point, but right now is not the right time for that. He does a lot of damage, but not enough. Just a little under half health for Doki, as he still has about 60 health left.
Just a cacophony of sounds from both impact grenades, nitro cells, and tossed out grenades in general. All getting opened up now from those Selma charges of Lagona. Still 1 left to break the rest of it, but it's a good bit of defense from Na'Vi. Skeleton, key ammo, and spades for Ali Mao down below. Even if he is on lower HP, he's still got command of that first floor. Na'Vi, you're not going to expend a single body after Secretly died to try and reclaim that first floor. That allows Team 1 to just continue to eat up map control and then control the stairs as well. Once they have access to that, you can translate towards the bomb site. But just as Team 1 had struggles on Cafe with timing, they are encountering the same obstacle right now. 20 seconds left and a nitro cell tossed out from Nath will collect Levi. Still in the same position as the Vector will put in as much work as it can. Team 1 marching down Classical Hall, playing a symphony with Lagonis constructing and instructing, and the rest of Team 1 jumping in and playing their parts beautifully. Team 1 continue to grow their lead, and Navi's pulse weaker and weaker in this matchup. 5-2 for Team 1.
That seemed so much easier than what I was expecting. I was like, Navi, you're in decent positions. One player inside of 90, that's a Knave, got the C4 kill onto the Levi on that 90 Repel and Sophia. That's great. Then you have one guy inside of the inner bar, and I was like, oh, this is going to be really difficult for Team 1 to push through, but no, they found every single kill 4 in a row to just end the round almost flawlessly. It was way too easy for them. And Navi, I'm not sure if they're playing a little bit scared, or they just had like bad unfortunate timings, but something isn't working their way right now. They gotta break it and then bring it back. They will go to Trophy Room next. They have a bad experience with AVG. They do not want to relive that momentum, or that moment rather, and they also don't want to try and rectify it just yet. So a change of pace for them. At this pace, even if they lose this round, they can then go kitchen. They can get the entire trio of bomb sites and really feel out what works best for them, but eventually something's gotta stick. Hopefully, at least.
Hopefully. So, I watch what happens with Navi, and I know that they're a team that have greater potential than this. And it's not that Team 1 is playing poorly, and it's always so tough to give this criticism to a team. Because Team 1 have made some very good reads, very smart reads, and have played off of each other perfectly. But Navi have fumbled the bag a number of times. They are not living up to their potential. Yesterday, they committed a series of puzzling errors against Oxygen. Same thing happened on Cafe. We saw some little stumbles from Navi. Now on Villa, obviously that big one being the team kill. That is devastating and demoralizing for their team. But secretly peeking the wrong way without any information as to the fact that Team 1 is down there. Why are you playing around that deployable shield? What are you shooting at? You weren't even returning fire onto a player from Team 1. So we have questions, and as experts, our job is to not necessarily ask questions, our job is to answer them. But still, sometimes a moment will present itself and you have to scratch your head and go, why?
Yeah, I mean, the irony is that the playstyle that Navi tried to enforce on half of their attacking rounds is that fishing playstyle, where they're holding angles and waiting for Team 1 to act. It didn't work. Then, on the very first defensive round, secretly takes the bait, right? He is unnecessarily moving away from his fortified positions that was covered by magnets and ADSs, and he dies. And that's not good enough, and secretly, first one to fall again. Surely enough, Doki gets it back.
And Doki does trade it back, but Team 1 are in. By the way, this is the bomb site. It is just an absolute knockdown, drag-out fight with Team 1 trailing in numbers before equalizing, with Ali Mao picking up a kill. He's sitting at 4-4, and the Buck is looking to do some more damage. Doki playing around the door frame. He's got spam pings, and he's got 2 kills as well. That is a saving grace of Navi, and they desperately needed that round. They lose. It's match point, series point for Team 1. Instead, Navi read into the rush that comes out from the Brazilian teams. They greet it equally, and then they end up prevailing in the gunfight. Team 1 a spirited effort, but ultimately falls short.
Doki supremacy, picking up 3 kills on that round. When secretly fell, he was there to instantly trade it back, ensuring that the numbers wouldn't fall too far out of their favor. And now, Navi, they're actually hovering AVG. They're saying, you know what, we had a bad experience, we're gonna go back, we're gonna make it better, because right now, Trophy, that's a vibe. Now let's make AVG a vibe as well. There is games room in there, so you would think that on this bomb side, you'd be having fun. But that, of course, depends on your experience, whether you lose or whether you win. Because games are usually only fun for the victor and not so much the loser.
Well, it's a second attempt at a bomb site that, as you pointed out, eluded them on the first instance. And there was just a couple small things that lead to it. We talked just in the last round about secretly giving his life away on that deployable shield, surrendering control of the stairs. We were equally critical of Ali Mao falling off of that position, and despite the fact there was 2 magnets, 2 ADSs, and a deployable shield when he was defending it, he forfeited control of the stairs. Tries to come back, it's a little bit too late. Navi have it. They get the kill onto Ali Mao. Secretly is trying to hold those stairs, sitting with the deployable shield in front of him. That is a power position. They need to use utility to clear you out. That's why you have ADSs there. That's why you have magnets there. But secretly gives his life away again for free. You cannot be just forfeiting your life on one of the most important avenues up to that second floor, because then you lose control of Classical Hallway and the doorway to study.
They have done the thing that I think they should do. Doki is now the shield player. They have changed the roles around it. This is more fitting, right? Doki's more aggressive player. I would argue more naturally gifted in terms of like fragging potential, where Secret is more of like a flex support player, if anything. I like this. Doki also playing the 1-mai. He can cover himself with those magnets and ensure that he knows when to throw them to stay safe. It's a great adaptation from Na'Vi, and it allows Blur now to a Nath to play around the map a little bit more. Nath inside of 90 again, but Doki, all eyes are on you, my friend. You need to make this position work in your favor, because this is where everyone is going to be watching you at once.
First game,
there it
is. Nuclear, and then second game he breaks. He doesn't even come close to breaking even. Now he's dead even. He's going to have to play around the shield even better. He takes out Neskin. That's the top performer for Team 1. Silencing the best gun and the Maverick is a huge win for Na'Vi. You've got the backup in Ace of Lagonis, and it sounds like the Selmas were going off as well. Nath taken out of action by Levi. They're looking to claim control of the stairs, and they'll do just that. So the advantage that was given by Doki, well, it's no more, as Doki and Nath both get buried by these Team 1 players. Doki even paying some tribute to his opponents by saying, nice shot. Half the round to go, Team 1 with a numbers advantage. They're looking to move to match point.
Doki has been quite nice in chat today. He's been saying nice shot like 3 or 4 times.
He's reformed, by the way.
He is reformed. That is very true. He did have that unfortunate 6 months, I believe, but now he's back and in good form.
No. It almost happened again. What is it with Blur? Is he invisible?
Blur is invisible, yeah.
Is Blur invisible? As he's just standing there, almost watches one of the players go by. Na'Vi had such a big advantage, Nick. It is now gone. It's a 4v2 favoring Team 1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say nice try because the round isn't over yet, but we need to see something happen from Na'Vi in union, if you will. It was Doki that died solo after he got the pick. Then it was Blur to follow, and Nath before that. We need to see more refragability or trading coming out from the side of Na'Vi, because if you're losing players with no trading back, eventually you will fall. And that's kind of where Team 1 they thrive. Every single player statistically is more aligned with each other. Whereas with Na'Vi, it's individuality.
Beautiful shot from Secretly, and that's a freebie onto Team 1. It'll narrow that advantage they have in terms of numbers. They're being watched by that cam, the bulletproof camera. Secretly takes out Lagonis. He's making up for lost time, and another from Secretly, but he can't outduel the hand of the... Oh no! The guns from Team 1 surprise us and surprise Na'Vi. It's match point for Team 1.
I mean, that shot from Hello right there, that's what it feels like to play online siege with high ping, but this is 0 ping LAN environment. He is lightning fast. That is what to expect from a superstar player, right? If you take a Lemo against somebody like Secretly, who is... We always meme in Europe and say he's like a boomer. He's like an older, more veteran, experienced player. It's really hard to be an older guy today in Rainbow Six Siege because there is so much young talent. There are, of course, Latin players, APAC players, etc. And when you're 24 years old plus, you've been playing for 7 years, you gotta start questioning, when is it my turn to go on hard support? That's often where your career goes. You start on Ashe, we all do, and then eventually you go to Flex, eventually you go to hard support or Flex, and then Flex support, then hard support after that, or a main droner.
And then you go to coaching.
And then you go to coaching, yeah, and then you retire usually.
Yeah, usually you go to coaching and then you retire. That's the typical way it goes, doesn't it?
Speaking of coaches.
Speaking of, the coaches will be able to speak to their teams as Na'Vi have now called a timeout. They will talk things through as they sit on the very final round for them if Team 1 wins. There's still 3 opportunities for Na'Vi to send this to overtime. They need to win all 3 of them. A single miss, and that's it. On this second half, Na'Vi have just won a single round. That's it. Team 1 have doubled up on them in terms of wins. And Villa has not been as defender-sided as the other 2 maps. No 5-1 split. Team 1 benefited greatly from the issue that we saw from Na'Vi earlier on, and now they're running through it on this second half.
That they are, and the funny thing is, we spoke earlier about how the opening kill has more often than not led to the round win as well in the previous maps of Cafe and Oregon. But for this map of Villa, it's a little bit different. Na'Vi actually has more opening kill than Team 1, but they also have significantly less rounds. So the conversion rate from Na'Vi, not the greatest, but the numbers themselves don't tell the full picture because context, right? Very often in this map in particular, we've seen the opening kill go to one side, but then immediately it's been traded back. So sure, opening kill, let's say it goes to Na'Vi, well then Team 1 trades it back 4-4, it doesn't really matter at that point. So the statistics, they matter, but only with context. And now we see Neskin pay 6 pick in the Nuke, so it was Navi's timeout.
Oh no.
But Team 1 brings the spice
on
match and map point.
Man is the top player in the game right now, and Neskin, when he heats up, can absolutely dominate a game. We saw him do it a couple times in Mexico. He had a very strong performance in the finals as well, and it's funny because, I mean, most people, when they hear Nesk, they think of Team Liquid, who actually you and I are casting later today, so we're going to be talking about Nesk a lot. This instance, it's Neskin. On Liquid, it's Nesk. Neskin sitting at 11-6. He's going to go on a pure fragging operator. If you feel like there's a blind spot in Navi's defense and you can exploit that, then Nuke is the operator to do it.
Yeah, remember, there's no Valkyrie, no Echo, but there is a pulse. So the one operator that Neskin has to avoid is Nath, because that heartbeat sensor, it does see Nuke. She might be a ghost, but she does have a heart. Of course, if there's Baba on the ground or a Banshee from the Melusi, that's her gadget, the Banshee, that will also slow you down. But Neskin, either way, gadget or no gadget, will have the FMG 1.5x scope in hand, and that can do some crazy damage.
Looked like he was going to break in the kitchen there on the Nuke ball. And I don't know if Nath would have seen him or not. He's a little confused as to what and where he wants to go. Through the barricade, that'll be Nath shooting it out, still looking for the heartbeat, and he'll get it. That's actually the Nuke of Neskin that he's got, by the way. Tosses out a nade, assuming that somebody's in Memorial. He's correct that someone's in there. It saves, but saves is not close enough to really be dealt any damage at all. Neskin, meanwhile, has actually taken some damage. I don't know if that was the pulse blind firing with the UMP through the reinforcement or through the barricade or not.
That or his own nade, I assume, because that's the only action that happened, but Neskin's kind of everywhere right now. He started on the side window and side door, and now he's going up about to master balcony. This is probably more in line with like helping his team progress to the map. But either way, this pulse and the C4s from below, they can do some nasty damage. Team 1 played 3 C4s. Navi only has 2. 1 on saves on the mute, and of course 1 on Nave on the pulse.
Neskin is just waiting ever so patiently. He's got Levi not too far away. This is not exactly the thrill ride of what could be a final round between these two teams. An upstairs hold by Na'Vi, as this is a kitchen defense down below. So they're going to want to hold as much of the top floor to keep the attackers at bay.
Almost had a red flank there, flanking this side of Team 1, but now we go in, LMG in hand. Do they know there's 2 players here? I'm not sure, but they see the shield, the red ping comes out, but that's it. They cannot get into this door because the Toxic Babes are coming out from Navi.
And that really smart use of Levi's gadget, pulling out the launcher, and oh no, there goes Neskin. So Doki with the very first leadoff kill with a minute to go. The Nuke is not going to be able to do all that much. We saw her walk in and then immediately get shut down. They know that Secretly is positioned inside of Astronomy. Blur is there for backup. It secretly has not been moved off of this spot. A magnet will situate itself not too far away. There's a drone in front of him. He gets swung by the Yana. Ali Mao, the first kill onto Blur. Secretly is in serious trouble. Nobody can really come to help him, but a nice shot from him. He's not going to do more than that. Just 1 kill is all he gets. KDS takes down Secretly, but Navi holds the lead. Doki roaming so aggressively, picks up 2 kills, and he's gone like a whisper in the night. KDS and Levi, the last 2 left. Very low on HP for Team 1. And with 20 seconds to go, they're going to walk into a hail of gunfire in the bomb site. A drop from KDS will give his position away sound-wise, but they're going to need to fetch that diffuser or just simply go for kills. Based on the fact there's only 10 seconds left, kills are your forte. And hey, for Team 1, they are indeed the forte. No intel. Levi breaking in. Na'Vi right now waiting ever so patiently, but nobody has the diffuser, and they know it. The last kill comes out for Doki. Clock hits 0, and even though Team 1 still has a player left, the timer is what matters. Na'Vi managed to hold off Team 1 on that round by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, Team 1 left the diffuser. I think arguably purposeful inside the master bedroom. They didn't want to go and get it before dropping. They just went for the instant hot drop to get into side, seeing if they could play for kills. But the one thing regarding kills that Doki, he got a ton of them. He was everywhere that round. He started on side, went to the basement, came up red stairs, got a kill, went back to basement, up into side, then came back into basement, up into red stairs again, and got another kill onto Carl on a limo. Basically, in other words, Doki supremacy once again, really getting a big effect and a big impact on this round. He now has 10 kills to his name and 7 deaths. Neskin, same fashion, going to 6-pick from the Maverick onto the Nuke. It didn't really see a ton of success, but to be honest, that can also, in part, be blamed on the bomb side. Kitchen dining defense is not a bomb site with a lot of gaps, especially when you have a post scanning 360 around the perimeter of the bomb site, and that really stopped him from achieving what he wanted to do. So hopefully, this time around from Neskin, on this trophy defense, he can find a gap to utilize and abuse, but as long as Doki's roaming around, it's not going to be easy. And again, the Banshees, Melusi's gadget, is also going to be a stopper for the sneaking around from Neskin. Sage bring up the kite as well, so they have wall deny. Na'Vi actually in a pretty good position here to do a dynamic setup. They have multiple ways to play around it, and the only way to pick it apart is the ace on the Gonis, because the Maverick was 6 picked away, and to enable a Gonish, you need to utilize the nades from the Nuke or from KDS, otherwise those kite claws will stay alive.
I am intrigued to see what we can get out of the Nuke again. Second time's a charm, maybe, for Neskin. We'll watch and see. But again, Team 1 are coming so close on a lot of these rounds. Even though Na'Vi is 4 rounds on the board, they are not very confident rounds. A number of them have been down to a single player or two. So Team 1 winning more definitive, more statement-worthy rounds.
There it is.
But here's the creeping up.
Sneaking around, seeing what I can find, but there's no one. It's just me and my gun. Woo-hoo.
Alimao takes down Blur. This could be the first domino for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
The Nook still has barely made it into the building, and Alimao is playing off intuition at this point, and the drone, of course, falling in front of him. Doki misses that. Oh, no! Doki, Jack, you gotta be better than that. What are you doing?
You can hit the heads, but not the drones.
Evidently. Doki now breaking double digits, joining Neskin and actually competing with Neskin for most kills. Doki will likely surpass him if Na'Vi makes it to overtime. But will we get that far? That's the real question. Neskin up the stairs now.
It's the Banshee.
Still will detect him. You might not be visible to cameras, you might be dead silent, but a Banshee will slow you down, as will barbed wire, as you pointed out.
Yeah, now we're just lingering around. All players from Na'Vi are inside of the bomb site, secretly inside a bathroom, and 3 guys in statue. They're going to be playing tight together. And Team 1, what they will need to do is get onto that master balcony. They'll have to start working the wall and try and get a breach open, and that is going to be the opening that they need.
Looks like Na'Vi here is rotating, maybe a little bit safer and farther back towards Astronomy, ceding the portion of the map on Villa closest to study.
Nice.
Saves to get a kill on Lagonis, and Saves will be right back in at some point. Is he outside still?
Yeah, he
That's
jumped
the
out
real
extra
question.
window.
A grenade gets tossed in, and all hell is broken loose in the middle of the bomb site. Neskin down below trying to do some damage. Alimao, no way you're going to rappel through the middle of the bomb site, you absolute madman. Nath knows it. There's just one of those yellow pings. Neskin assesses that there's going to be a late flank onto the Kaid, and they're messy about it. It's Nath now dying. Saves is the last one. He won't be able to do it. It's Team 1 winning it in the round that they needed the most before Na'Vi can build up that momentum. The European squad still winless, but a big win for LATAM, the Mexico major champs. They desperately need that for their competitive group, and they get it on Villa by a score of 7-4.
On that final round, it really sucks because Saves did a hero play. He killed the player on Astro Repel, but when you jump out that window, it's hard to get back in. And once Team 1 realized exactly what happened, they were like, well, if there's 4 players alive and 1 guy just jumped outside, that leaves the bomb site extremely vulnerable, and it took great advantage, very explosive, very quickly. And there was a Lemo on that Skylar Repel, finding the last 2 players inside of Na'Vi to really put them in their coffin and finish the job.
And who would have thought that repelling the skylight of Trophy Statuary is where you're going to get those kills? What an absurd thing to think about. That is oftentimes to your undoing because it's so easy to peek you. But if there's anybody that has the brazenness to do it, it's Alimao, a creative player as always, while the rest of his team push to the site, pinch them, and again, you have that wild card of the Nuke to do some serious damage. What a whirlwind of a matchup. Oregon honestly feels like a day ago that we saw it happen. Blur in particular had some real highlight moments, as did a number of players in the matchup. Our beautiful analysts will take us through that, but before we get there, let's toss to a break. There's still 3 more matchups to go as well, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
back, friends, to the Command Center at 6 Invitational. It's lovely to call it this way. Honestly, I feel like I'm playing strategy games as a kid all over again. I'm Alex, the Medic, your host for the show. With me on the analyst couch is another set of awesome people. We already have Dev and Ann talk about their matchup. Jesse and Jacob, you're back on here to talk to us about the next one. Team 1 versus Na'Vi that just ended. And it had a Team 1 victory in Map 3. So, Jesse, Team 1 victorious. You know, they've won a major this year. How did that go today?
Well, they managed to finally get a win. Obviously, the first day was not amazing for them. They ended up losing yesterday, but coming in against Na'Vi, taking home the W. You listen, Milosh, if you're a strategy game player, I hope Alamau is one of your units because he had a fantastic day today. But
he's in my commando unit.
There we go. But more than that,
going right over my head as someone who doesn't play strategy games. I'm sorry.
He's got the support. This is the big thing, right, Jacob? Because he's got Levy and he's got KDS with him today that I really enjoyed seeing. We've got some clips for you guys here. This one, maybe not their finest moment, but they had some really good team play coming out from Team 1. It was everybody showing up on all forces. It wasn't like yesterday where a bunch of this team was just not showing up and not finding their shots. It seemed like everybody was here today.
So far, I like Team 1's bounce back, but only in the sense that they required a bounce back. Like, that word doesn't come into play for them if their first game wasn't so abysmal against Dom 1. And I do think the quality of opponent that Team 1 faced in this case, like, speaks for itself a little bit because Na'Vi was very clearly struggling. But it's like what we said from before. This ship is salvageable to a much greater extent than it was for Na'Vi, if only proven from their result. I do think they had gameplay improvements kind of across the board, and it wasn't just two teams struggling in the same aspects, like not being able to find common ground. Team 1 were very clearly the better team here.
Before we started, you guys were mentioning, and you put it out first, Jesse, and then Jacob kind of added more on it to talking about Na'Vi, is that these two teams had the problem of droning and getting information.
Yeah.
Team 1 still had a few of those issues with a bit of what colloquially is called rat play. So what's going on there?
Well, Blur was definitely a big problem in that he was sort of the main rat for Na'Vi. For those who don't know, that means that he was going on a roam game and then he was hiding somewhere way off the site where they didn't find him, they didn't spot him with their drones, and then comes back right at the perfect moment to have a huge flank. He did it once here on Oregon, and then he did it once on Cafe as well. 2 big plays. The Oregon one was the very first round, actually. Started off this game on a great foot for Na'Vi. The second one on Cafe, I'm sure we'll get a highlight of it in the moment, but it didn't actually end up in a success for them. That was, I believe, the last round that they had, and you didn't get enough value there. So it's a nice strategy. It's nice when Blur can pull these things off, and you definitely need to criticize Team 1 for not being able to spot these things out, because this is the type of basic stuff that, like, at this level, you'd hope teams aren't falling for consistently.
Right.
But at the end of the day, like, it's not a strat that generally works twice.
So the thing is here, I want to remind everybody that our groups, we got 20 teams, 4 groups, 5 teams each. To go into stage 2, our first stage of our playoffs, there's only 4 out of the 5 that make it through. But that's, I say only, but that's a lot of space to be given. Only 1 team eliminated from each group. Right now, if you ask me, the big fight is between Na'Vi and MIBR on who can get that 4th spot. And getting that point out of the series for Na'Vi is something that might boost them up pretty heavily with MIBR at the bottom.
It's just more chances for MIBR is the point, because they didn't play yesterday. They had their first game today. Dom 1 beat them. They didn't manage to get a single point. It was a 2-0 victory. Na'Vi at the very least have 1 point over 2 series, but that's the problem. It's 2 series where they only have 2 more left, and Na'Vi still have more chances to get out. It's a very similar situation for Na'Vi to the Mexico major, where they had several chances to win. Even if it wasn't as many, they still had 4 opportunities to get points. They've got 4 chances here. They at least managed to do something. I still don't really have much conviction about it being enough, because if you look at the rest of their group composition, OXG still has yet to find, you know, anything to really stop them. I'm looking at Dom 1 to keep on dominating. I still think Team 1 has a chance to get out of this group in a pretty decent position simply based upon how they played today. Na'Vi is a bottom table team, and that's kind of a really rough thing to say. They started off Oregon looking pretty good, and the last 2 just slipped through their fingers with the same errors we saw from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've really got to start thinking differently about the way we view relegation in these groups, because before the tournament, it's like, okay, 4 teams make it out of groups, you got like an 80% chance. Even the teams you don't like surely they'll win something and it's going to be fine. But once you're in a situation where you've already lost your first couple of games, that 80% chance to get out is no longer your odds. It's getting worse and worse and worse, and, you know, even if you disregard the skill gap between these teams, it's getting up to around 40, 50, 60%. That's not where you need to be.
going to be a tough ride for everybody. That's why we're here at the command center, to fill you in on all this information, because it's a lot of details to have in mind. We're doing the calculations, crunching the numbers, and making sure that the plays themselves reflect exactly what the teams are going through. And actually, there are quite a few things to highlight in this game. Jesse, you got something for us?
I do, and we started off this game on a pretty positive note for Na'Vi. They did take Oregon, and whilst I may criticize their attacks, there's some things I want to highlight on their defenses. So we start here, round number 1, and just take a look at this overview. What you've got is a great highlight of where these players are at in terms of their roam game, right? The setup is in the bottom floor, and there are roamers all throughout the top floor. There's secretly playing on the top floor. We've got Doki roaming down below. 4 roamers overall going around this top floor, and they stay here for a long time. This is the round that Blur ends up going for his rat play, and so he doesn't actually leave roam until 25 seconds. But now watch round number 4. Very early in the round, they start on a bit of a roam, but what do? They've set the precedent that they're roamers. They showcase that they're over by showers, they make some noise, and then they start to fall back. We're going to switch back over to Alamau's POV, and he's already in the freezer. You can see his teammate Blur up by tower stairs. He gets down here relatively quickly as well. And what I love from this is the first round, they set the precedent. They show, hey, we're going to be a roaming team. We're going to play aggressive. The second time they play this bomb site, they switch it up. So they're no longer going for a really aggressive roam, but because they're showing that early on, it makes Team 1 take pause. They have to slow down and drone out these players anyways, because that's what they're expecting. And this is the big problem, because Team 1 wasted a ton of time on that roam clear. They didn't need to.
The 11th player in every single Rainbow Six game is time. The clock. How many times have we had it in this tournament? Just now, after a day and a half of games, not even.
Dude, plenty. The two constants have been more people getting downed more often than I think that they're supposed to be, as opposed to being outright killed, and the fact that teams are winning off of the clock. That's it. Like, those two things, I think, in normal, like, seasonal play sometimes don't happen nearly as frequently, but it does reinforce. That's just the 6th man for the defense. That's another opportunity that you have to win something big.
Well, final thoughts now. We got Team 1 through, Na'Vi information on it. What could be fixed up here? Because Na'Vi have the day off tomorrow. Team 1 are playing MIBR, and given the situation right now with MIBR finally playing their second game, they didn't play on the first day. They were the team that came in the last spot in the qualifiers. Team 1 can also play the role of gatekeepers, but also being afraid for their own position later because they play OXG the day after. So we're theory crafting here for a moment. Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Team 1, like, it's all about the mental game, right? This is a team that we know has the skill. We know they've got that coordination, but it does feel like these first couple of games, even today, like, they're not going at full force. They're losing gunfights that they shouldn't be losing. Their drone work seems sloppy. Their attacks are still really struggling in some rounds, right? It's a bit of a mixed bag, and against MIBR, I'm hoping this is a team they could be familiar with. This is a team that they're a little bit more comfortable playing against. They should typically know where they like to roam, what needs to be droned, what doesn't. I'm hoping that's a game where they can really take back control and find another solid win, because this was a good start. I love a win, but it's Na'Vi, and you kind of expect it to win this one.
Unfortunately, that does kind of speak for itself a little bit. It's Na'Vi. Yes, they are a bottom table team, but if we're theory crafting, the problem is more the teams they still have yet to play. They played an OXG team that I think a lot of people expected to get, like, probably 3rd place in their group. It wasn't going to be like a close contest by any stretch, but just think about the teams that they still have yet to play at this point. They've got Damwon, who a lot of people still had it as one of the top teams to win this entire tournament outright, who still have yet to drop a map, and an MIBR squad that, even if their playstyle isn't exactly like Team 1's, I still don't expect a Na'Vi team that can't adapt as quickly as Brazilian teams can to come ahead in that contest. So if we're looking at just what Na'Vi have done for the past 2 series already, I think they're probably already gone.
It's still MIBR. Big fight between them and MIBR. I'm looking forward.
I agree. Well, yeah, but MIBR, again, still have more chances to win. That's the equalizer.
True. It's still getting that at 1 point. Who knows what's going to happen? That's the question. That's why we're here to theory craft the entire day. Thank you very much, gentlemen, though. This was it for now. We're going to take a quick break, but it's actually a pretty cool one. Got to sit down with M&M and ask them a few questions. When we come back, we'll get you ready for our next 2 games, so don't go anywhere.
I'm Leonello Pesic. I play for M&M Gaming, and within the team I play hard support / IGL / captain. We got to the 6th Invitational by open qualifiers. We actually qualified for the EOL, and after that we played in the open quals. won the open calls, and then won the close calls against Kovana, Vitality, and Secret, and that's how we got here. When we actually won against Secret and got to finals, Kovana picked the bank, which we never played in an official game. They were actually beating everybody on bank in that quals, and when we beat them 7-5, I think, on bank, we actually realized, like, holy shit, this can happen, like, we can go to Invitational. So that was like exact moment team was like hyped and just ready to take. I'm pretty sure this team is not even the same for the last 6 months. So the way we like organize it around and deliver these roles around, we didn't change it yet. It's been working, so there is nothing to change. You have like a base that you are playing right now, right? And we can basically just keep on adding new stuff that we think it's missing, like, I don't know, different pushes, different attacks, different defenses, and we just have a stable base and we just build upon it. I think I learned my team a lot of the stuff during these few months, especially like the mentality wise, like we should never give up no matter like the score, the round, we should just play round by round. I don't think it's only me though. I think my team's mentality is also actually pretty good as well. If any of them had like a different mentality or a different ego or personality, it will be much harder. But they're all nice, they're all chill, and I mean that's exactly why I think it's working. I actually think we are much stronger than people think. I think my team is actually insane, and I hope people underestimate us because that's just our advantage. I don't think we have any expectations from the public or even us, so we can just go full ham and just do our best.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and NBA's to the show. It's 6 Invitational, and we're live from the Command Center. I will never get tired of saying that word. I'm Ostamatic, and with me on the analyst space, I guess. I don't know. We have to get a name for this space. So if you're out there in chat or on Twitter, just tweet at us. What do you think? With the hashtag 6 Invitational, of course, as always. What do you think we should call this space other than the Command Center? Maybe tack on Command Center, but like double dot something else like a movie. Anyways, gentlemen, I go off on tangents sometimes. We're having fun. Demo, Ollie, you're on here, and because M&M are playing, I expect to be some molding on what's happening in this matchup. I love to see a bit of UK play in this, and how about we have a chat about our teams. But first I want to ask you how you're doing.
I'm doing great. We were pushing people out of the way to get this game. We were hell-bent on making sure that we got to talk about an M&M game just because we wanted to really let everybody know what M&M's about. Obviously, it's a team that is pretty close to our heart, isn't it? We've followed them through Challenger League, we've followed them through many years of UK national programme and stuff, and it's nice to get to introduce them now.
I'm just so ready.
This is your dream, isn't it? Like,
I love this team so much. Yes, bias, I know, I understand, but
doesn't matter. It's
the journey that we've been able to see this team grow up. Some of these players were in like our second division of our national program like 8 months ago. That's just, it's insane that they're here right now. Absolutely insane.
And here they are, the team from UKIN a year ago to Challenger League, and from Challenger League to EU League, and from EU League to Invitational within 1 year. If that is not an amazing run, is not a year for M&M, I don't know what is, Ollie.
I mean, it's not even a year, is it? It's 6 months at this point.
Pretty much.
And that's the impressive thing about this side. And we heard Nello on the preview before we actually got into this desk, and he was saying, that there isn't a lot of expectation on these guys. They can come in with a very sort of underdog mentality. There isn't that much out there on them. Are you going to look at Challenger League games to find out how they play? That's an entirely different level to what we're dealing with here at Invitational. We're going to run through the roster because not everybody of you at home is going to know these guys. We've got Nello, Tyrant, Users, Solotov, and Neonical. Any OGs will recognise Nello, of course, formerly M&M back in the day, and then formerly of Na'Vi. Obviously took a couple of years break, but he is back and he is here at Invite.
I love seeing Nello here. It really reminds me, and again for the OGs out there, of Shate, but a Croatian Shate. He's the only player from Croatia to ever compete at this level, and we're so happy to see more of this talent. UK massive in here with Croatia together. Look at him. He even has the Croatian flag behind him. Happy man, happy face, and always very humble no matter the situation. These are big favorites. A lot of people love to watch M&M in Europe, Demo.
Yeah, I think it's just the journey they've been on. I think a lot of people can kind of reminisce about the old times. You know, this is a very similar story to what Navi have kind of turned into. Remember, Navi, they kind of came up through Challenge League from the national circuit and within a very short space of time into the professional league and then won a championship in a very short space of time. So there is also that comparison. I suppose you can also make the Empire as well. Remember, Empire coming up, absolute nobodies, and then they impress everyone. They won a major.
But this is a team here, Sandbox, that went through many, many years of competition. We've seen them since the very, very first time APAC ever played competitively internationally. That was back in 2017 in November in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And boy, have they changed, but they have grown so much to where they are today, defeating the world champions, the reigning world champions NIP yesterday.
What a story. I mean, that's how you kick it off, isn't it? Your first game, you're in, you think, oh my goodness, we've drawn the world champions. That's our first game. And they went out and I think they comfortably beat NIP. No overtimes. They took a 2-1 straight in, and that's how you kick things off.
I mean, and NIP were obviously always going to be pitched as tournament favourites, previous SI winners. You've got to give them that respect. You've got to give them that credit. And Sandbox just sort of came in and were like, sorry, who are you guys? Like, we're just here for this match. We're just here for this series.
Just here to play.
And it was such a great start. And I think from the offset, it upset the apple cart, didn't it? Because it was against the status quo. It was against what a lot of people expected. And now coming in, it's like, actually, Sandbox, they could make a little bit of a run here. And don't forget, you know, for all that us on the desk and on the sofa are absolutely in love with M&M and we want to see them do well, this could be a fairly good game for Sandbox because they're going against a team that is very unproven.
Very unproven. I mean, the Sandbox have been at the top tier of Korea and APAC for so many years, whereas outside of Nello, there's not as much experience at M&M, and that's something Sandbox could use to their advantage, Demo.
Like I mentioned about players coming up from the national circuit just a few months ago, the experience, like I said, Milosh, it's a massive game changer, I think, for Sandbox. You think of NV Taylor, he's been around forever, a very old player. And yeah, really only Nello brings that experience. Everyone else, this is their first LAN event, first international event. It's very, very new for 4 players in M&M.
Let's talk about our bans. And it's a good thing you ended on here, Demo. Let's turn to you, Ollie. We bring them up. A reminder for everybody, there are 7 maps in our pool here. 4 will be eliminated and left with 3 at the end. Ollie, take it away.
We're going to see Bank and Club removed straight off the rip. Bank, not too much of a surprise there for M&M. Clubhouse, ever the 50-50. It does leave Oregon available, so maybe that's something that we will get on into. In terms of map pool for M&M, there's a couple that you really want to be sort of looking out for, that they are sort of well known for playing, but they have got a sort of habit of keeping maps aside. Obviously, they've been through some very big competitions recently, namely Challenger League, and to be able to hold a map in Challenger League is quite important, but it of course does mean that they've played it quite some time. So Oregon is going to come in there as the first pick, followed swiftly by a Cafe.
A little bit surprised to see Oregon being first pick and not Chalet. I thought Chalet, seeing that being let through by Sandbox, that was going to be a straight pick for M&M, but no, not going to be the circumstance. I mean, interesting about the first 2 bans. We've seen Bank get banned straight away. Sandbox, they beat NIP on that map yesterday, and Clubhouse, that's the map that Sandbox lost against NIP. So overall, good bans, I think, for both sides. And then there's the Cider. Chalet doesn't even make it into the second phase of the ban. Oh, I don't know. I think that Chalet's really changed it for M&M.
Why?
Because they don't lose it. I don't know what it is about Chalet. There is moments on Chalet, Ollie, where we think they're done. That's them. They lost it. There's been a lot of times over Challenger League where it went to overtime and things were not looking good for them. M&M on Chalet, they don't know how to lose it. That's it.
I think that M&M will be fairly surprised that that's been let through. Yeah. Chalet is all but a perma ban for Sandbox. They've banned it 28 times through Stage 3 Sweden Major recently, so you're not going back too far to find out 28 bans on Chalet.
Maybe they'll learn a thing or two from Demon Kia.
Maybe.
Perhaps. It's not unusual. I mean, LATAM teams do it all the time where they scrim together in preparation. They see themselves as a cohesive unit.
It's a long time to hold a map, though.
True.
It's a really long, especially against a side like M&M that are just so good at it.
But is this not the best time then to show it?
Well,
This is the world stage. This is the biggest thing these players will play in.
They are saving it for this moment, and I'm really looking forward to it. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. That was our first match about to begin now in the second set of this day. How about we take a quick wrap-up as we got to sit down and have a chat with our players in our next game, NIP v Empire.
My nickname is Dan. I am flex player in Team Empire. So basically I play, on some maps I play support role, on some maps I play entry frag. So basically that's what flex means. On most of the maps I'm holding like really tough position where like 5 enemies are trying to kill me and I'm sitting here alone trying to survive, waste the time, and that's just like how I feel, how I should play. I play in these positions for many years, I can say, and I think no one in my team can hold this position and waste as much time as I can. We don't really show emotions. I'm the most emotional guy in the team, and my team is just like always just sitting still, but inside we're very emotional, and even if we are not showing emotions, we are feeling something, of course. Like in our team, I am the guy who motivates everyone. Like I'm the most emotional, I scream, support everyone. During the Sweden major, I know I felt like really bad. I was not motivated at all. Maybe I was like tired because we played too many official games and we had the Mexico major, then Pro League. It was very hard for us, but I worked on this problem and now I'm more motivated than ever. The start will be the hardest part, because if, for example, we lose first game or even first 2 games, we will put the pressure on ourselves. The fans will put pressure on us, like, oh no, they will not get out of groups again. We need to handle this pressure and try to do our best. During the game, I just focus on the game and you don't think about anything, just about the game. In our group, I'm most afraid of ninjas in Pyjamas, of course. It's like one of my favorite teams. And we screamed a lot against them, even back days, and it was really hard for us. That was a long time when Brazil dominated, and it's time to finally stop it. And I'm ready to play against everyone. I'm just really focused right now, and me and my team will try to do the best.
Мы идем за ним.
Hello, hello. Здравствуйте, everybody. Welcome to the stream. For all the Russians out there, we're ready for our game, and it's Empire versus Team NIP. The Ninjas in Pyjamas, and it's Russia versus Brazil. How international does Invitational get? Pretty international. We got a lot of people all over the world here competing, but also talent from all over the world. I'm Elisamatic, your host for the show. With me are Jesse and Jacob. Friends, is it Jacob or Jacob? How do you?
I've heard
Caliber Jacob.
I've heard Jacob if it's done in Greek. I've heard Jacobo if it's in Spanish. I've heard a couple of different things.
Calib if it's in Arabic.
True. I've also heard Calibration Jason if you're a Redditor.
Calibration Jason.
That's probably one of my favorite iterations
stage
of it.
namers.
Yeah, it's Ammunition Edward is another one that like a friend of mine came up with for a while. It's you can keep on turning this into anything you want. Like,
okay,
this is whatever, man. It's what I get for picking a gamer tag that anyone can just turn into whatever they feel like.
Don't worry, my gamer tag is a real name in Polish, which doesn't really we're in Serbian. So
yeah, where did the medic come from in that? Like,
it's a Russian Badger reference.
Oh, that's fair. Hey, hold on, it's not his name. Do we need to bring back the corn pop reference?
We don't gotta get it.
All right, friends, let's move on and have a chat of our teams. We got NIP up first on the screen, so let's take a look at the reigning world champions that want to defend that trophy and keep it in their hands. While they stumbled a bit yesterday, what happens today, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, you said it. This is a team that came in with a lot of expectations. They did get at least push it to 3 maps yesterday, so they got that 1 point inside the group stage. They're feeling okay from that. But today, obviously, they're going to need more points than that if they want to keep their crown. This is a team that throughout Mexico got a little bit embarrassed by the other Brazilian team, Damwon Kia, in the group stage. They came into the Sweden major, got all the way to the grand finals. That's the type of comeback we need to see today to turn this group stage into a victory for them. They've done it before where they go down very early, they come back and they're playing really well. We need to see that in the group stage now.
They're world champs for a reason. I think they still have the tenacity to kind of push through anything that they get thrown with, but it's like Mexico major syndrome a little bit. I'm just worried about resiliency or tilt for some reason, because back in Mexico when they lost those 2 games to Damwon Kia back to back, same map, same bands, we thought, hey, maybe there's a chance they can turn this around if there's a different idea. Instead, what happens? They just get in their own heads. You can see all of them visibly frustrated there. I don't want that kind of problem to rear its ugly head at the Six Invitational.
I would counter you, Jacob, that this is not going to be a problem in this game for 2 simple reasons.
What are you thinking?
One, we've seen NIP face these similar challenges and succeed.
It's true.
When they were in the SI Grand Finals, I mean, that's as high pressure of a situation as it gets, and they were still able to succeed, pull out the win there. We've seen them in these high pressure games. The second thing is, I would argue the reason they were losing to Damwon was not so much because of the implications that they really wanted to make bracket. I think Damwon just plays a nuts style of game that NIP weren't ready for. And you look at Empire, it is not the same.
No, Empire are definitely, they're really feeling it. And Dan, I mean, he talked about November, how he was down. We'll have to see. Usually when he gets excited during a big game, you see his face light up like a tomato. I love to see it. That's the sort of action we're looking for. And again, here are Team Empire, one of the top EU teams, but very tumultuous have things been for this Russian team over the past year. They come back here. They did fairly well in the groups last year at Invitational. They went through in the quarters, dropped down to lower bracket, and unfortunately things kind of ended there. But Europe kind of sucked at SI last year. Anyways, what do you think, Jake?
Well, I want that tenacity or that ability to stick in moments where they were down 3-6 against the Sonics from yesterday. The energy that they then brought to the table right after, please inject that directly into my veins, because they didn't allow that kind of deficit to get them down. They decided, you know what, we'll pick ourselves up, it's match point, and they deliver a comeback for the rest of the series that the Sonics should have closed out every single time they had a chance to get back into the game. They took it, and the Sonics continued to slip gradually. Empire didn't allow that to become a problem.
Despite the fact that 2 of their players are playing in quarantine in their hotel room.
Exactly.
That is actually insane that they're able to get that done, because we've had it, you know, last time in November, we've had it even in qualifiers for LATAM. Usually teams that are faced with the situation, they just kind of crumble. They're not used to it. But these guys, I mean, you just put them in, they're going to be able to perform despite these situations.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that I think really has shown off that they are world championship contenders, right? Coming into this, I thought yesterday they had really strong attacks across the game. They went 13-20 overall from the attacking stat from yesterday. We knew going into this that their late kind of scrappy pushes were going to be something to be feared, and that was proven correct only moments into their first game. Their defense were a little bit lacking. 33% win rate, 6 out of 18. Felt like Dan was having a bit of struggles on the roam, -5 on his entry game, and that was a lot coming on defense. So he was kind of struggling in that area. I think their plant denial could have been a little bit better in some rounds. So there are areas for improvements, but they know what they need to work on.
Our bands are ready, friends. Okay. So let's take a look at them. A reminder for everybody, 7 maps in our pool. Ban, pick, ban, and then Decider. Jesse.
Yeah, right off the bat, no surprises. Chalet always getting banned out by Empire. That's not a big shocker. Oregon was my pick for the ban as well. I want to say, with these bans especially, I don't think we're going to see any really one-sided games. These teams have very similar map pools and the maps that they enjoy and the maps that they don't. So with these 2 out of the way, I think we're going to see 3 even maps almost no matter what we get, but we'll see what ends up coming through here. A lot of options. I know it's Empire's first pick coming up. They could go for, I mean, there's so many. The Coastline for sure. I think they could go Cafe. Clubhouse is there. You know, Villa maybe, but I don't know if they're going against their opponents. Interesting they go for Coast, though, because this is actually one that NIP will pick almost every chance they get. Empire steal it and pick it first, so that's going to be one where they try to contest them on it. And then Cafe brought in by the Ninjas in Pyjamas. This is a map that they were able to, well, actually drop the other day. NIP against Sandbox, Empire in their hand on Cafe. They've been good most of the year, not against BDS in the EVO Finals, though.
I mean, both teams' map pools are incredibly compatible. It's just kind of a question about where we end up. No Bank, no Villa, which I do think would have been interesting as a decider if we needed it. Both Empire and NIP do have at least a little bit of proficiency on it, but where we stand now is Club instead. Yet again, Empire, whenever they get the chance to play this, they're going to take it every time. But the fact that we're going all the way to it as a decider is a little bit curious. NIP, for their own part, 10-7. Sorry, no, that's my bad. That is 15-5 over the span of the last 9 months or so, and they look incredible on it overall. But Empire, again, they will take this every single chance they possibly can. Overall, all 3 maps are ones that both teams seem like they really enjoy. So this is just both of them going hand in hand for the rest for this entire series. I don't really know if this swings one way or the other.
I know, especially for Clubhouse. You look at NIP, this is a map they got a 6-game win streak on. They haven't lost it since the Mexico Major against a little team called G2, who weren't even strong enough to compete at this event.
Friends, I'm very excited for this one. I mean, you see Empire versus NIP, you're like, okay, this is going to be a really fun game despite the whole situation. I am very much looking forward to it. You say the maps are very compatible between both of these teams. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. We're hoping for this to go. So thank you very much, Jesse and Jacob. Let's then toss it to our casters. It is time. NIP versus Team Empire. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. It's a pleasure to be here once again as we get ready to dive into our first series of the day here, which you just heard the analyst break down very nicely. Let's start talking about it ourselves here, though. NIP versus Team Empire, with arguably the 3 of the best maps for each of those teams making it through the pool. This is bound to be a very competitive series at the minimum because of that factor.
Absolutely. You and I were just sitting here going over maps at the desk as soon as they were doing it as well, and we actually came to the same conclusion. You know, these map pools are extremely compatible, and with the maps we ended up on, I think we're going to get a banger of a series. The big thing to talk about right now is what happened in both of these squads yesterday. A lot of conversation around not only Ninjas in Pyjamas, but also Empire and what happened up against the Sonics, especially in Map 2 on Oregon, where there were some blunders from the NA team that allowed Empire to sneak back in and take the series.
It is important to note as well, and the desk touched on this too, that once again, Empire, unfortunately, still dealing with the kind of caveat, the asterisk, if you will, that they have a couple of players playing from the hotel right now, so they aren't able to get that full cohesion on stage with themselves, where obviously NIP does have their full roster here and available, so they'll have a slight advantage as a result of that. They too, however, struggled a little bit yesterday as we saw them take on Sandbox. That one went to a full 3 maps where unfortunately they faltered and lost it 1-2. Still with some usual performances coming out, at least on the individual side from NIP though, so I think that speaks more to the advances of Sandbox more than necessarily the disadvantages that we saw NIP be faced with in the course of that matchup. Either way though, we're getting into our first map. Let's see if NIP or Empire are going to be able to continue to bounce forward here in the group as they face off against each other, with our first map, as you can see, being on Coastline.
Oh, it is going to be Empire's choice, and they've already got a dub here at LAN up against Sonics yesterday, and it was 7-5 fashion, took the entirety of regulation in order to get it done. We'll have to see how it breaks down in this one. This is Pyjamas, and with the bans now, as we've already got Nomad removed for Empire.
Nomad making perfect sense for a Coastline map, just when you consider, once again, the kind of donut shape of the overall map, making it very easy to throw those airdrops down and be able to block out most of the kind of aggressive tendencies that would come out from defenders through wide rotates, especially those hallways that are going to be very useful for them if they're going to be unimpeded. Second ban, very similar in terms of the rationale behind it, as Lion fulfills an extremely similar role, so just get rid of both of those, and now it's going to be a lot easier for the defense to kind of roam around the map throughout the course of these rounds here. We might need to see some more creative operator picks to try and make up for that. As we get to our defender bans, though, the first one there is going to be Cade.
You're really hitting the nail on the head with the offensive side there, John. And with the Kaid ban coming in as well, just trying to prevent some of this utility that could possibly be holding up these important walls, like the new VIP wall, for instance. Valkyrie just going to be, well, what she always is. A lot of info, a very good gun, a nitro cell, way too many things that you want to give to the opposing team, so they're just going to remove it.
And so with that, we will get ourselves into the first round here. Not too surprising on the bans. We do get both of the anti-roamers knocked out, though, so a little bit aggressive on that front. That will leave some other options available to our attackers, of course, but we'll talk more about that when it becomes relevant over the course of the round. Let's get into it, though. We're going to be starting out with a kitchen and service defense, as Empire will be on the defensive side here. Operator lineup, not going to be too surprising that they're going to be bringing to the table here. The Oryx obviously might stand out to a couple of people, but Oryx has become pretty standard as far as coastline games are concerned, because of that hatch play and his ability to jump up through them to be able to get to the second floor and obviously remove the limitation of only be able to access the staircases.
Well, away from Doke and into more info here for Julio, as he'll pick up Zero. Hopefully that will assist him a little bit, as yesterday was definitely not his best day. A 0.75 up against Sandbox, but it just seemed like Sandbox really had Nip's number, especially when it came to static. His entry stat was truly incredible. So we'll have to see what both of these teams can possibly muster in that category. Both of them actually lacking up against their opponent in that area. So either way, though, ladies and gentlemen, do want to remind you guys of this just before we get too deep into this series. This is not the only stream that's going on in the current moment. We also have Rainbow Six Bravo up and going on right now, being casted by the lovely Ace and Des, so make sure you guys check in. Already heard them yelling before you and I got on broadcast, so there's definitely some things going on there that you're going to want to check out.
And if you don't have a second monitor, or you just don't have the attention span to watch two streams at once, keep in mind our command center will be coming back to you in between all these games on our main stream here to be able to break down all the action that's going on over on our Bravo stream, as well as here on the Alpha stream if you just want to stick around here. Anyway, let's talk about some of the opening action we've got going on in this first round, as NIP is working on their initial clear. Not going to see anything crazy for these first few seconds. A couple of hatches getting popped open, a few drones zooming around the map, but other than that, don't expect anything too crazy here for the first 30 seconds or so of the round, as NIP looks for a safe path to establish their first bit of map presence.
Well, in traditional fashion for Coastline Empire is going to be holding most of the odds and ends, the entries to the building, making sure that Ninjas in Pyjamas can't get away with too much here inside of the opening minute. You can see Scyther currently manning inside of VIP, as well as White Stairs being occupied by Empire as well. Ninjas in Pyjamas is going to take their time and just make sure to use this drone game, try and get them a little bit farther, especially inside of those frag areas. So, as this first minute expires, Empire just waiting on their laurels here, as we'll see what Ninjas in Pyjamas want to do with this side of the map.
See once again here. NIP still taking their very cautious time with things. Finally going to start using that hard breach to be able to open up access into VIP and start crunching down on any bit of the extended second floor setup we'll get from Empire. Not going to see a whole lot of that, though, specifically because of the site choice we'll have, just having to try and defend into VIP a little bit. But overall, as you can see, just trying to more than anything deny access to the outside of that. That will once again give over the keys to that upstairs, especially the top-down angles that are now going to be opened up here by players like Pino on the sledge. And it'll continue to do that over by the circle couch and other areas near here as well to continue to open up POVs against the possible anchors from Empire down below there if they can get lucky and find one of them out here before they eventually have to assault the site at some point in the next 45 seconds or so.
Yeah, and this is what the entirety of this roam is intended to stop, is what Ninjas in Pyjamas is currently doing with Penthouse. You don't want to allow Pino to get too much control over that space because it makes it very easy for a service plant that we could be seeing come in a little later on. Empire still have plenty of roamers around the map and obviously some cross angles that could thwart a lot of Nip's plans, but you can see they're already starting to clear out the service area. They'll get rid of that evil eye on the desk as well. Some other things. We're able to clear that laser gate, but that'll more than likely be reset later on here as we're already into the last minute.
You can already see the two players that were pushed out towards the lobby for Empire. Only one of them, I believe, fully getting droned out there, but they do back both of them away as we've come down to the final minute here. No longer is there any need to hold that extended presence, as they can basically turtle in the site here and fend off the direct execute, which Nip is going to have to go for here. With that lobby control, they're going to get the capability to try and work themselves in through both the bathroom as well as the service door itself, in addition to keeping pressure from the kitchen window. And with that, they're able to leverage the first kill relatively scot-free, actually. As you see Scyther's health getting bled out there, and NIP claim it for themselves here. Always, however, able to respond to that from back upstairs as he finds Pino, and now Kamikaze next to falls. Always gets himself another one with Muzi rappelling back up to try and assist, leaving just Psycho as well as Julio in the fight here. Psycho picks up his first, Julio nearly getting a second exchange for this team, but with only 5 seconds left. It's looking rough, and Dan will clean up the final two to give Empire the opening round.
A great round from them overall. Love the patience, especially in the re-entry upstairs being the saving grace of this round, not allowing Ninjas in Pyjamas to apply too much pressure to their site players and allowing them to step up to the plate instead of the actual site to deal the damaging blow to Ninjas in Pyjamas. Especially with Empire coming up a kitchen hall is going to be a difficult round for Nip, but it's just the way the cookie crumbles. Into round 2 now as Ninjas in Pyjamas will be attacking double bar this time around.
Let's take a peek and see how exactly the potential operator map's going to change. No huge mix-ups here, mainly just Dan working himself off of the operator from the previous round as he's going to be back on the Wamai this time, adding that little bit of extra utility mitigation and forcing them to dump in a bit more than they might have had to do previously, and that'll basically be a horizontal exchange as they'll move the Aruni over to the Wamai, and once again keep the same general amounts of utility mitigation as they move into the second round.
Also going to be bringing Malusi along for the ride as well, just to slow the entry of NiP into the actual site. This is a site that desperately needs it as well, and just a reminder, Blue Bar not going to be occupied too heavily by Empire. They'll extend this out towards the eastern side and try and work the lobby space in order to make sure that no one can possibly plant here. And that's why this wall is going to be destroyed here on Coast. This is a rudimentary one we usually tend to see, so NiP will be ready for this, as more than likely their plan will be, well, what everybody else's plan is. Either plant on this couch that we're looking at right now or over in Sunrise next to the bomb chassis.
So once again, no surprises coming in terms of the setup. Should be a fairly straightforward affair for NIP to be able to clear this out as well, but obviously looks can be deceiving, and NIP will have a long checklist of things to be able to take out, such as that setup behind the bomb chassis, as well as any support that's going to come from behind the couch. That'll more than likely force them into going for top-down control, just like we saw in the previous round there. So going to be wanting to take away Hookah and a couple other key areas here horizontally. They're going to want to try and get access to some other places like the outside of the pool door there, be able to open that up as much as possible so that they have a direct path to the site once the timer gets low enough to be able to force them in, as we saw in the previous round. Weren't really able to accomplish it last time, and Empire was able to easily tear that attack apart with the majority of the setup they had still in the site in those dying seconds of the round. So now NIP need to find a way to speed this up or open up the clearance just a bit more so they can work their way into the site a bit more cleanly this time.
Now, Ninjas in Pyjamas able to get the opening pick in the last round, but really didn't mean too much to the overarching story of round one. If for round two, it could be a little bit different though, as Pino will be hopping into Penthouse Bathroom and quickly making his way into Guitar. Not too much of a read on these Empire members that are more extended off towards site, but it's definitely not the vertical play. It's into the horizontal here as they're trying to hold on to Kitchen as well as Office. You can see how extended Empire are on this bottom floor here. We have every single avenue locked up, trying to work the stairwells, everything of the sort. This is exactly what you want to see out of Empire.
It's important to note as well that Empire were able to utilize kind of a re-aggression from specifically this area, the Cool Vibes stairs, to really, unfortunately, hamper NiP's progress there as they backed away from their other aggressive positions, kind of a midpoint of the round there, but then realized because there was no pressure from NIP on anywhere like Sunrise and very minimal pressure for even places like the kitchen window, they had no problem heading back up Cool Vibes there and re-assaulting against NIP, so NIP will need to watch out for that. Shepard, in the meanwhile, as we go back to current events, is going to have to watch out for himself in a second. He's got Muzi and potentially one other player trying to lurk up against him here, so we'll have to rely on support from his teammates, and he might very well get that in the form of Dan, as he's going to pre-knock that window in the event he wants to try and go for a more aggressive play in a few seconds. And you can see the concentration of Empire players now over here towards Cool Vibes. Muzi is now the one that really has to be careful about himself, as the tables have truly flipped on this specific situation. Air's going to push him, no! They don't realize he's there. He goes right in for the double, and that's a massive opener for NIP a second time.
Not supposed to break down that way. Empire will at least be able to fight back, and Dan will get one as well. We get the equalizer, but not before Julio can step up. He'll be able to take down Dan. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Ninjas in Pyjamas, and they still have plenty of time to get this done. Initially, I thought that NiP would run into a couple of problems. They were starting to get low on time. It didn't really look like they had an answer to a lot of this, but Empire just not aware of the player on Cool Vibes, and Muzi getting away with a lot there.
Julio patiently waiting for an aggressive rotate from someone on Empire from Blue into the Sunrise bar, but not going to get it. It's going to be Scyther instead that strikes first here from outside in the hallway, and as well, he'll be able to move forward to take out Julio, leaving just Pino in this fight. With only 10 seconds left to clutch, it gets the first kill though, but Shepard's got the shotgun primed and ready to go at the bottom of the staircase. He'll quickly exchange that final kill out and secure a second for Empire, as they're well on the path to a lead here.
Already a much better series here from Shepard. Unfortunately enough for him, he is one of the affected players for Empire, and that thing, or that makes things a lot more difficult for him overall, given his role. He really likes to use the monitors around him, obviously, to get some extra intel. Every single player at LAN does, and with him off on his own island inside of his room, he doesn't have that anymore. It's very difficult to try and coordinate things as cleanly as you would before, but he stepped up here in a very big way for Empire, and it's definitely paying off some very serious dividends.
So Malusi going to stay in play here for Empire as they just quickly 6-pick that back in. I believe over from Amazi, if I caught that correctly, before we went back in. But unimportant details, a fairly minor switch, not going to cause any shakeups on the NIP roster either, as that too is going to remain very, very similar to what we've already had in previous rounds. The Zero, for instance, staying in play as they need that extra intel to be able to line up the assault for themselves, as well as the possible capability to knock out some utility. They've got a few other ways to accomplish that as well, most notably the Twitch drone that we can see sneaking in, especially inside of Hookah here, as Empire is going to have to play some angles that are a bit further back, so any utility that's placed a bit more forwards, closer to the door, for instance, is pretty much primed for the picking for Muzi's utility there, so we'll have to see what he's able to successfully knock out over the course of this round. Keep in mind, of course, he's also going to be focused a bit on fragging duties, as he will fulfill that, considering he has the F2 there, so might not fully be able to commit himself to that once we reach that minute 30-second marker later in the round.
Default plant knocked out inside of Billiards, utility stack here for Vase, also with the recent buff to that space in general because of what they did to the windows on this map, making it a little bit harder to reach here. So those mute jammers will actually be allowed to exist, whereas before you could simply just shoot them off of the roof and things were fairly straightforward from there for the offense. But now this time around, Ninjas in Pyjamas has a little bit more to do than they normally would. These mute jammers don't only hold up the walls, they'll also stop Julio from trying to get info if he does want to launch one of his cameras into one of those single panels. Looks like the dangerous version of Coastline will start here in round 3 as Dan will have our first spawn kill of the game, taking out Psycho.
First, opening kill for Empire inside of this series, and a good one at that here. Inside of only the first 45 seconds or so. Going to be taking out what's normally a pivotal player for NIP, but over the past few months hasn't necessarily remained the case. It's really been Muzi that's become the highlight for this team, and certainly showed that yesterday in their game versus Sandbox. We'll see what else the rest of the team's going to be able to do, but meanwhile, it's Dan just running around, picking up multiple kills, as now he's grabbed Muzi as well. Almost like I jinxed it there, as he's going to go down, and that leaves the fragging power for NIP at a serious lack now with the removal of both of those players.
Dan has always been an incredible player, and it seems that he's came even more into his own since we'd seen him previously. Just as a reminder, in Stage 3, Empire did end up finishing second behind BDS. So this team, definitely nothing to shake your head at when it comes down to it, especially when it comes to Dan's play. I mean, you heard the guy himself inside of his interview. He is just very well suited for situations where there's a lot of bodies trying to come in onto him. So looks like he'll be able to get away with a little bit too much here for Nip's liking, as they're still on the outside of the building. Julio trying to get some extra information up top inside of Hookah with these Sam cams, but none of this really going to bode too well for them. Joystick's going to add insult to injury, as well as Kamikaze simply cannot react to the Sunrise player.
That's 2 successful outside kills coming in over just the course of this round from Empire. NIP need to be cautious of this, as it's only going to unleash more of those attempts later on in the half, now that Empire has the confidence and knows that it works. Finally, an exchange will ring out here as NIP have 2 players on the Hookah window rappel, and Julio's able to use that position to finally pick up the first trade against Dan. A very important player as well here, as we already saw previously in the round. Dan picking up some massive kills for himself, 2 of them in fact here. Now, of course, he being down on the ground is going to make things just a tad easier for NIP. Still, unfortunately, a 2v4 though, so while it may be easier in the grand scheme of things, it is not an easy round at all here, as they're now going to have to try and force their way into Hookah. Still have, I believe, 1 additional Toxic Bay to be thrown out here as well. One nice kill found by Pino, but it is immediately exchanged out by Joystick. Julio does catch Scyther on the cross from Hookah, so we might not be done just yet. Time, however, is once again getting low, and it's now a 1v2 here for Julio to try and clutch it out, and unfortunately, he's up against the shotgun at relatively close range here, so as long as the read is there, and there you go, Shepard once again, 1 pump to end it, as Empire go for a 3rd in a row.
And we talked about it last round, we'll talk about it again. Shepard, he's just looking a lot different today in comparison to what he was yesterday, especially here on this coastline. In my personal opinion, this has got to be one of Shepard's best maps. Whenever you look back to the history of Empire, this is one of those maps where he just pops off, and everybody always remembers the game of him going absolutely nuclear as Lion on offense as well. So great stuff here from Empire thus far, but for Ninjas in Pyjamas, they've got to pick up the pace. And guys, they've got some history on this map as well. Coastline's the most played map in LATAM inside of Stage 3, so there's really no excuse for what's happening right now in the moment, especially given the fact that Coastline is so offensive-sided.
It's also important to note here that when we look back at the map picks, this was a bit of a mind game played by Empire, that they picked into this one. NIP more than likely saying, cool, we have no problem going to this map. We feel pretty prominent on this map, so we're going to go over to Cafe, which is another map that Empire favors a decent amount as well there. So considering that, this could leave NIP in a very, very delicate position if things do not turn around at some point here on Coastline for them. But we'll save our breath on that. to only get deeper into this map. As while Empire's got a good start, we still have a whole other quarter of this match here before the teams switch sides, and that's an opportunity for NIP to come back and tie us up at 3-3 as well.
We have so much game left, but it just feels like Empire's gotten so much done inside of these 3 rounds thus far. Ninjas and Pyjamas really need to wake up in the moment, just really not able to find the frags in any convincing way like they would want to, especially inside of the early round here. And for them, they're used to the bans that we're seeing. They usually end up banning the line, which they did follow through with on this map. Obviously, the Nomad can lead to some things, but Empire hasn't been outside of the building, and also with NiP and the way that they've been taking map control, it's not like Nomad would necessarily assist them in any capacity in this. Yes, maybe they could have cut off some rotations inside of the top space earlier, but that's really about it. Past that, Empire's just been playing a really stellar game thus far on Coast.
Woozy continuing to patiently wait to see if that aggressive swing from Empire is going to show up once again. It's actually very well weighted from Empire. It seems like they're cooling off on it a little bit. Obviously, Dan went crazy with the run out back on round number 3 just in the last round here, but this time it's going to be a lot cooler, calmer, and collected here as they sit more at the threshold to the initial expected entry points from NIP and kind of wait to be able to pick up a kill there. Good variance coming in from Empire. It's going to constantly keep NIP guessing and force them to slow down and ultimately waste time that doesn't really need to be wasted here, which only plays further into the favor of Empire. Good stuff from them.
Absolutely the case, my friend. Ninjas and Pyjamas, the minute off the board now, still trying to progress forward. And just a quick conversation going back to this Nomad really quickly as I look deeper and deeper into these stats for NiP on this map. Empire actually with a pretty solid ban here across the board, just simply because of the win percentage that NiP actually have on the offensive side. This is their most winning op when they bring this character. So actually a very solid ban here from Empire that could be slowing up NiP in a certain way. Again, the rotations that we've seen from Empire really wouldn't mean all that much to the overall utility there, but still, it's one of those things where when you're used to having it and you have to move away and pick something else, it can definitely throw a wrench in the cogs and kind of throw you off your game. So either way, Empire with a pretty awesome pick when it comes to the offensive side. Either way, though, minute and 10 seconds left here as Ninjas and Pyjamas are looking to mortar strike the actual site. A little bit of damage dealt to Shepard, but that's about all she wrote. Ninjas and Pyjamas still needs to get something done on the actual map.
Yeah, over halfway through the round, less than a minute remaining here now, and we've really had a whole lot of nothing happen for NIP except for just now starting to see them move in for this lobby control. A great swing coming up from Joystick up the Cool Vibe stairs, and at 45 seconds, they'll claim the first kill against a very important player, Muzi. Psycho does trade that one back out, however, against Shepard. Oh, and he's going to be able to carry it forward further as well. A second picked up from him as he finds Dan leaning in by the kitchen window. He's ready for a third also as another player from Empire is ready to challenge over by that doorway. Scyther will now get dropped in a separate fight, and suddenly Empire look at a whole lot weaker here due to NIP taking a slow approach, but before Scyther can be finished off, we do see Always sneak off the kill. Kamikaze and Pino, they'll clean up shop immediately after that, and finally NIP find themselves a confident win to get on the board.
Yeah, so very awkward for Empire there inside of the dying moments. I mean, this is something that we've seen from Ninjas and Pyjamas pretty often, is when they hit an obstacle, they tend to just start walking at things, and that's exactly what we're going to see inside of this round. They are able to gather the actual lobby control, and you can see how Empire stacked over towards the jungle side of Kitchen, and this just allows Psycho to walk right in through stalls, not only pick up Shepard, who's looking on the complete opposite side of the rotation, but also kill the re-entry that's trying to come back in through Kitchen, and that's just so much damage already dealt to Empire, and you can see how they're also trying to fight back in a certain capacity, especially with a player inside of security, but that didn't matter either. Ninjas and Pyjamas are used to that being played, and they're assuming there's a body in there. They assume correctly, they get another frag, and then what do you do from that moment?
Empire going to have to quickly look for the capability to rebound here. Relying a little bit on their earlier advances. We saw them cool it off a little bit, and again, with good reason behind that, trying to add more variance to their early round play. Now, on top of the fact that if you look at their matches, as well as NIP's matches from yesterday, the entry stats were really nothing to be impressed by on either team. So Empire cannot necessarily rely on their early round aggression to get them the outright advantage to win, because NIP is on fairly even turf with them in that statistical category at this point of the tournament.
Yeah, I also think that it also comes down to recognizing what NiP want to do in the last minute when it comes down to a round like that. That's something that as Empire you have to be able to identify and know that they're going to go for something very similar to that, because they've been doing it for quite some time now. So we'll have to see what Empire can possibly do, and if they're going to be ready for NiP to try and throw it at the site later on, or try and creep in and get some frags in an unexpected place. Either way, Empire once again, spread out across this map, and this is what we like to see. We want to continue to see this from Empire. Hold that space, force Ninjas in Pyjamas to take it from you, dwindle this timer, and just put them into a poor execute if you can. If you can deal some damage or take a body as well, then that's even greater to your overall success to the round.
So taking a look here at what's going on inside of our first opening seconds. Not a whole lot to write home about here, but we are actually going to see Muzi get a surprising amount of control over here towards VIP. Empire playing ignorance to that as they believe reinforce the no reinforcements as far as I can tell on either of the left side walls there either. So he's going to leave that right open for the taking as the extended setup here will be left quite vulnerable. And as well, Empire won't even really be taking up position towards it. So they are going to let NIP potentially take that early on. They'll have to be careful of the re-advance that we've already seen a few times from Empire back up towards that. It doesn't seem like NIP are necessarily going to keep a whole lot of pressure here long term, however. Already shifting a few players away from that. Now the attention shifts over here towards the main stairs, where Julio has obviously just jumped in on the second floor window, and he does have, as you can see, always sitting a couple feet below him right now, possibly ready to take the fight in a few moments' time.
Well, with top floor control, we can see that Empire was setting them some things up top to make it difficult to play around this hookah hatch, but I don't necessarily think that they're actually going to be able to get the re-aggression up top. I think this is going to be a lot of Nip just taking control of this and allowing Pino to do some quite serious work. You can see Muzi's worried about vibes, and White Stairs has already been locked up as well by Nip, so really nothing Empire can do. Joystick can possibly win this out with the M590 if somebody does want to try and aggress onto vibes, but even if he tries to swing for the vase player, Muzi should more than likely win that. Now going down into the last minute here as Ninjas in Pyjamas is trying to break things up and look for the Sunrise plant.
A minute remaining here, and as you said before, NIP with full control upstairs will be very hard to see the re-aggression, but despite that fact, still going to keep the pressure from Joystick sitting over on the cool vibe stairs, ready to take a challenge against any overzealous member of NIP that might try to leap down the stairs without first checking it. So Joystick actually finding that not a whole lot going on here. You could see building up the courage slowly to maybe even self-check it himself, as he could potentially swing up there, but the Gemini now starting to work itself in through the pool door, and that's usually the siren call for what is going to be the execute following very shortly after that, and we can already see Psycho as well as Kamikaze trying to get in position to justify that, just taking out a couple pieces of extra utility from up on top due to the good work coming in from Pino here. He will be out of nades, but on top of that, Empire will be out of positioning inside of the site to play into, as you can see. Now relying on just the ranged utility they have. Psycho finally going to get the first kill at 15 seconds left here against Scyther. Rest of the team ready to hold off against it. Here come the swings, though, as Scyther now gets himself a second against Dan as well, but time very low. We need that plant to come down on the ground. No sign of it as of yet, and time's just going to run out. Empire walks away with an easy one there, as they don't have to do a whole lot to hold it off.
It actually wasn't that. Shepard had the perfect timing on the smoke. He tossed it in and set it off as soon as that 10-second marker hit, which was just beautiful. Ninjas in Pyjamas tried to re-aggress, if you guys saw Kamikaze, dipping in and dipping out of mud, trying to see if he could possibly get the timing, but Shepard just played that so very well. That's exactly what you want to see out of your smoke player, and Empire up 4 rounds.
So Empire once again quickly retaking control by just playing the passive game, baiting out pretty much all the time. They're
what a round, honestly.
Yeah, never giving NIP an inch of vision on a single member of Empire, and never over-aggressing, never stepping too far out into a fight that could have potentially given Empire advantage, but also could have potentially lost Empire a player or two there and put them behind. They played to the defensive side of this game pretty much perfectly there, and NIP just didn't have enough aggression to counter it out.
Yeah, you could see Empire was also really worried about Nip possibly trying to go for an entry over towards the service or lobby area as well. All of Empire minus our SAS ops are extended out towards that east side to make sure that that won't happen. That allows Shepard to do his job and do it in such convincing fashion. So now for Nip, 3-round deficit now on the offensive side here for Coast, as they can simply not get anything to go. They're able to obviously muster a singular round, but these last couple, especially that last one, I really don't like what we're seeing out of Ninjas in Pyjamas in the moment. Really no aggression, nothing trying to come on to the Empire players and actually take bodies. We're just not really seeing any action out of them.
So we'll go into the final round of the opening half here with Empire well under control here. Worst case going to be a 4-2 if we see the counter now come in from NIP. But of course, Empire already going back to where we saw them control his site earlier. It's going to be back upstairs one final time in Hookah. We've got a more aggressive Always here leaned out over by one of the windows, over by the front door, trying to see if he can maybe catch an unwilling member of NIP. Lurking up towards that, trying to take up initial positioning. Looking a bit unlikely. There was only Psycho in the area, and his focus seems to be a bit more concerned over towards the big window or possibly the service entrance. Still another player working with him for that as well. There is going to be some resistance towards service here too, as you can see Dan giving himself an extended position to play towards over here. Even a reinforcement to assist with it as well, and the magnets too being thrown out. So he'll be trying to maintain this position with some additional support, I think, sitting a little bit further back towards the kitchen door and bottom cool vibes area.
It's very similar to what we've been seeing Empire play this map like the entire time. Dan going to be on a forward position once again here inside of service. The pre-fire to the wall almost catching him, and also Dan missing a body because of that. So perfectly timed there from Muzi to allow Psycho to go in. And although it doesn't seem like it's practice, it most definitely is, but so is that always. He's been occupying this space the entire time, and so is Dan, as we just talked about previously. But Ninjas in Pyjamas, this is what we like to see. They'll double down on it, and they'll be able to refrag with Shepard and Joystick falling.
The refrags coming in here from NIP are amazing in how they're saving themselves at the outset of these rounds here, seeming like Empire is going to take massive advantage when suddenly NIP picks up the trades out of absolutely nowhere. That's the kind of confidence that was unfortunately missing in the previous round here, but it's good to see it returning for the 6th and final attacking round for them inside this half here. So I'm going to see them start to deploy down the VIP hallway. Relatively scot-free, no resistance coming in at any point there from Empire. That'll allow them to chuck in some nades and start to open things up as well for themselves to give them better POV on the site as we get closer and closer to the end of the round here. Still a little under half of it to go though, so plenty of time for NIP to bait out and analyze things. Drone count, unfortunately, getting a little bit low, so Intel might be starting to lapse itself a bit, but as you can see, Kamikaze nearly getting himself into exchange with Dan. Dan's at low HP though. He makes a smart choice here and backs away to a safer position.
Dan's going to reaggress over towards VIP, a much smarter choice here as luggage is quite scary at the moment with Julio occupying the Aqua balcony as well as Kamikaze inside of this space. You can see they're trying to set up for the default plan in the moment, but this is also going to read very well for Empire's side in the moment. Scyther Nitro Cell in his pocket as well. We could see the adjustment down low here from Dan. Does still have that impact, but it's really up to Empire. And actually what Nip can do now, since Julio's been taken out, there's that impact from Dan to clean it up, and they just have to go for the frags now. Not very much time. They'll be able to remove Scyther, but Dan fires back onto Kamikaze. It's a triple for him as he looks for the quad. Pino outside on the balcony, and now it's down to the 1 versus 1. You'll love to see it. Very minimal time here as Pino needs to pick up the case and plant this, and he's going to need to do it immediately as soon as he picks that up. Big problem now is there's a bulletproof on that wall. He's going to be able to read out a lot of what's going on. He'll destroy that and immediately go for the plant as right when this hits 0-0, Dan will be able to hop too, but Pino will actually be able to get up as well because of the time. Look at how this is breaking down. Dan moving forward for the hookah rotation now. Pre-fires the wall, knows that he's moved off towards Aqua. Dan with very minimal HP though. This could go either way.
Plant timing for Pino was absolutely perfect there. It was far enough up to allow him to get it before it hit the null timer, and as well, it was close enough to the end where Dan thought he might have tried to bait it there. Pino, though, is going to be able to line up that final shot and shut it down due to the massive HP advantage he has in that skirmish there. Beautifully played by Pino as NIP sneak in a second round for themselves at the end of the half.
Pretty scary sight there for both sides. Definitely could have went either way, but Empire's more than likely pretty happy with how that half went. A 4-2 split coming into the offensive side now for them. Definitely in the driver's seat here. We'll see if they can keep their pacing up on this offensive half.
Indeed, that'll be the case. The 4-2 advantage, the world will be their oyster. And as well, with the good capability to kind of bait out the time here, we're going to have to see how well they'll be able to do that inside of their attacking side as well, and how Nip will now try to traverse it. Will they go hyper-aggressive, as we've often seen Latin American teams do on this map, or will they try to play this cool, calm, a little bit confusing as well to try and throw Empire off and get them some of those early picks that they can then leverage into an easy advantage in the late run. Either way, we'll be starting out for NIP on a kitchen hole, the same way that we saw our friends over on Empire starting out their half as well, so going to be rerunning these sites one more time.
Yes, indeed. And for Nip, the confusion more than likely going to be paramount here, especially with this operator lineup that they're bringing. Not only Kamikaze with the alibis like we saw from Empire, but also Muzi bringing Oryx and Psycho with this war. And there's a lot of different ways that they could throw some curveballs at Empire, especially if Empire wants to abuse things like the smokes that Scyther could possibly be carrying. But we'll have to see once we get to that moment here, is more than likely Nip just worried about what could possibly go down on site.
We have some similarities for Empire's composition in terms of what NIP was bringing to the table too, with the big switch up obviously being Dan bringing the Finka to the table now and adding those adrenal surges, that ranged revive, as well as a health boost that can come in and help out our attackers should things get a little bit dodgy. Other than that though, very similar flare coming in. The Sledge obviously getting exchanged out for a buck. We still have the Yana, the Hibana, and the Twitch in play here for Empire, which I believe was present on NIP's lineup also.
Quite a few teams starting to take out Finka in some of the ban phase as well here. I think we saw it 2 or 3 times yesterday, and that's just because of the the buff that she's received. She's actually so strong for your team to have a hold of, especially with her LMG in hand, with those frag grenades and everything else. Dan's actually going to end up using the spear here, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. The spear's still a great rifle. The only difference, obviously, being the massive difference in bullets that you carry per magazine, but you still have those adrenal surges, and it still works in the same way to not only pick your team up, but also keep them healthy.
Drone sneaking up on Pino. I don't know if it got close enough to actually physically see him just as of yet, but may have just barely been able to do so. Couldn't obviously see the drone from Pino's POV, so there's a chance he missed it, but either way, it's clear enough here for Empire to get the confidence needed to start just swinging and take that hookah control for themselves. That is going to be a point they want to play for contention. Pino, though, will contest that. As you can see, he takes up position just by the blue bar window here. There's a couple members of Empire still sitting outside by the ruins and that hookah staircase, which they're going to have to try and traverse if they want the upstairs control. You can see, though, Psycho, he's seen it now. He's seen it now. The drone moves in, and thankfully for him, it's just going to be the Gemini, so it throws him off a little bit as the crouch was moving. It threw me off as well, as I was confused why the Gemini would be crouching in. But either way, Psycho going to be forced out of position as a result of that, and now play from behind the couch. And a great catch, as it's perfect positioning to fend off the actual push from Joystick now and get him the first kill in the round.
They had the initial info, but always didn't have the read on the adjustment to the couch, and that's what catches Joystick off guard as he's trying to work in for the bar space. But obviously, nobody home. Great stuff here from Nip, as he'll be able to pick up the initial frag, and now Empire running into a lot of the same obstacles that Ninjas in Pyjamas did with clearing the map and actually trying to get control and looking for these picks. Seems like the defensive favored coastland is what we'll be getting here today, as Empire stunted for growth right now. Dan trying to work in towards office, always sitting outside blue. Where exactly do they go? Well, the Case currently sitting outside of the kitchen window. Lots of different cross angles to worry about, always now working inside of Sunrise. Quite a few Ninjas in Pyjamas members over towards his right-hand side, which is all the pods that you literally just saw. Pino will still be holding things on here inside of blue. He'll have the cross here as well, but they know that he's inside of this space.
Shepard able to lock in against Kamikaze, and that's after Always nearly loses his life. Pino with the amazing cutoff from blue that no one's paying attention to initially. Thankfully, it's a quick exchange from Scyther, though, as Empire win that fight with mass more than anything else there. Still going to be another member resisting them on the blue side. It's going to be inside of office currently, though. Julio not ready to immediately prevent this. He's going to wait the timeout here, wait for this to get too chaotic, and then swing in from the backside in hopes that he can just run right up and execute the rest of the setup. That may not necessarily happen, though. Dan tears his way through both of the remaining members of NIP, and the Case goes down with no problem whatsoever. Julio's flank has been read into, as you guys probably noticed before as well. They kept someone over by the Cool Vibe stairs to watch out for that. So Julio has no clean way to pick up a kill here, even goes, and it's a good read here, as you can see, towards the outside window to see if maybe he could catch a member of Empire that had gone out the kitchen window. But no one made the step that far because they had no reason to. There's no pressure in the site anymore, and it's just going to be an easy closeout for that flank watch. Scyther, who was already placing himself in that position to get ready for that push.
Incredible round there from Empire, and very much needed. It was not looking to swell when it came to their Sunrise take initially. A lot of bodies being lost to the Sunrise player that eventually became the blue player, and then Julio obviously with a ill-informed flank. He thought that he had it on the timing. As you were saying, John, wait till it gets chaotic, and that's really what you want to do on those flanks. You don't want to just try and give your body up for no reason. You want Empire to be forced into that plant, and then you're just the cloak and dagger coming right from the rear, take them all out. So either way, now for Ninjas in Pyjamas, you have to be really worried, especially with the way that Empire was able to adjust on that offensive side. I really like that they had the Case preemptively dropped outside the kitchen window. That was all premeditated. Fantastic stuff from them. We'll see if they can get it done again here, but it's really going to come down to the early picks and the translations of those that we're going to be able to see here. Obviously, Nip able to pick up the initial one, but past that, it really wasn't that big of an assist. They were able to, yes, get the next kill from Empire, but they weren't ready for the push onto site, just like Empire wasn't ready for Nip to push the site initially on Kitchen as well.
So once again, we'll continue to move through these rounds and move through these sites in a very similar way, as we'll see NIP take on the same exact rotation, so far anyway, that Empire went for inside of their own defensive half. Starting out with Kitchen and now moving over towards the double bars. They will take a very similar, very different operator lineup going to be coming in for them, though. Lots of mobility inside of this one here. We're going to have the Malusi, obviously again the Oryx also to get all over the map at a moment's notice. And then aside from that, things fall much more focused on the site, as we'll have both a Mira as well as the Smoke playing back into that.
A little late sight setup here for Kamikaze as nobody knocking any holes inside of blue. And Dan with a big pickup. I don't know if that was inside of the bathroom or what here. Doesn't look like it was inside of lobby. Did he catch him inside of stalls? No, I don't know exactly where this body ended up going down, but either way, that's Muzi off the board. There he is. He's on white stairs. It makes a lot more sense there. Pre-fire coming in from Dan over towards that space. Gonna end up claiming a life, and now Ninjas in Pyjamas on the back foot, but that doesn't mean they're gonna slow down. In fact, Pino, he's already outside. He's gonna take some damage for it, but luckily the dashes of Oryx will keep him alive.
Just barely, though, as he's still going to take a good chunk of damage on the way out there, getting spotted out a bit too early, unfortunately, over by the VIP repel here. Meanwhile, Joystick just working on deleting some utility real quickly, and actually, I believe it sneaks some damage off on a Kamikaze as well, as he's trying to take out a player entirely. Have to be careful, though. So he recently lost his utility support, and I don't believe he has anything in terms of utility mitigation, because we don't have any operators that can account for that. So, unfortunately, we'll have to back away from that position, fearing the potential second nade to come in at any second. Good news for him, though, is the fact that Joystick, as you guys can see on the right side of your screen, obviously out of those, so it'd have to be Dan or another player to get in a position to do that.
Aggressive showing here from Kamikaze as well, as he was trying to work his way up into mud, and oh, the timing for Kamikaze. You have to feel for him in the moment, but luckily enough, Psycho will find one of his own. Might be too little too late, though. A lot of the round still remains, and plenty of time for Empire to work this top floor and really start to abuse Sunrise for everything it's worth. Dan continuing to work the mudroom space as well. Knows this one is more than likely inside of the bar area. Another nade in, and it's going to deal another chunk of damage to Pino. Now down to a single bullet's worth of HP.
Seemingly a war of attrition that Empire has full advantage over because of their early picks that they had found specifically for Dan, and now 3 picks total in this round as he gets himself another one, finally finishing off Pino, hiding out behind the Sunrise bar. Julio desperately looking for the angle, needed to trade out against this, but it's going to come from Psycho instead. One and done for him now, though. His quad kill is picked up for Dan against Psycho. He's going to potentially try and go for the ace also, just has to isolate out Julio on the inside of blue bar. They'll know where he is now because of the direction from that smoke toss, and it's not unfortunately even going to be able to interrupt the plant. Does a little bit of damage to some of our players here, and Julio, a nice catch as he does indeed absolutely grab Scyther after he jumps out the window, but at this point, the members of Empire have no reason to force the issue against Julio here. 30 seconds, just have to wait it out, and at that point, the round will go into their pocket regardless of the outcome of the 1v2 here. So they're going to play that very, very passively, just wait down this timer, even backing away as you saw there a few seconds ago from Julius. There was a player positioned upstairs a few seconds ago. He's lost the plot, he's lost any hope of finding any of these players, and keep in mind, once we reach past about that 7-second point, it's impossible to counter defuse in time. So we've reached it now. That's it. That's the round. And once again, NIP, just nothing to do. Gonna hand the ace over to Dan on a silver platter. Very well played.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what a round from him. I mean, every single avenue that Dan could have abused there, he did. Top floor, mudroom, blue window, everything that he possibly could have done to Ninjas in Pyjamas, he did. Fantastic stuff from him, and definitely one that Empire are going to be very, very happy with. And I mean, I hate to say it, guys, but Ninjas in Pyjamas are looking like a shell of themselves in the moment. This is not good for our SI champions.
And meanwhile, Empire are looking fantastic, at least inside of this matchup right now, specifically when it comes to their early game. We didn't really see come out for them yesterday versus the Sonics, and they struggled quite a bit in that department. Dan right now is absolutely shredding it in the opening kills, as well as just general control for the map that this team is able to garner. And we are going to see a bit of a desperate pause come out here from NIP. It's a 2-6. They're going to try to rally themselves. Obviously, never a better time to use it than now, as this is very well could be your last chance. So we'll see what they're able to talk about here, what they're able to potentially adjust between the previous round and this one to maybe, just maybe, save themselves and push for 4 straight rounds that are needed to trigger OT.
That's going to be some hard talking points, because as of right now, Dan alone is sitting on the precipice of a 2.0 KPR. That is not supposed to be happening in the slightest, especially for a team like Ninjas in Pyjamas. So they're more than likely going to be going back to the drawing board and seeing what they can possibly produce inside of this next round. Obviously still talking to their coach, so they still got some things to figure out. As of right now, they're locked into kitchen service, and they weren't there for a little bit. It was contested for just a moment, so more than likely seeing exactly what they can bring to the table in this round, is they need to guarantee 4 for overtime.
Let's see if they're going to be able to get this done. The pause has now concluded, so we'll be heading back in just a moment here and seeing if there's any hope whatsoever for the NIP roster to garner themselves back into this matchup. find themselves some fighting shape, find some of that aggression that we had seen earlier on in this matchup, but NIP seem to be a shell of their former selves in that respect, playing very, very passively here, kind of waiting this out and allowing for Empire to make quite a few plays against them. It's going to be going back as well towards a kitchen hold. I will say that initially in the pause, it was looking like they were wanting to go for a penthouse hold, but it's since switched from that. So even some uneasiness from NIP in terms of where they want to take the site choice, it seems.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of those conversations that you just have to have during that tack timeout and see what necessarily you can do to mess with Empire inside of this round, because a lot of this coastline has been Empire setting the pace and NIP trying to have an answer for that. Even in the round that Ninjas in Pyjamas found success, Empire still accomplished so very much. So it's really difficult for the NIP camp right now as they're trying to get something to work on this Rubik's Cube of a map, it seems.
And unfortunately, they will potentially be in for a bit of a rough time on the second map as well. Just pulling up some stats here to look at. Well, yes, our second map for Cafe looks very good on paper in terms of an overall win ratio for NIP at 2-2 for most recent plays. Important to note as well that opponents have banned that map 19 times against them. But when you look a little bit deeper at the stats, it's a little bit vulnerable as they only have a 38% round win ratio, or percentage rather, on that map. So a bit of an uneasy pick, at least in my book, looking at the stats for NIP going into our second map. Could very well be looking at Empire on the warpath towards a quick 2-0 here if NIP don't give us something new on that second map.
Especially with the way that Empire have been managing their utility game as well. I mean, it's looked very, very successful thus far, and Cafe is a map that breeds good utility usage. So we should be seeing Empire finding some pretty serious success once we get there, but we'll have to cross that bridge later on. We still possibly have some very serious rounds to cover here in Coast, and with 1 minute off the board already, Team Empire looking to strike and win this in 7-2 fashion. Psycho will be playing over inside of Sunrise as of right now, so this is looking very similar to what NIP did previously on their kitchen defense.
Psycho continuing to maintain just a bit of a pixel angle to try and immediately fend off any pushes from Empire that would come in through the pool door. If there's anyone that could do it, it's him as well. We have seen some very impressive kind of instant snapshot headshots coming out from him over the course of this series. Julio is going to be the one to take on the challenge at the opener, and unfortunately he's up against the most lethal player from Empire here, Dan.
Oh no.
And always both getting kills. The nade goes in and from the grave. Dan will be able to take out Muzi. He does get caught with his pants down throwing that nade, but hey, at least he trades out the very same player that took him down. And just like that, we're down to 1 and we're down to 0 as Empire wastes no time closing down this final round and shutting down this first map.
Yeah, shutting down is the perfect way to put that, John, because Ninjas in Pyjamas seemed like they weren't even in the server. They take the tack time out, discuss everything, and then still get waxed. I mean, that's just a very, very rough showing for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
I will say things looked okay for them within our first couple rounds, but once again, NIP with just so much hesitation to any type of playmaking that we were going to get out of them. We saw them trying to go for it in the first few rounds, but then it just evaporated entirely as we got towards the 4th and 5th rounds and obviously further into the matchup past that. We need to see more of that. We need to see them trying to dictate the pace of the game because that only grew Empire's own confidence, as well as Dan specifically. We saw him getting bolder and bolder as that map went onwards, and at least his opening kill ratio continued to go up and up and up as a direct result of that. So NIP needing to find their footing very quickly, as if not, we could be looking at a fast 2-0 in Empire's favor.
Absolutely. Dan with 17 kills on that map. Truly incredible stuff. But guys, we are not going to hold you any longer. We want to get into the second map as quickly as you do. So we're going to send you to a little break and we'll be back with map 2 between Empire and Ninjas in Pyjamas.
And we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen. The big question that we need to answer first is, are NIP now going to bounce back as well? As unfortunately, for the most part, they were a bit of a no-show in that first map there. At least after the first few rounds, didn't see a whole lot coming out of them, and it was Empire domination, especially from Dan as he was able to rip his way through. We realized this as well when we were on break. The first ace of the tournament. Big congratulations to him as he's able to take that at a later point during that map and continue to dominate, allowing for Empire to swiftly take control of their second half in the map as well.
Yeah, it's got to be the Bionicle he always brings to land, man. Every single time that I see Dan, that's the thing I look at on that desk. It's just a good nostalgia trip for me, you know, going back in the day when I was little old Stokesy. But speaking of things that are way more important than that, Team Empire and Ninjas in Pyjamas, and what happened on Coastline, John, because it was a bloodbath, especially if you look at Dan's stat line.
I mean, for me, I was explaining it in the postgame there. I just saw NIP completely lose most, if not all, of their confidence to make plays. We even saw that at the tail end of their attack there. We had a round where, unfortunately, they weren't even able to bait out the smokes properly and just had to kind of waltz into the site and never even really properly put the plant down because it would have led to the suicide of the planter because of the smoke sitting there. Very, very similar scenarios played out on at least 2 other rounds, and unfortunately became a symptom of how NIP were able to drop so many, especially later on there, and led to this very dominant scoreline. So now we have to hope they can rebound going into Cafe, but I talked about this in the middle of our last map as well. Only a 30% or so round win rate for NIP going into this map. So we're going to have to hope they prepared something new for this one heading into SI.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, this is also the map that Nip played against Sandbox yesterday where they got bodied. Sandbox just looks so good on this map, and Ninjas in Pyjamas, not so much. I'm really worried coming into this one.
Yeah, absolutely the case here. Empire, in the meantime, no reason for them to be worried as the 3 players that are able to play in the venue right now just sit nice, cool, calm, and collected over in their station, waiting for the game to get started, which should be happening in just a second or two here, folks. Just giving our players one final moment to compose themselves, get themselves ready for any final changes they may want to make, any final discussions they need to have. Then we will dive deep into Cafe to see if, once again, NIP will be able to muster the strength to bounce back into this one, or if Empire will continue to dominate here, as they are already up with a nice series in their pocket being taken against the Sonics yesterday. Now going to look for a second one here against NIP. That will leave them in a very confident position inside of this group if they're able to take that there with 2 wins against some of the most competitive teams in their group, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially with 2 of their players under COVID protocol as well. I mean, you know, very difficult for them to play the way that they want to, like you and I were talking about before. Not having everybody on your bench, especially for someone like Shepard that is so prominent in that support role. You want him there and being able to see what everybody else is doing beside him, but it doesn't seem like it's affecting them that much at the end of the day.
I want to be honest with you too, it's also like, all right, you come here, you expect to play like on a big stage on a big LAN, and now you're playing in a hotel room with with like a computer that we like rushed into your room and all that. So it's a bit of a buzzkill, I'd imagine. At least it would be for me.
And like the worst office chair.
Obviously, again, you know, not much you can do about it considering the circumstances, but they're certainly making the best of it over on the Empire side of things as we get into our second map and see how exactly this is going to play out. As we already start things out with an interesting ban, one that certainly makes sense, though. Flores has become a mainstay for utility clear specifically on this map, so let's knock him right out and remove that potential tool from the attacker. Stature as well, that's been a mainstay in our meta for quite some time, so no surprises there.
An insane operator that Ubisoft provided us, most definitely, because he is the only one that can get rid of utility in the way that he does. He has an explosion on a drone. For everybody else, they have to throw things at the actual shield or whatever they want to clear, and that gets eaten up by ADSs and my discs and whatever else. The only counter to Flores, a mute jammer or you shoot it. And usually people are not playing mute jammers around shield, so Flores has a pretty direct route to getting rid of a lot of these setups that the defense will end up having. But the rest of these bans, folks, they just make so much sense for Cafe. Thatcher, Valkyrie, and Mira all off the board.
And I'll be honest with you, usually people aren't shooting those drones either. They have a very good track record of being able to sneak in and quickly get, at minimum, the explosion off to take out a shield or two, which might be a couple inches in front of one of our players here.
The drone jukes are just insane. I'm telling you, that's something that you develop over time as a Siege player. You get those nice little drone jukes down. If you guys don't know, you can actually abuse your hop if you look right down at the floor and jump, then it'll actually launch your drone forward instead of, you know, going up in the air or whatever. So it's a nice little speed boost. You can, you know, break people's those ankles with that and try and keep those drones alive. And that's really what you're looking to do. Information's extremely important, but Flores is importanter.
All right, so let's see how the lack of Flores will potentially affect Empire and eventually NIPs. They'll be jumping onto the attack in our second half here, but Empire is in the hot seat initially, as once again the defense generally being favored on this one. I think as far as our tournament stats are concerned right now, though, it's not necessarily the case. You and I were looking at it earlier. I'm pretty sure that defense is like a 40% win rate or something like that on this map right now. Obviously, you can confirm it in a second here, but it's a bit of a skewed tournament in that respect, actually. Quite a few maps are flip-flopped right now, so we'll have to follow that closely as we continue further and further into the tournament.
45% win rate, my friend. And the funniest one of all, 21 attempts on Bar Cocktail. It's got a 29% defensive win rate, which is the site we're on right now.
Absolutely the case here. And once again, a large part of that reason is, I'll be honest with you, this site feels like it's kind of played out in a lot of ways. It feels like teams have really stretched the strategy out on this one as far as it can go, and that means that attackers pretty much know what to expect 99% of the time here and have plenty of experience in being able to clear it out as well.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is just, this is the site that you have to be able to clear. So every single team, that's their standard for Cafe if they're going to go to this, is being able to clear this top floor as well as kitchen downstairs. Those are going to be some pretty big things. But this top floor plays into a lot of things because of it playing into the mid-level sites. You really want to be able to understand the top floor of Cafe quite a bit and be able to synergize with your team well in your ability to clear this space. Now, for Ninjas in Pyjamas, they are going to be setting this up in not the most traditional way, but one that we see quite often here with the castle barricade set up to make sure they can protect their player inside of Cigar and hold that space for a while longer. Now, the other thing for Ninjas in Pyjamas that they have going on is no pixel pressure. That's the other thing. But Psycho, he's obviously going to be able to rotate in and out of this space. Seems like he might be able to get one here on the actual stage window. They do swing back in, but oh no, the cutoff from Dan Psycho. He's gotten overzealous and he's lost his life.
Psycho, unfortunately, tunnel visioning on that one player. They're not accounting for alternate angles that Empire could have taken up. That's going to be Dan continuing his opening kill rampage as well as he adds another +1 to that one, being able to take out Psycho. Not the start that NIP wanted here. They're not done just yet. Still plenty of pressure they can throw, even from the inside of this bathroom area, back out towards those very same windows. So Empire, well, yes, they've gotten the opening kill. They still have plenty of work to do in terms of map control here.
And Dan, not rocking the ARX either, bringing in the AK with a couple magazines that we don't get to see, in the hands of Nomad too often just because of how prominent the ARX is overall, but no slouch of a rifle either. Got some extra bullets inside of that magazine and a little bit of a slower fire rate there. So either way, Empire doing a very bang-up job of propelling themselves forward. Joystick will start to get control here inside of Ticket, and quite the quiet map for him on the initial one, but mostly just because a lot of the kills were being soaked up by Dan.
Absolutely the case here. Mosey continuing to bait out time and continuing to look for a potential contention against the push in from Red Drop. Not going to see anyone really swing out against him, though, so he is successfully holding on to that. And Empire are unfortunately slowly running out of time here. Only that first kill against Psycho so far to write home about in terms of any advantage they've gained. They are sitting back, hoping someone will peek out, and as well waiting for that potential opening kill to really start this execute forward, always with another nice frag from below to take out Pino and pull the advantage up to a 5v3. Gonna find another one too. I mean, yeah, I can't even finish my sentence. There we go. They just execute them all one by one by one, and Empire give us a very dominating stance on their opening attacking round here.
Not too much conversation going on here for NIP either. Obviously have, I can't remember. I believe it's Kamikaze in the center. I can't necessarily remember off the top of my head right now face-wise, but either way, just a conversation going in between the two, and I mean, that's really it. For Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're just playing very scared inside of sight. They don't know where any of these members are. There's zero information and zero will for Ninjas in Pyjamas to actually exert pressure around the map. The only thing that we saw was Psycho with that misplay inside of Christmas, and then past that, Ninjas in Pyjamas is getting dusted across the board. Frag grenades coming in from down low and everything of the sort.
Bold choice to go back to this site as well, in my opinion, from NIP here. They're going to waste no time immediately re-picking that one and trying this out a second time to see if a new strategy or a new lease on this site will be what they need to control it here with the very one-sided nature of how Empire were able to control it. To be fair, you know, only showing up those last 30 seconds or so as Empire was kind of given the keys to the kingdom, specifically in the main bar itself towards the middle of this floor. There seemed to be no resistance from NIP inside of the usual areas such as that cocktail wall, so they were able to walk right in. At least their first kill was just free for the taking as they had an angle against the player in Freezer with no counter to it.
Yeah, it was actually Psycho and Kamikaze that were having a little bit of a discussion there as they were talking back and forth and seeing what they can possibly do for this next round. But past that, very quiet on the NIP bench, and that does not bode well. When you talk about LATAM teams, we're talking about energy. We're talking about them being loud and proud in the way that they're playing the game, and that is not happening for Ninjas in Pyjamas in the current moment.
We see a couple drones get dispatched of here inside of the prep phase, but as we move through that, not going to be a huge deficit, only 2 of them being knocked out, still plenty in excess for Empire to utilize here, as Empire's looking once again for a quick path in, maybe a little bit quicker this time, although once again, a fairly confident win from them when everything was said and done, so maybe they're perfectly fine to just rerun this exactly the same way once again. In terms of operator picks, it's going to be very much that here, as they bring a very similar flair to the table, and aside from that, a very similar opener as well, as they're putting a lot of presence on those Christmas repels while they drone things out.
I mean, it's really not that much of a change here, all except for Julia. This is the answer that they have for always coming in down low with the frag grenade, is just Julio playing this space down here. But Empire should drone this before they come downstairs, because if they don't, then they're just playing the game incorrectly. I'll just put it that way for you. As for NIP, though, they're going to be playing very far back inside of the site. This is going to allow Empire not only Christmas control, but also Cigar as soon as they drone out that information. It should be fairly straightforward. There's no mute jammers in play here, so nothing to deny information away from Empire, and you can see that right now as they've already started to muster some space over here on the west side.
See Pino getting himself a slight engagement on the cross against a member of Empire. Reaction just a little bit too slow, so not going to be able to catch any serious damage. A lot of utility being exchanged here as Empire throw the opening volley of their flashes and whatnot into the specifically freezer, as well as that bathroom area to try and flush those players out. Not with too much success, unfortunately, as you're going to see NIP continue to maintain those positions, and obviously, as you guys have probably noticed by this point, no opening kill for Empire either. NIP playing a lot more passive, a lot more locked into their setup, which is potentially going to allow for them to fight better against this execute that Empire will be forced to go for if they continue to bait out the time. Nades coming in from up on top this time, rolls into the freezer. It's a minimal health effect, might have been used to take out a piece of utility or two, however.
I think the Electroclaw is actually still there. No, it did end up getting it, so they'll be able to get the freezer wall open, and that's exactly why Psycho's playing inside of this space. But with the newfound holes that will be inside of the freezer area, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to hold on to this, but that's the entire point of him locking this down here. He's going to try and play out his life and see if he can deal some damage, but damage has already been dealt. It's on the joystick as he'll go down here, and that'll be Niv with their very first pick of the entirety of the game. This is the first kill that they've gotten.
We're going to see Muzi move in there, and despite a teammate getting hit by an air jab, Muzi able to still negotiate a second kill against Dan. Very well done, and a much better strategy coming out here this time from NIP to hold it back. Finally, the passive play is working into their favor, specifically on this third floor hold. The first exchange did come in from Empire, but it's unfortunately not a huge amount of impact at this point, especially with Scyther having most of his HP ripped right off here. Kamikaze seals away one of his teammates. Scyther will be finished off, and now Shepard's got nowhere to go except right into Pino's crosshair. That's a solid response coming out from NIP, and they quickly tie us up at 1-1.
That's what you want to see out of Ninjas in Pyjamas. The way that they played around Kaid, especially inside of Freezer, boded extremely well for them. Able to get the early picks there, Empire fight back in a certain capacity, but obviously it wasn't enough. We get the initial pick there from Shepard, but then that's really all that was dealt back in order for Ninjas in Pyjamas to take that round. So those shift up not only away from the bar side and raise that stat that Cafe definitely needs on that top floor, but they'll also be shifting things down towards Reading Room and Fireplace Hall. Kamikaze will initially show the pulse, so obviously Empire are going to have to be worried about that, but he'll 6-pick away and go to the Vigil.
I mean, technically it's just backwards started at the beginning of this map, because
technically
they won the first round, so they've evened it back out. But but either way, we'll see, as they'll probably get one more chance to try that at some point later on in this half, especially with how favorably that whole...
Oh, yeah, because they lost it.
Yeah. So they won one and they lost one.
It's literally backwards.
Yeah, it took you a few moments to get that one.
I haven't eaten today, man.
Anyway,
I've had a croissant. The croissant was good, though. It was a good croissant.
Very good. We'll be getting lunch very quickly after this one. But as we look back once again at the new hold coming in from NIP, there is going to be still an extension up to the second floor. Reinforcements coming in. It's a very similar position. It actually looks like they want to play into possibly this Christmas hold or the bathroom hold a little bit for themselves here, even though we're going to be downstairs once again on the Reading Room play this time for NIP here. So curious to see how this potential even further extension out from the usual areas is going to work for the squad.
And Ninjas in Pyjamas with some peculiar secondary utility as well. Muzi won't be bringing the impacts, instead he'll be bringing the proximity sensors as well. So he'll have some info inside of that department that could possibly assist them in seeing what Empire want to do early on with the map. And like we talked about previously with the way that you're looking at Cafe from the offensive side of the coin, is that you really want to know what you're doing for this top floor clear. And this is exactly why. It may not be the top floor, but look at where everyone is and look at what the utility set up as. They need to hold on to this top top floor, make sure the verticality cannot come in from Empire, and that's what they're going to look to abuse. If Nip can deal some serious damage to Empire early here, the round's done.
Empire prioritizing the intel game more than anything right now, as they do realize the threat on the third floor here and are going to hyper-focus with at least 3 players trying to look for a path into this third floor. But as you were mentioning, such a spread out setup for NIP. There really isn't going to be a safe path to take some positioning here on the third floor. They'll have to fight someone from Nip no matter where they try to drop in from, so might have to just see someone go for it in a moment or two. Here the castle barricade over towards Cigar will get spotted by Joystick, and he'll use his Gone 6 to take care of that, but still, like I was saying, absolutely not enough confidence to hop right in there and try to take the control for himself. Kamikaze, however, is going to get droned out in that part of the map, so he'll be forced away from it and eventually forced down on the second floor. So Empire still making a small amount of progress in clearing out things here on the third.
Halfway through the round now for Empire to continue progression and trying to apply this pressure towards Nip and back them off of the top floor, but you can see the amount of avenues that Nip also has blocked off, especially around this White Hall area. In tow with the bar space that they're currently holding from Cocktail, Empire will now spring too. Drones in here, be able to get rid of the Mute Jammer to clear up that other drone, but one working its way all the way across Long Bar, and will be able to read into Pino's location inside of Cocktail, but not before he removes the head of Shepard. And that'll knock the case down as well. This is getting quite drastic, but Joystick will be able to at least answer with a kill onto Kamikaze. Proximity Sensor will give up his push here inside of White. Can the ARX get it done? He doesn't even tag him, but goes back both ways. He'll finally get taken out by Pino as he tries to aggress.
You know, with a nice find initially against Shepard, and another smooth find as well, capitalizing on the play from Joystick as he was able to get away from the Whitehall fight. But unfortunately, there was a rotation and a freezer that gave him the angle he needed to shut him down as he moved further out. Dan, with a good catch against Julio, nearly finds him, and Omuzi comes in for the assist, saves his teammate's life. Pino back in it with a third kill just in this round here, and now only 1 remaining for Empire. Scyther against the world, and he can't get it done. Pino gets the quad, I believe, going for him inside of that round, and another good one is picked up by NIP.
Fantastic round there from Pino with the of everything around of all of the guns he could have possibly have had there. Either way, that 1.5 getting it done at the end of the day, and Ninjas in Pyjamas will pull ahead for the very first time inside of this series.
See that opener once again from Pino as he started things out well, and really things continue to go well for specifically him, but as well the rest of NIP. Like we were talking about earlier in the round, Empire was struggling to clear out that third floor extension, and while eventually around the minute-and-a-half mark or so, they were able to clear out the more aggressive player position over by Cigar just by kind of flashing and droning him out. They weren't really able to put much pressure at all on that usual position extended over towards Cocktail, and those players, specifically Pino, were really able to rip open most of the attack that was eventually coming in from Empire. So NIP just continue to rotate through their sights, and we're going to be back down to the first floor hold.
Well, kitchen for the very first time here for Ninjas in Pyjamas. We'll see what they want to do with this. They're going to have the rotation into Bakery, so it looks like we're going to have some Bakery plays, boys and girls. Yay! Could also see some things going out towards Kochek, which is toward the north side of your screen. We see that room occupied pretty damn often just because of how important it is to the crossfire that you can have inside of the main kitchen space. As for everything else, though, it looks like it's just going to be extension after extension after extension, as we will have a player inside of VIP. This is something that we've grown to be accustomed to on Cafe. We haven't seen it that much recently inside of North America, but this is a strat that it still works. I mean, the map's the same. You can do really whatever you need in this space, and with Flores gone, it makes this strat a lot more viable.
So for Empire, starting to struggle a little bit here on the outset. Their second map in the series, a confident win back on map number 1. You guys can see the scoreline on the top right side of the screen, 7-2 in their favor. NIP has already picked up that many rounds here on their defensive side of our second map and is on a warpath to be able to claim a third for themselves. But it's a new site in play as well this time here. That doesn't necessarily mean we are going to get a new opener, but from the looks of it, it does appear once again here that for the most part, we are seeing NIP contain themselves to that first floor hold, and of course the bakery area that you were talking about earlier. Just one kind of lurking about here on the second and third floor to try and maybe get lucky and catch some of the initial pressure from Empire if they want to focus on the top-down clear.
Well, smooth and steady for both squads right now. This is going to require a lot of info game here from Empire. As you can see, the drone spinning up top. Joystick in to try and assist with this. Seeing if they can get away with as much as they possibly can on this top floor. A couple of mute jammers around the space, but it doesn't seem like there's too many people occupying the area that could possibly get him into trouble. But obviously Joystick doesn't know that, and just continue to pre-fire things and make sure no one's creeping in the bathroom that could possibly place spoils to him trying to push up White.
See a very, very slow roll once again here for Empire. Worked for them when they had the huge amount of intel gained to assault the 3rd floor back on the 1st round, but keep in mind it was also built up on the back of an opening kill they found for themselves due to an over-aggression from NIP. NIP immediately learned their lesson from that 1st round and haven't made that mistake since here. Dan, gonna throw out that air jab. I think it did get caught on the rafters, right?
Yeah, it did.
Yep, so that's gonna be one that's ultimately wasted a little bit here. And he'll have to throw a second one out if he wants to use it on those whiskey stairs.
It's really unfortunate for some reason Nip wants to go up to Nubauk and just gets knocked all the way back.
Yeah, I doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah. There's really no reason for them to be there, but I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, you know what I mean? Nitro Cell out here to try and deal with Always, but he'll be able to stay alive here and continue to assist Dan in working these angles up top as that hammer continues to swing away at the floor. 40 seconds remain now for Team Empires. They're looking to bear down onto site, but Ninjas in Pyjamas have done such a bang-up job of holding on to site control and keeping these crosses alive. Julio now trying to step up and deal with the player upstairs, but he won't be able to do so. The plant now going down for Shepard, and where the hell is he? He's inside a bunker. Pino's got the answer, though, and they're going to have to do something about this. He's done it twice now, and Scyther will have to pick it up and go for it himself. Do they have the Overwatch? They do. Scyther will be able to get him, but actually, he had to get off the plant to do so. He kills yet another, and he has to go for the plant yet again. Where are his teammates? Muzi gets the kill, and that's going to be it. Always is all the way upstairs, and well, there's not really much you can do from that position.
Just very, very little support system set up for that plan. As we saw, players from Empire were still all over the place. Yeah, some of them were up on top trying to support it. We had at least one sitting further back at the freezer connection trying to assist with that as well, but they had done nothing to force out the utility at the previous point in that round, and nothing especially to deal with the bakery setup. So everybody from NIP was cool, calm, and collected and had no problems throwing out the aggression to stop that plan time after time after time again and negotiate a 3rd overall round. This is a great bounce back from NIP as they're really in control here so far on Cafe.
Yeah, that initial round was very, very scary, but it really didn't seem as though with these rounds that we've seen past that Ninjas in Pyjamas were sweating at all when it came to Cafe. This has been looking quite stellar across the board from them, excuse me. But as of now, headed back up towards Bar Cocktail, and this is a site that gave him so many issues initially, but they could possibly get in the way of Empire this time around, just like they have these previous 3.
Starting to see a bit more as to why this map is banned out so often against NIP here, despite the weird stats on their win percentage. I think it looking like NIP has really brought a lethal strategy, at least for the defensive side, to the table to negotiate a win here and potentially take us to that 3rd and final map on Clubhouse as well. Empire needs to recenter themselves very quickly, as no longer are they being gifted these early 1v1s or these opportunities to get advantages versus NIP. It's all falling to them to make their own progress in the round, and so far, ever since the 1st, they have failed at that 3 times in a row.
Yes, indeed. It might be the curse of the flawless round, honestly. Feeling so confident with that initial win and now not being able to really get anything done. As for the previous time that we saw them attack this, the 2nd time around, definitely didn't go about it in the same fashion. Ninjas in Pyjamas really only did one thing majorly different, and it was have Julio downstairs inside of reading. Everybody else was just playing safely over towards the cocktail side, as well as having their player inside of freezer, but that won't be happening this time around either. Ninjas in Pyjamas have actually thrown a curveball into the bar setup here, so Empire will definitely have to get this info game going early on.
Just what a change-up we've had in this half as well, from starting out, as you mentioned, with a flawless round, and really a big capitalization on the flawless round for Empire as they waltz right through the entire 3rd floor setup that NIP had built up. But ever since then, Empire has really failed to get anything started whatsoever. As we saw in that previous round, yeah, they're able to get themselves into a position to plant, but they don't even get close to getting the full thing down onto the ground as they ignore most of the deeper setup from NIP and pay the price for it, as the utility was left aplenty for NIP to use to stop that so many times here. And we're going to start to see them get a tad more aggressive in terms of their opening positioning here for NIP. You can see specifically, again, that cigar positioning being maintained here by one of their players as they pushed out to hold that one and try to slow down the kind of initial hatch drops that we're going to get out of Empire. As a result of that, Empire are going to choose not to immediately deal with it. They're going to use some of their fragmentation grenades to be able to take out the utility, supporting the player inside of freezer. If they can get lucky, get the player itself.
Empire, specifically Joystick, Working out towards White Stairs. He won't take out the default cam either because that would give up his location, as he knows that more than likely someone is directly above him. He had to have heard that barbed wire that Julio just sprinted through, but Joystick won't be able to do the same. As soon as he steps on that barbed wire, Julio's going to swing into this, so he'd have to win that close fight. And instead, it's better for him to just play inside of this space and see if he can get somebody to rotate into him. He's going to start trying to progress forward a little bit, as obviously we are getting down to the last minute, and oh, he gets right on the edge of the barb, and Julio actually steps up into the position. Perfectly timed here from Joystick, as he'll be able to take down the NIP member.
So that's Empire once again finding their good footing. We hadn't seen really since the first round. They do try to go for a second one. Joystick a little bit off the mark to be able to lock down that player and no damage will bleed over either. The second one though, wrong side of the case. Let's see though. Oh no! He walks over Pino with a fatal mistake because he was probably safe for the other side, but no longer. He goes down to the second frag grenade, and that's now a 2-0 lead on kills here for Empire. Keep in mind though, time is low, only 30 seconds left, so it's not impossible for NIP to swing this back here in the dying seconds of the round.
Just the Pyjamas does have the time on their side, John, but a lot to do. Cycle will take down Dan, always fires back, though. They're going to have to get something done up against him. Look at this prime real estate that he's occupying here on the balcony. Heaven is looking so crispy for him. Muzi will be able to pick up one, but not before Always shuts him down. And what a round from him. Empire strikes back.
So Empire, once again, able to find that early pressure that had been evading them for the previous 3 rounds there. The opening kill, as well as the nice follow-up with their utility. Once again, both rounds they won as well. They've been able to get one of those frag grenade kills from down below. So the move from NIP to actually counteract that ended up saving their life on the second attempt. And now that we don't get it on the third follow-up, immediately we see repeated success coming out from Empire there. So NIP need to once again readjust their strategy and find a way to win into that. Thankfully, they don't have to worry about it too much, as they're not going to even play into that site anymore. They're going to go directly towards a reading room where they had no problem controlling that on the one time it's been played out so far.
I love how Empire did that, because what they ended up doing with that frag grenade going off and killing, I believe, Pino, they actually timed that with Always swinging into Heaven, and that's exactly how he got into that position. So he wipes out the cocktail player, doesn't have to worry about that anymore, and now Always has free reign of everybody else inside of the site because he knows that the cocktail member can't contest his swing into the actual window. So very well done from Empire in their understanding of how they needed to break apart Ninjas and Pyjamas defense.
Let's take a look at the final setup from the defensive side of NIP. Already negotiating at minimum the tie point at what would be 3-3 should they drop this final round, but going to be trying to negotiate themselves something a little bit better here if they can push up towards 4-2. Remember what we were talking about at the beginning of this map. Currently statistics do favor the attack, however, slightly of the plays that we have had so far in this tournament. So if that continues to be the case here, NIP will be in a good position once again to carry the warpath forward onto our third battleground. Over on Clubhouse here, Empire as well, failing to pick up some of their own rounds. Going to be certainly wanting to try and negotiate for this third one here if they can get it. And they'll have a good opportunity to do so, as NIP will be forced to split up a little bit here with the extended setup going to the third floor once again.
They are in reading room as well as fireplace hall. It's a necessity to hold on to that top floor just to make sure that there's no guaranteed plant going down inside of the reading space. It tends to be where we end up seeing that go down. Obviously, we've had a couple of teams going for some fireplace plants, as they'll be able to get control of Christmas and guarantee no one can man the hatch, and trying to sneak it in to the left-hand side single panel could be the adjustment later on for Empire as they're looking to tie this up. Gemini will hop in, and they'll recognize that Kamikaze is currently playing inside of Shaiko.
So finding out that first player here, needing to find ways to counteract against. You can see the pressure from Empire building up over on the cocktail side of things. That's just going to cause a couple players from NIP to shift their perspective over towards Cigar end as well. So all this utility being dumped in from Empire potentially against it. We can see the full width of the flash grenades there available for Dan, and at least one of the frags on Joystick being used to try and counteract some of this pressure. One frag coming out from Always as well. So go back to the main point. Huge amounts of utility being dumped here to try to clear out this setup, and still, the large majority of it is honestly yet to be dealt with as they shift positions over towards Cigar side, and they're sitting nice and pretty now with still over half the round to go.
It's going to be very difficult for any of the Empire members to try and actually get in towards the building, but luckily enough, it doesn't seem like they need that in order to get some kills. Pino will be the first to fall yet again here. Previously from the frag grenade, but this time it's from a heads-up gunfight from Always. Psycho and the rest of the squad waiting to see what Empire's next move is going to be. Currently occupying the cocktail windows and looking to get something going on this top floor. A drone will mark out Julio. He won't be able to get that with the M590 at range, as we have a pretty sneaky Nip player in behind the bar here. It's Kamikaze yet again that could possibly get some serious kills, but no, he's going to lose his life to Joystick. And oh, not like this, Psycho. They send the Nitro Cell outside as well, and with Shepard with very low HP, it could have been it, but he's moved perfectly and gotten yet another onto Julio. It's up to Muzi to prevent not only the perfect round, but hopefully fight back in a certain capacity.
All right, perfect round dead at least there. Muzi picking up a first trade against Scyther. Won't go any further than that, but Empire getting a nearly flawless round to end out the half in a very similar way to how they started it. Great control and a bit of overzealousness from NIP. They're coming in as they continue to contest for that third floor control after their initial utility had been pushed out over on Cocktail side. They tried to keep the fight going, but that only played into the favor of Empires. It was way too easy to isolate out those players once they lacked support.
Yeah, and Nip forcing Empire's hand in a lot of different ways, seeing a completely different Empire inside of those last 2 rounds and the way they wanted to handle things, especially with how they were occupying the windows and really applying pressure to Ninjas in Pyjamas in a way that they weren't exactly ready for. Also, a big change up there from Dan, basically pulling the gloves off when it came to Nomad. He's like, get rid of this AK. We're bringing it back in the ARX. We want to deal some damage here, boys and girls. And he's going to be able to get it done as well. Although Dan definitely not having as stellar as a game he did in Game 1, but that's A-okay because Always is currently 7-2.
Always certainly doing some good work here for Empire, and while other players like Dan, who was on fire in our first map, fell off a little bit as we saw in that last round. They're starting to come alive as we get deeper into this map as well. The confidence possibly starting to brew back out here for Empire. You have to worry for Nip's sake about what we're potentially going to see from them, as once again they try to throw some aggressive plays out, pay the price for it. Thankfully, again, they're going to a different side, so I don't imagine we're going to see any echoing effects off those last few rounds here. But if they fall into that hesitant state that we saw them fall into in Coastline, could be the beginning of the end for them in this series.
Most definitely. 3-3 score line, dead even coming into this second half here for both of these teams. Cafe, definitely a finicky map when it comes down to this, and from what we've seen so far, it really can break down either way. The big thing here for Empire on this defense is recognizing that Nip will more than likely go for a similar play around the cocktail defense and trying to get these nades under them. 6 nades right now for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Julio and Kamikaze both rocking stuns, so they'll be able to burn out those ADSs as well as assist with the Aruni gates around the map.
It's already 30 seconds gone by. A pretty uneventful 30 seconds, as you guys would generally expect to see at the beginning of any siege round here. So we got that little wrinkle to play down below. We're going to be certainly keeping an eye on Scyther all the way on the first floor. And he's not alone either. You can see Joystick position over by the white doorway. I think more so trying to watch out in case NIP wanted to send anyone here initially. So he'll more than likely rotate back up. But I do definitely want to keep an eye on our other player position closer towards Bakery to see if they try to do anything later on in the round. Away from that, though, it's just your standard hold here. We got the extension from Dan over onto the inside of Cigar, but he's going to quickly abandon that after being spotted out here. He's quickly trying to make the transition as well, being careful not to reveal himself to the skylight. It's going to be Scyther that ends up finding the opener here also versus Pino, knocking out the sledge. Thankfully, a third floor hold not going to necessarily need him. And as well, the exchange comes in from Psycho pretty much immediately. So we go from a 5v5 very quickly down to a 4v4.
But all picks are not made the same, John. This is a huge discrepancy here. Not only taking down Pino in one of the top frags for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but also getting rid of nades and the sledgehammer. Whereas Shepard, his utility is going to persist. It does not matter here. All of these are still going to be locked up, and it's still going to be something that Ninjas in Pyjamas have to deal with, whilst also being down one of the main frags.
See, Always just going to annoy his opponent a little bit. He actually does lose the camera as a result of popping that open as well there. So I'll see, I might have misidentified that. But however, it's not going to matter, as the player that was wielding that utility a few moments ago is now going to be dead due to the very nice Nitro Cell that was chucked out from Dan, bringing it down to a 4v3. Dan continuing to pressure forward now that they have the advantage. Once again, you can see he's got a little bit of a line to potentially play through there if someone from NIP peeks into it, but not going to find them. And a drone getting pinged out there that he'll be watching out for, so tries to back away from that one. Does see a new Maverick hole being created, so he's going to get the heck out of here before nade or some other form of utility gets chucked through that could lead to his death.
Yeah, they're really worried about somebody inside of Freezer. That's what Psycho's nading right now, just because of the similar position that we saw them play previously. Definitely a hot spot for a lot of bodies to be. But speaking of which, Joystick's found a body of his own. He'll take down Psycho. Kamikaze going to take a serious amount of damage from the Roni. Julio's been downed, and it's looking like it's going to be yet another Empire round as Dan finishes that up. Kamikaze will hop down off the balcony, and that's basically the round there, folks. Kamikaze really isn't going to be able to do much from this position.
The third floor continuing to truly favor Empire, even from a new side here. That'll be a 3-1 record for them on this site, just inside of this map alone. And there you go, Joystick just clotheslining the last opponent there as he tries to navigate his way up the red stairs, and denied as he reaches the top with a quick headshot coming in from Joystick there. Beautifully done once again from Empire. Great control, just like we saw on their last round as well. On the attacking side for this very same site, they'll move right along here over towards Reading for the next upcoming round.
Well, Nip's still very calm. You know, no one really seeming too aggravated about the position that they're currently in, just trying to figure out exactly what they can do up against Empire. The biggest thing right now is that these picks are bountiful for Empire on the defensive side. Nitro cells, gunfire, everything coming on to Ninjas in Pyjamas in the moment, and there's no way that they can really fight back. They only were able to muster a singular frag inside of that initial round there for round 7. And, well, now they're looking to change up quite a few things. Biggest obstacle now is that they kind of have to play into a similar setup. Yes, again, it is the second floor, but as we all know from what we've seen thus far, they're going to play this top floor. It's very important to the overall story of what is going to happen inside of this round. Also bring in some pretty serious utility to make sure that no one can get too forceful towards the site, just because of the way that Nip ends up playing their later rounds. Once it gets down to around that minute time, if Nip has been stagnant, they'll start just walking in towards you in different areas and can really catch the defense off guard. We saw it happen on Coastline. We've seen it happen a monumental amount of times with this team overall.
It's interesting that NIP are going to be so calm here as well. Yes, this is the group stage, and for some of our legendary teams, they would have no problem making it out of the group stage here. NIP are looking at a potential 0-2 record on series overall here, which is not going to be good considering there's only 2 additional matchups aside from that they'll have to play out for the group, which could leave them in a very, very bad spot to be that 5th team in the group if things continue to go awry, where they would be eliminated here in the groups if things continue to go badly.
It would be hilariously tragic. And not in the sense of, oh yeah, it's funny. It's just like this, the way that we have this structured right now for the group stage, the stellar teams should not be getting knocked out. Like,
yeah.
There's really no way that you should be losing and actually getting, knocked out in groups.
That was my thought pattern for, for the Titans that have already proven themselves and made it to multiple SIs. This was just like a seeding stage for them, basically, here. They would have only been able to need to take, 2 or 3 of their games, maybe just 2 of them, and they're going to be okay. They make it through, they get into the bracket, then focus up for the big games. But it's not necessarily the case for some of our teams, as we're seeing here, specifically for NIP here. They were getting put into the hot seat very, very quickly. And for Empire, they're feeling more and more comfortable here as they were able to rebound in their matchup versus the Sonics yesterday and are now in great control here of their matchup versus NIP.
This could be a serious issue for them, actually, because they only got a singular map off of Sandbox yesterday. That means Sandbox got their 2 points, Nip got 1. If they lose this map right here, that's 0 points. None. And that's also 3 for Empire, which means they've basically guaranteed themselves going into the final stage, even if things do go very wrong over these next couple of days. But for Ninjas in Pyjamas, this could mean that starting to sweat a little bit on that brow as that realization sets in.
A very uneventful opening to this round here as we're nearly 2 minutes into it and a whole lot of nothing has happened here except for NIP.
That's a freebie.
Slowly clearing things out. Pino nearly getting caught here in the meanwhile here as he's brought down to a sliver of HP. We can see some more members of NIP, specifically Psycho, trying to open up the cocktail hold, but it's not going to reveal a whole lot. No damage onto any of the Empire members. They seem to be very well aware of the damage they got onto Pino, and their entire setup for the most part is going to fall back now to that second floor as they only have a minute left to turtle out here inside of the site.
Scyther double checking to make sure the Christmas hatch is still sealed before he progresses forward into train. This is looking like an Empire round across the board, even with 5 people still alive. It's up to Nip to start getting these picks that they desperately need going into these last 30 seconds. Pino, though, although he is very low on HP, he'll still be allowed to do his job given the circumstances, so the sledge will be breaking up this floor, and Muzi possibly with the answer to what's going on this mid-level.
can see once again the members of NIP just desperately hunting for someone on these top-down angles. Oh, Kamikaze so close to isolating out Dan, and he's going to get him, finding an exchange. Julio with an important second pickup immediately after that against Scyther as well. That's exactly what we needed to see, but now we need them to get into the site right here, right now. Someone needs to put that case down onto the ground, and they won't be able to do it as always. Drops it in that dying second, giving yet another round over to Empire.
A magical round there from Empire, respecting what Nip could have done with that clear upstairs and what they had already established. We see Joystick deal some serious damage to Pino, then fall off with the rest of the team. They start to play things horizontally and take control of that instead because they know Nip is not in that space. And the train play is what ends up winning them the round from always, as he just simply walks back to the fireplace and is able to prevent Habana from sticking the plant. Empire up by 2 rounds.
Empire starting to feel more and more confident once again about their position. Flawless so far in this defensive half with a win upstairs on the 3rd floor, now the 2nd floor, and they'll continue to move downwards here as they go to a 1st floor hold. What could very well be the final one of their initial rotation, where we'll just see them go right back up to the 3rd floor after this and try to close out the map if things continue to go in their favor. Meanwhile, for NIP, operator line going to remain the same, but the clearing path finally going to differ itself a bit if they would like to here, as finally most of the focus is going to be contained to a singular floor here on the 1st.
I'll tell you what, my friend, I'm excited to see Empire with their full bench, because I think we're even going to get a better performance out of them than what we've already seen over these last couple of days. We've definitely seen some moments where Empire had some cracks in the armor, but overall, it has been very strong from the Russian machine. Ninjas in Pyjamas not able to get too much over on them. Collectively right now, they have 5 rounds through 2 maps.
Looking very, very confident indeed here for the Empire roster. Not going to be too much in terms of any surprises here as far as their kitchen setup is concerned. We are going to get that little bit of an extension once again out into Bakery, specifically for the Jaeger to play behind. He's got the 2 ADSs there, and they can hide up behind the counter, quickly fall back behind that rotation if things get a little bit too dodgy to stay alive. And of course, the Echo in play for Shepard too. We talked about that in one of our matches yesterday, about how he's become kind of a mainstay for this site. A lot of debris on the roof, and there's even that little shelf we saw one player chuck one up into where you can kind of hide those yokai drones. And if you're able to keep the Echo alive, of course, swing it out for a nice clutch in the dying seconds of the round.
Yeah, always a nice one to keep in your back pocket for, if we do see a bunker plant or something like that, like Shepard went for earlier on their kitchen offense. Shepard already abusing these Echo drones handedly as he's getting some information for Scyther. Also, I think we already saw some damage, yes indeed, onto Dan, just a little bit, nothing too crazy, as he's actually playing inside of VIP and not with the M590 SMG-11 setup, instead the FMG-9, a gun that honestly we don't get to see enough of. This is the SMG that we see on Nook, as well as the 2 SAS ops on defense, and it's actually a pretty solid SMG overall, especially with that 1.5. It's highly abusable for positions like what we see from Joystick in the moment.
Got 2 horizontal extensions away from the site here for Empire. One inside of Kochek, and the other one, of course, we were talking about before, back towards VIP. And it's actually going to be a double towards Kochek, but Scyther, some bad timing there, walks back into Kochek just as a nade was being chucked in, and that'll give Psycho the opening kill of the round with a very well-timed nade here. Empire going to have to be very cautious about how they try to leverage any further aggression. We can see that Shepard still wants to try and play towards this position towards Kochek. Dan also still over here towards VIP too. He's going to actually chuck out one of his toxic babes, but more likely realizing that the threat may not be there right now. Still keeps it blocked, however, eventually implodes that grenade. Still get a lot of pressure against him, and ultimately now lose Dan actually as the pressure from Muzi continues to boil in. Shepard also not ready for the swing over from Whiskey here, so things looking rough, but a very smooth headshot against Kamikaze to drop the case. That's certainly going to at minimum cause some delay here in the NIP camp.
Well, this is the good news for Empire in the current moment. Look at the drone count for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They have 0 info as to what's going on in sight. They've dealt the damage to Empire, but now this is all face checking. The good news for them, though, they still got some utility in the back pocket as well as some solid rifles to be able to get this done. But Joystick knows what Empire's done. They've seen the drone count, and they know that they have 0 intel as to what's going on in the current moment. He's currently playing inside of Small Bacon. Really nobody aware of the current moment as to what could possibly happen. Joystick going to get a pick up onto Psycho, but immediately gets refragged by Julio. And Ninjas in Pyjamas starting to surge forward. Shepard possibly able to find one, but it's going to be the crossfire from Pino here as Ninjas in Pyjamas will finally get their first offensive round.
Smooth clear coming in there from NIP, capitalizing on the overzealousness that we were getting out of the members of Empire. They're trying to play for early control, trying to aggress in areas like Kochek and VIP. NIP was aware of it the entire time, and as you saw, was dumping loads of drones into those positions to reaffirm it constantly, so it made it a very easy process for NIP to just overwhelm those players or manage to find them out with some very nice angle play, and as well open up the site very easily in the dying seconds of the round there as it went down to about a 3v1 there.
Yeah, very interesting to see Empire occupying Coat Check so aggressively when they knew that more than likely that amount of utility would be pouring in there, just because they really didn't have anything to assist them inside of that space. So a little bit of a blunder there, but it is what it is. Empire's still in the lead, and obviously them recognizing that the kitchen defense probably not the best thing to be bringing up against Ninjas in Pyjamas, especially with the way that they were able to work that bottom floor there, dealing a lot of damage to Empire when Empire really wasn't able to fight back in any capacity. So they're going to send it to the top floor here where Ninjas in Pyjamas had a lot of issues the first time around.
Very kind of open policy in terms of the overall site setup we had down there in kitchen too. So once things started to deteriorate, it just made it that much easier for NIP to walk right in and find a few more members of Empire just standing out in the open.
It's an easy thing to forget in Rainbow Six that angles work both ways. You know, you establish a lot of these things and you're like, oh dude, we can shut them down from any avenue that they possibly want to walk in from. But if you get distracted by one side of the building, they just so happen to, oh, I don't know, aggress on the other side. Now they have some angles to abuse against you, and that's exactly what we see inside of that, especially with Dan, not Joystick, Dan inside of VIP there on the smoke, as he was able to get picked up by Ninjas in Pyjamas out towards the white garage.
All right, so let's see if Empire can quickly rebound as they'll be returning to a bit more successful territory in terms of their earlier advantages in this half. Back up to the third floor, where they're going to look to try and negotiate their 6th round here, but with NIP hot on their heels by only 1 round and an overall score of 4-5. NIP wasting no time opening up the usual hatches here and trying to diverse themselves downwards through that. We are not going to have any presence from Empire extended out into Cigar or Christmas this time, so we'll continue to see a very easy drop here for the NIP members to at least take that top red control and start moving themselves from here.
Well, now the patience game for both of these teams as the drones need to figure out what Empire's doing on this top floor. Also occupying some other space, as you can see Joystick worried about those frag grenades coming for Cocktail that we could see later on, as well as quite a few of the Empire bodies overall actually dedicated to the bottom space of the east side of the building, just trying to make sure that NIP can't actually work their way in here and deal some serious damage. As Dan and Always on site to occupy this for the time being. Pino will get onto the Cocktail windows here as we start to have the stuns pour out. This could be pretty fast acting depending on how NIP want to try and handle this.
Continuing to see this time tick down here. Very, very slow approach for both of these teams as both of them very cautious about the potential outcome from them. They're the first to make a mistake. A very well-placed Nitro chucked down against Pino from Shepard, though, gives Empire the first kill and now gives them the clear to get a little bit more aggressive here, and they're immediately going to swing on that one. Psycho sneaking one in, and the call's not made for Always. He's not able to react in time, so Psycho gets a second going for him as well, and now a third. He's just waltzing right in from Cocktail side. Dan finally gets some control going for himself as he trades out against Muzi, but Psycho is still a huge problem inside of Cocktail.
Well, Psycho, a lot to do inside of this one, and be an ace clutch from him. Case currently down, as well as a laser gate actually holding him back. He'll have to transition back over to the space, and Shepard, what the hell just happened? He misses every shot out of that Roni, and now it's down to Dan, and luckily enough, the M590 will clean it up. Shepard has got to be sweating bullets right now inside of his hotel room. He's probably so happy he's not on camera.
Yeah, absolutely the case. You're probably really happy he's not next to his teammates. He was getting some glares after that one.
Everybody's staring at him like, hey man, what the hell was that?
It's like, oh, the ping.
He's like, man, this Cat 6 cable ran to my room. Trash. I hate this.
I think it's 5 feet too long. It's one thing extra that I'm not used to here.
The light traveling through this is actually slower than everybody else's cables. I'm telling you right now. That why'd you guys have to show that again? That poor guy. I felt bad watching it over again. But I mean, the biggest thing there for Empire is that they're able to do some very serious damage control. It's going to be a timeout from Ninjas in Pyjamas, but to keep it honest with you guys, I'm going to be honest. I already said that. Oh my god. It's a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, it's another 6-round pause at the end of the last map as well here, so NIP not finding a chance to do this previously, thinking that they kind of had some control over the matchup prior to this point, but not the case anymore here as we've gone to a 4-6 scoreline. Empire on the precipice of getting themselves a 2-0 victory, denying NIP of any points out of this series whatsoever, giving Empire the full spread of all 3 of them, boosting them forward here in the group standings and leaving them in a very, very secure position. We'll be closing out the attack pause in just a second here. here, and NIP will have to be ready to face the music as we get back into another round, another reading room hold, which again, we've already seen success deployed towards this site earlier on in the half from Empire, so this is just a repeat for them once more.
And once again, we have a map filled with ninjas in pajamas not able to secure opening bloods up against their opponents. And that's been the tail of the tape for them this entire land. Their entries have not been there. Basically, the entire team negative in that capacity at the current moment. So it's something that we're really, really looking into and hoping that they can possibly get something going in the future here. But, I mean, the future's not looking too bright in the moment. It's also looking pretty short as Empire is headed towards Reading and Fireplace Hall.
And this is with Empire already showing some issues in their own entry game and their initial match versus Sandbox Gaming yesterday as well. So that's not to make a point that like Empire, like the super strong entry team, it's only in this series where we've seen it. So NIP just not able to contend with what an opponent on a very similar level to them is bringing to the table here and starting to cause massive issues due to their inability to fight in that respect here. Still those 2 rounds, that was all that's needed for them to be able to swing this one back. So we will wait and see if NIP might just yet be able to save themselves. They'll need to do it in overtime, though, so not only just those 2 rounds need to be picked up, but 2 additional ones after that will need to be found as well if they want to send us over to Clubhouse for the final battle.
Yeah, I might be hungry, but food can wait. Ninjas in Pajamas really needs to get something going here, not only for their sake, but for everybody's sake at home, because I believe that all of us expected something more out of this squad coming into this. This is a 6th Invitational, for God's sakes. This is our champion from the previous year. We need some semblance of anything from Ninjas in Pajamas. Yes, they've been able to get it going on this map, but the damage has already been dealt on Coastline, and now with their map choice at match point by the opposing squad, I mean, this is going to be a very hard pill to swallow if it does end up going Empire's way.
Scyther trying to knock out the drone, sneak its way through Cigar. Unfortunately, it's going to be unsuccessful here, so all that intel will bleed over. Not like it's a massive loss or anything for him to get revealed this early on. This is kind of a typically expected setup with the extension up towards the 3rd floor here. He'll be trying to fend off any early repels or descents from the red hatch, but looking like he's actually going to have a pretty calm time here initially. That is, of course, until we see that repel that you guys saw from the blue silhouette work its way onto the Whitehall window here, where it's looking like 1, if not 2 players are potentially going to try and get aggressive against that. They'll end up shooting out the by clone here, and unfortunately ends up hitting it once or twice, so he's going to give away the position of the player on repel, but again, not too much of a surprise. We can already see one player waiting for it. We didn't see that was just how close they were, so Dan chucks it out on a timing play, and it works out as he gets the opening kill yet again against Psycho.
Dan, yet again, showing up for Empire as he has shored things up against Always. Not the greatest start to the map, but now positive in his scoreline. 8-6 currently as Ninjas in Pajamas are trying to find an answer. Muzi trying to creep up White, but is Dan aware of this? He's able to get the drone, and that's going to force Muzi back. He doesn't want to commit just yet here and possibly get blasted away by the member sitting on the top of the stairwell. With a minute remaining, Ninjas in Pajamas has got to do something here. They've been able to at least look into the top floor, but I mean, John, they're stuck inside a Cigar.
Yeah, they've barely made any progress in terms of map control here. Scyther's just patiently waiting for someone to try and pressure him. Obviously, Dan fended off the only real threat to Scyther's life up until this point. Kamikaze as well. At this point, just hoping for an over-aggression on Empire due to how much control they still have. And, oh, he's actually going to get it, too, with the timing, man. So unfortunate.
Oh, no.
And he gets clipped from over and mining. Muzi, to his credit, very quick on the exchange, so at least avoids this from going completely out of control, but still a 3v4, 22 seconds remaining. Dan more than ready to fend off this pressure from the hell doorway here. It's not really going to work out. They don't even seem to have capability to take out the laser gate, so they'd have to force the issue on that as well and just run right through it, eat the HP from it. Pino, getting shredded through the self-destruction wall over there as well. Julio with one more exchange coming in, but he's the only one still standing for his team as Pino has been down. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Scyther closes it down, and it's going to go all the way for Empire as they take a quick 2-0 victory against the Ninjas, the former SI champions from the last year. They take it 7-2 and 7-4 against them here as they continue to dominate inside the group stage.
It's been good and it's been fun, Ninjas in Pajamas, but it's Empire all day. As always, Shepard and Joystick top out the top end of the scoreboard here for Empire, and what a series from them. But honestly, this is just all due to a lot of downfalls from Ninjas in Pyjamas. This team is just not looking good in any sense of the term in the moment.
Huge lack of confidence is the first issue there. We even saw that show up once again on the final round. Not much they could do about it as well. It seemed like, again, there was a complete lack of what they even wanted to do to try to clear things out. Just on the extension, you mentioned it. We were sitting with about 40 seconds left, and they were still trying to clear out Scyther inside of his bathroom position because the only other player that had been able to do that got nitroed out inside of the first minute of the round. Very similar story transpiring over the course of many of the coastline rounds too. So NIP need to take a good look at themselves, find a way to increase that confidence, increase their aggressive capability, especially on the attacking side. Otherwise, plenty of teams in this tournament are going to be abusing that issue in the very same way.
Yeah, this is one of those teams that if you look over their history in the last 2 years and you just look at the discography of maps that they played, you don't think that they're going to get picked apart for fundamental things. But that's exactly what we're seeing in the moment. They're losing to fundamental Siege. It's just not very good. There's really no other way to put it. I wish that we had some amazing reason as to why Ninjas in Pyjamas was losing these maps, but Empire isn't doing anything special, folks.
At the same time, that is huge credit to Empire, considering they were showing some issues in their initial match versus the Sonics yesterday morning as well, and they quickly rebound to take a confident 2-0 win against some of the best that Latin America has to offer. That'll do it for the two of us for right now. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have the command center ready to break this game down.
Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center. And honestly, my eyes were kind of like the SpongeBob meme. They're going all over the place watching these two games at the same time. This is what it means. And this is why I have talent that actually knows what they're talking about, because they've been watching these games very eagerly. I mean, I have been, but my brain can only be split so effectively between many different things, and there's already way too many music references in my head to cover the rest of all.
I mean, to be fair, in the green room while we were watching both those games, it was the same thing, except it was both cafe games at the exact same time on monitors that are right next to each other.
The same site that are winning.
Same score almost throughout the whole thing. Can we look? Whatever we can do to ensure we don't have the same series on the same map again would be much appreciated. But
you know what?
Still.
2 days ago when we were doing rehearsal, we're talking like, what are the possibilities of two games ending at exactly the same time? And I'm like, you know what? I'm willing to take that risk as someone who has worked enough production. And it's
no shot.
Apparently, 15-second difference between so incredible to see. We're breaking records all over the place here at the Invitational, and we're still in day 2 of the group stage. Incredible to see. 2 weeks in total that we have on here. But friends, let's talk about this series, because at the end of the day, surprising many people, I think, NIP do not take a W against Empire, playing with 2 players still in quarantine in their hotel. Absolutely insane, Jacob.
I guess it's just one of those things that isn't going to stop them. The Russian machine just keeps trucking on as they do, especially at SI. They only lost 1 map back in the group stage of last year's Invitational, and so far, I think the same has rung true. They have only lost 1, and that was to Sonics yesterday. It kind of seems like Empire's just doing their normal shtick, and they're not allowing something like 2 players not being with them on stage to really curb their enthusiasm at all.
Yeah, I think equally surprising is NIP not showing up and having a big tournament. I mean, there were signs that this could happen. Obviously, the BR6 finals weren't amazing for them.
Yeah.
They've had these sort of slow moments before in their history. But yeah, a shocking result for sure. I think if anybody got this prediction wrong, that would be no blame on them. This was one that I think probably everybody got wrong. So
I definitely did in this case, and I'm ready to own it up. You know, for me, I'm always going. Yesterday, I went for my heart, and I went pretty well.
Wow.
Today, I thought, you know what, I'm going to use my brain, once in a lifetime kind of thing. And I lost pretty heavily. Wow. Both of them. It's like, you know what? Why would I not be supporting the EU teams? Because yesterday they kind of sucked. How do they do today? They do really well, and honestly, I'm very happy to see this. But we got to talk about Empire in this, right? They go. This is huge for. Imagine if half of us were stuck in a hotel room right now doing half a broadcast. We would all suffer for it, right? That's it as a unit. But Empire come in despite all of this, not only going up against top team internationally, but they go up against the reigning champions, and they 2-0 them, and they get full points out of it, Jesse. That is absolutely insane. Was there anything in their play that seemed like they're doing something different, something special, or did it seem like it was more NIP dropping the ball?
Well, I mean, I definitely agree. Like, props to Empire for playing so well. I mean, when you're stuck inside your room, doing your job can be so difficult. I did that for 2 years, Jacob. It's not fun.
1.5.
But no, they did great. One of the things that I actually pointed out ahead of time was I said that Dan needs to be a lot better on his roams, right? It was the defense that was really lacking for Empire yesterday. Coming back into this, I wanted to see Dan step it up, and oh boy, did he. Over on Coastline, to start things off, had a fantastic match overall. Really big flanks, really impactful roams on both attack and defense. He was killing it. And I think even on Cafe, less noticeable, less flashy for sure, but still was a contributing member to the team. Big moments all around. I love that from him.
If anything for Empire, it might be a little bit concerning about their plant protection, which is something we hyped them up back.
Yeah.
The main reason they made is to get to the, as far as they did in the Mexico Major in the first place. It's always Shepard planting. Dan's always there for cover. Sometimes it always seems like Empire's plan is keep Dan alive for as long as possible, because once Shepard goes for plant, he's then activated and then turns into a super soldier, like the kind of bodyguard that you would want in a case like that. Not always something that they were able to protect positively, it felt like, but for some of those executes, it was almost unnecessary to keep him alive for that stretch of, I don't really have that much concern for Empire's attacks overall, because it seems like they're able to flex around and change up their strat if need be, but still, they're trucking on with whatever strat they came into that site with in the first place, and NIP's defense circumstances just seemed like they weren't really up to the par.
They warmed up really, really fast here. And you see the score for Coastline, our first map, 7-2 for Team Empire. Jesse, do you see anything that really strikes you?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about him, right? Dan, top of the scoreboard, not a shocker at all. Really crushing it, being there for Team Empire. I mean, Joystick is kind of that name that I think we always associate with Team Empire and their dominant wins. Not so successful there on Coastline. Not a bad game either. There was one round where I thought that he was really able to help out. Sometimes playing around those cool vibe stairs, had some big moments that way. But yeah, no, this team is really playing pretty well. Shepard being number 2 on the board, whilst playing from his hotel room, and I guess always right there behind him at number 3. You'd think that not being able to see your teammates, not being able to look at their TV screen or their monitors in mid-game would be a problem, but for these guys, I guess it's not.
The weird part about that for yesterday, too, I did also assume that Always and Shepard were just going to be middling or bottom of the scoreboard because of said handicap. Right. Always, I'm pretty sure for one map against SQ yesterday, was the top fragger overall and was the highest rated on Empire after that whole series was done, and I do think that this is going to help continue that stat over. So yeah, even though you're not with your squad, it very much feels like that same kind of pressure that they had back playing on ping during the EUL and trying to work through it. It's like they have the same mindset, and for both Shepard and Always, despite not being with the whole crew, are still performing above the standard that we expect.
Well, here's my next question, which is going to be more like, hey, theory crafting what would happen in the future. You know, we saw NIP Empire and how it ended. Empire have a day off tomorrow, so they can rest up and be ready. Next time they'll be playing against M&M, and they're playing Sandbox at the end of this group stage. But NIP tomorrow, they go up against M&M, and I don't want to talk too much about M&M because that is coming up next.
Talking about them.
Yeah, honestly, they just do not stop talking about them, which is great. Exactly what we need here on the Analyst Couch, right? But what do NIP need to fix for tomorrow within the next, like 18 hours or so, Jesse?
I mean, I would have liked to see a little bit more from Pino. Like, when I think NIP, I think Pino is the guy that I really expect to have amazing performances, to really show up and dominate the scoreboard. I think he's the best sledge in the world. I think he's a really good player, especially
You're saying that when Palu exists, which is a bold statement, but I'll let you have it for now.
But Natus exists too.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of strong sledges in Siege. He's a popular operator, but I think he kills it. I think his roam games are typically on point with the rest of his team, but I don't know, quiet so far in the tournament so far. No big mistakes. There were a couple of, roam games that I thought they weren't really up to snuff with. Psycho was getting over aggressive, I'd say, on both maps, having a problem there on his defenses. But yeah, I think that if we could see a stronger roam game overall from NIP, that can start translating into more. But I'm sure a lot of it's mental too, because we know this team can pop off, we know this team can win championships, but not when they're playing like this.
From what I saw, NIP is kind of a fish out of water, sometimes a team without a plan. On attack is where they need to be far more proficient and where they've proven that they can be, but it looks like a very similar story to Team 1. If they're being over aggressive, sometimes it's just straight up not hitting shots. It's not nearly as prevalent of an issue, but we still see it pretty consistently. And they played maps today that we know they're comfortable on. Battlegrounds they like a lot. We talked about their map pools being competitive. Like, the two of them are very capable of going onto these battlegrounds and having frag fests. What did we see? One-sided contests both times, and it looked like NIP in some cases were just running away.
Snooze fest from NIP. What's going on here? You had a replay that you wanted to talk to us about, Jacob. So tell me what's going on. You're the expert here.
Well, we're talking about one round on Coastline in particular. It's an attack. We're downstairs. We're on double bar, and we're looking at a case where NIP in particular, I just don't really understand what the play is here. So up top, we're seeing NIP already have established control inside hookah. They want to plant. They're going to push with diffuser into mudroom and try to plant in a default spot right there by the red rug. They've already established his top control. Pino's attempting to hold an angle backwards, but watch Kamikaze's health more in particular. You're going to see Joystick at one point rotate up. He's going to take care of Pino inside hookah, but Kamikaze is going to take a little bit of tickle of damage over the next couple of seconds. It's not coming from any of those bullets. It's instead coming from the smoke propagation that Shepard has all the way back here by double door. So what happens here? Watch the time dwindle. Kamikaze attempts to plant. There is no bullet that takes him down. If you watch all of them tick off, Joystick goes upstairs and kills Pino, so you have no more top floor coverage. What happens? Kamikaze is edging into the smoke periodically over these next couple of seconds, hoping that he's got a spot with enough coverage to allow him to get the diffuser down. What happens? It takes him out before he's able to complete the process. And it feels like that vibe was there in this matchup more than it had any right to be. If NIP doesn't play scared, which I think they did, maybe there's a chance they at the very least take Coastline, a map that we know they're good. Both of these maps are ones NIP should have had a fairer contest on.
Yeah, and that's a frustrating round too, because that game started in the first 3 rounds were dominated by Team Empire, right? They really did have some solid defenses. And then round 4 happened. It's like a glimmer of hope from NIP because they managed to have a really good execute. They managed to get the kit down. Like they're playing fantastic. And then round 5 also looks really good. They're on their way to a successful plant. They have site control. They have man advantage. They have literally the defuse kit carrier inside the bomb site. But then to lose it like that on time, you're watching the game live and you're just like, wait a minute, what happened?
Yeah.
It's so sad and so demoralizing, I'm sure, for the players in NIP.
I'm going to say this. It's kind of a drastic statement, and I understand what happens when I talk in absolutes, but
go ahead.
NIP are not going to repeat as world champions this year. I'm calling it right now.
I'll one-up you even more on this, even though I'm not somebody that usually likes to one. I'm not someone like that.
Sure, but go crazy.
Tell you, nobody will ever be able to back-to-back win an Invitational. It happened once, Penta G2.
Okay.
And will never happen again. Siege has evolved so much, teams have improved so much that you cannot stay on top for an entire year as a singular team in your state.
I mean, I'm not saying something like a lower bracket run can't happen or that NIP can't get like 2nd or 3rd, win that first game, go up against a number 1 seed. I do think a number 1 seed at this point is out of their favor. I don't know if it's possible for them to jump up, considering Empire at this point have won 2 series straight, and everyone else in that group is kind of up and down. M&M might do great. We could see Sandbox pop off again, and Sonics could totally tank. Like, there's a lot of opportunities in this group now, but specifically for NIP, whatever ends up happening now, it's not going to be upper bracket advantage. You're not going to get a first round bye. And at this point, after having lost 2 straight in groups with only 1 map win to your name, what's the recourse? What's the bounce back? NIP, yes, have been in these kinds of situations before, but I'm not really liking where I'm sitting if I'm anyone from Brazil thinking a repeat's about to be on the card.
These 2 are about to throw the table up in the air and just run through. Let's go.
Yep.
Gentlemen, though, thank you very much. We can sit here and talk the next half hour about how it's going to go down. Unfortunately, we can't do that.
Aww.
I know we're limited by time as in many, time and space kind of things. But we're going to get the wonderful NA lads off of here. We're going to get the UK lads on to talk about a UK team. So we'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, friends, to the command center. We've already had 1 victory here for my favorite region, Europe in this case. I'm just going to lay it out there, but back-to-back for the EU. M&M, our UKIN Challenger League, and now, very recently, EUL team got their W, and they got it against Sandbox Gaming. I'm Milosh. I'm not here alone. Trust me on this one. I got two massive shills, the UK, that are sitting on the other side of my chair. And what are you wearing?
I mean, we went for a little halftime change, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
We were very confident as well.
We actually changed during the second round of Cafe.
Early round in Cafe, we saw that Tim had his.
Take it off.
So we went for the full M&M.
Take it off.
Just take the jersey off.
The jacket off.
No, we got. I mean,
is that allowed?
We were flexing.
Yes.
I don't know. I think we'll just keep moving.
God, okay, what is this, an American show?
Why do you want me to take my clothes off? Why are you asking me to take my clothes off?
To be fair, Tim's already done that. I think a lot of people are panicking.
That's true. Tim actually got his out as well.
Yeah, but Des did not.
No.
Des
he doesn't like fun.
It was Des's idea, which even makes it even more weird.
Derry is not a fun person.
No.
He's very corporate in many ways. Well, that said, friends, here we are, and we got the victory done for M&M, and they did it against Sandbox. So let's talk about our victors first. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to leave it to you. Demo, look, what can you tell me about marshmallows and Molotovs?
Where do you begin? It
begins at inception, I guess.
I think they hit everything that they needed to. I think that is how they've played for the past 3 months or so. Everything going their way. I think their attacks, you had that flavor of structure. They had that kind of patience, that time that we're used to seeing. That time management, I think today was perfect. They're playing rounds 5 versus 5 at 20 seconds, but they know this will have that. They have all the time in the world in their heads. And again, still, whenever things weren't working for them, the defense, they still had their players stepping up.
And you could go down the list really and pick out really key moments from pretty much everybody. You know, I was looking over at the stats and we got Solotov as highest rated, but it goes much deeper. You know, you can look and you think, you talk about patience and positioning, there's only one player that comes to my mind, and that's Tyron. The positions that guy finds himself in, regardless whether it's attack or defense, is second to none. He's always in the right place at the right time. You throw someone like Nello into the mix, who's going to be getting the plant down, who's going to be playing that little bit more of a supporting role, and of course in this instance, he's that older, more experienced voice. Milosh, you're going to have to drag us in at some point, because we could just keep going.
Keep going. That's literally why you're being paid to talk about your favorite team. How great is that?
It's fantastic. And, you know, we mentioned two, but Usus.
Where do we begin?
Where do you even begin with a player like Usus? It was really funny, actually.
Where do we end? This is the question of this.
This is the perfect desk for me and Ollie. It just is. It's honestly,
they lobbied for this.
Instead of Sandbox and you throw in a LATAM team,
I would have been, yeah.
What game
we'll be here all night
to be on here?
I mean, yeah, that would have been really like splitting us in half, though, wouldn't
maybe
it?
Tomorrow, Ollie.
Yeah, maybe.
I want to ask you something, Demo, because let me quote Jesse J. Chick when I say this, and I'm just being very clear. Genuinely don't know how Sandbox versus M&M will go, but it's more fun to predict against Demo. Sandbox 2-0. How the turntables, as the quote goes, Demos. How are you feel? How smug are you right now?
I mean, he was very smug with me today, so if he wants to dish it out, he has to be able to take it. That's just it.
True. Are you in support here, Ollie?
Yeah, you've always got to be in support, absolutely. And I want to add on to that as well. It was something that Jesse and Jacob were talking about. They were talking about really good sledge players, and I just wanted to throw Usus into that conversation as well, because that's one of the things that he does exceptionally well.
The man has not played his first official EUL game, and it's already like, you know what, this guy's the best.
Well, that's the scary thing, isn't it? They haven't played an official UL game, but they've played a Six Invitational game, and they've come away with 3 points. It's not just 2 points, it's not 1 point, it is a full 3 points.
And one thing I want to add on about, obviously, they haven't played an EUL game, that's correct. But also remember the region that these players grew up in, and that is the UK. UK at the moment is the most stacked region inside of Europe. You know, we have the most professional teams. These players grew up playing against the Navi boys, playing against Kwana, playing against Secret. You know, you think Kandru, Doki, Citizen, all those OG names that you think of for the first UK team, they all grew up playing against them. They're used to playing that level already just because of the National League.
So, you know, as someone who kind of kept up with M&M over the past, year, seeing how they are, knowing Nello, knowing how the team is, and seeing them through the run in Challenger League, I don't feel that they played any different to how they usually play. This is their game. They even did, like, what was it? It was on Oregon basement. They had Maverick just open up the reinforcement down by Shaiko, and they just went for the plays that in Europe are so European in the way that they are, so based in RATCL plays, that they pull off this victory, and they don't, to us, that is, to people that are used to this sort of gameplay here in Europe, it didn't seem like reinventing the wheel. They just did their own thing. This is what people in Europe really do. Do you think that kind of surprised Sandbox because they're not used to playing what is basically EUCL at this point?
Oh, I think Sandbox, we kind of only mention about the maps and how the maps kind of worked out. We assumed that Sandbox, they were probably gearing up ready for M&M today rather than their game against NIP yesterday, and that's because Oregon was let through in. Oregon was the first ban for Sandbox yesterday. They banned out straight away, and NIP aren't the best team in Oregon, so it's definitely one that they could have left open. So we were thinking, okay, they're going to try and hide their Oregon and then spring it on M&M. But M&M, that is a good map for them. Like you mentioned, Milos, they're used to it. They played the exact same playstyle as what they did throughout the past 6 months. So I think Sandbox just may be underestimating their opponents and really what they can do.
It's terrifying as well when you start thinking about the way that M&M play. The fact that they haven't played too differently and they've not reinvented the wheel between Challenger League and now shows that they've got some sort of a proven formula. It goes a little bit deeper than that in the operators that they play. If you really look at their attacks, it's a very similar lineup most times. It's the same 5. They don't really deviate too far away from that. It's on the defense where they leave themselves to be a little bit more flexible. We even saw a clash pick come out. It was an early clash pick as well from Neo round 9 on Cafe. There was no need to bring it out at that exact point necessarily, but it just shows how willing they are to change things up even when things are going well on the defense. On the flip side, their attack, they just rely more on the positioning and that sort of thing rather than trying to change on the operator.
There was a replay that you guys wanted to talk about, so I would put it on the screen. You can kind of show and tell. We love the visual here so people can see it at home as you guys are explaining it as well. So here it is, friends, all yours.
It starts off, this is very early into the cafe, and M&M, you can see their structure, and I think this is also down to a big misplay. Realistically, this should be a kill every day of the week, but Sandbox, maybe it comes back to the kind of underestimate of the M&M side, and you know, this right here, it cost them big time, and this is also a very crucial gunfight that I feel Sandbox needed to get. If you look at the actual setup from M&M, they're going for, I think, this kind of new playstyle a lot of teams have went for, and that's actually targeting in towards train, in towards fireplace, and you usually leave one player upstairs just to make sure that piano hatch is untouched.
Yeah, it seems rough to put Static on blast like that for missing some shots, but it was just the first domino in a big stack of dominoes that then fell onto the site. There's not a great deal of intel here for M&M. You can see they've actually used the majority of the drones. There's 15 seconds left. You'd hope that they have, but they've still got that information and they know where these players are. Sile did have an opportunity there to try and shut a couple of players down, but ultimately 1 versus 4, it was only ever going to end one way. It was a clip that we wanted to bring up in an attempt to demonstrate how opportunistic M&M can be and how quickly they can move on the attack. They might take the same 5 operators, but that doesn't really mean that they're not willing to make changes on the fly, and as soon as they get that little bit of an in, it's almost quite LATAM-esque.
It's impressive, especially for what is realistically a rookie team, right? That is a lot for them to try to execute so perfectly, because a team that has a lot of experience, Sandbox, the players on it, they've been playing since 2017. That is a long time. So getting the experience to where it is, not too bad. And honestly, I would love to sit in their comms and just listen to how everything is with how Nello is kind of guiding things around. And shout out to Solotov, the only Turkish player at this event. Rare representation, of course, in Turkey. We had a lot of Turkish Germans in the past, and even still to this day, heritage-wise in Rogue, etc., in EUL. But as a Turkish-born player who lives and breathes in Turkey pretty much, and coming over here, it is pretty cool to see what I will extend myself to as meta representation in this game, in some way. I'm just trying to...
You've got somebody here. You got a friend.
I got a friend. I got a distant cousin in some way. Oh, Lebanon,
only across the water.
Not even. You can walk to it. You can walk to
his house. Meet up. LAN party.
Oh,
that's a good idea.
Okay, not gonna lie. Just this side point. Siege, EU Siege LAN party. That would be great. We just get the NA talent, APAC talent, just all sit together and have some fun. If you're at home, you ever have a LAN party and all, you can play it in custom games and just use the LAN custom games that you have in Siege. It's great to have that. Not every game has it, but being able to play with like 1 ping, that is... If you've never tried it, you definitely should get yourself ready for it. Maybe one day with your buddies and your friends out there. But that said, M&M took the W. We talked about Sandbox, some of the issues that happened. There weren't many of them because this series was 7-5, 7-4. It was relatively close. It just didn't go to a map 3. Sandbox play tomorrow as well as M&M that go up against NIP, Sandbox versus the Sonics. What do Sandbox need to change in preparation for tomorrow, Demo?
I think if you look at Sandbox, they need to try and create a little bit more chaos, because I think they've shown if you respect a team who can play very structured, they will punish Sandbox, because I think they're kind of lacking maybe in the refrag department. I think there's a lot of rounds where M&M, they were ramping up kills back and forth, and then Sandbox kind of falling to the wayside. So I think they need to focus and create a little bit more chaos.
If you look at the 2 games that Sandbox have had so far, they've played NIP and they've played M&M. NIP, at the moment, they're almost doing it to themselves. They are unraveling themselves.
Get me started on NIP.
I mean, I don't want to get demo started, but we kind of saw that again previously when they played Empire just before. So it's a very different play style that you're going up against. You come up against a little bit of structure, and that's where Sandbox really seems to struggle. So they just need to come up with some sort of a rationale for dealing with that.
Well, friends, thank you so very much. You kind of give us all the info that we needed to know about M&M, really.
You need more? I can give you more? Can we keep it going?
I know you can. This is, fortunately, I'm not running a M&M information charity on here.
Podcast, maybe?
An M&M podcast, there you go. If you're watching this, maybe Demo would be here to host it here with Ollie. But that's it. Thank you very much, boys. I am done for today. I'll be back tomorrow. We got some awesome people coming around. Jackie, Jess, Fresh, and the whole squad are coming back to break things down as we go. This was a halfway point. There are 4 more matches to go, split 2 on each stream. So have fun with the rest of your day. This is the Command Center, off for just a bit. See you next game.
Crew 1 take off the astronauts, look to trample the horses, liquefying Liquid. But can they make their dreams come true? Will Team Liquid finally get past the altar? Deb, what were you calling this one again? You had a pretty good headline for this matchup that we have.
This is the Brazilian Bridesmaids versus the American Dream.
And elaborate on that.
Look, throughout Brazil, we've had some really strong teams, and Team Liquid tends to be always that team that is getting so close to being a champion, but they can never actually take home trophies at an international level. They've been leveling up recently. Stage 3 was a little bit hit and miss, but this is a chance for them to prove that they're not always just going to be the ones catching the bouquet.
Yeah, and Deb, they looked really good against Rogue yesterday. SSG, though, we were all watching that. That was a completely different match there. So how do you think today's going to play out? Your face?
Sorry, I thought you were talking to...
no, I said Dev.
Sorry, Spacestation, like, honestly, it was insane to think that they did as well as they did against FaZe. I think most people had agreed that FaZe were tournament favorites. Spacestation, not only did they win that match, they came back from a 1-0 deficit. They came back from a 5-1 defense side on the first map to bring it almost to overtime. I think this Spacestation that has now been rejuvenated in the last couple of months with Skies is one that is probably the best hope for NA.
Okay, and I'm sorry if I confuse you. I know I usually just say Ollie and then everyone else responds.
As soon as you say Ollie, I'm like that's 50-50, that's me.
But and now I want to put you in the hot seat. So Liquid has a frightening roster. I mean, we're talking Nesk, Palu, I don't know. Where should we start? Ask and Resets? I mean, this is the dream team with some teens as well.
Yeah, honestly, like the team has obviously been together since 5 months because they just recently added Ask and Resets. Ask is a solid support player for the team.
What is going on in this video, y'all? I'm sorry, you're missing it. They have some amazing poses. I'm sorry, please continue. I was distracted.
They got Ask as a solid support player, and the main thing that Ask really brings to this team is the fact that Ask is really good with the mid-round or mid-game adaptation. And Team Liquid said that this is something that they personally really struggled with up until Ask got a part of this team and helped them kind of get over that, really. They also added Resets. Resets joined after he only just turned 18, and he is one that likes to take gunfights and is a great vertical player. This is what a team said about him, so, I mean, they're hoping with the 2 additions of these players to be one of those LATAM teams that actually takes a big crown as well.
And we have the roster graphic up right now. I mean, we've been watching this team closely. Do you think that they're gelling well?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the first international event with these 2 people on a team, right? So it might take some time for them to gel well and to have that kind of, I mean, team synergy going on together, but they have a really good defensive play style. They play like a wall, and they're basically waiting for enemies to make mistakes, so it could look really good for them.
All right, I want to pivot right now. We are looking at the play area, taking a live look. Oh man, I can't imagine what they're feeling right now. Definitely a lot of pressure. We're gonna pivot over to their opponent though, SSG. And Deb, I wanna pick your brain. These are all star players coming together, but we saw coordination and cohesion. And you know, I was teasing you, I said they were like straight Voltron, they were Power Rangers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you told me you didn't know what Voltron was, and I was shook.
Having a bit of a roast, fair enough. Look, Spacestation, yeah, they've been a good team for a while. They rejuvenated some extra energy into their roster. Not only did they get Hot and Cold, who's now been with the team for a whole 8 months. Kind of unreal to think he went from being a player not good enough for DZ, so they dropped him, to now being NAL's MVP. More recently, of course, Skies came on board as well. And these guys looking really hot. Particularly, our questions were about their form at an international stage, because they haven't won a BO3 against an international team for 2 years, and they broke that negative streak yesterday. Honestly, it redeems a lot of our hope and our faith in them. I think that probably this is going to be the NA team to watch throughout this event.
Yeah, and I want to talk to you specifically about the roster here. We're bringing up the graphic. Skies, he was really making a strong showing yesterday, but this whole team should be feared. There's lots of veterans.
Oh yeah, I think especially if you think about last map yesterday, Skies had a really good performance and that's where he really stepped up. But if you think about the ratings of this team, it's actually not Skies that's been performing at the top yesterday. It was actually Fultz who had the best rating. And I mean, on the Villa, that one round where he just snuck up with Knock and got a 4K, that's great. That's things that we do love to see. And Hot and Cold obviously had a a positive rating as well. Got 4 plans down in total over that best of 3. So, I mean, it's not just Skies, it's an entire team that you have to be scared of, really.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And we are actually ready to move into the map ban phase. So we're working to get that information up on your screen. And really quickly taking a live look at the play area, it looks like SSG is just starting to trickle in there. I mean, Dev, what is going through their minds? I think all eyes are really on them because they performed so well yesterday. So, I mean, at this point, I think they're feeling some pressure.
For sure. They've got an added expectation now that they've taken down the tournament favourites. Like, okay, you beat the best team that Brazil, arguably Rainbow Six as a whole, has to offer. It's time to go and take down Team Liquid, who is another really storied team. It's going to be a lot of pressure. It's also something that Spacestation have never done before. Here's a fun fact for you. These teams haven't versed each other since 2019, and they've never faced at a major or an SI, only the old miners. In those 3 encounters, Liquid has won every single time. Now, yes, that was a very long time ago, quite different rosters, but it really says something to the history between these teams.
And we do have some information on the screen now related to the map ban phase, and what are you thinking?
I mean, we have SSG banning out Cafe, and it seems to be a good map. Actually, for SSG, they played it a few times and won 3 out of their 5 matches. It's not maybe their best map, but it's a good map that they're taking away. We have Liquid banning out Clubhouse. That is one of their worst maps, you could potentially say. And the first map pick coming in for Space Station being Villa. That's an interesting one. It is one of their best maps. If you look at the stats, they've played it 4 times and won it 4 times.
Yeah, overall, I think Villa is a good map for both teams. That's the thing. Liquid are undefeated in recent history. You look back at the BR6 finals, they took down NIP 7-2, a really dominant one. So Space Station, like, they're rather than looking for maps that Team Liquid are going to be weaker on, they're going to go to maps that I think it's going to be a pretty solid chance for them, but also a strong map for their opponent. Oregon being the pick for Team Liquid, a fantastic map for them. 5-0 since the start of Stage 3. Most recently, a 7-4 just yesterday over Rogue. So a really strong map for them. That said, Space Station also undefeated since Stage 3. We've had some really dominant scorelines from them. 7-2 against DZ, 7-3 against TSM, but unproven internationally once again.
Dev, just dropping the facts here. I love it. But we are ready to get this match underway. But really quickly, we do have this interview with Team Liquid, so please take a listen.
I'm Paulo from Team Liquid. I'm normally the second intrigger. We had some roster change. We changed Moringa and Sex Cake to Asken Resets. We picked them because we wanted some young blood. Like, they are like really, how can I say, they are eating the game, you know? They are playing like all day the game, so they're all the time trying to improve in something, so it's great to have like some young blood, you know? We lost, especially in Mexico, that we lost against T1. It was like a loss that really hurt because they deserve it, of course. Like, their run was amazing, but like it like was a, how can I say it, was something like deep down, like it could be us like there, you know. It's hard. It's hard.
A quick 7-0 for Team 1. Not a single round being picked up by them.
In our game, we changed a lot of things as well. Like, we changed some roles that wasn't fitting as well for resets, and we kind of like made it through, and we won against an IP in the BR6 final, so I think we are ready. I think like there's no team that can make us afraid, like, but there are some strong teams. Like, I think SSG phase is always a great game. It goes like overtime and stuff. Like, I think those two are the biggest ones. The favorite, that one I think it will be Brazilian. Well, don't sleep on us.
Chaos, chaos, chaos. 2 unpredictable mercurial teams. You know, who's going to take this one? Well, right now I'm with Fresh and Jess, and who's winning?
Oh, I have no idea, Jess.
Yeah, I love how you all looked at each other and paused.
Okay. No idea, Jess.
Okay, what were we going to do?
Do you know how I'm going to decide this?
How?
I have with me 1 great British pound.
This
Jess.
is great. Okay.
And we're gonna flip a coin for it, okay?
All right.
So I'm going to flip this coin.
We are the most professional analysts, by the way. You know.
So if it's heads,
okay.
Who's going to win if it's heads?
CAG.
CAG? So if it's tails, then it would be Rogue.
You guys are so cute.
Tails.
Wow.
Okay. So Rogue?
Rogue, we're going to say. And do you know why we wanted to flip a coin? Because both of these teams, they are so explosive.
Yeah.
And it is going to be so hard to call because it's going to be such a frag fest going on inside of the server.
Yeah, and you know what? Since you picked Rogue, let's start off with Rogue. This is a historic Siege team. I feel like they really wanted to prove themselves yesterday, and they fell short. So I feel like they're going to be out for blood today. It's a new day, and Cyclops is a different team. So
it is. They played okay yesterday. I think they were just completely outclassed by Team Liquid.
Yeah.
They said themselves, if they won a few more gunfights, they probably got at least a map. But Liquid are just a complete different animal to go up against. So for Rogue, it's going to be quite, an uphill task in this group.
Oh, look at Cyclops on your screens right now. One of the most formidable forces coming out of Japan, and they haven't played yet. I know for a fact that Jackie and I were speaking about it before, and she's like, what do we expect out of them? Well, that's why we flipped a coin, because, yeah, they're a 50-50 team. They either show up and obliterate you, or they kind of just a little bit of a slump.
Yeah, I feel like we keep on talking about how this is going to be spontaneous. Some would even say erratic, fresh. Who is going to capitalize off of the chaos today?
It absolutely could be anybody. And a point about Cyclops is that between the last two majors that they've attended, between Sweden, between Mexico, individually 4 of their players have gone -20 over the course of the tournament, which shows how erratic they are, because in the other tournament, respectively, in Sweden or Mexico, if they went -20 in Mexico, they were going positive in Sweden. So that kind of attests to just how up and down this team can be. When they're on it really well, but when they're not, they're not.
I have my cue cards here with nice little dot points, as good analysts do. They bring their notes. And the very first dot point I have here under CAG for Cyclops is we haven't seen them since Mexico in an international format. People will disagree because they say when they go towards APAC South, they do those quals and whatnot. That's international play, but truly LAN international play, we haven't seen since Mexico. And the statute of limitations for me is like too far gone.
Yeah.
So I'm actually giving them a brand new foundation to work off of here. I'm going to give them this first game. I'm even going to give them another series beyond this to paint that brand new identity of CAG in 2022.
Okay, and we do have Rogue up on the screen now. We were talking a little bit before, a historic team. Yesterday, not so hot. Jess, Aces had a stellar performance yesterday, but, it wasn't enough. So what conditions does Rogue need to get this win?
Yeah, the win conditions, all of the rounds are pretty much off the back of Aces, as you said. And I think when you are going with sort of a 1.22 rating, and then you have Kryan, who's their frag main, he's on the sledge, he's on the Jaeger, etc. You see him on the far right top of your screen there. He is a big man, but he was not putting up big numbers whatsoever. He had a 0.4 rating after yesterday's game in 8 rounds. It was a bad showing from Rogue, and Aces attempted to carry everyone on his shoulders.
Kryan can sometimes go missing. I've teamed with him twice.
Oh, that's right.
I know how good and consistent he can be inside of scrims. Sometimes in the game day he goes missing. Sometimes he does go huge. I'm not sure.
Weren't you his coach?
What I will say,
oh my gosh.
I mean, is it mentality? Is it stress? Is it
overthinking? Overthinking. Yep.
What I will say is Kryan tries to be this ultimate flexible player, because he's kind of in this freeway power struggle, as I would call it, as who's the entry fragger on Rogue? Because Kryan by trade, he's an entry fragger. Aces by trade, he's an entry fragger. And sorry, I've just seen Kryan. And also Leon Gids by trade is also an entry fragger. And that's what you get out of Rogue. You get 3 players that want to be the entry fragger. So you're going to see early engagement. And I think Kryan sometimes tries to hold it back a little bit, and that's why he puts in these bad performances, because he doesn't let himself be himself and the player he wants to be.
Okay, and we're taking a live look at the play area right now. We're moving into the map ban phase. So tell me what you're both thinking here, Jess.
I mean, Coastline going off the board. A lot of APAC teams like Coastline, so if some people who don't know CAG very well are going to be like, whoa, why do they get rid of Coastline? Well, for Cyclops specifically, not one of their best maps by any means. But getting rid of Chalet, yeah, I'd probably get rid of that too if I was Rogue.
It's one of them. They started off a UL Stage 3 on Chalet. They liked that map, and it kind of deteriorated after that on that map. So, and as well, just coming back to the Coastline ban, Coastline is one of Rogue's favourite maps, so it's no surprise to see that one taken away.
Absolutely. And Clubhouse, we love a good old Clubhouse. It's almost like if you were to pick a map in the entire competitive map pool and you're like, we can really identify who's the best team, we go on this map. However, Rogue will have to get rid of the Monty. I don't care what else they ban in all of the other bans, but they must get rid of the Monty on that map. Then it's an even Steven matchup. If they don't, I don't know, but it's their map pick.
All right, we are taking a live look at the play area again, and I'm shocked. They don't seem nervous. Everyone seems like pretty relaxed right now. So, I mean, predictions. How do we think this is going to go? We already know what Fresh picks. Jess, what about you? Off of his coin toss.
Yeah, you're getting an opinion now. In any expert way, your coin was the expert for you. Looking at the maps being Oregon, Clubhouse, and the decider being Villa, I'm looking over to, Rogue on Villa. I don't have anything, throughout this event or in recent times. And then I look over to Cyclops as well. And, I mean, Villa's not a map that they've shied away from. They've beaten people in the quals for it. I just don't know how much weight I want to put on that.
Okay, well, our teams are ready, everyone. So Liquid versus SSG, then Cyclops versus Rogue. Take it away, casters.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our matchup, our third here on the stream. Team Liquid versus Spacestation Gaming. Yesterday, SSG did something that seemed almost unthinkable, which is win a best of 3 internationally. It was the first time in 18 months they accomplished it. And guess what? They did it over another Brazilian team.
They did it. It was actually quite unfortunate. I was watching the game on the couch in the talent room and I fell asleep due to jet lag. So, when I woke up this morning at 4 a.m., I watched it back. And I will just say, Parker, if this matchup...
him.
That's not what I meant. If this matchup right now between Liquid and SSG is just half the match of that between SSG and FaZe, we are in for a wild ride.
I mean, I agree. I also watched the match yesterday, and I gotta say, shocked is an understatement. I thought going in that Spacestation had a fighting chance, but even though I predicted that SSG was going to win, because eventually they have to stop losing, I thought that FaZe, being the defending major champions, coming in, had a very good shot. But just because you won an international event recently does not mean a thing. Look at Team 1. Struggling, eventually winning. Look at Ninjas in Pyjamas, not doing particularly well either. These are the defending world champions. Liquid have very high expectations. They have watched their fellow countrymen win every single international event over the last 12 months. Liquid is the forever wedding party, never the bride, always the bridesmaid kind of deal. So for Liquid, they want to be desperately world champions. Let's get underway. Our very first map is going to be on Villa. And unsurprisingly, Thatcher is removed from the equation, as is Valkyrie. The Twitch ban, though, is a bit interesting.
Yeah, so SSG are not shy to target ban specific matchups on specific maps from their opponents. It's something they did yesterday, and it's something they've done historically in the past as well. SSG is a very adaptable, very dynamic team. You can argue that they do have one common factor between them, which is like, they usually play around hot and cold. He plays the Buck, he plays the Ying. That's what like the SSG during NAL was like. But I do think that now that we're on international level, I think SSG are gonna spread their arms and their shoulders much wider than during regular domestic play. The pulse ban coming out at the very end, this is heavily going to impact how that kitchen bomb site will be played out here in Villa, so we need to keep an eye on what teams will do to adapt. Maybe they'll bring an echo of information, or maybe they'll just go crazy on the roam instead. But either way, information will be extremely limited for both of these teams, as we have Liquid heading to that AVG defense in the first round, 6ing onto the mirror from the Goyo, saying no thank you to the 2 shields, but thank you, yes sir, to those 2 mirror windows. Hot and cold, similar fashion, actually going from the Iana that has 2 grenades and a Gon 6 to a Flores that has 4 Retero drones.
Very important that you enunciate that word, because people don't want to hear Intero drones. They have to hear enough of Intero already in the broadcast. The last thing they want, Nick, is you saying my name over and over. As has been the case today, Mira escapes the ban phase unscathed. I like this pulse ban from Team Liquid. It suggests to me that they have done their homework. SSG, back when they had Canadian, and the fact that they still have Rampy, they like running pulse. Rampy in particular, I remember so many times he'd play pulse down in the basement of this map, roaming, making calls all the way up to that 2nd floor, and being very vocal with the rest of your team. If anybody follows Rampy on social media, you know how vocal he is. Imagine him now in an actual game. So that That said, we'll see exactly what SSG will do without the Pulse when they move to defense, but there's 6 rounds to get through before then. The very first defense for Team Liquid is going to occur over on AVG, oftentimes the standard first bomb site that teams like to run on Villa.
Yeah, and speaking of players, I think these 2 rosters we have right now are extremely stacked, right? Nesk and Paolo ranked number 2 and number 1 respectively on CCG overall, like across the board. SSG is full of Fultz, Bosco, Hot and Cold, Rambi, and Skies, and the last 3 remaining players of Liquid are called Reset and Ask, the new young gunners, and then of course PSK1, the veteran himself. I actually have a PSK jersey, so that's pretty cool that I got that going for myself, but yeah, both rosters are extremely stacked, and we're starting off on that AVG defense with SSG opting to go for that roam clear, going on master side and kitchen. Paolo and Rambi might have an early engagement on one another. I think both players are somewhat aware of what's going on. Rambi chooses to go for a nade vertically instead, pins it, unpins it, pins it, unpins it. Not sure exactly where to strike, but here we go. Decision has been made. Tosses it. Nothing happens. The floor breaks. That's a start. No one has died just yet.
Nobody even close to them as the LMG in the hands of Fultz will try to find Nesk, but cannot do that. Paulo's still creeping up. Right now on the pantry stairs, but he hears the sledging happening not too far away. He thinks otherwise of this engagement. Rampy doesn't want to be spotted by the cam, and he'll be droned up the stairs into Astronomy. Swinging away, I'm not exactly sure what his intention was there. He'll just continue to walk around this Mira. There's nobody from Liquid actively holding this. Half of the round gone, and Liquid have very smartly fallen off the trophy and statuary portion of the map, ceded control of Astronomy, and they're now much closer to this AVG bomb site.
Yeah, this is something that we started to see a lot here during this Invite 2022, is that teams have a soft cap timer where they say, well, we extend out, but when the timer reaches a certain point, usually a minute or a minute and a half, we don't care about staying anymore, because as time goes on, it gets progressively more difficult and more scary to stick around. And if you look top right of your screen, Liquid has annihilated 5 drones from the side of SSG, and they've burned so much time. SSG has now cleared half the map. They're at this top red 90 position, and this is where it gets the most difficult as an attacker. You need to rotate people onto the study balcony and still keep about 3 people on this top red area, otherwise you can't pins.
It's a very aggressive hold from Ask, looking with 30 seconds left at the top of the stairs, but he won't be peaked yet. Rampy knows that somebody's there as he drones it out, goes back on to watch the flank. 25 seconds as those 5 seconds have transpired have allowed a toxic canister to get thrown on down, and Rampy will breathe in some of that and follow in the nade. Continuing onwards, look at this confidence. Down goes the first body from Liquid, another will fall, yet another. The only kills coming in from PSK. He's still upright, very low on HP. Playing inside of Study, diffuser getting planted by Skies, so PSK will spray through the wall, but a desperate attempt as a Nitro cell goes off and it gets Bosco, but not the intended target. So Skies gets the diffuser down, and in the post plant, they try to soften up the remaining members of Liquid. PSK and Rampy on the same HP, Palu and Skies at full. Sitting on that diffuser is Skies. And down below, Palu will go, trying to, at best as he can, get the diffuser from below. Another from PSK, but he's shut down by Rampy. So Palu will need to return to the site. Popping out the mirror windows, Rampy will play safely inside of the safe, waiting on calls. 10 seconds is the magic number, and he spots it. An incredible first round from Rampy, and SSG starts things off with a win.
Absolutely massive round from Rampy. What a big brain genius injury. Tosses a nade off the wall, it bounces to vault door. He runs right through it once it explodes and gets 2 interkills to open up the round for his team. Paolo is roaming around the map right behind SSG. If they weren't quick on the entry, they would have possibly been flanked. The C4 from Paolo down below from lobby made really good sense, but Kids guys, planting was one step ahead. They had not... Well, I'll rephrase there. Kids guys wasn't planting on the default position behind the bar. He was actually tucked in the hard wall corner next to Study. So the C4, yes, it gets a kill, but it doesn't kill the important player, the guy who's planting. Absolutely massive from Rampy and Skies, just doing phenomenal work. 4K for Rampy, and that is the first round for SSG. And what looked like a very, I would say, awkward round. They spent a lot of time, lost a lot of drones, and it looked like they had to make a big play, but then they stepped up and they just did that. Or did just that.
Same thing.
Same.
Trophy Statuary second bomb site. This was held, as you said, for that soft amount of time, that soft timer, that soft cap. SSG used to do that as a team way back in the day, especially on Oregon. Before Oregon was reworked, SSG would hold meeting with those hatches and then drop back to the bomb site after about the minute to 90-second mark. Liquid doing the exact same thing on that previous round. Yep. It doesn't do them any good. Despite it coming down to a 1v1 shootout, SSG walks away with that round victory. This time, quite a considerable amount of effort of off-site presence from Team Liquid. 2 players downstairs, 1 up top, but well off-site. Nesk was hiding by the default plant spot inside of Aviator, just by that vault door. We'll see what trouble they can get up to as SSG does some discovery work. Still heavy roam here from Liquid.
Yeah, SSG doing the same thing again. So whenever the bomb site is on one area, SSG wants to roam clear from the opposite side. So when it was the AVG bomb site, they went master bedroom. Now it's master bedroom bomb site or trophy bomb site. Now they're going Aviator Gaming side study office. This is basically a typical roam clear over strat where you want to take the map control. And one of the biggest reasons why this makes the most sense is because they're bringing Bosco on the Nomad. The Nomad only really gets fully effective if you end up taking the map control, then you put down the air jabs, and therefore the enemy cannot retake that ground as easily because of that gadget. So basically getting full efficiency out of each and every single operator, and again the roam clear is done very quickly here, 1 minute 45, and they're already at that halfway point of 90 top red, looking pretty good for SSG.
Bosco asserting his influence with that 1 air jab, still 2 more for him to go. He got blown up by that nitro cell while the plant got down from skies previously, so he could do nothing in the post plant. Very common spots for these nomads are in the nooks and crannies of the stairs leading up to the bomb site, just in case there is a flank that you don't know about. Sometimes teams will tuck somebody down in the basement, and if you don't have the best drone work, even as thorough as you may be, there are things you might miss. Just ask Team 1 about that. So, more grenades from below, primed and ready. SSG have not been successful in finding any targets this way. Nesk gets spotted off-site. He was the one who was roaming. He might have been getting back to the bomb site. Not entirely certain where he perished. But to start things off, it's the LMG in the hands of Fultz. That's a lead in terms of numbers for Spacestation.
Yeah, the next step for SSG right now is to get those mute jammers off the statue to Master Bedroom wall so Skies from inside of Master Bedroom can breach it. There's a shield blocking the jammers line of sight, making it more difficult for SSG. They'll have to burn the ADSs and then burn the shield, and then they can start breaching the wall. But Reset down below on that mute does not have a C4, so Skies should be safe inside of Master Bedroom, even though Hot and Cold is also down below in memory covering it.
Reset's just looking longingly into Memorial, and he'll get away. Hot and Cold doesn't see him. Bosco gunned down 2 guns from Liquid, in fact, finding their marks, and Hot and Cold spotted by PSK. They're being overwhelmed right now as Ass gets in on it as well. Rampy a nice nade. He's been the saving grace for this team and the standout performer through this one round. Ready again over to the stairs, but he cooks it just a little bit too much. Damage is done, but Rampy knows that he needs to take these engagements. He has no idea where to go. Doesn't have the diffuser. He'll pick it up and be a sitting duck. Both these players from Liquid will rush on up, and it's an easy kill for Resets to give the round to Liquid.
Yeah, definitely. Once you're planning on that 0-second mark, there's not a whole lot of things you can do. You could argue that Rampy could have let go of the plant button and saved the KD, but to be completely honest, SSG, former world champions, you stick to the defuse because miracles can happen, and sometimes the enemies let it slip, and if that plant had gotten down, Rampy would have been in a passable position for a clutch. Very important. Good nade kill actually from Rampy early in the round, even though the Astro Stairs grenade wasn't cooked 100%, the first one was. That basically is 1-1 now in rounds.
I do wonder what the information that SSG is sharing amongst each other with those grenades from below is being based off of, because we saw Rampy twice attempt to pick off one of the common spots, neither nade connected. Was it Bosco did the same thing, or Hot and Cold did the same thing down below with the nades in hand, and also was unsuccessful? So not that it's a waste of your gadget, but you only have a finite amount of explosives. With those grenades in hand, either Liquid is playing in unconventional spots, or the information that SSG is relaying to each other based on drones is horrendously out of date. I think you called it fishing in our previous cast, and of course when you're going for nades from below, you are often fishing, hoping that you can hit something from above. There are very common spots when you're playing on AVG. There are very common spots when you're playing on Trophy Statuary. You know where the players sit or deployable shields sit, and sometimes your target might not be a body, it might be a shield, it might be a gadget. In this case, I don't think SSG walked away with anything with those grenades, at least not that we saw. You have to ask yourself why.
Yeah, so something to notice that in the last 3 or 2 months or so, SSG has played Villa 3 times. That's also including the game yesterday against Space, and Liquid has played Villa twice. So both teams have a decent amount of information from VOD studies and whatnot on each other. So maybe those fishing grenades could have been based off assumptions based off that VOD reviewing, or perhaps, as you said, could have been a misdrone or just lack of droning or just guessing or fishing around. We won't know for sure. And that's kind of the name of the game here, is that both Oregon, Chalet, and Villa these teams will have information on each other, and that's always going to raise the bar a little bit as Foltz gets the opening gun to Palu. He almost dies himself, but those adrenaline surges will keep him nice and healthy as the round progresses.
Last time it was Nesk who hasn't been able to find a single kill. He's still alive, but Palu also taken down. PSK has been finding the mark the most for his team, but when you think about Team Liquid, it's Palu and it's Nesk. These are two of the best performing players ever in the history of Rainbow Six. When either of them is on the field, you have some serious concerns, and you can never rest easy taking Palu out early on and Nesk out in the last round. Even though SSG didn't prevail, that's a sigh of relief for the team.
Absolutely, certainly, and I like that we're spectating Hot and Cold right now, because this is a El Clasico buck pick from Hot and Cold himself. This is an operator that SSG loves to play around. Hot and Cold plays the buck and plays the Ying, and SSG, they love to abuse the fact that he's so good on these operators, and the verticality on this bomb in particular of ABG can be quite useful if utilized correctly as well. Clearing the main stairs, ADSs, shields and magnets and whatnot will there be, trying to progress up the main stairs. This is a difficult position to be in, but SSG doing such good work. The flashbang followed by the nade gets the kill. Now they're walking up with two people holding hands in hands, but Rampy finds himself injured on the ground.
Not exactly where you want to be for Rampy. 6-1, now 6-2. He almost saved the round previously, and then the round before, Rampy was the reason for the win. So Spacestation will lose one of their potent forces just alongside Liquid, though Ask being down as the smoke is quite crucial, though he isn't known for lighting up the scoreboard the same way most of his teammates are. An advantage for SSG with the final 45 seconds left to play. Nesk is lurking down below, could come to blows with Hot and Cold. I'm not actually sure how close they are to each other. Sorry, silhouettes leading me astray. Nesk is still above, and he's going to be watching over towards Trophy, which is where Foltz will head on through. Look the wrong way, you're going to end up with the ire of Nesk. He gets droned out and runs, seeking some protection over towards 90. There's a hat trim drop if he wants it, but not a lot of time here for Space Station. Skies will have to get in and go for the plant. PSK is trapped in between a rock and a hard place, and the rat-a-tat-tat of Foltz's LMG will continue to go on forward. Common spot for Skies. Only thing that can kill him is a toxic canister because there's no nitro cells still up, but of course, Ask dying early means that's not possible. The timer will continue to run in the background. 35 seconds for Ness to retake. One for resets. There's still 3 more bodies to go, but he's traded out. So Nesk will be spotted over by Trophy and over by Statuary. Doesn't matter where he is. Foltz started off the round. Foltz ends the round. Liquid do not succeed in the retake, and Space Station regain the lead.
I feel like we're seeing a little bit of uncharacteristic gameplay or decision-making from Liquid. Nesk was playing inside of Boar, next to 90, and the second Foltz started shooting back at him, he just lagged it all the way back to 90 and played really passive, basically moving back towards the bomb site, and then, well, SSG, they make their way through the bomb site, and then Nesk has to push back where he just left, only to try and retake in like a 2 versus 3. Nesk didn't want confrontation, he didn't want the fight, and you need to start wondering, if Nesk is number 2 across the board, and they need to get these picks, why isn't Nesk the one to take them with confidence? Why are we falling backwards only to go retake a moment later? We need to see Team Liquid start fighting SSG more on these 1v1 gunfights. Otherwise, SSG will just run away with the bomb side.
I like that Nesk is playing offside. I like that he's playing that lurker role, as they call it in Brazil, but he has not been effective through these 3 rounds just yet. And that's okay. Sometimes it takes you a round or 2, maybe even half a matchup before you wake up. We've seen Shaiko in Europe take an entire map to find the scoreboard, to find some type of godly ability that we know that he can do. But then guess what? Maps 2 and 3, that's the beauty of a best of 3. Those become competitive and you can still end up winning even if you sacrifice the very first map. But Palu and Nesk not being top performers on the team is worrisome. Liquid is a very well-rounded roster, but we have to keep our eyes tuned to both Nesk and Palu. If they are unable to win their gunfights, if they are being isolated and hunted down, if the drone and entry play from SSG is strong enough that Nesk and Palu are getting overrun, then Liquid's chances of success plummet.
You know what I love about this lineup from SSG, Parker? Last match we just casted earlier today, we had the matchup that was Team 1 Na'Vi.
Right.
And we had a nuke pick from Neskin on this particular attack, but the pulse doesn't play. This time around, Team Liquid banned out the pulse. You know what? Foltz goes on to the nuke. But this time on this kitchen bomb site, there's nothing to stop him, right? You only have maybe barbed wire. There's no, well, there's Banshees as well, of course, so Banshees and barbed wire, but there's no actual information to stop Foltz from sneaking around and might get some crazy value.
I feel like we didn't get the best opportunity to see what a Nook can do
No.
for Team 1, so I'm hopeful that we can see it from Fultz. I don't care which team plays the operator. Just
He's
give me
across the map. He's all the way at top main. He's going to be flanking in like a minute from now. So meanwhile, SSG are playing these mind games, keeping all of Liquid's attention to one side of the map. Fultz will be flanking them.
Give me the goods. That's all I want, baby. This is a kitchen defense. Don't be fooled by the position of resets. He's guarding upstairs on the triple panel, but that's just because you need to hold that part of the map lest you get overrun. All it takes is a crafty buck or a sledge to get up there, and you are in
Fultz is sitting on the pillar. The default cam doesn't see him. He's waiting for the gadget to recharge and push back up. This is super, super smart.
He's got an Aruni gate they'll have to look through. Down goes Rampy to the telltale signs of an MP5, but he's thwarted by a barricade, and he'll look longingly into the bomb site. I feel like, again, this is a missed opportunity. Now Hot and Cold is down, and Fultz is, I don't want to say botching it, but being slow to the punch has not allowed him to exert any real influence over this bomb site. Resets has taken quite a beating, but Fultz might have to break the Aruni gate or get out-dueled by Nesk. We said that he hadn't been all that effective, and guess what? That's a beautiful shot from Nesk to prove to everybody why he's always a threat, even if he doesn't have any kills.
Nesk is online, baby. Also, Fultz typing NS. Nice shot in chat, respecting the fact that he got absolutely dominated. Leaving Skies and Bosco both having yet to find a kill, but this might just be the opportunity. Could that be a 2v5 at the very least, statting that KD on the scoreboard? Reset's extremely low on health, so it does make it more possible, but the bomb site being set of kitchen and SSG not having progressed the map yet just now, it's going to be a little bit tired to find an opening.
Skies and Bosco just creeping through the bottom of the map. I think Skies, with that diffuser in hand, being so far away from the bomb site, knows that it's an unwinnable round. And whether he can accomplish anything over towards Pantry or not, he might just be buying time for his team to discuss things. We call these the in-game unofficial timeouts. Nice shot from Skies, but he'll try to bait a couple more kills to just pad his stats. Other than that, SSG knew after they lose those first 3 players that the round is almost unwinnable. Yeah. It requires a series of unfortunate events for your opponent to commit. Because when you win a clutch, it's not always your own ability. It's often helped by the mistakes of your opponents.
That is typically almost every single clutch, right? Like, sure, I'm sure there are moments where it's just absolute dominance. You are outperforming in every aspect, but I would say majority of the time, a clutch is simply the fact that somebody gave you an opportunity and you took it and succeeded. And that's why, especially in situations like a 1 versus 2 or a 1 versus 3, if you set up the perfect crossfire, it should be impossible for the person that is solo to win that 1 versus 2. But if you don't play the crossfire perfectly and there's going to be gaps, that is exactly when you make the mistake and allow for the gap and possibility of a clutch. Yes, the opponent has to hit his shot, he has to play it well, but that only is enabled by the fact that you messed up in the first place. So, playing it smart and playing it safe when the time needs you to is extremely important, and it's often one of the clear tell signs of like a weaker, less experienced team versus veterans is the ability to play those 1v2s the right way.
I feel like of all the matches that we've seen so far at this event, not many teams are committing those mistakes though. The amount of patience that we see is exemplary. Teams holding angles, exactly. Very disciplined, very patient. Standing next to hardwall, standing next to reinforcements, not giving an inch, knowing that if somebody charges in, even if they beat you, the other 2 players on your team or the other player on your team who might still be alive in that clutch scenario is nowhere near the action. And even like we saw all the way back with Liquid's very first round win on round 2, Liquid played it quite patiently and didn't necessarily give themselves away to Rampy. They forced Rampy to take the engagements. When that was not possible, Rampy went and planted. And either way, the patience and the discipline from Liquid was enough for them not to get greedy, not to get kill hungry, and win the round. Because as much as your own personal stats might be nice, you know what's nice? Winning the 6th
Winning is nicer, yeah. I fully agree. We're seeing SSG now approaching their second attack onto Trophy, and they're doing it differently. They've yet to attack the same way twice, which speaks to SSG's dynamic and deep strategy book. Falls, Rampy, all these players SSG, they love the grenades, bouncing them off the walls, doing damage onto resets, but not finding a kill just yet.
2 grenades will take away 1/5 of his HP. He's got the shotgun out, and he'll be flashed this time. He's still under drone, by the way. PSK taken out by a nice nade from Rampy, who's just in the middle of the bomb site. Rampy splitting his way on in. All right, they need to try their best to get this diffuser planted. And sorry, it's not the bomb site again. The bomb site is upstairs, but Liquid are holding the downstairs as if it were the bomb site.
Yes.
They have to translate it to trophy statuary.
Yeah, there was an extension from trophy to down below, basically, making it look like an imposter, if you will, right?
The inverse.
Yeah, the inverse. And sometimes, if you're really quick about it, you can fake out your opponent as well, because if you all run downstairs and start reinforcing kitchen, and they're droning, like, oh guys, it's the basement's in kitchen, But then you realize, joke's on you, you got faked out, we're up in trophy statue.
So those 3 players from Liquid who are down for the count, it's considered a flawless round that we just saw previously, even though Skies didn't die. It was almost considered a flawless round. Skies got 1 kill right at the very end, but here's Nesk, online as you spoke of, 2 kills in the previous round, 1 to his name at this moment. And there's a minute to go. So he can accomplish an awful lot more. Explosion of fire not too far off. That's the Goyo shield that's down for the count. And while Nesk will hold down the fort, Paulo is flanking up.
Notice how the second Nesk got the kill, SSG stood still. They did not want to feed any more people into this gun barrel from Nesk, and Nesk is getting active now. He's playing aggressive like we spoke of earlier, trying to find those 1v1s that he's so good at winning.
SSG have been unable to get the mute jammer off of the wall, so clear passage in the bomb site not granted. Nesk peeks the wrong way, Skies sees him, punishes him for that. Palu, last man standing from Liquid. Watching Astronomy. 3 silhouettes lined up. He'll have to control the recoil, but he can't even do that. He gets smoked by Bosco. And so far, these teams have been unable to win rounds back-to-back. No consecutive round victories. SSG regains the lead again. It's 3-2, and it looks strikingly similar to matchups we've seen before, where these teams will go into the bitter end tied up. This is the final round for Liquid on defense on a map like Villa. Liquid, we're hoping for more, 3 to 4 rounds minimum. They're going to hit 3 at absolute best, but SSG, I would argue, overperforming attack on Villa based on these operator bans, based on the way these teams play. And it could just be that Liquid need to wake up, but they seem like they're waking up. Even if they don't win that round, they have been playing more robust Rainbow Six recently.
Hot and cold just 6-picked Monty, which is absolutely phenomenal in one way and absolutely confusing in a second way. I mean, I thought SSG's stratbox went deep, but this is ridiculous almost, and I'm so much here to see it. Speaking of last round, Rambi has been the performer so far. Full second person, Sky did a great job handling the diffuser multiple times, but Rambi getting opening kill after opening kill, and yes, the rounds have gone back and forth, 1 to SSG, 1 to Liquid, etc. But out of these first 5 rounds, SSG has 4 of the opening kills. And I think that speaks more to the fact than just the rounds going a certain way. Even though SSG are losing certain rounds, they are still managing to get the opening kill time and time again.
Well, don't be fooled again. Liquid like these off-site extensions. They are reinforcing and working to set up around trophy statuary, but it is an Aviator in Games defense. Again, the 3rd attempt from Team Liquid. This is the one bomb site that has eluded them. They won Trophy once, they won Kitchen once. Kitchen is currently locked. Trophy, they just lost. They're not going to go back there again. Instead, they could have gone to Living Room and Library down below, but that's unlikely because Aviator Games is open again. Liquid 0-2 on this bomb site, and they're going to have to deal with a Montaigne now for this 3rd and fateful defense. SSG are aware of the setup that Liquid has off-site. This is very similar to the previous defense of AVG. And Hot and Cold taking up space inside of Astro. He sees the Mira, trying to bait in, but it's Palu instead to bait him. The Monty will not be particularly successful, gains intel, but the first kill going to Liquid, traded swiftly back by an explosive of their own. Fultz enabling the rest of the team with a kill onto resets. That's the Mira down, and they'll have to deal with Nesk next.
Quite well read from Paulo, so SSG's attacked a different way every single time, but these nades are so lethal. Yes, I didn't get the kill, but it forced Nest into the other side of Fultz, who got an absolute freebie because of that.
And it's Nesk, by the way, to falter as well. Palu starting things off, we talk about this terrible twosome, and Palu's got some heavy lifting to be done. Well off site, he'll just ascend the main stairs before thinking otherwise, going down the hallway towards red stairs and up to classical hallway. As by 90, look at this destruction work. Part of the hallmark of classic Siege. Bullets whizzing just by his head on that barricade, and he's on the ground yet again. Still staring in the same direction. If he doesn't hit that first shot or 2 of the SMG-11, the recoil will likely sail over his head, and he'll be punished for that, especially since his head is the thing that will first be shown.
I think it's worth noting that while Liquid are in a man disadvantage, they did actually take out the main strategic part of SSG's lineup. That was Hot and Cold on the Monty. He's now on drone duty as that's all he can do. And this basically means that SSG came in with a plan. It involved the Monty, but it's off the board now. So now we're freestyling, trying to clear out the jammer inside of Vault. Good job for them. I hope Skies will reach it next. But then now we're going to have to see one player from SSG rotate to that study balcony. It looks to be Bosco from that outline. Vault wall will be reached as well. This is a great step for SSG, getting aggro on both sides, but they gotta find the kills, and Bosco just does that. That's Paolo off the board again.
Ramby down by the shotgun of Ask, trying to burst into the bomb site, but Fultz is on a tear. 3 kills to his name in this round. PSK knocked Ass over Tea Kettle, and while he's up and frying, Skies is getting the diffuser down. Half HP for PSK. Walking now towards Vault, nobody to be seen. Bullets again over his head, beautiful shot onto Fultz. 3 kills is all Fultz will be able to get. Using the soft destruction, PSK scouts the area. Timer continuing to tick down, 35 seconds for Space Station. PSK regrouping. Maybe some calls from the rest of his teammates, but great patience, as we talked about, discipline from Space Station, not giving an inch. They've got 20 seconds until things hit the point of no return, so you'll have to get in. And there's the Nomad to do that, try and distract away. PSK's attention is over towards Study, but he gets out-dueled by Bosco, and even if the Montaigne isn't particularly pivotal, SSG's strat seems quite sound. And through that first half, SSG emerges with a 4-2 lead.
As I said, absolutely phenomenal, beautiful 1 versus 2 played from SSG. Even if Bosco had lost that 1 versus 1 gunfight inside of study office, it wouldn't really have mattered. There was about 15 seconds or so left, which basically means that your last remaining player of Skies will basically win out the round guaranteed, or at the very least has an extremely high chance of success. Lycan, the coach of SSG, has really drilled into these guys how to play proper Rainbow Six Siege, and they've been dominating in the NAL in recent history. Maybe not at NAL Finals itself, but during Stage 2 and Stage 3, they were the kings of North America.
Well, I mean, this SSG team does well domestically, but internationally, you have to look at what success they have. Hot and Cold was the MVP of the NAL last season, but he hasn't really performed in either Mexico or Sweden. In fact, his stats in both of those events were quite middling. Rampy had oftentimes the best stats on his team and enters the event as the highest international performer over the last year for Space Station. Similar, by the way, to BDS. BDS beats up all of Europe, but their ceiling seems to be the semifinals of major events. Not that that's anything to turn up your nose at. Every team would love to make it to a semifinal of a major, but with a team like BDS, with the pedigree that they have and the expectations that they have, anything less than a win is often falling short. I know that Space Station sees themselves that same way, so finally winning a best of 3 internationally. They did it yesterday against FaZe. A lot of people consider that an upset. This is the start that SSG needs to come back into it, especially with how many teams rank Team Liquid as one of the favorites to win all of SI 2022. That said, first half in the books, we're going into the very first round of Team Liquid on attack, SSG on defense. So the ball is in the court of Team Liquid to get the diffuser planted. As for SSG, you just need to ride out these rounds. The clock will be your best friend.
Absolutely, and we see SSG, they have a pretty clear-cut plan. They're holding that 90 red stairs area. Meanwhile, Liquid, of course, doing the same thing as SSG, going for that sweep over roam clear, and they actually brought out the Jackal to try and find some freebies from SSG, but besides Hot and Cold, who's down in the basement, all of SSG are playing pretty tight together. I don't think Paolo's going to get incredible value out of the Sketchet so far, and SSG playing a good round of Rainbow Six Siege right now.
Fultz on those red stairs, just sitting and waiting. The barbed wire right in front of him. His aim has been spectacular so far today. Both Rampy and Fultz are the 2 usual main entry points for Space Station. Hot and Cold could fulfill that role as well. It really depends on the strategy. There's fluidity on Liquid and there's fluidity on SSG when it comes to these roles. Sometimes you might have Nesk anchoring, sometimes you might have him supporting, other times he can be your primary entry. It really depends on the map. The fact that Fultz and Rampy are showing up is enormous, but so is Liquid, by the way, and and Ask has been the standout performer for his team. 2 more kills added to his tally. He picks apart Bosco and Fultz. SSG with half of the round to go find themselves losing utility and also down 2 players.
Yeah, remember they figured out that Goyo was down below and they read the situation quite well. Paolo gets a freebie. That was a scan that paid off earlier, knowing he was down in the basement. And now with a minute left, it's a 2 versus 5. And SSG are nowhere in a position to really play for picks as they're both deep on side.
Bad start for Hot and Cold. I don't know if he died with a potential C4 in hand. That leaves Rampy and Skies, but just Rampy. Nesk is on a tear. A big kill from him. No staying potential with the smoke gone and a nade tossed in. You didn't even see it. It was from underneath. SSG weren't able to hit these, but Liquid clearly can, and they're making up for lost time. Their very first attacking round goes into the win column for Liquid.
I might have seen it correctly, but I think the last player of SSG was like pulling out an impact grenade at the same second as the grenade blew up, and I thought he somehow managed to impact grenade himself from 100 to 0, but it was in fact a nade from Liquid from down below. Flawless round to open it up. Pretty well done. Resets that double kill opening. Paolo actually was walking around most of that map trying to figure out, is there a guy in the basement? And they managed to find the footsteps of Hot and Cold inside of that shoe room or bike room. It has a couple different callouts, and that basically gave them the confirmation that yes, there is indeed a guy in the basement, and he has to come up one of 3 staircases. Paolo guessed 1 in 3rd chance. He got the right one, and yeah, free kill.
Not that we want you to turn off of this stream, but we do always have to remind people that there is a second stream currently ongoing. Go on over to twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. That's the same URL that you're on right now. Just add BRAVO. That's it. It's that simple.
That's easy.
Just add that. And what will you see? You'll see the Japanese team of Cyclops going up against the European team of Rogue, that mixed European team, by the way. I believe they're predominantly German right now, but still, they play under the European Union flag, or the EU flag, depending on whether you want to shorten it or not. You can watch both of them at the same time. That's Fluke and XR Troika casting on the other stream if you want to go over there and hear their dulcet tones.
Absolutely. If you guys want to, you should watch both at the same time, but I also understand that can be a lot of seats, so pick and choose what matchup you like.
I'm sorry, but this is a better match, so I would encourage you to stay here. I would encourage you to stay here.
You're just saying that because you're here casting it, Parker. That's bias.
That is not bias. I happen to think that this is a more exciting matchup. You've got what many consider to be 2 tournament favorites, providing SSG shows up the way they have before. And this is a barn burner of a matchup. We're only on Villa. There's still 2 more maps to go. Oregon and potentially Chalet await us.
I was going to say that B stream has Cyclops. That's all I'm going to say.
That's true.
Rambi, lurking down below, has backup from Fultz, of course, but keep in mind, they're not that far off the side just yet. They're actually pretty close, but SSG trying to contest the area right now, making sure that Liquid doesn't get too much space for free. It is a kitchen dining bomb, so Paolo once again on this Jackal is going to make the roaming life of SSG a nightmare, as those feet will be sniffed out. Rambi drops down below and says, yep, they figured it out. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm gonna dip.
What can I do to make you never talk about Jackal as a foot sniffer again? I'll do anything.
Anything?
Literally name your price.
I will think of something very lucrative for myself, and then I'll present that to you.
Please let me know. I wanna just do away with that forever. The Pulse ban, by the way, targeting Rampy predominantly on Space Station. He's lurking down below. He's on that Jaeger roll. Not able to have the same information, not able to have the same intel, but if he wants to play in the basement, he can very easily get back using the pantry stairs. Liquid will circle the wagons, getting very close to an engagement. Almost knocking at the door of Kitchen, but a smoke's going to get tossed out and resets. Collapsed upon, finished off by the toxic canister of Hot and Cold. A bit of an unconventional setup with that deployable shield at the bottom of Astro stairs. Palu is next, and he knows exactly where the smoke is. Ask continuing his reign of terror. Another kill for him, this time on the Bosco. The teams will remain at 4 apiece.
It's a little bit awkward positioning we got right now. Remember, Hot and Cold doesn't have just the SMG-11. He actually has the FMG because Fultz is running out that shotgun. 1C4 in the pocket of Fultz as well means that vertical damage can be done. And right now, all the players are upstairs except for Palu, who's inside of jungle, who could strike at any moment. SSG are holding all the entry points for the bomb site, ensuring that nobody creeps in without being noticed.
Close range for Space Station, 20 seconds left to go into the round, that's it. Jiggle peeking through the door, Ask is in the middle of the bomb site, picked apart by Skies, hugging this bomb chassis. Alda in hand means he's got tons of munition for Nesk. Nesk is next, by the way, as Palu trades off. The shotgun from Fultz as he retakes the site. Nesk ever so formidable, but 2 more to go in 3 seconds. Seems unthinkable unless they give themselves away. No, still, Nesk will survive, but the clock gives Space Station the round. And if you continue this pendulum, both swinging in SSG's favor, then back to Liquid, SSG will end up winning this matchup as they take their 5th round to 3 for Liquid.
I just want to talk about it one more time. In the second that became a 2 versus 1 for SSG, they stopped peeking. They just sat on that hardball, waited like 2 seconds. When the timer was 1 second left, started jiggling for the KD, but there was no way for Team Liquid to somehow get both of those kills. And again, the discipline, making sure that the 3 rounds that you've already won goes all the way home inside your backpack and you don't somehow lose it on the way there. Beautifully done, beautifully played, and of course, playing Smoke FMG9 is not a bad one either. We love to see that roaming smoke kind of gameplay. And the FMG, not a bad gun at all. It actually has one of the highest DPS, so damage per second stats of any weapon in the game, or at the very least on the defensive side. So, if anything, quite an underrated gun. Tactical pause from the side of Team Liquid. They are going to be talking about what is to come next. Remember, you have 1 tactical timeout per map, so you have 3 across this best of 3, and that is 3 for each team, of course. While Liquid has their timeout, SSG and their coach of Lycan can also talk amongst each other and figure out what their next plan is. But of course, seeing as Liquid took this timeout, they probably have something more direct in mind that they specifically want to target. And seeing as they just lost that round and they are currently at a 5-3 scoreline, they're the ones that want to bring it back, because right now SSG is in the lead.
Well, SSG did play this map yesterday against FaZe Clan, and it wasn't an easy do for them. 8-7, but Space Station still overcame the defending major champions of FaZe Clan. Up next, no matter what happens here on Villa, whether Space Station walks away up 1-0 or Team Liquid gets the upper hand, Oregon, picked by Team Liquid. Played yesterday, by the way, against Rogue. Team Liquid prevailed 7-4. We'd like to remind you that Rogue is in action against Cyclops on the other stream occurring right now, twitch.tv/Rainbow6, if you'd like to go over there and watch it, or run both of them at the same time.
You just said twitch.tv/Rainbow6. You did not say Bravo.
Rainbow Six Bravo.
There it is. Rainbow Six Bravo. There is the
maybe.
B-R-A-V-O
Did you ever consider
part.
you that I maybe said that where they'll go, okay, twitch.tv/Rainbow6. Okay, so
put it
close this, go up top, twitch.tv/Rainbow6, and guess where it brings you?
It's like they're back here.
Right back here to me. So, haha, I fooled you. But
duplicating viewership, that's what Power is doing right now. Making 1 viewer into 2 essentially for a short moment as that webpage loads through. Now, Liquid, Nesk, 6 picked the Amaru, so I do think that timeout had a specific target in mind. That is the strategical approach to the round, but I think joke's on you, Liquid, because SSG has brought this to living room library bomb site. I don't think that's what the Amaru was meant for. I don't think that was the intended target purpose, but either way, we got it, and at the worst case, Nesk gets on a great gun in that G8.
I feel like we've tried to see Amaru at this level and it just doesn't work out. If somebody is going to be able to make it happen, it's Nesk. So, what do you accomplish? The telltale signs of the G8. It's a very distinct sound is made. If SSG have keen ears, if this wasn't a 6-pick, then they know that there is an Amaru coming. Unless they just think there's an IQ on the board, which would be very odd.
Very unlikely. We don't even see IQ open, even when Valkyrie's on the board, and we certainly won't see it with Valkyrie banned off. Also, with the post being gone, that leaves only really Echo for IQ to chase, and yeah, it's just not worth it.
I wonder if this site selection will hinder them at all. I don't know if they're expecting us to be downstairs on this bomb site, but hey, I mean, you got to go for it at some point, right?
Yeah.
Very easy to just go back to AVG or even to Trophy Statuary, but no, a living room library setup is the NA special that Liquid might not be expecting.
Yeah, and it's something that we don't see very often, and of course at this level of play and with these teams in particular, they're aware of how to attack every single bomb site, but that doesn't mean you're equally good at attacking every single bomb site. There are some you're going to be proficient at, some that you're not, and here Nesk is trying to see what can make work. G8 goes through, headshot onto Hot and Cold, opening frag for Team Liquid, and a second one.
I'm sorry. Fultz was expecting a push from Study, but Nesk's position was known in the engagement against Hot and Cold, so it seems like the call was not made, or Fultz was expecting the swing first, because all he needed to do was pivot and look towards the top of Classical, and he's got a potential pick onto Nesk. Nesk's sitting right now at about 1/3 of his HP. That's not ideal, but Skies grabs Palu, and he's retaken the position that Liquid thought they'd cleared out earlier on, just behind Bar. Nesk waiting, still in this spot, trying to play off of pings that the rest of his teammate is giving. Resets is not too far away, down by 90, but Skies is still tricky, hidden behind this bar inside of games. Does he know that Nesk is watching this angle? If he crosses the doorway looking the wrong way, Nesk will capitalize, but there are few people who can out-duel Nesk. Skies tends to be one of them. Rotero drone goes in, flushes out Skies, resets, capitalizes on the kill. Liquid up in a 3v2 with 30 seconds left to play in this round. Rampy equalizes, making it a 2v2, case down. Call going out to Bosco. One Toxic Babe still left, and he's got the shotgun to do maximum damage. The scramble from Liquid is they will head into the bomb site, but they have to grab access to the diffuser, lest they just go for kills. PSK downing Bosco and finishing him off means Rampy in a clutch position. He can put his team right now on match point. He's got the entry, swings away, but Resets is prepared for it. The timeout works. The unconventional for SSG is unsuccessful, and Liquid close the gap by 1 round.
What a round! It starts off with Nesk getting 2 opening kills, and then Skies traded back shortly after, taking down both Paolo and Nesk shortly after. It's a little bit of a shame they had no idea that Skies was nearby them, because Paolo's on the Jackal. He could activate the gadget and see there are still some feet on the ground that I have yet to... that I've yet to scan, and therefore there's still somebody nearby. And they didn't, so Skies prevailed. He hid behind the bar, he bid his time, got 1 kill, then waited quite a while, won the gunfight against Nesk, and that kind of showed the time there. Somehow, someway, even Rampy finding the diffuser as well. Liquid, they still came out on top, what looked to be an SSG round.
I mean, there have been a couple rounds here where the unthinkable has happened, and teams will walk away with victories that leave us puzzled. Back to AVG. SSG is going to go now, and if we want to talk about the previous impact they had, or rather defending AVG, SSG is going to go upstairs to Trophy Statuary, but back to defending AVG. This is a bomb site that they lost out on flawlessly to Team Liquid, so I do not suspect they're going to go there anytime soon. Kitchen was the only bomb site that that SSG prevailed on, and it reopens after this round. As we see with all of Villa, you usually want to hold the same 3 spots on the map depending on where you're defending. Whether you want to hold Study, whether you want to hold AVG, whether you want to hold Trophy Statuary if you're playing in Kitchen, or if you want to hold Trophy and Statuary, either way. In this particular instance, it's a 4th bomb site now for SSG. We'll see what they can do with it. They desperately want this match point, but they have to work for it. Liquid seemed to settle in after that timeout and were prepared for Spacestation, despite, like I said, that unconventional bomb site that could have very easily tripped up Liquid.
Yeah, as you see, getting that bingo card all filled out as they approach every single bomb site, and on their attacking side, had 6 different versions of attacks for the various bombs that Liquid presented themselves. So basically, having a different approach each and every round. That is very hard to adapt against if you're Team Liquid. Rampy doing a good job extending out on the map, making sure that everything isn't clear for Liquid, and if he finds any drones, of course, he can take those out as well. Mind you, Bosco is on the mirror, so there will be those mirror windows for Liquid to deal with. They don't have a Thatcher on the board, but of course, they did bring the Hibana.
I like Rampy on this Legion as well. He can take up space down below, up top, leave a trail of poisonous breadcrumbs in his wake, which will allow him to get information and also just be a general annoyance to slow down Team Liquid. If you fear that your opponent are being a little bit too quick to the punch, then bringing operators like Frost, like Capkin, like Legion, like Malusi, those are the ones that you want to bring in because they will do exactly what you ask. Slow them down.
I was really confused about what I just saw there. I thought there was a triple reinforced wall. So when he started wall banging the pillars, I was like, wait, how is he doing that? Like, where's he shooting them from? But it's a double reinforced wall. The 3rd one is soft. That is typically what you do if you slap the mirror window on there. Of course, the wall has not been dealt with.
No.
Nesk finds Bosco. It's not the smoke off the board. Remember, SSG had a roll swap, but Paolo continues the trend.
Unbelievable play by Liquid, well coordinated, and again, SSG almost seeming like NPCs when Liquid walks on in, taking advantage of them, and okay, you blink and it's gone. This has to prompt a Spacestation timeout, as Liquid have now taken 3 of the last 4 rounds, 2 of them flawlessly. They are in full command, and no, Spacestation are not going to take their timeout. They're going to suffer through this. Team Liquid tied up with just a miraculous performance. What on earth happened to Spacestation in that previous round?
I'm actually surprised, just like you are, that no tactical timeout was taken, because I feel like this might be their prime opportunity. In the last 4 rounds, Liquid had the opening kill 3 of those. In the last 4 rounds, Liquid has won 3 of those, and 2 of them flawless, as you mentioned. Yet, we're just gonna go in one more time, back to AVG for SSG. Again, their strat put rungs deep. I'm sure they have many more options to go through before they're going to be exhausting their options, but I still need to question, why not take the timeout now before we get onto match point, unless of course you believe the match point goes to you. Either way, this is what it comes down to. SSG needs this round, but so does Liquid so much equally. The same lineup being brought out from Liquid, not much changing. It's the Rotero drones on the floor sometimes it's not. Paolo bringing the Jackal each and every single round, and Nesk now on the board with 10 kills, really getting activated on that entry and being extremely lethal as we thought he would be.
Nesk had 3 kills, I believe, in round 5, so since then, boy oh boy, he has put on an absolute clinic, and that's what I said. Even if he has 0 kills, you cannot count out Nesk, not one bit. And he has now seized the lead from his team, tying Rampy's total. Rampy going quiet is a problem, because Bosco and Hot and Cold are not having particularly good matches thus far on their roles. And despite the fact that Bosco in particular is a historically good Villa player, well, a 3-8 scoreline puts him towards the bottom, in fact, the actual bottom of the lobby. He'll be frustrated with the performance that he's putting in. Meanwhile, the story for this half has been the dominance of Liquid. This is an attacker-sided Villa and is certainly shaping up to go in Liquid's favor, despite the fact that SSG took a 4-2 lead on that first half.
Yeah, and I think this might also be the case why Paolo keeps bringing the Jackal here. You can kind of target the quote-unquote star players or key players of SSG and really shut them down. If Rampy is getting spotted or scanned every single round, his life becomes so much harder. But Hot and Cold said, Liquid, your life will be harder for this match point round, as he finds the only hard breach from Liquid, but Nesk is there to trade it back.
But look who it is. Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. Nesk finishing off Fultz. Only Rampy stands above him in terms of fragging potential. Getting Ask off the board is actually huge, because you've removed the only hard breacher, making your job as an attacking team so much more difficult on a bomb site that really does rely on your ability to poke holes in those reinforcements. Whether you want to apply some pressure to the defenders through that vault wall, whether you want to take some of their map control away towards maps inside of Aviator or in games through that study wall, you can do that. That option for Liquid is no longer there, but if there is a team that can bulldoze their way through, just take raw aggression into their own hands and kill their opponents without a hard breach, it's Team Liquid.
Yeah, and you see the second SSG got that kill, they all fall back to side. I think for Liquid, they would need a nade kill, some verticality, or at the very least... Oh.
What did you say?
I said a nade kill. That's not a kill part, that's an injury. It doesn't count because the kill has not been secured just yet, and Hot and Cold will crawl away and likely be rescued by his teammates.
Good news is that Hot and Cold was at the same HP, by the way, before the nade downed him, but you have to take advantage of the damage that you've done. Another nade primed and ready with the mirror window being spotted. Assuming that somebody's playing off of it, it'll blow up. But at very minimum, they should be able to get the panel, allowing a window into the bomb site. Smoke's going off. It'll obscure the vision of Spacestation as Nesk walks in. He's got killing potential, but he's also got that diffuser in hand, and he watches a Nitro cell get chucked over his head. By the model, he'll go for a plant, but Bosco's doing his best. He guns down Palu, trying to take back control of Study. Nesk is exposed in that angle, but he's going to see him, and Nesk just sprints right in and takes him down. 2 kills for Nesk, while also getting the diffuser planted. He cannot outduel Hot and Cold as he peeks around the door frame. Hot and Cold stands steady, resolute, inside of the middle of the bomb site. Waiting to see what the smoke can do as resets. He's going to take some damage and breathe in that toxic canister as he backs up. On the diffuser is Hot and Cold. Liquid need to be quick. They don't have the intel that Hot and Cold is on it, and his team buys enough time. The disable comes in, and it's match point for Space Station.
Space Station stole the round, but looked like it was Liquids. They were all so low on health, all sub 50, below that halfway point, and it looked so good for Liquid for a brief moment. They managed to get through that door, somehow duke the C4, not die to the toxic babes. Skies did have one more babe remaining, and honestly, you can think, Skies, why didn't you use that toxic babe for the planter? Well, I don't think they knew Nesk was that deep into site and actually planting, and after that fact, the toxic babe arguably saved the round and allowed SSG to defuse while covering as well. Oh my. SSG has made it to match point now. Now Liquid has to tie it up to go into OT or lose the first match in regulation. And on this very, very final round, before OT at least, Ask is 6-picking the Dokkaebi. That is the second time that I have seen that operator at the 6 Invitationals. The last time around, it worked quite well. So, what this kind of plays into is, again, the roam clear. We are in this library bomb site from SSG. We got both the Palu on the Jackal, now the Dokkaebi on Ask, so you have so many different ways to pick this apart. And the last time library bomb site was seen, it was won by Team Liquid, which means SSG has yet to win this bomb site, but they want to prove a point that they can do that.
Awaiting us is Oregon. Again, we will get there no matter what. Space Station needed overtime to seal the deal against FaZe Clan. A victory in more certain terms over a team like Liquid means that Space Station will be in better position to say, well, you know, FaZe is a better team. Liquid is a little bit weaker. Well, we'll see. It really depends on how comfortable Liquid is on this map. Liquid have a robust map pool as they are a very experienced team. There's no real weaknesses for teams to exploit in terms of a map ban phase. And of course, these maps are quite spicy, as you said on the walk on over here when we got access to the map bans. We'll see what happens. 30 seconds into this round, Space Station on match point for those of you that don't have a visual reference. And look at where that bomb site is. Isn't it glorious?
Glorious, you can arguably call it. I think it's kind of whack. Personally, I never liked defending it when I was a player, and I don't really necessarily like attacking it either. But either way, I think the opening kill is going to have a huge factor on the possible outcome of this round in particular, because Library is a more movement-based and lethal kind of bomb site. It's not as strat-dependent as AVG or Trophy is, where there's multiple ways to deny the plant and whatnot, because there are so many different plant opportunities and plant spots on this particular bomb site with so much cover for the attackers once you get in. So having man advantage and having more guns than your opponent is a great way to ensure you have the highest odds in your favor. So the opening kill going to matter quite a lot here.
It's a calm before the storm as we tend to see games tighten up and things get very close. Teams will be quite patient. Disciplined being the word. Rotero drone going towards Rampy, but he's not baited into it. Ness gets the first kill. It's on the skies. The second one looked lined up for Rampy, but this is an absolute clinic that Nesk was putting on, and now the rest of Liquid are doing the same. But Hot and Cold tears through Nesk, the best player in the lobby, sat down for the remainder of this round. Because it is living room library, clearing out study above is nice, but it is not as integral to the execute as it could be on other certain bomb sites. Liquid need to take the success that they have, the numbers advantage, by killing both Skies and Rampy, and then turning that towards a successful execute. Hot and Cold is still upstairs, by the way, off on his own before he just died. As I was saying his name, Ask killed him. That means that Fultz, who's off site, will have to get back on in. It's Bosco alone against the world in the middle of living room, and 4 players from Liquid will be hunting him down. Good news for Bosco, 30 seconds left. You've got decently good weaponry, and you've also got access to 3 toxic canisters. Logic Bomb comes in. It's the last one from Ask. Fultz and Bosco both very restless. They don't know where this is going to come from. They need to be primed and ready, no matter the position. 20 seconds. Liquid taking their time, hopping on in. They see him. Oh no, Fultz, you're looking the wrong way. Bosco with 1, but he walks right into Palu. And Liquid's attacks are terrifying, Nick. We're going overtime between these two teams, and Liquid's half, taking 4 rounds. 2 of them flawlessly. Diffuser planted. Opening picks in spades. what a triumphant 4 rounds they had in all those victories.
That they did indeed. The one thing though I will say is that SSG, they're familiar with this territory. They went 8-7 on Villa against FaZe last night. So if anything, this is just them repeating that same situation. I think the nerves and the pressure is still arguably on Team Liquid. They have not found themselves the back against the wall. That is 7-4, 7-4 victory against Rogue. That was on Oregon and then it was on Cafe. So if anything, Team Liquid now to show that their OT gameplay is just as good as their regulation round gameplay. And some viewers at home might be thinking, but OT is the same thing, just at a higher number of rounds. It's 6-6 instead of 5-5. And that's true. Except that it's also not true at the same time. Because when you go into OT, it's much more do or die. And this is kind of where you gotta start changing things up, because you're only gonna get to OT if what you've been doing hasn't been working continuously. And look at this lineup from SSG right now. They're going back to Kitchen. Remember, the pulse is off the board. The regular way of playing this bomb site is completely thrown out the window. So they bring out the Vigil and the Mossy with the mirror extension up above. Everyone is playing aggressive operators except for Foles, who's on this shotgun and SMG-11. Bosco himself got the MP5 and Melusi, and SSG clearly wants blood, and they clearly want a map contest, seeing as their information game has been ruined by the specific target ban of Team Liquid.
Oh, I mean, well-played bans for Liquid.
Yeah.
Banning the Thatcher is pretty standard stuff. The Twitch ban from SSG obviously trying to target Team Liquid, but guess what? That Twitch ban did not slow Liquid down whatsoever on attack. They brought a Jackal. They had Nesk playing on that 6 pick, whether he wanted to be on Amaru, whether he wanted to play on Yana, it doesn't matter. That's exactly the level of flexibility from Team Liquid, and Finka has been a staple as well. I especially like the Dokkaebi being brought by Liquid as the pocket pick on the previous map, or in the previous round. It's nice to see Dokkaebi played now and again. Maybe not always.
Not always, but every now and again,
every now and then I'll
seeing
take
the flex operators, right? Just like Hot and Cold and SSG, they brought out the Monty for that one round, and sure enough, got C4'd by Paolo. It didn't really work whatsoever, but seeing the one-off strats that teams are bringing, just like Nesk brought out the Amaru, which didn't really do a whole lot of Amaru stuff, but he got 2 kills, that's cool. I love to watch it. As a caster, as a spectator, as a player, flexibility is my favorite thing, and niche picks is my favorite thing.
Niche picks is a good way of putting it. Amonte can be seen as a niche pick now as well, and I think Amaru or Amaru also fits that definition. So Finka used to be a niche pick, but she's become a staple of the meta. The drop in pick rate for Zofia has definitely imbued players with a sense of duty towards Finka. That said, the previous round was uncharacteristically slow. This one is shaping up to be the same, but things can change in the blink of an eye. Liquid did just that a couple rounds previously, where things were working out quite slow, very sluggish, and then everybody was dead, and Liquid had a flawless win within the span of 10 seconds.
Yeah, once these teams, they start going, it goes really, really fast. With so many players from SSG being up above, it just means that once one player falls, a second one can follow, or a second one can try and contest. Liquid, they haven't shown their true colors yet, because they haven't signified to us, or to themselves, or to SSG, how they exactly intend to attack right now. They're spread across the map, trying to find a way in. They started up top in study, now working their way below for pantry window, laundry door, Paolo down in the basement as well. So it seems to be a horizontal attack, ignoring the verticality of SSG, and it might pay out in their favor, but at the same time, it seems like SSG is so ready for this. Look at this as Paolo creeps up the staircase.
He'll see the Melusi. Bosco takes the fight to him, but Palu is so hard to beat. Bosco will be frustrated with that. Bosco struggling to buy a kill in this particular matchup. We'll see if his stats improve throughout overtime and into map number 2. Either way, Space Station trails, and Hot and Cold is the next one in the line of fire. 15 seconds left. You'd think there was plenty of time to go, but it doesn't favor Liquid at all. Despite that, they're still making it their own. Rampy's trying to catch them off guard on a flank. He capitalizes. 2 big kills for him. He needs to play keep away with resets down and vulnerable. He can't beat Nesk. Who can? And suddenly, Space Station on match point, but now in overtime, it's Liquid's matchup to lose. One more round to go for them to put this map away.
Rambi really looked like he might just steal the round away there from Liquid, but Nesk played the off angle, tucked in the laundry wall corner. It didn't get cleared and checked by Rambi, and it cost him his life, and therefore cost him the round. The flanker got flanked as Rambi made his way to the basement, and it was such a nice try. I was planning on the very last second there as well, and that 2:01 second left. Very, very close call for Liquid. They took every single second that they could afford, and just that. Then they started planting. Of course, the round went their way. Now we see the side swap come out as we are in the second round of OT. Liquid will now be on the defense, and Nesk will 6-pick from the mirror onto the Aruni. SSG yet to take a timeout, I believe, which means they might go the entire distance, or perhaps, and maybe they want to win this round, go 7-7, take the timeout, do some crazy shenanigans during that tactical timeout, and just hit the round swinging on that very final one. That is how they took out FaZe. Not with a timeout specifically, but that 8-7 scoreline.
Well, I don't know why they're not taking a timeout, and this is something that I think needs to be asked of them. Are they confident now on attack that SSG will prevail? This has been an attacker-sided Villa. I'd like to remind everybody right now of that fact. There have only been 4 rounds of the 13 rounds played thus far where the defense have won. That's 9 for the attackers.
That is something that we don't see very, very often. I was talking to Dev, actually, in the caster room, and we spoke about how maps like Cafe are extremely attacker-sided right now. But fun fact, if I don't remember incorrectly, Villa is the most... oh my god, I can't remember. Either way, Villa is like really heavily favored on one side, and normally it's defender-sided, but I feel like for some reason, right now in this meta, it's attacker-sided. I believe it was the same story yesterday in the FaZe SSG game, where attackers are just winning too many rounds compared to what you would think that they would.
Well, we'll see if this round plays out as slowly as the previous two.
Seems to be the case.
Like I said, teams tighten things up. When you are this close, when you are so close to being able to put a match away, the aggression doesn't tend to come out as frequently. Oh, this is a new one.
That is a new one indeed, yeah.
They're sepia colored.
Yeah.
This is very nice.
It kind of looks nice with the outlines, the blue and the red. Oh, we're back. Oh, no, there it is. We're back.
We're not back. This is still... There we go.
Oh, there it is. Nice.
All right. Well, very nice. It was almost like we were in an old detective movie, an old murder mystery. Yeah, you see, we were just trying to play some Rainbow Six. Oh God, what is happening now?
We're getting mute jammed. I mean, there is a jam on the board. It's Paolo. Paolo, what are you doing? Can you please stop, man?
I need you to knock that off. This is quite the trip.
Either way, the round commences. We continue on forward. Similar fashion from SSG, going for a horizontal attack, not really caring too much about the verticality up above. And they actually have more time to spare than Team Liquid did when they tried this exact same attack just the last round. So if Liquid could do it, so could SSG.
We're getting a nice overhead point of view now, as it appears that we are back in action, as we were deprived of the ability to see the action for but a moment. Nobody has died. Good thing that there hasn't been any action transpiring on your screen. Air jabs going off will prevent easy rotates, but Reset's playing the kill angles down below. If he wants to get back to the bomb site, he could just jump through that little area in the middle, back down towards Memorial. Grenades going off, and Nesk will patrol the area, looking to see what exactly is being done. Toxic canisters as well, blanketing some of the entrance into Memorial, preventing Space Station from getting in to get a plant down towards Kitchen. Skies is holding on to that diffuser, and he is exactly by the Memorial window. Yep. What will he do? 30 seconds to go. Calm before the storm. Match on the line for Space Station. They know how critical it is that they win their own map. They did it yesterday in 15 rounds against FaZe. They're looking to do the same, but what a shot that is to take out Hot and Cold. Resets falls next. Both teams trade one back and forth. Shotgun in hand for Ask. He drops Rampy. They walk right on in. A vault in now as Bosco picks up another kill. Fultz with one to his name, but the diffuser needs to go down. 5 seconds. The diffuser must get planted, but it's been surrendered by none other than Nesk, who picks up 2 enormous kills, and Liquid, by a score of 8-6, will take the map off of only the 5th defensive round victory. They snatch Space Station's map away from them and set themselves up to close the deal on Oregon, their map choice next.
I will say, we spoke about Nesk, we spoke about Paolo. I want to talk a little bit about Ask. New gunner on this squad together with Resets. He went 12-11 on that very final round with the smoke, played a crucial round, got 2 kills, stalled for time as well, and played an overall fantastic game. Rampy from the side of SSG, phenomenal in the first half of the round, got a little bit quiet towards the end, wasn't able to really close out the map. But there's more to come. Next map, we're gonna go on Oregon, the map pick from Team Liquid. They played that against Rogue. It was a 7-4 victory in favor of Liquid. So now we're going to where Liquid is experienced, as SSG had played Villa previously yesterday.
The long faces on the players of Spacestation tells a story. Not that we try to read too much into that kind of thing, but they definitely look demoralized after that, I think for very good reason. But if you're not particularly confident on this map, then this could be you walking into your own doom. If you fear this Team Liquid team and you think that they have a better grasp of Oregon than you do, you know that by losing Villa, you've effectively lost the best of 3 because it won't end up going to a third map. Surprises happen at a top level, and of course, there's no better place than to be surprised than the 6 Invitational when teams are always on their A game. That said, this is a debilitating loss for Spacestation. I would not have a lot of confidence afterwards. It's very easy to get inside your own head, and despite the performance you had against FaZe yesterday, it was a grind. And it looks like no matter what happens, this best of 3 for Spacestation will be a grind either way. Will Liquid close this out in just 2 minutes?
He just ran it? Wow.
Well, if you didn't tune into Map 1, then you missed an absolute heater between both Team Liquid and Spacestation Gaming. And despite going out to an early lead, the latter half of the match did not work out so well for one of the North American hopefuls. Team Liquid clawed it back, and then in overtime, ended up taking the map. The problem for Spacestation is that was their map. We now go to Oregon, Liquid's pick, and Liquid just demolished Rogue on this map yesterday, 7-4. What do you expect on Oregon? And before we get there, what were your takeaways on Villa before we get the match summary up on your screen?
So takeaway from Liquid, first of all, on their attacking side, they like to wait around and take their time, waiting for their opponents to make the first move, and SSG a couple of times got caught with their pants down, right? Moving an inch too much to the left sometimes, or to the right, and they lost the opening kill quite a bit. SSG on the first half on their side, on their attacking rounds, looked stellar. If they can keep it up for Oregon, play proactively and active on the map, on their defensive side, roam around the map, really challenge Liquid on the entry points, that's what I want to see. We can take a look at the stats in front of us. Nesk, top gunner for Liquid, 16-8. Rampy, top gunner for SSG, 13-12. But most rounds came down to kills, at least in the last half of these rounds.
And that's the thing. Both Rampy and Fultz had 8 kills apiece by the end of that first half. They didn't amount to much more after that. The rest of the team did step it up, but Nesk became white hot after round number 5, where he accumulated almost all of his kills. It was Palu to start off the killing for his team, but then it was Ask and Nesk to carry the load.
Certainly, and the cost from Team Liquid as well, pretty even above the board. 79 on the top player and then 64 on the bottom too, whereas on SSG, it's 79 up top, 36 at the bottom. So the floor and the ceiling is a bit different between these two teams, kind of speaking to the fact that Liquid as a team played a little bit more together, where SSG had a little bit more individuality, if you will. But either way, Oregon plays out a bit differently than Villa does, so what happened in the past doesn't have to repeat itself in the future necessarily.
There's strategic depth there from Liquid, but the one hallmark of a strong Liquid performance has always been what they can pull together on that scoreboard. And like we said during the match, Palu and Nesk are the two players that tend to stand out. Two of the most prolific and consistent players in this game's history. And you got PSK, who's mesmerizing us with his eyes currently. Okay. All right.
I got it. I'll call him later.
All right. Maybe later. BSK is able to pull his own weight, but the two new players on this team, Ask and Resets, they got picked up after both Moringa and Sexy Cake were dropped from this team. Now, there was some confusion as to why this would happen after a disappointing exit to Team 1 in Mexico. Team Liquid effectively blew up the core of this roster. A team that's been together for years, frankly, and they bring in two young and promising players. If you don't follow the LATAM scene, I guess extensively, you wouldn't really know who Ask or Resets are, but they certainly have shown us in the 2 matches that they played thus far, and there's still plenty of time for them to continue building upon this legacy. Ask in particular was the player that you praised at the tail end of map number 1.
Certainly, and I think it's always very fun to see new players rise to the occasion. It's never fun seeing your favorite players being let go or an old team that's been staying together for many years like Liquid has, and then implode. 2 players, they get kicked or benched, you pick up 2 new players. It can be very hard as a long-term fan to accept that fact. But then you see them play, you see what they're capable of, and you say, okay, well, if this is a better Liquid or an equally good Liquid, I can be okay with that.
And I mean, what is the ceiling for this Liquid team, right? This Liquid team won Pro League Season 7 in Atlantic City, but then since then, I think it's fair to say that their international performances have been quite lackluster. The only real good opportunity they had at winning a championship actually came at the Six Invitational just a year ago. It was in Paris for SI 2021, and they lost to Ninjas in Pyjamas. Since then, the struggles for Liquid have continued, and consistency tends to be an issue. With this new roster, Liquid winning BR6, Liquid being here now as dominant as they are, consistency doesn't seem to be as much of an issue at this present moment. Will that continue onwards? Well, our next look at it is going to be here on Oregon for Map 2. The ban phase underway. Spacestation starting on defense for Team Liquid's map.
Yeah, we see SSG taking out the Nomad. Liquid is very boring. They take out the Thatcher. I like SSG Spies here having a target pick for every single map, essentially, making sure that they can get the kind of gameplay that they want to see. Liquid taking their time with this defensive ban could be a number of things. Valkyrie is the easy one. It will be the Kite instead, matching the Thatcher ban, essentially, making sure that basement isn't too difficult to attack, because remember, Liquid is starting on the offense. So they want to ensure they can get up as many victories as possible before the side swap and get nice and cozy in their seat. Okay, SSG banning Warden. You know what that means, Parker? Hot and cold on the Ying or Bosco. They can both do it.
Somebody. They're going to bring flashbangs. They're going to bring smokes. They're going to bring all the firepower in the world, coupled with the ability to confuse, disorient, blind, obscure, whatever you want to say. There are so many options here. You can bring a Glass, you can bring a Ying.
Resets is showing the Ying as well, no way.
I mean, if you take Warden away from us, then we're just going to do the same thing to you. And we know that Space Station like playing Warden, so why not try? But it's a bait. No.
I was so excited. I was thinking, Reset's new player for his team gonna play Ying here in the first round of Oregon. That is a massive W in my book. He just 6-picks the LMG Finka instead. That breaks my heart. I'm sure we'll see the Ying though at the very least when SSG goes on the offense. But for now, it's SSG on the defense of all things. Now, I want to see SSG getting active here. I want to see the same for Liquid, to be frank. So both teams kind of need to play the same similar fashion. But remember, Liquid on their attacks were really slow in Villa, waiting for you to make the first move. So SSG, they can kind of abuse that. You need to play a little bit slower. You need to play very much together. But also, you got to really pick the area you want to be on. We saw Hot and Cold a couple of times in Villa, roaming in basement, roaming on first floor. And each and every time he would get picked off by Paulo, who was on the Jackal. That, however, has changed. Paulo is now finding himself on that L85 on Sledge of all things. PSK following up with that global gadget of the Lion EE1D scanner. So, a different kind of approach for Liquid than the one they showed on Villa.
Well, let's get things underway with round number 1. Space Station on defense on Oregon. Once again, most maps coming into this event had the distinction of being defender-sided. It's not one of those circumstances where it's based on the meta, it's based on the operator bans, etc. You expect the defense to do well. That wasn't the case on Villa one bit. The attackers had an absolute ball, winning 2/3 of the rounds, and the most pivotal defensive victory came by Team Liquid in that final round to give them the win. We'll see if that holds true here on Oregon. If you're a fan of Team Liquid or a fan of the Brazilian squad at all, then you're going to hope that the same pattern on Villa carries over, with Liquid punishing SSG. I saw during the break that the description used on Twitter to describe the attacks from Liquid was clinical, and I think that's very apt. It's a Dorms defense to start things off for Space Station upstairs, and once again, that Warden ban could have caused some headaches for SSG, but Team Liquid going back with shades of the yellow meta, which is Finka and Lion brought together.
Bosco successfully impact tricked the 6 Hibana pellets from the wall. That means another 6 will have to come out from the side of Team Liquid. That's not going to do a bunch of damage. It's going to slow them down and limit how much breachability they will have to offer. And also keep in mind, there will be no attic pressure from the side of Team Liquid. It is a single heartbeat setup, no can openers, so Master Bedroom Breach is all they're going to get. They will need to most likely rotate a player to that big window or Kidstorm Repel, or maybe even down on White Stairs. They cannot all be inside of Master Bedroom.
Ness going for the common nade spot just in case somebody was sitting by the bunks, but there's nobody there. SSG playing a more sheltered style of defense, not quite as in your face as we tend to see from teams, playing that shrewd angle by the big window. Instead, they are bracing for the tidal wave of Liquid to crash against the shore. Resets will wait out the second EE1D, hoping that somebody will move a muscle from SSG, but nobody does that just yet. Still 3 adrenal surges in his pocket, if you want to call it that. A nade in hand as well. Palu with nades too, so there's destructive capabilities. Final EE1D will go, and Aska's inside of the bomb site. A very early plant. 40 seconds to go, and there doesn't seem to be any intel here, as Fultz can't hit a shot to save his life. Resets with 2 big kills as the diffuser gets planted. Ultimate coverage for Liquid. So far, so good. And they've headed for the hills, by the way. Spacestation has no idea where they seem to be. Taking the engagements, that's a lucky one for Skies. Back up the stairs he goes, but cannot outduel resets. It's a down. Nesk resets in Palu with the Adrenal Surge wearing off. Waiting patiently at the top of Armory stairs, it's all on Rampy, juggling around the corner with an SMG in hand, but this is a tough one to do, being chunked away at as Reset's looking to capitalize. He's dropped and downed by Rampy and MP5, but just like so many before him, and like SSG in the previous map, you cannot outduel Nesk when he's at peak performance. And round number 1 goes in favor of Liquid.
Rampy put on his dancing shoes, not 1v3, really sidestepping that doorway, trying to get wiggly with it. Ended up finding the kill, but did not find the run as there was 2 more remaining players from Team Liquid. If we take a look back at what happened at the tail end of that round, Team Liquid, they breached the wall. Yes, they rotated 1 player outside a big window. Amazing. Last player that wasn't the master bedroom side was white window, so they had all their grounds covered. And then what they did, they waited, seeing if anybody would walk into the lines of sight and getting a freebie. Nobody from SSG moved a muscle. So they just said, let's pop the line scan, the EE1D, then walk in and do a cheeky plant at what some American players call the bolo spot. It's that hot right corner from the trophy door, and it worked so well. But I will say, we rarely see recoil being an issue in Rainbow Six Siege, but Fultz with that Jaeger 416 definitely had a small case of problems when it came to the recoil, as he was whiffing a few bullets just a tiny amount above the head of the planter from Liquid, and ultimately that came back to bite him in the butt. Basement defense now for SSG, and we did see a 6-pick from PSK. It wasn't reasons to show it, but PSK now bringing out the Ying from the Lion, from one global gadget to not a global gadget for another one, but the Ying Candelas do affect a very large area.
We were excited to see a Ying on the previous round, and now we're actually going to see it come to fruition. And of course, the can opener, as you call it. And for all of you watching, if you'd like to take that up as a nickname, please do so. The can opener, of course, being that secondary gadget, which is the hard breach gadget in PSK's hands, is good enough to replace an ace or a thermite if all you're doing is taking care of the hatches on Oregon. As long as you don't have to deal with Kaid Electroclaws, which in this matchup they won't because he's banned, it allows you to get those 2 hatches inside of either main lobby or in meeting or even in security if you want, without having to risk anything and not having to dedicate a specific hard breacher to that.
Yeah, it's very good value, if you will, because you get the nades on the Maverick, he can take care of the walls, then you get PSK and the Ying, or a Flex operator in this case, with the can opener, the secondary hard breach gadget, who can take care of the hatches. Combined, you get the absolute most value per operator, and value is what Nesk is all about, because he gets the opening kill into Bosco, that's leashing off the board, and 1 less roamer for Liquid to worry about.
Bosco had already been tagged from just a little bit of a fracas, a skirmish down below, and there's none of those goo mines to really have their effect. Nice shot from Hot and Cold, that MP5 hitting onto PSK, and the Ying is down for the count. Keep that in mind. No more ability to blind out your opponents. This will be absent. It also means that those 2 can openers are gone, but guess what's happening? Half of the round in, and Liquid is inside of the bomb site, reading into Space Station. Their every move being watched, and again, clinical being the word, almost flawless. If it wasn't for PSK getting killed earlier on, Liquid would have had nobody in the grave. 2-0, and again, continuing the trend with what we saw on Villa. Liquid are so good on these attacks.
Don't you hate when you're roaming, like Hot and Cold, and all of a sudden your players inside scream, there's a guy inside, oh, he falls, second guy falls, and the last player standing is Hot and Cold, who previously was on the top floor of the map, had to run all the way back, and now has to retake the bomb site essentially. I hate that, at least. There's no worse feeling. That's why I'm an anger player, because I can either A, successfully defend the bomb site and thus not die, or B, I won't be in that frustrating situation where, well, the roamer's the last guy alive and I was the one who fell. So if anything, we're vibing. Being an anger player is no easy task either. You gotta ensure that both freezer, main stairs, and of course the big tower stairs is covered. So that's kind of where you depend on your teammates, that when they die or when they can, you hop on a camera or maybe even do it yourself and try and figure out where is the enemies coming from. And it didn't seem like SSG had that figured out in the previous round. Remember, Valkyrie is available to be played on these rounds. It's the Warden, it's the Kaid that is spent on the defensive side, which means information's available, but it hasn't been picked up just yet. Right now, we're getting getting some shields from Volt, picking up the Goyo. That's going to help SSG make fortified positions. And with the Wamai but no Jaeger, that'll be the only way they can protect them.
Back upstairs to dorms, SSG is going to go. Once again, Spacestation did not take a timeout in that very first map. I would like to repeat that, despite the fact that SSG lost 8-6. They did not settle themselves down and allow Lycan to interject, or if he didn't want to step in, at least let the rest of the team talk to each other. At what point in this matchup do we potentially see a timeout get taken? Will SSG use it? Because it's not like the timeouts cost you anything.
No, it's free.
It's absolutely free for you to do it. So because of the fact that they are not taking a timeout, they are trailing when it comes to the ability to settle yourselves down. Fun fact, the score line was 5-3 for Spacestation when Liquid took their timeout. Liquid then lost a single round from that point forward. So it just goes to show you that righting the ship is very doable. It's a run out from Rampy, by the way. He downs Ask, but Nesk is the one credited with the kill. The Hibana will be retrievable as Nesk now pivots. He's 4-0 to start off this match through 3 rounds. Not as impressive as the previous round. He's got quite a bit to go to get there, but Nesk was a slow starter on map 1. Not the case here.
That would have been such an important kill for Rampy as well. He's going to feel quite bad about that. And honestly, Rampy, if you can hear me right now, don't feel too down about this. You still got many more rounds to go. You still got the attack inside as well. So this one kill you failed to get doesn't matter too much. And Hot and Cold says, I got you there, buddy. You couldn't do it. I will instead. That's resets off the board. The Maverick gone. And also the nades that goes with it. And with Ask being 20 health from that revive, Liquid, they're not looking so healthy.
Oh, he's got to get something going, as does the rest of the team. SSG spread out quite effectively, not in the middle of the bomb site. Like before, Space Station do not want to play very aggressively. They're giving lots of ground to Team Liquid, and that might be their undoing, frankly. You typically don't want to give Liquid the ability to punish you in that way, but we'll see. Liquid read into it last time and got in to plant the diffuser quite quickly. This is about the time that Ask broke in to get the diffuser down. Space Station have at least kept them at bay, and Liquid have some stumbling blocks to overcome to get in. But oh my, never mind, I guess! Palu with 3 big kills. Palucifer, the devil there himself, leaving Skies to possibly perish. Shield breaking in front of his eyes, and he's got to be thinking to himself, what the hell am I going to do now? Is there somebody by a big window? Am I turning my backside to where the diffuser is being planted? He sees a device explode at the top of white stairs, so at least one is in that direction. He'll swing onto it and lose to Nesk. 2 kills for Nesk, 3 for Palu. That's a full house. Liquid up 3-0 and seemingly unstoppable.
Damned if you do and damned if you don't. If you give Liquid space, they will take it and abuse it. But if you try and roam like SSG tried previously on Villa, you also find yourself being shut down. In this particular instance, Liquid didn't do much for almost a full minute. SSG, they were waiting and they were ready, but the exact right moment, Paolo jumps through the satellite window and finds 3 kills, which completely just destroys the round from SSG. And now that you're down 3-0, the 6-pick finally comes through. Valkyrie's on the board. SSG will have more information to work with to figure out where exactly Liquid are and where they're stalling and what they want to achieve. They're also going to the tertiary bomb site of Kitchen Dining. So they're clearly desperate to try and get something working as they haven't found a round just yet. Still holding on to the timeout. I think this round on 3-0, or if you lose this round and go 4-0, would be the prime opportunity to take it, try and get a few rounds back before the swap, and then just really rely on your attacks, which I think SSG will be great on, but you cannot go on a 6-0 streak. Then you have no room for mistakes once you swap.
Oh well. SSG certainly seem like they're in free fall and there's no parachute at the moment. That's slowing it down one bit. SSG's last round victory came in round 11 on Villa. That was almost half an hour ago, by the way. If you're keeping track at home, it's been quite a while, and visible frustration on the Space Station team will continue to grow, especially knowing how that first map was so critical in this series. We could be looking at maybe just an attacker-sided matchup in general. Hopefully these Valkyrie cameras keep it close, because I don't really care whether Liquid or Space Station wins. Nick, I don't know if you have a preference, but for me, I just want a close matchup. That first map was quite close, Villa. But Oregon, not shaping up to be. Valkyrie cameras thrown out outside, first EE1D is burned, nobody from Spacestation caught out, and no action besides that.
Yeah, I mean, some spectators will be fans of SSG, and then some spectators will be fans of Team Liquid, but we are all fans of Rainbow Six Siege, and I would argue that most people would be perfectly okay with a banger game, more than one team specifically winning. Hot and Cold got cheeky with a jump out, that's the Valkyrie cams doing their work. Nothing really happened, a few bullets exchanged, both people taking damage, but that's pretty much about it.
And it was almost Ask who got taken down again. Yeah. In the previous round, a jump out happened and Ask got down, we got picked back up. Liquid still goes on to win the round. This time, nothing really ventured, nothing really gained. Both Hot and Cold and Ask lose the same amount of HP. Half point of this round and explosions happening all around Space Station. Grenades going in aplenty, but nobody from SSG has been found and punished for it, except for Bosco. As I say that, the caster curse is very real. The roaming Jaeger and Bosco having a poor performance in map number 1, it is carried over now to map 2, as he'll be in the grave. 0-4 here on Oregon. More damage being done from Liquid, this time onto Fultz. Hot and Cold dealing, unfortunately, getting more damage done to him as Liquid just continue to dole out the punishment.
Yeah, now SSG, they've all evacuated that top floor, that second floor level. So that means that now they can just rain terror from above with that verticality. Paolo doing really good work so far. Skies is hiding inside of a small tower, but besides that, there really isn't any map control from SSG. They're going to be falling by the numbers here because Fultz is so low on health rather, and so is Hot and Cold. Liquid really have their work cut out for them this round.
They're going to have to stop this potential aggression at the bottom of the stairs. 35 seconds to go, and you have to move on over to that bottom floor bomb site, or rather, middle floor bomb site. I almost got caught up in the basement argument that you and I had spoken about. Hot and Cold through the wall, tries to track, but Palu finishes off what little is left, and now another one lined up very easily. Fultz walks into that. Rampy in a 1v4 with the diffuser planted by Ask. The post-plant for Rampy is dire. Hopeless, one would even say. He watches through all those kill holes made by the sledge as they've reversed their positions, but the only quick way back to the bomb site is through the dropped hatch. He sees Palu and softens up his shins, but the perspective definitely helps Liquid, and they are marching their way to a quick 2-0. They want dinner. It's almost dinner time here in Sweden. 5:35 local time. Liquid are hungry. SSG, the intended target, the prey, whatever you want to call them. 4-0 for TL.
Would you look at that? I mean, 4-0 is a great time to take a tactical pause, and I'd like you to agree to that statement because SSG has finally taken their first timeout in the second map. Didn't take it on Villa despite losing, despite things not going their way. So far, to summarize the current map of Oregon, 4. That is the number of rounds we've played. 4 is also the number of rounds Team Liquid has won. And 4 is also the amount of opening kills going to the side of Team Liquid. You can kind of put that together and say Liquid on Oregon so far, 4-4-4. The only thing SSG is going for them is 0. 0 rounds won, 0 bomb sites where they have conquered much of anything, 0 opening kills, and Bosco even sitting on 0 kills himself. So this tactical timeout from SSG will need to try and bring them 1, if not 2 rounds before the side swap, where that Ying effect most likely will try and carry them forward on their attacks. But they need the rounds to be allowed to make mistakes, otherwise all Liquid will need is a single round win, and that'll be the end of this best of 3, and that means no third map, no chalet, and that is where SSG needs to go if they want to win.
I'm very glad that SSG are taking their time out in hopes of getting this team on the right page. I don't know what's going on. From the looks of the camera, by the way, it doesn't really seem like SSG are speaking all that much. Now, this just might be us missing it when it does flick to them, either actively in the round or afterwards when they're doing a post-mortem on every single round. But if Space Station are not communicating, they're losing, and that's really what it comes down to with Rainbow Six. If you're not talking to your teammates, making callouts, and helping each other with intel, you will lose. Liquid is a very vocal team. SSG tend to be as well. But when frustrations end up happening, when tempers run high, it is common for teams to go quiet. Your likelihood of winning drops significantly the less you talk to your teammates. Hopefully this kickstarts something with SSG, because we've got a bit of a stinker on our hands for you SSG fans, as it's 4-0 for Team Liquid.
No, you're absolutely right. And both, as you said, like both teams are quite emotional as well. And when you're riding the high, everything's great. But when you're riding the low, it's important to have somebody to be able to step up and be like, guys, hey, we got this. Come on, whoa, yeah, let's go. Okay, we lost the round, but that's fine. Hey, you get a kill, you get a kill, we all get a kill. Having that yes man or the happy guy or a clown, if you will, whatever term you want to use, can be extremely valuable when you're finding yourself on the losing side of these matchups. Right now, that's SSG as Liquid are storming through Oregon so far. I like what SSG is doing this round. They're getting active. They're roaming, extending into the entry points from Team Liquid, killing one drone, falling back a little bit, probably gonna look for a second, and slowing down Liquid is a very good tool to use because Liquid by nature in themselves are quite slow. So slow plus slow does not equals positive fast in this case. That means giga slow. Oh, but Paolo is not slow at all. He's so quick, finds the head of Rambi, and that must be so frustrating of a way to go out after a timeout.
Oh, Rampy. The thing is that when Rampy gets frustrated, his stats tend to suffer very quickly. Rampy tries to overcompensate. He gets very emotional. He's talked about this in countless interviews. The two top fraggers at the end of Villa were Rampy and Fultz. They currently combined for 1 kill. They combined for just a single kill on round number 5. Rampy is certainly not going to be helping that stat at all because he's gone. It's really a bad spot to be in for Spacestation. They are losing their direct engagements. They are getting outfoxed when it comes to strategy. They're in a rough spot, and I don't know what they're going to be able to do to fix it.
They're going to need to get at least 1 round soon, just try and turn the tide around. And I mean, in an ideal situation, if SSG can steal a round from Liquid, you know, a round that should be theirs, but they say, ha, we take it back, you don't get this one. Try and play the mental a little bit, shift into their favor. That would be the absolute best case scenario, but Liquid, they're playing such stable Rainbow Six Siege. Look at them, they got the opening kill, and now they're just slowing down, rotating together. They don't want to make any mistakes or create any openings that could favor their opponents. It's really, really well done.
Focus for Liquid at the moment with 45 seconds left is on blue, but they're well spread out. Ask will be the one to charge on in. No reinforcements to be found, so he doesn't need to tear through that. That might be a bit of an oddity. And they will worry, if they haven't droned it out, as to what could lay on the other side of that wall. Instead, Resets takes the fight and he wins. Again, Spacestation just cannot do much with these gunfights. A mirror window stopping them from advancing, but Palu will nade it out right there, drop down. Not enough damage being done to Skies. Fultz has fallen, so is Hot and Cold. SSG's numbers continue to dwindle. They'll retake from the back, but Bosco gets softened up and a flawless round will happen unless Skies can get one. He will. On to Palu. Diffuser going down. Ask had stopped for a second. Sky snapping through. 2 kills, 3 kills. Skyry going for more than that, but the timer will now work against him. 40 seconds. Sky's pausing for a moment. Take a deep breath. Still sitting on top of the diffuser is Ask. I don't know if Skies is prepared for this. Tracers go over and he at least knows someone is in the vicinity. There's backup for Liquid on the PSK. Instead, Skies will aim. He knows they're exactly there, but luck runs out after 3 kills. A valiant effort from Skies falls just short. Liquid continue their streak of dominance. They're up 5-0.
I spoke about stealing a round would heavily favor SSG's mental. Imagine for a moment that Skies had clutched out that round. If he had had a C4 in his hand in that 1v2 to deny the plant, that would have set him up for success. But that C4 was used earlier in the round. It wasn't available at his disposals. Nice shot on the first 2 players, but couldn't finish it through. And SSG, they played a tight ship in those 1v2s. Liquid, however, they were kind of running around and it made me scared. It made me nervous for a moment because if you're Liquid, sure, you're up 4-0, but you don't want to lose the rounds that you already won by throwing it, by misplaying those 1v2 or 1vx situations. They closed it out, they got the round, and SSG are still looking to try and get some sort of way inside of Oregon. We still have Fultz and Bosco not really finding their first kill yet. Once they do, we'll have a real 5v5, but as I say that, I look at PSK, he's also joining them down the bottom. It's actually a 3v4 in terms of scoreboard, but remember, just because you haven't gotten a kill does not mean you haven't had impact and value to your team. You still got the gadget. Fultz, for example, right now, playing the mute, has the shotgun, will be opening up the floor, making rotation flows, etc. So you'll always be having value for your team in these situations.
Final stead for SSG here on defense. Drones going unseen, so that's some information for Liquid already, as it was down inside of what appeared to be kitchen, but hard to tell from that perspective as to where it was going to go. Liquid firing on all cylinders right now. Palu and Nesk accounting for 15 kills. That goes up to 23 if you add resets. Ask had a standout performance on the previous map. Resets faded into the background. This time, it's Resets leading the charge. He and Palu are tied for most kills on their team. Yeah. I don't want to bring up Fultz and Rampy yet again, but one kill between them both is just simply not good enough for this level of play.
Yeah, and actually Resets not just having good impact in terms of pure fracking power going 8 and 3, but half the opening kills, I would say, has basically been from him. And then, of course, splitting the rest between Paolo and Nesk, the aggression that they bring. PSK right now, he's just an EE1D scanner. He's doing drone work, gadgetry and whatnot, and that's all Liquid needs.
The first opening pick of this map for SSG finally happens. Fultz breaks his 0-kill streak, gets himself on the board, and of all the players to take down, one of the highest trophies that you can get, Nesk is the one that he ends up finding. SSG also had 2 players inside a back tower. I'm not sure if you saw that, but if Liquid have not droned out the top of the tower, they don't know that Rampy is there. They might think they have Bosco trapped, but it's a bait. Hot and Cold gets dropped, so SSG's lead will continue to grow. And now it's Resets on the hunt, finds Fultz, down he goes. A grenade here as well with the Lion E1D to go, and Skies moves at the last second. Smart play from him. I don't know if he heard the pin get pulled or there was just a premonition there. But that 6th sense helps him out and allows him to get away quite safely. 1 minute and 15 seconds left in the round is flown by. You're holding your breath if you're an SSG fan. I know you are, because Team Liquid can go to match point, series point, if they turn out a successful round.
Yeah, very lucky, quote-unquote lucky, that Skies got away from that grenade. That would have been a huge kill for Liquid, shutting down the toxic canisters, and of course, the strong position of Kid Storm that Skies is defending, ensuring that nobody from Liquid can jump in that big window without him having a say in that with a gunfight. Palo working his way up the white stairs, now having a gunfight while we see Resets on this rappel. Liquid, they're just trying to fish for a kill. They know they're outnumbered right now.
Palu not just taking damage on white stairs, but also being blocked off in terms of access and line of sight with that toxic canister. PSK tussling, but re-engaging with the shotgun. Skies wins that one. The numbers for Team Liquid will now dwindle even more. Spacestation holding that upper hand, looking for their very first round. They called a timeout and it didn't really work, but they're hoping to salvage something. Bosco, a bit of a sloppy endeavor against Resets, but he walks away with it quite well. Palu sees the nitro cell go off in front of him. He's dropped the diffuser, and I think he'll throw up his hands and realize that this round is a losing effort. Finally, the brakes on the train of Liquid seem to be engaged ever so slightly as Spacestation makes their mark at the final second and get onto the board. The first half in the books, Liquid emerges with a massive lead, 5-1.
You know, I'm a bit curious. You see that 1 versus 4, Palo's like 1 health, etc., but on white stairs. Basically, nobody from SSG dared run towards him. They didn't care about that kill, and that might ask the question, are SSG a little bit scared or just overly disciplined right there? I don't see why you could just run at Paolo, be like, haha, I'm gonna try and get the kill, etc. It's not like your KD matters anyway, but I guess that's a little bit besides the point. We do have a side swap. This is exactly where we expect SSG to be popping off. We know how great they are in Oregon attacks. We know how pro-efficient they are at using the Ying, especially for basement bomb side. And guess what? The first defense from Team Liquid is in the basement. Guess what as well? SSG, they banned the Warden, so of course, Liquid should 100% see this coming, which means Liquid should have a clear way to play around this Ying pick, and I don't think the mirror is the way. Remember, the black mirror, it works the same way as regular eyeballs do through that window. You still get flashbanged if you're standing behind it and looking through it, which means the Ying doesn't care about them. I don't see right now exactly what Hot and Cold has picked, but I see top right of my screen that there are 2 smoke grenades on the board, presumably from Hot and Cold. So all eyes on Hodden. If he can break the entry and get SSG into the bomb site and give them a way in, that is how they're going to win the rounds. For Liquid, on the other hand, extending out and roaming aggressively, trying to get a kill somewhere will be huge for them.
Liquid have controlled the pace of most of this matchup. The only time I would say they didn't were the first 3, 4, 5 rounds of Villa. Even when SSG was winning a number of those rounds, I still think Liquid Liquid had the tempo or matched the tempo, if they can try to do that on defense, which is significantly harder to do, by the way, if you can still accomplish that on defense and allow yourself to be the one that is correctly pacing the match for you and the rest of your team, then it pays dividends more often than not. Spacestation could run headfirst into a brick wall on defense if Liquid roam aggressively, especially if SSG aren't talking to each other, especially if SSG are rattled or tilted. Then their drone work and their coordination with one another might not be as good as you expect it to be. They've made it inside of the building, though, as it's a laundry and supply room defense for Liquid down on the bottom floor, and immediately a grenade gets chucked out by Rampy. He's only got access to 2 of them. One of them is already gone, and it heads to the back tower stairs. 1 minute off of the clock. SSG still very much in the discovery phase, while they're also getting the hatches to try then and shift their focus to the bomb site below.
That they are indeed, and we didn't see Liquid really extending out that aggressively. They have only managed to kill a single drone from the side of SSG, and honestly, Liquid, that is not quite good enough. You know the Ying is coming, and there's nothing you can do about it. You have great aimers, you have incredible aim, but if you cannot see, you cannot shoot straight either. So, early aggression, that's where my money's at. You haven't shown it this round, and I hope it punishes you, and that you will learn from it going forward. SSG going for a backside take, 2 guys outside of blue, 1 person on that back tower stairs, and then you have Skies on that meeting hatch. But remember, all eyes on hot and cold. That's the gadget that will break the round, but of course, the gunplay has to follow it up from all members of SSG.
They know exactly where they lay inside of the bomb site. As that first Zofia stun goes out, it'll hit PSK, connecting quite well. He's drone 2, now flashed out. PSK's in a tough spot. You know that the guns on SSG are often fully capable of doing damage, and they'll do just that. PSK the very first target. Ask pushing up on his own smoke, but he's being watched by Bosco, and I don't think he's aware of that. First round of Candela's going. There'll be a blinding effect. More to come, surely. Hot and Cold's actually used all of them already, so they haven't happened in the cut and thrust, but the nade goes in and it's cleared the way. Rampy and Hot and Cold credited with all these kills, and how about a statement round from Space Station? Rampy's very happy about that. A flawless start to the second half for SSG.
That's gonna do wonders for the mental game of SSG. Liquid, not entirely sure about that basement first side pick, and not really sure about staying on the bomb site itself. You gotta get out there and get active, but we saw what happened, and now they will actually go back to basement once again with a similar lineup. So surely they have read the situation and they think, oh, we did something wrong, now let's fix it. Exact same lineup coming out from SSG. They don't even 6-pick the Ying, because honestly at this point, Liquid knows it's coming, and SSG can keep showing that, and then 6-pick other operators, which is what Force is doing right now, going from the 150 LMG of Zofia onto the Flores. That's gonna help them again clear utility and take certain ground. So once again, SSG targeting the bomb site. Liquid gotta do something about that, otherwise history might just repeat itself. But the great thing about being up so many rounds when you're Team Liquid is that it doesn't really matter if you lose 1 or 2. You have so many more to go, and all you need is just 2 rounds to go in your favor, and that's that.
I mean, the other thing to keep in mind is Liquid also has access to a timeout. So if they need to, SSG already used theirs earlier on at the tail end of round 4. Liquid have access to one. They can call it whenever they want. Silence is standing behind them. At any point, he can start talking to them as well. And you cannot take away how impactful a timeout can be when things start to go sideways. For Liquid, it was incredibly successful in the previous map. And for SSG, they took a timeout, immediately dropped the next round. But since then, 2 rounds to their name. It's also possible the timeout was taken with the foresight of a side swap. Maybe their focus wasn't even on that first half, and instead, they wanted to try and sharpen their knives for attack. It worked out for Space Station. Like we said, a flawless first round on this half, but a lead from Team Liquid that is not entirely insurmountable, but will require more of that from Space Station.
No, I think you're absolutely correct. I mean, the Warden ban specifically speaks to the nature of SSG's attacks, but I also think they hoped, or at least predicted, that they would get more ground on their defensive side, but SSG, they have the skill to get through all the way with each and every single attack here. But again, sometimes you are just unfortunate. Sometimes you are just unlucky. And last round, SSG, every single decision they made rewarded them. There was no mistakes or clear punishable mistakes made from them. them, and that resulted in a flawless round. Liquid, it doesn't look like they've changed much from the previous time around, except for the fact that PSK is roaming up in tier 3, basically being an annoyance factor to SSG, because if they want to go for a backside, they have to fear the flank. This is going to give SSG the question, are we going to clear out PSK up in tier 3, or are we going to leave him there and just hope that he doesn't come for us when we end with the flank? Oh, hot and cold, actually. Gadget comes
He's
out.
just going in.
That's a great way to do it.
And
hot
it
cold
works.
is the gunfight, yeah, it's easy.
Perfectly. Hot and Cold had Rampy down below to assist too. Those dual LMGs on both Ying and Finka working out so well. Rampy wasn't really needed, but PSK was upstairs at Deadman, and he's still been unable to get a single kill, by the way. Through these 8 rounds of action, PSK finds that even one eludes him. Not that it really matters all that much, because Liquid are still clobbering when it comes to just the scoreboard. Strategically, SSG looking more sound on their attacks than on defense. Nitro Cell goes off, nearly claiming Hot and Cold. Rampy hits the Adrenal Surge after taking down Ask. The lead for SSG in terms of numbers grows. Bosco baits out a smoke and then gets out of there. Resets on the hunt, pushing up. Will try to do what he can with the head, but cannot connect. He'll still play off with the deployable shield. Rampy taken out by the Vector of Palu in hand. More Candelas going off. Hot and Cold firmly in the middle of the bomb site. Rushing up, but they don't know that Palu's still playing on the same angle. He drops him. Resets down on elbow. Playing through that soft wall, Palu will search for another kill. Nesk and Palu, the last 2 up. You can never count them out. These two tend to work wonders when working side by side. But there goes Nesk on a nice shot from Bosco. Palu searching for one on the Bosco. Gets it! Stops him! But Fultz saves the round. Remarkable stuff from Space Station. Were it not for Fultz, that's it for Liquid, and they go to match point. But instead, Space Station find their 3rd in a row.
That was in the absolute last second of the round as well, because there was nobody left planting. Everybody was taken out besides Fultz, but he took out the last player from Liquid instead, and thus SSG, they somehow get the round. I will say, Hot and Cold with the Candelas, taking out PSK in that tier 3 of Big Tower. That was a round-defining moment. PSK was going to make so much trouble from SSG. It was a huge problem, and it looked like they weren't going to deal with it, but little do you know, it was Matthew himself, Hot and Cold, on that rappel, threw one single Candela in the window and rappelled in. It was an absolutely free kill. And now Liquid says, we tried basement twice, it did not work for us. We're gonna go up above on Kid Storms. And now we're almost seeing what SSG was doing in the fence now reflected onto Liquid. Because if they lose this one, where do they go next? Are they gonna go tertiary? Are they gonna say, oh, back to basement? Oh, maybe try Kid Storms one more time? Either way, it can be so frustrating when nothing is working on your defense, and that is what's happening for Liquid right now. They're even bringing out the Echo. Much like SSG, when they were on defense playing Valkyrie, they want more information. They want to be able to make these decisions knowingly about what's happening and what's going on. Meanwhile, SSG, they bring 2 Heartbreachers, right? They got the Maverick and they got the Hibana, which means they can both breach the attic wall and they can breach the master wall. And they can choose and pick where they want to attack from. And as long as Hot and Cold's alive on the Ying, it will be quite easy to get inside the bomb site.
Well, 3 rounds in a row for Space Station, as was said. One flawlessly. Liquid fought back, and I think played that quite well, but they didn't have much support up top. The Warden ban from Space Station being shown exactly why they wanted to do it. That is the Ying being brought religiously. I'm not much of a praying man, but if you're a fan of Space Station, and you're praying that Ying continues to pay dividends. Whether it's Bosco playing it, whether it's Hot and Cold playing it, it doesn't matter. Space Station bringing Ying on Oregon, well, it goes together just like peanut butter and jam. Bosco taking some damage as he enters the top of tower now. 1 minute of action. Still in the discovery section, exploration section of this map, where you want to try and find where the defenders are playing. 2 attempts at laundry have failed for Team Liquid, so they will scoot on over to that Dorms bomb site. Palu surviving, and he gets droned out. 2 drones, in fact, to his name, and he will retreat through the catacombs underneath Oregon. trying to get back to that staircase and head up to the bomb site. All the while, Space Station's attention is over by Small Tower as 2 of their players sit in Dining Hall. While drone work is being done by Skies, Fultz has the Rotero drones at his disposal, still all 4 of them, and they will likely go for whichever destructible gadgets he can find. In this case, there's Goyo shields and there's Banshees scattered throughout the bomb site that he needs to take care of.
There's actually 3 players inside of Liquid roaming earlier in the round. Now just back to Paolo as 2 more players has gone back to bomb site, which makes sense because SSG are knocking on the walls, they're knocking on the doors, and honestly, right now, it's going quite well. Liquid, they've managed to kill 6 drones from SSG, only 4 remaining. So that means either the flanks will be open or they will have limited information once they get to the bomb site. Hot and cold on this attic window. That could be the engagement, but that's going to be a bait because majority of SSG, they're not there with him. They're going to be big window and wide stairs with the exception of Bosco holding down the flank in big tower.
Rampy has a nade ready, but he gets swung on while he throws it out. Candela's going off too. Bosco hunting shadows on the back of tower stairs. 1 for Skies, he leads things off, swiftly answered by PSK. 1 for Rampy as well, as SSG continue to go. 20 seconds left. Skies at the halfway point with the round, as he's got the diffuser down. PSK drops, but a literal drop from Fultz right into the waiting arms of Palu will leave Nesk upstairs all by his lonesome. 3 players from SSG watching this diffuser. Nesk gets 1, Palu as well. It leaves Bosco in a clutch situation. He's still got the adrenal surge wearing off. Other than that, the diffuser is not too far away. Hiding at this angle. He's got a hard wall. He'll get swung by 2 players that both have low HP, but Nesk is on the ground. The Rat plays with the shotgun in hand. It breaks the streak of Space Station, and Team Liquid move to series point.
That was a nicely played 1 versus 2 for a brief moment. I thought, oh, Liquid, they're gonna peek single-handedly, but then they took like 2 seconds, made sure that they could rotate inside of Kid Storm, with the last player being on that attic door battle swing, and they basically get a 1 versus 2 in the moment. And the only way SSG wins that round was with a nice 180-degree flick from Bosco, and that is such a hard thing to do. Well played by Nesk, well played by Paolo. It's the duo to do it all, and now match and series point for Liquid. They have gotten a dub upstairs on Kid Storm defense, and now they're gonna go back downstairs. I will say, the number 1 takeaway for the success difference is arguably in the early round. They killed 6 drones in the first minute and a half on the attack and roam game. That's not something they managed to do in the previous 2 defenses in the basement. So again, being active is the key word of this match. You want to make sure you slow your opponents down, deny information, and if possible, try and get a kill or some damage, because if you just sit in the bomb site, then the attackers will get exactly what they want. The map, they will get the time, and they will get the resources to do whatever they want, and that is when it's a bad time to be a defender. SSG, now the pressure is on you, the eyes are on you. You now need to go out and just take this win into your own hands. There is no more time and no more room for mistakes. This is it.
All right, well, I'd like to remind you that there is another matchup going on the other stream for those that have not been paying attention. I feel it's important to do that.
Yes.
It's Cyclops versus Rogue. I'm not going to update you as to what the score is because, well, I actually don't know what it is right now. Okay. But if you want to go over there for the remainder of the day, twitch.tv/Rainbow6, bravo. I need to say bravo at the end because I failed before that. Go ahead and do that. Yeah. Whether that Rogue Cyclops match is still going or is over, there's still going to be one more match over there. Same with here. Anyway, if you're just tuning in, Team Liquid are up 6-3, and they are about 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from potentially putting this series into the dustbin. SSG had a close matchup on Villa, but Oregon has been quite one-sided, and despite a nice comeback from SSG brewing, it only ended up amounting to 3 rounds. Still time for SSG to do the unthinkable and push us to overtime, but with the way Liquid's been playing, it seems unlikely. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. There's a round to play.
Yeah, but then again, Liquid, there's just all 5 players on site. They're not being efficient at all. They're just waiting for SSG to march down into the bomb site. Sure, PSK rotating those Jaeger ADSs, trying to guess where the push is coming from, but to be completely honest, I can see the top-down view, and I don't even know where the execute's coming from. So the best that they can do is guess, and guessing is not good enough when it comes to playing against SSG.
No. Split pushes tend to happen quite often on this bottom floor bomb site, Nick, whether you want to go through blue, whether you want to go through freezer, back tower to pillar, front, through laundry. Laundry actually seems to be neglected by both of these teams. The favored son, when it comes to executes, are on pillars and on freezer. And with more of that freezer wall being opened up, SSG know that they're cutting off rotates from Liquid. They can't play with that same level of impunity from the rotate to the washing machines because you're going to be watched from somebody inside a freezer.
Oh my god, look at all these drones. That's what happens when you don't kill any. There's so many left. There's 8 left from SSG. They know exactly what the bomb site looks like. They're just going to analyze and then execute.
And Palu has a drone actually right next to him, just on the other side of that soft wall. We saw the silhouette. They don't know that. And there's more drones being done, but some have been shot away. You talked about it. These drones being unsheathed by SSG and thrown with maybe some reckless abandon into the bomb site. Palu's expecting a push from the bottom of laundry stairs. 30 seconds to go. First Candela, it gets grabbed by the magnet. Another Candela gets tossed. Hot and cold has one more to go. It gets tossed out as well. Smokes go. C4 from Palu does not connect. Sky sprinting into the bomb site. Rampy greeted with Ask. The smokes are there, but Palu is doing a significant amount of damage. Sky's with the kill immediately onto the diffuser. Nesk will try to stop the rest of the team. Can't do it through the soft wall, so it's on the resets to take down Hot and Cold. Diffuser planted in its maximum chaos inside of the bomb site. PSK, a nice shot on Bosco. 1 HP for Fultz. So Sky's also very, very low. Everybody is low except for resets. Flores sitting far back. Watching the side of Skies, a nice kill on the PSK, but it's all on the shoulders of Fultz to clutch the round and keep his team in it, to keep his team alive. Liquid can sit on the diffuser, that's what they'll do. Skies, or Fultz rotating. Resets at the halfway mark.
Where are you,
Fultz drops. You need to get to it, but Ness greets him, seals the deal. Liquid win the matchup just like that. Villa was close, Oregon not so, and Liquid do what FaZe couldn't. Topple SSG, and Liquid remain undefeated.
I will say, Foles, what a ballsy play to choose to go for the full rotation from freezer stairs back to lobby and drop the hatch. It would have worked if it wasn't for the fact that Nesk read it beautifully. There were no default cams alive. There was no way they had any idea that was going to happen except for the sheer experience and knowledge and perhaps in-game sound if possible. And honestly, Liquid had a fantastic game. We see Silence now. I don't speak Portuguese, but I assume that's a happy message.
Something about, I think, 85 years anniversary. I'm not entirely certain, but
Sure.
Like I said, I don't speak Portuguese either. Somebody translate for us, please. I'm sure we'll see it on Rainbow Six socials somewhere. What a remarkable comeback on Villa from Team Liquid. They use the energy and the motivation that they got. They channel it on Oregon, and that explains the long faces from Space Station after Villa. They knew, they might have known, maybe they did. I think they knew that it was effectively over. They kept their head mentally, the comeback started, but ultimately the mountain, the cliff, a bit too steep for them to climb. And just like that, Liquid make quick work of Rogue yesterday. They make quick work of Space Station today. 2 2-0s in a row. And I think that shows you exactly why when I talked to so many teams before we started our group stages, Liquid was the team to beat for most of the world.
Certainly, and we've seen teams like NIP not really filling the shoes that we're expecting as the current world champions. Liquid, however, really stepping up so far. Of course, it's still early, it's day 2, many more games to go, but if you're a Liquid fan or maybe just like a hater of Liquid, you can really now start seeing the potential of this roster with the 2 new players of Ask and Resets.
I think if you go back and rewatch the tape of these 2 teams, the one thing that will really stand out is that there are very real weaknesses that you can exploit from Liquid on defense. But on attack, Liquid look like one of the scariest teams here at this event. If you can figure out a way to slow Liquid down on their attacks, and they maintain that same level of play on defense, Nick, then Liquid become a far less formidable and far less scary team.
Absolutely.
But that's for other teams to figure out. Not us. We're just casters. You and I are done for the day. Yep. There's still more Rainbow Six to come. One more match to be played on both this stream and the other. But before we get there, a quick and short break for you. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
Liquid liquefies SSG in 2 maps. Whew, that was a wild series. Honestly, let's just get right to our analysts right now. Dev and Ann, that final round there, my heart's still racing from that. And can you break it down for us, just like what all went down?
Oh yeah, I mean, first off, we were sat back in the talent room watching it with everyone else and
screaming.
I mean, I think I heard some screams. I'm not gonna lie. It was very funny how, for example, SSG bans Warden and then they bring like Ying because they don't like to hide these kind of things. And up until 15 seconds left into the round, everyone's alive. You know Chaos is about to go down. So like they walked into the side, went for a plan. It seemed like they actually would get the man advantage as well because they had an injury on the side of Liquid. They were able to pick that player back up again. Wow. And then Liquid just won the round. Straight fragging power.
I gotta say, I'm feeling a little bit bad for SSG here because I told Lycan that I was going to Caster's Curse them completely throughout the entire tournament, and then yesterday I voted against them. They won against FaZe. Here I voted for them for my predictions, and I must have cursed them. It started pretty well though for SSG. Team Liquid just proved way too powerful.
So elaborate on that for me, Dev. I mean, yesterday I felt like we saw a new SSG. We were all blown away. But like you said, map 1, it looked like they were doing well, and then they just lost steam. At one point, you were like, this is one of the better performances from Rampy, and I think you jinxed it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I'm just the king of jinxing SSG at this point. They started with a 4-2 attack half on Villa. Rampy had a great Villa overall. Entry, multi-kills, really insane. Really terrible second map, though, unfortunately for him. The turning point for Liquid in map number 1 was something that Parker and Penga were talking about on the cast. Nesk goes from 5 kills and 6 deaths to 16 kills and 8 deaths in a matter of 6 rounds. As soon as Liquid turns on to attack, they turn it up to another level.
And I mean, we have to talk about Nesk. And we should talk about Ask as well. I mean, the young Gunners did very well against the veterans on SSG.
Yeah, I mean, it was already visible on the first map, really. I mean, you talked about Nesk obviously stepping up, but I do think having Resets and Ask on that team, it really helped Liquid. And a really good example of why they really helped this team is very much shown in the second map. If you have that first round, again, it's like not really a lot of opportunities that Liquid have. They don't have an opening in a wall. They don't really have an entry onto the site, and something that they struggle with is that mid-round adaptation, and this is why Ask is a really good addition to the team, because he just has like, I'm gonna walk in, I'm gonna plant on concrete, 10 people alive, 40 seconds left into the round, and they win it as well.
We were talking about how it must be pretty intimidating joining Team Liquid. You're playing with Nesk and Palu, arguably two of the best players to touch Rainbow Six in all history. You're 18 years old, you're 19 years old, you're coming in, you're playing for a professional esports organization as prestigious as that. You're here at the Six Invitational, your first major event. My God, the nerves must be getting to you. But funnily enough, it was actually the veteran PSK, 28 years old. He got 1 kill on map 2. Bit embarrassing. Fortunately for him, it was an important kill, and it led to them winning the map. But yeah, overall, fantastic showing from Liquid, and I'm really impressed by them.
Yeah. I want to talk about the mental game more. I mean, we keep on calling this Brazilian team the young Gunners, and we talk about the nerves that are associated with that. But I mean, they're playing SSG, and they come out strong, and they look consistent. And I mean, we got to talk about their mindset. Like, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm impressed too. I mean, some really good performances, and like we said, it's their first international event together, which should get you nervous. You have to get used to each other still, but I mean, they really worked well together to get that mid-round adaptation. And if you're talking about nerves, we might have to touch on the nerves on the side of SSG. We saw a few runouts, a few whiffs maybe on their side as well. I mean, there was a runout on Ask done, and they only got the injury, but got traded straight away. If you're confident, you're going to do those kind of things, but you don't want to miss the gunfight.
Yeah, I got to say, it did feel like SSG started to choke on map 2, went for a lot of aggressive plays, shut down a lot of whiffs, like you said, where a little bit of sharper aim just would have made the difference between a round. But what ended up happening was 5 attack rounds in a row for Team Liquid. Every single one, they either got that plant down or they killed everyone while planting. Really impressive, and I think there must be some kind of strange curse going on, some voodoo magic with SSG, because it seems like every single match that they have played so far has been unbelievably attacker-sided.
Yeah, I feel like the planting is a win condition for both teams in general, because we saw it on the first map. SSG had a lot of rounds where they had that plant down, and they played a really good post-plant situation, just passive enough to make sure that they couldn't get the easy 1v1s for the defenders, but passive enough to make sure that they could also control the diffuser. I feel like, I mean, if you talk about planting, it's just been a general win condition for both teams in this match.
Yeah.
Really.
Also, the opening picks made a massive difference. If you're looking at map number 2, almost every round, in fact, it was 9 out of the 10 rounds on the entire map, the opening kill. The team who got the opening kill converted that into a round win. So both of these teams are really putting that focus into that early round. Funnily enough as well, in 5 of the 6 rounds that Liquid was on attack, that opening kill came out in the first minute of the round. That's very rare, very, very early. And it goes to show that Liquid are so good when they're on the attack at dictating the pace of those rounds, punishing aggression, and finding those early roamers.
And I feel like SSG, maybe they're still trying to find their identity. Sometimes we see them looking very cohesive and coordinated, and then, you know, you mentioned a couple examples where we're like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm certain that a few players didn't have a good start to the first map, and that kind of lingered on until like midway through map 2, as there were a few players with
There were like 3 players with 1 kill, I think, in the server at the same time.
That hurts. I mean, of course, if you lose the first few rounds, like, you're gonna have less kills, but that does hurt your mental. And playing against such a strong team like Liquid, that, yeah.
I do have to wonder, though, SSG, they would have had a massive confidence booster from yesterday. They did take that confidence into this game. Unfortunately, they didn't end up really showing it. But the bridesmaids of Team Liquid, they might not be the bridesmaids for much longer. FaZe were the favorites to win the tournament. SSG took them down. I was thinking maybe SSG would be one of the tournament favorites as a result of that. And now Liquid has taken them down in what was a fairly dominant game.
Yeah, I think if it's just so fun to watch Liquid.
Yeah.
Recently, with these 2 additions on the team, like, you can really see those mid-round adaptations coming in, and how they play. It's just, we've been watching it back in the tele room. It's just a pleasure to watch, honestly.
Don't make many mistakes, do they?
No.
I mean, you were saying you think they could be favorites now, Dev?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of teams I'm really liking the look of this tournament. The thing about this best of 3 group stage is that we really get to see teams push to their full potential. I think in events in the past with those BO1s, there's always an asterisk on the results of those games, like, oh, it's just one map, you know. But no, we're seeing BO3s. We're seeing teams like Team Liquid. Spacestation definitely up there for me. I also want to give credit to FaZe as well. They're looking really good. Dom1, bit of bias, but Dom1's looking really good as well. I reckon these are the teams looking to be my tournament favorites. Still a bit more time to see, especially I'm looking at some more of the other NA teams like Oxygen to see whether they could probably get that status as well. But yeah, honestly, Liquid totally up there. They've got the world rank number 3, and I think that they probably deserve that despite their disappointing Copa Elite 6 in stage 3.
Yeah, and if you think about indeed how a best of 3 shows that the better team is going to win, something that Liquid struggle with is a mid-round adaptation, but also mid-game adaptation. If you find something mid-game that you're not really knowing how to get further, this is where Ask just shines and helps the team to really step their game up, and especially in a best of 3 where you're going to have to play 2 or 3 maps against the same opponent, it's really essential to make these mid-game adaptations.
In contrast, we saw Spacestation, they were all right at breaking that momentum, but really only on the back of their tactical timeouts. For example, like 5 rounds in a row from Liquid on the attack, only finally after 4 does Spacestation take a tactical pause. They end up winning 3 rounds in a row, and it was something, but it was too far gone. And if they're relying on that bit of headspace that's generated from that minute of talking to Lycan, if they're relying on him and his input, I think that they're really going to suffer in these long BO3s and these really tight matches where they're pushed to their limits, where they just need some more time to chill out, and unfortunately they don't have it, and they don't have that perspective of their coach, Lycan, telling them, look guys, just chill out, whatever it is that they need. It feels like Liquid have that without needing to take those tactical pauses. So when it comes to Spacestation throughout the rest of the tournament in these tight games, they need to learn to not just rely on that and reset themselves without having to take that extra time.
So Dev kind of broke down what he thinks the post-game meeting is going like for SSG, and what do you think that they're telling themselves right now? This is a tough loss, especially after such a high yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the win yesterday obviously was really good, and they got some points out of it, but losing right after in this game, it is quite unfortunate. I feel like confidence may have been a thing. I mean, they did those aggressive runouts that we spoke about. You do that when you're confident, but the whiffs, like, even when Ask went for the plant, I think it was either Rempy or Fulch just full-on spraying down, but he was just an inch above his head, really. And those things, if you look back at it, you're like, oh, I was an inch above his head. If I only aimed just a little bit lower, that's really going to hurt your mental if you watch it back.
It's the group of death for a reason, and I think that Spacestation are really going to find it challenging to get one of those top 2 spots, particularly that number 1 spot. You got Liquid, Rogue, Spacestation, FaZe, and Cyclops currently in that order in Group B. One of the most stacked groups, and now all those teams but Cyclops have found a win. To think that FaZe is currently 4th place in the group is somewhat unthinkable. And SSG, they put themselves with their best foot forward, which is great in that opening game, taking down the tournament favorites, but it doesn't stop there, and it's not going to get a lot easier from then on out. Like SSG are going to, now they've played the 2 LATAM teams, they got an EU team in Rogue to play, and the APAC team, the strange dark horse, a bit hot and cold of Cyclops. And I don't think any of those games are a given for them, so it's imperative that they just stay frosty.
Yeah, and SSG, they need to reset, but you know who doesn't need to reset? Come on, guys.
Team Liquid?
Yes, I was like, come on.
I wasn't sure if it was...
Oh, I thought I gave it away. Anyways, I do want to pick your brains. I mean, I'm sure they're on Cloud 9 right now. Like, they're doing very
it's Team
well.
Liquid.
Yes.
Cloud 9, they're not part of this event.
Stop. Oh, no. Oh, wow. Oh, you got me. He got me good. Okay. But they're...
Team Liquid are looking great, though.
Yeah, they must be feeling well. I mean, the additions really helped the team, and we talked about how Reset's is a good vertical player. I mean, we saw it before in the game as well. It's been really helping them out, and I reckon with such a mindset, having just won this game, I mean, not just won the game, but won the game in a 2-0 fashion, that's going to give a great confidence boost for their further games in the group stage.
Yeah, and look, Liquid have taken down Rogue. They've now taken down SSG. FaZe is a team that Liquid has already had a lot of success domestically. They ended up winning the BR6 for the entire year in the finals, so I'm not expecting them to have too much trouble with FaZe, and it's a matter of Cyclops, who is, as much as I hate to admit, probably the weakest team in the group. So honestly, from this outlet, it's looking like Liquid is going to be the top team in the group. That means they'll get the most favorable seed going into playoffs. It's hard to see them slowing down much from here. They look really in hot form, which is exciting because, of course, they didn't make it here in Sweden for the major back in November. Unfortunately, they just had one slip up. They just dropped the ball in Copa Elite. They lost a BO3 to NIP, so they didn't qualify for the major. But aside from that, Liquid's actually had a really, really strong year. And I think they're probably kicking themselves that it doesn't look that way when you look at their stats, that no one was saying their name as Sweden Major because they just weren't there. Now they're here, and they're looking like one of the best teams at the tournament.
Well, Devin Ann, exceptional analysis as always. And Team Liquid liquefying everyone in their path. But we have so much more action ahead of us for SI, so don't go anywhere. We're taking a short break, but lots of fun ahead. We'll see you in a flash.
He needs to get into the site, and keep in mind, in a 4v1, they are the best team that has ever...
The date is February 17th, 2019. G2 has just beaten Team Empire. Many will say this was one of the best moments of G2's reign in Rainbow Six Esports. And certainly one of the more surprising ones, because their opponent gave us a heck of a show. Let's briefly go over the history of Team Empire before SI 2019.
At this moment, I guess we were in Challenger League still, so we are not competing in Pro League, and we are going for the Invitationals through the qualifiers. To go for this tournament, it really means a lot for us. We were a young team, then we start to understand that we can play on top of the level in Siege, and it was unforgettable.
It was an impressive feat for Team Empire, so coming out of the group stages, they had already started to peak in terms of their hype.
Turned on its head, inside its long gauge. Oh no, a team kill! Taking out Walker now on the diffuser!
So now Empire has made it into the grand finals. Going into this match, the expectations were set. Team Empire is an up-and-coming team that has a lot of excitement behind them, but they're going against G2. Of all squads, possibly the hardest match they could have faced.
It's going to be amazing, and if any two teams are going to give us a good run for the money and maybe make it to 5 maps, I think it might be those two.
Against G2 will be a great match for sure. In our opinion, if you want to be the best, you need to beat the best, right?
We felt like we knew what they were going to do, but we also felt like they knew what we were going to do.
It's going to be a tough one no matter how you try and crunch it out.
Most expected Team Empire to be destroyed. Infinite Overtime had only just recently been introduced, and it was only being used in the grand finals of larger events. We saw Coastline be absolutely hectic.
We are close to a perfect round. Empire sets quite a tempo. To peek him, is going to toss a frag grenade and jump in, and Jonas shuts him down. G2 bounces back on round number 2. Fabian rotates out. G2 will take the lead once again. Toss it out. It goes off a bit too early. He's going to do nothing. It's a flawless round from Empire. I think you could say that Joystick probably won. G2 will force us to overtime.
It was like a wrestling match because it's like nobody was really gaining a substantial lead. We were always fighting for the next round.
Michael, are we about to cast the longest siege map? He takes out Kanto, and where's the other body? It's Fabian!
G2 are so experienced, they won so many tournaments. I think we were unready to do this at that moment.
No team was able to break away until the very bitter end, when G2 managed to win 2 rounds in a row in overtime to finally lock out the map.
Down 1, he loses a bit of HP, but he's traded off, and there you finally have it!
The final scoreline of that map was 10-12, the longest map that had ever been recorded in Rainbow Six competition. And that was pretty awesome.
this game would be completely different. In fact, it might not even exist if the community wasn't there. It's really fed a lot of where we're going, what we're doing, and the stories that we tell.
The great thing about Siege is that it attracts people from cosplay communities, from art communities, and then the gaming community and the competitive community. And the fact that we can all come together and it doesn't really matter, like as long as we talk about Siege.
There's no kind of barrier. Everybody should be allowed to participate, and everybody can grow and get better at art and fall more in love with these characters. It is absolutely important for us to celebrate our artistic community, and it's one of the big reasons why we take the opportunity every SI to dedicate a portion of our celebration to them.
You can go to these events and you sort of see the way people react to your work, and actually to be able to see it in person, it makes you know what you're doing is right and what you're doing, you could improve on. And that is something that I don't ever take for granted, and I am extremely grateful for. It's helped me mature as an artist and as a content creator.
As a person, as an artist, online or offline, I'm more confident to talk about myself. I'm more confident to talk about my art. So it's something that I'm still thankful for the people that I met at the community. We get to meet people from like a completely different continent, and like SI was that opportunity, that one opportunity that we could physically meet and connect with those people.
You go to these events and you find that everybody is from all different walks of life. They speak different languages, are from different countries and cultures, but at the end of the day, we all speak the language of Siege.
As long as you can draw, or as long as you can construct a uniform, you can share kind of your love for Siege. It goes beyond any kind of language barrier that you may have, because everybody kind of shares the same passion together.
BDS versus DarkZero, and a lot of eyes on this matchup because a lot of people are talking about BDS, understandably, at this SI. So let's just get right into analysis here. Right now I am with Jess, and I'm not going to call you Ollie Fresh. I know you were thinking it. No, I did not. No, Fresh, we love you. But Jess, I'm going to put you in the hot seat first. Alrighty. I think, without a doubt, a lot of people, when they were looking at this matchup, before this all started, before everything that's been going on with BDS, would have been like, BDS is going to win. That could potentially be a different story today now.
Yeah, there are a lot of stories to be had, and all we know at the moment is that there are big changes for the roster, and I know we had all been discussing what this means for them moving forward, but for those who don't know, and I hope it's okay that I steal this line from you here, Jackie, but
no, take it.
I think everyone knowing that Rafal has been removed from the tournament, as per the words that Ubisoft has released, you can go on R6 Esports to confirm that, and BIOS will be playing in his place. That was a very last minute movement. This was not planned in any way, shape or form. So as a result, now we know that this has shaken the team to the core. There has been a lot of tweets from the players who have been incredibly upset, and they believe that this has put them into a position of likely being sort of not able even to make it out of the groups, which is very unusual for BDS. So moving forward, I know you and I have discussed this back and forth. We say they still have the core roster, they should still have the core mechanics, but I still think this puts enough like stick in the spokes that it just stops the entire bicycle.
Yeah, I mean, Fresh, BDS is vulnerable right now, I think, without a doubt. So I guess my question for you is just, their coach BIOS is stepping in. Let's get real. Does BDS have a chance?
I mean, the whole situation is not ideal.
Yeah.
And
to put it lightly,
it's not ideal.
Put it lightly, mate.
What are the 5 stages of grief, Jess? Come on.
Oh, you were putting her on the spot.
She's a psychologist.
Denial. Then acceptance. I mean, acceptance comes at some point.
There was anger.
There's anger.
There's anger for sure.
Yeah. My point that I'm going to go into is I think BDS are at the acceptance stage.
So they've skipped all 4? Okay.
No, I think they've gone through all of the stages, and I think they're at the
there were some
acceptance
stages
stage.
that were had on Twitter.
Oh, there were stages.
Yes.
There was definitely stages. And what we're going to see, I think, is... So I've got a little bit of experience in this, completely different circumstances. Yep. But when we went to... when I was on G2, we went to Six Invitational, we dropped Cryan on... It was something like the 8th of January.
Yeah,
Six Invitational
really
was
close.
the start of February. We had 2 weeks to prepare with a coach. A little bit more time, not with a coach, with a sub. We took Sir Boss, who was a former player of yours. And when this happens, when you've got this kind of external factor that's coming into your team that you know isn't a core team member, you've got to make do the best you can. And it feels like BDS have just accepted that this tournament is going to be a massive uphill struggle for them because they would have expected to win it. So they've got to realign their expectations. What that might mean for BDS, who knows? I think it might mean that they play a little bit looser. We know them as quite a rigid team that is really good at doing the default stuff and doing it better than whoever they come against.
Yeah.
We might see them go a little bit out of their shell, try a few new operators, try and be a little bit more like Swing City, a little bit more attacking, not really caring too much about the ramifications should they lose. All pressure is off, and there's no expectations on them now with this 5.
Jess, do they let BIOS go ham then, or what did they let him do?
I mean, we were theory crafting for so long, and I wanted to poke a joke at your stages of grief to say, speaking of stages, BDS might not even make it to the stage.
Oh,
Jess,
said
they're
that.
already down and you just kicked them.
I love BDS, guys. It's a joke. No, but to be fair, if we're talking about coaches, you know Hyperino when he stepped in.
Oh, yeah.
He had a damn field day, did he not?
Yeah, you can
but
ask
he was
Vitality
allowed
about
to run riot.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going off, sort of case studies about what works when you have a coach step in, or you just have a random sub for whatever reason, that has been proven to be the most quote-unquote effective way to implement. Why? Especially with BDS, we moved Bride, one of the best supports in the entire world who's on BDS, off of his support role and forced BIOS to play it, which is such a predictable maneuver of teams to do.
And don't get me wrong, Bride is the best support in the world in my mind. He's a terrific flex support, a terrific flex. But once you lose the best support in the world, that means you've got a big hole in your support side. So put BIOS in that role where he can just run around. He can just
flex.
Do whatever he wants. Imagine you're just playing a 4v5.
Yes.
Imagine you've got a Leon Gids on your team who's always giving you in a 4v5, because that's what Leon does a lot for Rogue.
Put him
Play
on
like that.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Put him on Legion, run around, take that
literally.
fight.
So free reign for BIOS.
Tell him to spawn peek every round. He might get a kill. It's probably effective.
Yep.
So first, I do want to talk to you about DarkZero, and I do believe you have a couple clips on them. Let's talk about their strategy. I mean, I'm assuming they're going to target BIOS then. They're going to be playing off of their opponent's anxiety, to say the least.
This is the biggest question about DarkZero in my mind, because a lot of normal teams would say, BDS play with a coach. Let's target the coach.
Yeah.
Let's get into that 5v4 and play it out from there.
Yeah.
However, DarkZero somewhat slightly worry me because they play very robotic Siege, is how I would say. It's the default.
Just giggles.
It's not a well-oiled robot, and we saw this yesterday, is that they have, and we'll come on to the clips after we've gone through the kind of player walk-ins and whatnot, is we saw them try and play really default things. They didn't have any innovation, any adaptation. And they played against Elevate yesterday. When Elevate created problems for them, they had absolutely no solutions to them, Jess.
No, not in any way, shape or form. I think Jackie and I were talking about the fact that there might be a lot of big brains in the team, and there are. They're not might. Might is the incredibly wrong word to use here.
Yeah, we were saying that these roster changes, like, it doesn't seem like they've completely gotten the recipe down.
Yeah.
What's the missing ingredient, Jess?
Oh, sheesh. Okay, well, there might be too many cooks in the kitchen then. Let's go with the puns then. Are we going on the pun train? I'll jump
It's
on
just
this one.
smiling at all that. He's just
Fresh
like, that
loves it.
happened.
We love the puns. We love the dad jokes. There might be too many cooks in the kitchen, and I say this from a leadership perspective. They have big brains behind the team. There are players on the roster, like Troy, for example, Canadian, who knows that there is a certain way to win, because he's been a winner before. He's been a world champion himself. He's an IGL. But there's also coaches who are attempting to apply a certain philosophy. I think they want to play perfect Siege.
Yes.
I also think they follow the script down to a quality. Like, if we go back to the puns, I know I'm going to rip us back there, but they follow the recipe so hardcore and they don't deviate from it. I bet you that they're following the recipe so hard that if the kitchen was burning down around them, they just keep cooking. They would just keep cooking, and we saw that against Elevid.
That's exactly what we saw, and I've got a couple of clips that I want to show the viewers to bring this up to kind of illustrate this, and it's more a point about the adaptation. They've got this perfect recipe book, and this is the recipe book. It's tick 1, tick 2, tick 3. When they can't get the second bit of the recipe, they don't adapt. They just bang the head against the wall again and again and again, and just expect at some point it's got to get better, right? So what I've pulled is 2 rounds here, and they're trying to take out Library, and the first clip it's a very short one. They've all tried to jump into Library. They tried to use nades before that onto the Elevate Library players in that kind of corner at the bottom left of your screen. They didn't do well. They jumped in. They lost their lives. And it's a super clear adaptation. They tried nading the player out of there. He lived the entire round.
Oh, no.
So what happens 3 rounds later when Elevate are playing the same position is they try and do the same thing again with the nades, and they don't make an adaptation. They don't go to a capital. Look at the operators there. They've got the Ayana. They've got the Sledge. They've got the Finker. Where's capital? We see how much Flores is used, Jess? There was no Flores.
No ability for them to counter.
And you can see the mute in the top left of your screen there. His health's going down. He's been hit by nades constantly, but his health is just not going down. His health's just going down, but he's not dying, which means, do you know what they do? They drop away. They completely just leave, which is not ideal from DZ.
You know what? I'm going to keep going on with the pun because I just can't stop myself. I'm on the train now. I can't get off. It's funny that they struggle taking Library considering that's where all the cookbooks are. I would hope that's going to change today. You guys are going to hate me.
I know. So many
It's only
puns.
day 2. It is only day 2. Isn't this exciting? I still get so many more days to force you to listen to my puns and let me know.
There's only 9 more broadcast days, Jess.
I mean, the cooking puns or the coin toss from earlier. I don't know which one I enjoyed better.
You have the coin?
I've got the coin.
Jackie.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we're supposed to be getting into our map ban phase, but we could do predictions to get the get the coin out. Let's go. Okay,
Ready?
so what's what though?
Oh yeah.
Who's heads?
I really like heads.
I feel like heads for DarkZero because they're
the big brain.
Big brains.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heads for DarkZero. You ready to catch? Oh, she got it.
It's an awful.
She just caught it.
Okay.
What is it?
It's tails.
BDS.
BDS takes it, as our friend would say.
The last time we flipped this coin, we were correct. We have 100%.
I know. We'll see if the coin is actually valid, though. Okay, so Jess, what's your pick then?
I actually spoke to Jack about this, and I don't know if he agrees fully with me or not, but I said that even though BDS is down a member, and let's say they become a little bit more loose, they're in the acceptance stage of this, grief period, that they could just have BIOS run around. I think the 4 remaining players are that good that if DZ plays the way they played in their previous series, that BDS still crippled is better than them.
Interesting.
Which is a very big statement to make, I know, but just seeing that last series, if you just take that last series from DZ, I do still think, what do you think?
Fresh is like, the coin is right. You don't know.
I've got a little bit of a hot take here.
Okay, let's hear it.
Slight hot take. So, DZ should have the improvement necessary. They've got these big brains. They've got Mint. They've got BC on the coaching staff. They've got Canadian.
100%.
They should be able to have the improvement in themselves to beat BDS with a coach. They should be able to have the improvement themselves to beat BDS with a coach.
What if they don't?
If they don't beat BDS with a coach, I'll buy them the plane ticket home myself.
Oh
my
gosh. I just was shook by that
whatever
comment.
this is, going towards the DZ plane ticket.
Fresh just said that
the hot
on
take.
camera. I know. I was like, I'm sweating
It's
now.
simple. They should be able to beat them. Doesn't matter who they are. They're playing with a coach who hasn't played the game in 19 months.
Well, I mean, with the map
map ban phase in effect right now.
Coastline.
Makes sense. Run around, shoot.
The reason this is the reason that is a really good pick from BDS is it's not a map we see from them almost ever.
No.
But if you wanted a map where you could get away with a ratty,
throw everything out the window.
Absolutely, just play your default, which Coastline doesn't really have a default, but if you wanted to run around, run and gun, Coastline is it. And unfortunately, with DZ picking Villa, that's the complete opposite of freedom there.
BDS also traditionally for a long time didn't like Villa. They have brought it into their map pool.
A little bit, yeah.
But they traditionally for the first probably year and a half of this roster, because they've been together a long time, bear in mind, and that's why the news about BDS is probably so big. This roster's been together a long time. But for the first year and a half, they just perma-banned Villa. They did not want anything to do with it. I'm not surprised DZ want to go there, especially with the fact that they're playing with BIOS.
And we have our decider up now. Also, taking a live look at the play area, BIOS must be very tall.
I was just going to make
Am I wrong? Yeah.
I mean, Jackie, you are a tall
I'm
lady.
6'2". I'm like 188 centimeters, yeah.
For you to call someone tall, that means I should never be a BIOS.
He's a head taller than the entire team. Yesterday I said, is he sitting on something? But no, I don't think so.
I'm not going near him because I will have to break my neck and look up at him.
You already do that with Jackie.
I already break my neck with Jackie.
He's very tall.
We have the wildest talent team right now. Literally, like, half of us are over 6 foot, and then the other half is around 5 foot. I don't know.
I'm like 6 centimeters tall, so it's like great. I fill out the balance. Awesome. But Cafe being that decider map, I think that suits both teams.
Yeah, both teams are going to be happy.
You could be so ready. Do you remember Shaiko back in the day on Vigil on this map, just being allowed to run Riot? I think that's great. I think it's a great map. I actually think Villa is their only fear.
I don't think BDS have done bad in the banning phase. They would have probably wanted Coastline, and if they could, Cafe, because Shaiko often has high multi-kill rounds on Cafe. So when you've got a coach that's looking, you're looking, it's really hard to say that you're playing with Deadwood, but you're playing 45. Because
what happened with Hyperino, though?
The Hyperino played a lot of the game. BIOS hasn't played a lot of the game in a long time because he's been so focused on coaching.
Said he was an Xbox champion. Put some respect on the man.
What, do you want me to get a controller and put him on the sticks then?
He can.
Okay.
Okay, well, it looks like our teams are really close to being ready here, but very quickly we want to toss to a DarkZero interview, so check it out.
My name is Troy Jaroslawski. I go by Canadian in-game. I am the in-game leader and flex for DarkZero. The team is a lot different than what DarkZero used to be. It's slowly changed over, added NJR, added Pambazoo, and then eventually added myself as well. The role swaps was a couple different people's ideas. Previous iterations of the roster had gone through so many role swaps and just constantly resetting. And that's a huge thing about role swaps. Every time you do it, the team kind of resets. So you have to be very sure that you actually want to do it. It can't really be all nilly-willy. I've always really enjoyed playing with newer players and trying to help them learn the game and see the game in a different way. Something that I've noticed is very common in young and up-and-coming players is they think, oh, experience doesn't really matter. I can just shoot people. And then they play with people like myself or like Brandon or like Tyler, and all of a sudden they end up saying, oh, we're playing literally a different video game than we were playing before. I think we really discovered our style right after Sweden. And then the US finals was our first kind of chance to show what we have. And I think we did a good job of that. I don't think we weren't disappointed by any means. I wouldn't say there's any team in our group that I'm afraid of facing. I'm always excited to play new competition and, people that are seen at the top. I think it's obviously a great chance to prove yourself. As far as who I'm most excited to play in our group, I would probably say BDS, because ever since BDS has become a team, I've never played against them, and they've kind of been a highly respected team the entire time. I think the competition is probably the deepest it's ever been, and I think more teams are going to put up a really good fight. If we don't win the Invitational, I don't really care who wins. I don't have a message for my opponents. I guess maybe I do. Remember what it's about and have a good time and make this an event to remember.
TSM versus Furia, NA versus Brazil. Who will come out on top? Well, Demo, you have a coin, right? Because you're going to do a coin.
Jack nicked my coin. That's my coin.
Fresh took your coin.
Stole from me.
Well, where's your coin now?
That was the only coin I had. That was it. It was my lucky coin.
We need another coin.
It's not a rich man.
Jesse, do you have a coin?
I don't. I'm more of a card guy.
Oh, they use dollars in
a card guy.
Yeah, we got coin.
Yeah, but you don't have the pound.
We got
the British pound.
It's
called break for a reason.
I'm not gonna lie. It was real shiny and pretty looking, but I can't believe you gave that to Fresh.
I know, but he wants to. Old Fresh, he needs the money.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, go on, give me it.
Okay.
Give me it. Give me my money back. That's it. That'll do my parking. That's for the car.
Do you want to flip it to see who's going to win?
No, I'm not losing I need the pound, money. Money's money.
He's like, no, that's going in my pocket. Okay. All right, let's get a little bit serious here and let's talk about our first team, TSM. All right, Jesse, they kind of have a history here. Their stage 3 was a little bit rough. Just take me A through Z here.
All right, so TSM, they've definitely had a rough year for sure. I mean, they started off back in the Mexico Major, right? They had to play without Merc due to COVID problems, so they couldn't play with their full roster. They had some role change issues, I would say, in stage 3. Switched around Chala and Gio, couldn't actually make it to the stage 3 Major, also failed to qualify for the NA Finals, so they were really struggling throughout the year. But that meant they had a 3-month stretch where they didn't play any games between the finals, well, the end of stage 3 and the North American qualifier. In that time, they changed roles around. They honed their skills. They made the roster the best form of itself that it could be. What they've ended up with, they've got Merc on that IGL position. The boys look really refreshed. They look fantastic. Gio's back over to the hard breach. And we've got Shaw playing flank watch once again. So this team, they're feeling themselves, and I'm happy to see it.
You have to remember.
Did we see Gio with the uwu pose? I mean, he wins. He wins to me. He wins. I don't even care.
For anyone who doesn't know, Jackie's a big fan of anything Japanese. Anything at all.
I like the anime. It's true.
Huge weeb.
Okay, but we got the roster graphic up, and I do want to pick your brain here, Demo. I mean, I don't really know what we're going to see today.
This is the same team from last year's Invitational. It hasn't changed.
Yeah.
Very long-standing roster. It's the same team that came, I believe, 4th overall, and that's, like, getting top 4 is a very coveted prize. And for TSM to get that last year, yeah, they were looking to be on good track and see how they fell for the year, like Jesse mentioned. Didn't go their plan. A few maybes that maybe could have went for them, but it just didn't. Role changes, whatever it is, things hasn't worked out. But they're here now, and if we're not mistaken, another IGL change coming into this tournament.
Yeah, Merc taking over that, and it's weird in theory, right? Like your IGL being your entry fragger, that typically doesn't work for teams. But again, TSM have had all this time to figure it out, and what we've seen in the qualifier is that Merc, he can lead from the front. If they're in a situation, Merc can make the call, screw it, let's go over to this other position instead. We saw it on Oregon when they were playing against Parabellum. I mean, he can make these calls, and the team listens to him, and it's been working.
Jesse, we're taking a live look at the play area right now. We're looking at TSM. What do you think their mindset is right now? I feel like in a lot of ways, like the NA is really trying to reclaim glory here at SI.
For sure. I mean, I think honestly there's a lot of pressure on TSM. Obviously, they're an incredibly popular team. I know a lot of people are tuning in just for this game because they're big TSM fans.
That man as well.
Right there, the man on your screen, Bolo. But, you know, there's pressure. You want to rep NA and you want to make it back to that top 4 position.
Okay, and let's transition now to Furia. We have them up on the screen. And Demo, I'm putting you in the hot seat. They beat a wounded BDS. An easier victory than it would usually be, but a W is a W. Do you think Furia could come out #1 from groups?
So, the situation with Furia is we seen them Invitational last year, and we thought, yeah, this team kind of coming out of nowhere, surviving relegations from 2020, and yeah, 2021 was looking really, really good for this side. But it never really got any better than what Invitational was. And I think the whole year you're kind of hoping, can we see more? Can we see more out of this side? I think you have your kind of usual suspects. You always look at Fantasy in this roster being that top performer, was one of the top performers from stage 3 of LATAM, but everyone else on his side maybe not picking up the pieces where they should. And I think that was the biggest concern for a lot of people was, is it going to be just Fantasy or will everyone step up? Like you mentioned, Jackie, a wounded BDS, is that the best showing for this side? This will be a much tougher ask from them. You know, it's TSM. It's going to be difficult. But on the bright side, we seen Miracle step up yesterday. You know, we seen the rest of the team really pull together alongside Fantasy. So the concerns that maybe we had, is it a one-man team? No, I think everyone's here to play, and that's good for them.
So maybe not a Fantasy. It might not take a Miracle.
Oh, that was good. You can do the puns too.
I was waiting for you
They could reach the highest of highs. You know, they're a rare gem inside of Latin America, and yeah, I think they can really lend a hand here if they can really move into this game and take down TSM, and maybe they can finish top of their group. It's there for them. It really is.
Yeah.
And we're taking a live look at them now. And Jesse, this is a young team. The talent is undoubtedly there, though. I think the big question is, can they stay mentally tough? They're looking lethal. BDS was a mental challenge, I felt like. I mean, that's a big name, even though we know the situation going on with BDS, but they stayed strong.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the goal of Twister. Their coach, he's an experienced man. He's been in Siege for a really long time, coached some of the best teams in all of Brazil, and now he's got this really young squad in front of him. And he's coached them to great heights. Obviously, this team is still very new. Sure, some of their majors in the past year haven't been the highest of results, but again, this is a team that's growing. This is a team that in 10 years is still going to have most of these players likely active in the game because they're all 18, 19, 20. They are young guys. So a lot of potential still, I think, on this roster. And look, I'm a little bit afraid for TSM, okay? I'm an honest man. Usually I show up to work, I say TSM wins, I collect my Twitter impressions, and I go home. But I gotta say, it's difficult tonight because TSM have shown that they struggle against some of these unpredictable plays. And for Miracle and for Fantasy especially, that's what he specializes in.
It's actually interesting you said that because, Demo, I was going to ask you, who's feeling the pressure more right now?
I think TSM. TSM, this is their first game. Didn't play yesterday. This is they're the team who kind of got the bye in the first day, and I think coming out swinging, that's what you need to do in your first game. Isn't that really how you start your journey? And keep in mind, they're already points behind. Obviously, they have a game in hand technically over other sides, but yeah, they need to come in here and really get things going, and that's going to set the kind of bar, isn't it, against every other team. Every other team in their group's going to be watching TSM, and if TSM come in today and they absolutely smash Fury to pieces, whoever has to play TSM next are thinking, ooh, don't know if we want to play that game now.
For sure. And we do have the map ban phase in effect right now, and that information is coming up on the screen. Gentlemen, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, we saw a little bit of a pause from TSM in picking their map. Looks like Furia didn't go for the Villa ban. I was pretty confident that would be the play. TSM saw it was open, they're going to go for it. That's a very strong map for TSM, so they're happy to take it. They beat Parabellum twice in the qualifiers. Furia, on the other hand, going to pick up the Clubhouse. Another bit of an interesting, I thought I had this map ban down. I was pretty confident what was going to happen. We haven't arrived on any of the maps that I was expecting so far. Looks like we will be ending on Chalet. That's one that I think TSM, I'm worried because they've let Chalet all the way through. I was almost hoping they'd ban it. It's a 6-game win streak for Furia. Everyone bans it against them, and they've let it go all the way to the decider. Jackie, this is a map ban phase that's going to get interesting.
Ooh, Demo, what you thinking?
Yeah, Chalet, I think, is the only one that me and Jesse actually thought would see here. And I think it's because TSM, NA teams, they like Chalet, they'll play it. Equally, so will LATAM teams. LATAM teams have really adopted Chalet throughout this year. But the other two, before we obviously ask the decider, we have the first two maps. Villa is... It's really weird because we've seen a lot of Villa so far this tournament, and I think it's a map that it doesn't really favor one side. Every team seems to leave open Villa. Every team will play it, but I wouldn't say it's everyone's favorite. It's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly been one in North America that we've been avoiding over the last couple of stages, and TSM especially, haven't been playing a ton of Villa. You look back on their record, and it's one that can be kind of one-sided. I think that for Furia, it's one they've struggled on. 8-game losing streak as well, so I'm not super confident that they'll be able to take it, but maybe they can use that unfamiliarity that TSM have with the map.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your excellent analysis as always, but we are ready to go. TSM versus Furia, BDS versus DarkZero. Let's go!
All right, thank you very much, Jackie. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to get into our final series of the day, both here on the main stream and over on our Bravo stream as well. Plenty of action and plenty of discussion to deep dive into.
I'm Blue Casts, and you're Stokes.
All good. We did switch earlier.
We threw him for a curveball.
Had to keep our correct headsets. That was the important thing there. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, let's get us into the action here and start talking about this series, which is bound to be an interesting one, as these are two teams that have had a bit of a bumpy start or a bumpy approach coming into this tournament, and I think that we're in for a bit of a bumpy match overall.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. Good news is Rocky Road Ice Cream is indeed my favorite, so I think we'll be okay in a certain capacity, but we do have to get into the nitty-gritty of this, John. BDS definitely not having the best string of luck in the last couple of days, losing Rafal and having to play with BIOS instead. And for DarkZero, a shell of the confidence that we saw from Canadian in his video. Yesterday was not a good game, not only from DarkZero, but from him. We're expecting a lot more out of this squad. Apparently, a lot of people are expecting a lot of BDS inside of this one as well, with that 61% pick rate there. But Either way, folks, we are getting into it now. BDS versus DarkZero. So we'll start things out here on Coastline.
Well, if the fans were paying attention to our map rotation, they'd be pretty smart to lean towards BDS, at least in this first map, as there is a very impressive record specifically for BDS here on Coastline, looking at a 5-0 record in the past few months here, and plenty of bans coming from their opponents against it. DarkZero likes to play into this map, but from all the times I've seen it, I personally don't think that this is a very good map for them, and I think that they oftentimes get outwitted, especially on the attacking side. Obviously, it's SI, though, more than likely bringing a lot of new things and a lot more rehearsal on this specific map, so I'll hold my breath until we get further into the map and we see some more specifics coming out from DZ. Already working our way through the ban phase. Not a huge surprise. Obviously, the Finka ban coming in, that's something that we hadn't been seeing until recently, but it makes perfect sense considering the prevalence that Finka has been adding into the meta. She's been there for quite a few teams and quite a few compositions, becoming a consistent pick there, so it makes perfect sense to knock her out.
Yeah, a high pick rate as well as just what the adrenal surges bring to the table with the ability to buff your teammates, give them health, pick them back up from across the map, everything else in between. She's just a fantastic operator at the current moment. Kaid going to follow suit here as the Thatcher ban came through just to make sure some of these walls are a little bit easier to breach if DarkZero so chooses, but obviously that ban coming through for BDS. Either way, though, DarkZero going to be rocking the offensive side while BDS has defense to start us off here on Coastline. And the big thing right now, at least for the DarkZero side of things, is what we saw from them yesterday. You and I already talked about it a little bit, but I'd like to get a little bit deeper into this, especially with what we saw from Canadian and his constant carousel of operators that really didn't work out for him. Going pretty negative inside of his matchup yesterday, and the big issue with that is that Coastline and Chalet share a lot of similarities in the way that you work things on the offensive side. It's very aggressive. You're trying to punish the defense as much as possible for making those minor mistakes in their rotations. It's just one of those maps that your map control is paramount, and the way that you're going to work it on the offensive side really, shows as to whether you're going to actually win the map or not.
All right, so working our way into it here, we're going to get an interesting pick over, obviously, on the attacker side of things for DarkZero. They're going to bring an Osa into play. Osa, the most recent operator to be added into our poll. We did see one get picked earlier on today, I believe by Sandbox, if I remember correctly. And on top of that, we saw a couple picks inside of at least a North American qualifier as well from one of our teams here. So only just recently being added in, and you can see teams starting to experiment with it a little bit. I will say as well that DZ is Cyclops was the team that brought Osa in earlier. Thank you, production, for that correction there. But either way, DZ is definitely a team, and I noticed specifically on this map, they like to play around and bring some more unorthodox operators into play. Like, for instance, we get a Blitz pick every once in a while, if you look a couple months back for DarkZero as well, and they kind of were pushing towards that. So this is going to be something new that they try once again here by bringing the Osa into the fold.
Yes, indeed. And as you were saying, Osa, a pretty unique operator. Close will be rocking the PDW. She has access to that, and as well as the 5.56 XI, which is the AR from Thermite. You get to see him used quite often whenever he is in play. But the PDW has got a deeper magazine, and when you're playing around a shield, that's just a lot more fun to use. We'll just keep it honest with you guys. Either way, though, DarkZero currently working on service here, and a very aggressive front from BDS, at least inside of this bathroom space. Canadian trying to catch some ankles of Shaiko as he moves back and forth inside of this area. And if there's one person that you have to be worried about playing inside of this space, it definitely has to be him.
You can see the attraction once again here. DarkZero specifically, again, Canadian keeping a close watch on that drone hole there to see if maybe they can catch a member of BDS lurking just a little bit too close to it as they try to throw in a few pieces of utility towards that bathroom, but ultimately doesn't lead to a whole lot here. BDS will not fall victim to it, and DarkZero will have to move themselves forward here. Lots of resistance still set up, and we're going to see DarkZero start to work their way in upstairs as well to begin opening up some top-down angles with NGRMO, specifically trying to slam the hammer down, but instead he gets slammed upwards by a Nitro Cell from Bride to take him out and give BDS the first kill of the game.
Rough sight here for DarkZero already as they'll lose the sledge, and that's the only soft destruction that they have on the entirety of this offense. Past that, they need Canadian to blow open the floor with Flores drones, and well, that's exactly what's going to happen, John, because there's no other way to actually open up this floor here and actually disrupt the BDS members downstairs inside of Kitchen, which is exactly what you have to do on this map. Already 2 minutes of DZ's time wasted as BDS are basically just sitting on their hands.
BDS continuing to waste out time. Shaiko just dashing through the bathrooms here as well to continue to hide behind that extra deployable he's got in front of him here. Panba does manage to sneak in, pick up the first kill against Bio, and a quick follow-up against the Lems as well. So great recovery coming in, but Shaiko with his own response from the inside of the bathrooms, and a second to slam down Panba before he makes his forward momentum go any further. Down to just 2 now for DZ. It all falls to Hyper and Eclipse to clutch out this round in a 2v3.
BDS at the moment seeming more free-flowing than DarkZero, who seemingly stuck in their ways in the moment, a stick in the mud as Eclipse is still out here on the service door. Hyper trying to get aggressive inside of Courtyard as well. Vincere currently over inside of Jungle. His shift gears over into Blue Bar and try and play out some more time. And speaking of time, it's dwindling. Shaiko holding things down on service. They need to get aggressive here, and that's exactly what Eclipse will do. Shaiko will lose his lunch. Can Eclipse get it done? He somehow ran out of bullets inside of the PDW, and Bride will be able to shut it down as BDS take the very first round.
Not enough of the initial pressure working out for DarkZero, and that on top of their soft breach being destroyed and a relative inability for anyone else to be able to properly use those top-down angles, make it a very, very easy affair for BDS to just hold off the horizontal push and secure their first round. So good trades from DarkZero. Valiant attempt considering the circumstances like that were thrown out against them, but still, the round very heftily falls into the favor of BDS, and they'll shoot up to a 1-0 lead as we'll head upstairs for our next site in a hookah billiards.
A certain patience from DarkZero, but a punished patience, I would say, especially with the way that they wanted to handle that top floor. NJR goes up there by himself initially and just gets blown sky high. He doesn't even get to swing the sledgehammer a singular time before losing his life. We see the Flores drones then committed to that space. Obviously, DZ's able to get it down into the 2 versus 2, but it really didn't mean that much at the end of the day, especially when you needed to plant with such a low time. They really didn't have any read as to where the remainder of the BDS members were. That makes things very difficult for them going forward into the site. Shaiko tries a little cheeky prone peek, and that's really it. Past that, BDS are able to just clean up the bodies and make it look pretty damn easy all at the same time. Coming into round 2 now, DarkZero not going to change things up too much. Canadian will for himself. He's going to move away from the Flores and bring Ace instead. Eclipse still going to be on Osa.
So I'm still going to try to work that. Never even got to see a deployment of either of the shields, I don't believe, inside of that first round there. I think he may have tried to sneak one out at the very end to open up an opportunity for him to put the case down, but did not end up happening. So we'll see if there's going to be some better use out of our kit going into the second round here. As obviously the site chose to be a little different, can still find some great use out of that shield, considering the entry route for our attackers as well. If they want to try and force the issue over towards Hookah, that's potentially a great area to get some forward momentum going, and we'll have to follow that and see here, as we can already see one of them deployed out to maybe start challenging that very doorway that I was just talking about.
Yes, indeed. And this is what I wanted to be seeing from Cyclops earlier. The way that they were using Osa's shields was a little dangerous because of the oh my goodness gracious, the animation that you have to go through to put the shield down. It actually makes her quite risky to actually do that in front of anybody. So I like what they're doing with the hookah balcony here instead. Set the shield down, then break the door. You have that to play around outside, and this actually gives you some more space to be safe and try and contest places like Vase. It's basically like staring at each other with the exact same setup. No one's really going to be able to get anything out there unless possibly Vincere can toss an impact and get rid of it. But we'll have to see exactly how this goes. Vincere currently downstairs, as well as Shaiko, will be holding on to Sunrise for a time. The rest of BDS is upstairs around VIP as well as Vase. Practically stacked on top of each other because this part of the map is so very important right now. DarkZero looking into what's going on around the kitchen space, and as we get more of an update across the board, still got some bodies up and around the hookah balcony. It's actually NJR to strike first onto Bios, who will lose his life with the ADS. Hyper actually will be able to get one as well. Pambazoo tagging on. Can he get the second? Shaiko taking a lot of damage and doesn't want to re-challenge as this F2 is so damning, and that's going to be a flawless round. Nades abound, guns hot, looking good for DarkZero in round 2.
What a turnaround from DZ as well there. The players over on BDS just having no idea of the momentum that DarkZero had already made, specifically inside of Kitchen, let alone the capability of the utility usage from DarkZero that would eventually come out there to give them those 2 great opening kills, and the dominoes just really continued to fall from there. The defensive setup from BDS never even really challenged as DarkZero just kill their way into a second round.
Yeah, big question is, where are the discs and where are the ADSs at? That's really it, as I believe three kills coming from frag grenades inside of that round. So, I mean, for BDS, they're probably trying to think about that one a little bit more, but honestly, they really don't need to use the tag timeout because their coach is in the game, so he can just grab the notes and be like, hey, we probably need to do this instead.
Probably going to say that in case things get a little bit too tense and players get a little emotional, can use that for like a cool-off period or something as well there. But as you were saying with the coaching game, not going to find much use out of an actual tactical pause to try and get the coach's input because they can always get it. So
just look to the middle seat. Bios, what do you think?
So we'll see what BDS is going to quickly adjust for, and they are going to reattempt the same site there, calling that last one off as a bit of a fluke and seeing if they can quickly go for the repeat here. Obviously, hoping. Yeah. Just the verb, or I guess it's a noun, but
English language.
Yeah.
Very hard. Yeah. Very difficult indeed. But either way, for DarkZero, flawless round as we were just talking about, they're not going to be changing things up too much. Canadian's going to go back to the Flores drones, which can definitely be helpful here, but the Mute Jammers are obviously going to get in the way of that, especially around this base space, which is important as we always have this contested up top. But this time, they're not going to have a deployable shield around the area. No deployable shields across the board here for BDS, so just going to have to try and stick to their guns around those two reinforcements and hope that the reinforcements overall hold up with those Mute Jammers.
I just love the triple ADS surrounding the Mute Jammers.
Well, we found where the ADSs are.
It's like
apparently BDS
protected at all costs, that one Mute Jammer. And to be fair, that is a pretty important one, as it's obviously going to deny the potential hard breach opening of that, and that would completely give away the defensive positions. So to some extent, it makes sense to have it there. Just normally you would see that be spread out a tad more. Regardless, it should work out fine for the BDS roster here as DarkZero are beginning the process of the clear, and we can see why they want to defend that Mute Jammer so heavily, but unfortunately,
beautiful.
They're not going to be able to do much about it as it walks right in, but yeah.
Oh no, it got jammed!
I don't even know because I heard it beeping, so it...
If you hop into the radius,
oh yeah, he probably jumped
it. Yeah, so very unfortunate there. He might try it again. I think he is actually. I ended up seeing that, but I think he ended up blowing up something else. I have to see exactly what it was, but definitely not going for that same base spot where all of that utility stacked up.
Fortunate misstep there for DarkZero, but as you said, they now know the position of all that utility here, so can properly play around it, even if they aren't able to take it out with another one of those drones. Canadian is in the process of deploying one, so we'll hold our breath for a second. I think he's going to try to sneak it in towards Hookah. Let's see as he goes around towards the corner, and this one drops it in there. Let's see the counter, and this one's going to go off. Gets rid of it all. Nice little 4-piece utility. Knock that right out, and the usefulness of this operator continues to grow here as we see him used more and more inside of the meta as the main piece of utility clear. He's going to do that once again to pop open as much of this little mini bar as possible and make the hold behind the couch as uncomfortable as possible for the player currently taking up that position. Panba also gets the first kill of the round against Renshiro after about a minute and a half of delay.
Well, he's definitely achieved in making that an awkward situation for BDS when they're going to be trying to hold on to that. Alems with a very nice shot onto Pambazoo, who has been the most effective player along with DarkZero thus far. DarkZero will start working in towards Aqua Balcony. Eclipse is shifting away from Hookah and over towards Aqua himself as well, as this is starting to look more like a DZ Aqua take. More than likely going for a default plant sooner or later, but definitely not sooner. As NJR gets taken down by Shaiko, it seems as though they know what's coming, but they know Canadian has the counter angle inside of VIP.
Canadian continuing to set himself up for a potential push behind Eclipse in the deployment once again of those Osa shields. Second one now going down just at the precipice of the Aqua entrance to the site. Remember, they still have that second one down outside of the Hookah doorway as well. So if they're able to get plants down onto the ground, there's be two very powerful positions, but that's the issue. Need to get it down on the ground first, and Shaiko's just stolen away another life from the DarkZero side of things. Canadian walks right up to Bios, though, and takes his life away also. Eclipse will be able to try and sneak in the plant. Bride, though, leaps out, tries to stop the plant. Eclipse is going to be able to save his own life as he gets the follow-up in addition to that trade. Now the plant needs to be locked in place, though. Lem's just waiting for the null timer. Waltzing right up, and no, the reaction is allowed to happen, but it isn't quick enough. Lem still wins out the 1v1, and obviously there'll be plenty of time for the counter to fuse. Round 3 goes to BDS.
You want to talk about scary? Let's talk about scary for a second. When it comes down to the Roni and the amount of bullets that thing has in it now, whenever you see a gunfight that go that way, it is always terrifying. So luckily enough, he's able to take down the Osa, but Eclipse had a very solid chance at winning that round there inside of the 1v1. But the damage dealt early by BDS was just enough to DarkZero to make this moment happen for Alems, and luckily enough for BDS, they'll grab their second round.
All right, so BDS securing themselves once again on the defensive side here for Coastline, and they're going to continue to shift around. Went for the second attempt on Hookah, like we said, calling off that kind of rush-in from DarkZero. Not even a rush, just a walk-in, really, from them in the second round, and quickly correcting for their mistakes to be able to win round 3. So they'll move right along. Kitchen is available to replay that one, but they're not going to feel the necessary need to go back to that just yet. They're going to try their double bar hold instead and see if they can win this one before potentially transitioning back on the round after this, as we now enter the second quarter of the matchup, the later part of this defensive half for BDS, excuse me. I like combine the team names there.
This is getting a little later here for us now, obviously, as BDS headed back towards double bar. Not going to be seeing anything too crazy. We'll have a Lems on Alibi. It'll more than likely be dedicated to a couple of windows around this basement space just because they don't want DarkZero to get such free entry like they did the last time. BDS played this on more of like a stacked kind of areas. They had a multitude of people down low trying to hold space inside of Sunrise with 2 bodies upstairs, and it was just so very easy for DZ to completely disrupt the process of what was going on. So, want to see if DZ can do it yet again here. They got a lot of the utility to be able to deal with all of these different things. The biggest thing right now is that all of Canadian's drones should strike true unless they're shot. Mostly because BDS does not have mute, so he won't be able to get in the way of that. All of these deployable shields and everything else, including the Banshees, are all for his taking.
That's what Mozzie, the defense, does, but those are fairly avoidable for the most part for an experienced player. Like, we obviously have a full roster of on DarkZero, so unless he's rushing those through and not paying attention to that little warning that pops up before you go through like a doorway where they would normally be placed, then shouldn't have too much of an issue being able to avoid the pests.
Absolutely the case, my friend. Good catch as well. As Shaiko going to be the only way that they stop these Flores drones, minus shooting them, to see exactly where he has these set up, because there's some very important areas for BDS to try and keep a hold of for the time being. For the first minute, DarkZero slow and steady, as we'll be able to mark out an initial pest here on the hookah door. Hyper's already worked his way into 9D, and no, this isn't the fake. This one is, as he'll get that out and start droning himself ahead. Shaiko just going to hide away from the Gemini here, as it'll finally get taken out. Pre-fires, but obviously nobody home on the hookah door here, as BDS continue to waste this time. DarkZero really not making any forward progress, all except for the free space that BDS has already given.
Just not like realizing the possibility of stealing away the Rotero drones as well, and the chaos that could create for a defensive team, as I'm assuming you can throw the explosive out. So
it destroys them.
Oh, it does it? Okay.
Yeah, it like grabs it, does the little animation, just
oh man, okay. Because I hadn't actually seen it happen yet, so I was more curious about that. I was wondering, but yeah, if it just destroys it, never mind. That would probably be a little too chaotic for the attackers.
No, it'd be too fun.
It honestly would be great. Can you imagine if you just like, for instance, like you're trying to go at hookah, right? And you stolen one, you like hide it behind the bar. Team tries to execute. Not anymore. Here comes the Rotero drone.
Oh man, that would honestly be fantastic. And speaking of Rotero drones, we're gonna get another one from Canadian, as he'll blow the Banshee as well as the barbed wire to pieces. While you're looking for this deployable shield next, and he'll get it. None of those Mozzie pests inside of this space, so DarkZero doing a bang-up job of clearing out Sunrise for a plant later on. But big problem now is that they haven't drained any utility, as well as they really don't have the control around the kitchen space as of right now. Drone in, and actually the nade to counter it out. That's beautiful there from DZ, as Hyper had the angle on top of Vibes. Eclipse now taking some damage here from Alems, but this is also going to read into his location. Eclipse starting to push forward inside of Mud. He'll drop down the shield and starts to get pressured, and Eclipse gets absolutely slapped by Alems, who just does not allow that to happen. That's case down, and somebody's got to do something here. 13 seconds remaining. Canadian moving forward, but also being shot at from the counter angle. Alems is already stuffed up inside of this space. He'll get taken down by Canadian, who hops too. Shaiko will fall as well. Bios and Renshiro now down to the coach, and NJR gets him as well on the entry. Canadian with some fantastic calling there in the dying moments. That's what you expect from a hammer lifter.
A rush play, but indeed it works out for DarkZero, as they have to struggle for every bit of control in those last 20 seconds. Didn't have a lot to work with, but they still are able to get it done off of some really good frag grenade utility, two which coming out there, one saving one of their teammates' lives, the one that killed the player down on Cool Vibes, and then a nice one as well to force the second player hiding by the pool door position out of it and into the open, where they could eventually take him down, flood the site, and overwhelm the stragglers from BDS as they tried to rotate into position. Beautiful stuff from DarkZero in a clutch situation, and that's going to tie up the game now at 2-2.
Yeah, BDS went from being A-OK to just being an open wound in this matter of like 15 seconds, just constantly bleeding and no way to stop it. Comes all the way down to BIOS, but he really can't do anything about that. BDS had a really good opportunity there to take that, especially with what they did with the smoke utility inside of that. They still had all of those smokes there, but the overcommitment into Sunrise, as well as how DarkZero played that with the aggression in through that space, worked out extremely, extremely well for them. And now we're tied up 2-2.
Very, very slow play here so far from both teams, and for good reason on that as well. Obviously doesn't explain the entire story of all of our rounds, but technically speaking, the first kill has decided the round on all 4 rounds so far. The 2 rounds where we've seen BDS pick up the opening kill, they followed it through and won. The same thing can be said for DarkZero's 2 also, because they, in addition, found their opening kills on that round. So teams are wanting to be very cautious not to give up that opening death, as it seems to have, at least for now, some ringing effects on the rest of the outcome of the round also. Starts now getting into the actual action phase of the round. However, so let's see how DarkZero will proceed this time, as they've got 2 rounds left on their attack here. Once again, going to be bringing that very similar flare to the table. The buck in check for Canadian this time, on top of the sledge also being brought by NJR, and still seeing the Osa left in play as well. DZ still seemed to favor this one, despite again getting tripped up by it in the previous round. Eclipse getting caught in the middle of the animation, something that you had mentioned we had CAG struggling with earlier in the day as well there, leading to the death of Eclipse. Thankfully, that was one of the few deaths DarkZero suffered over the course of that rush play.
Deployable shield on offense is pretty cool, but not when you really can't fight back while you're setting it up. And that's exactly why we don't see anybody just setting deployable shields up in front of anyone on the defense. They're all done inside of prep phase, but you don't have that same opportunity when you're playing from the offensive side. For BDS now, going to be holding on to the basement level on a horizontal hold here with BIOS out towards lobby. Not starting off as strong as he has in previous games, currently 0-4, and you could say the same about the rest of his squad. Renshiro not exactly in the best of straits either in the current moment.
Canadian seeing some of those tracers come through the floor. He's going to try and hunt this player down quickly. Skeleton keying out the large majority of the penthouse here, using quite a bit of the ammo for it, but giving himself away to Shaiko in the process. And Shaiko will be able to pick up the opening kill. Not the end of the world in terms of soft breach like we were talking about before. Not only did they bring the buck, NJR still has the sledge as well, so they are going to be able to still add that utility. And more importantly, open up the top downs in VIP to try to flush out a couple members of BDS. The first attempt, unfortunately, though, has failed with Shaiko fending it off.
Well, Troy, you said you wanted to play against BDS, and well, that's what you get when you do. Shaiko with some insane play through the soft destruction in the flooring, able to take down Canadian early on here, and BDS limiting DarkZero inside of this round. Finally, Shaiko will be shut down by Hyper. That's the man with the plan that we usually see inside of these fragging areas. Brittle toss a Nitro Cell up top and blow NJR sky high as Alems falls through as well. But here's Pambazoo for the answer. He'll take down BIOS inside of lobby, but still a 3 versus 2 in favor of the defense.
And on fire so far in this game here. It's 7-2 here, counting the kill he just picked up for himself. Unfortunately, not going to be able to carry any further ones into this round, as Alems will catch him on a transition through the main stairs. Just Eclipse on that Osa left alive here, like you were talking about before, the PDW. Good amount of ammo to use inside of that one here, but range on it is going to make some of these longer range fights a bit rough. They'll be able to work towards it, though, and catch one player off guard, but there's an immediate trade set up from Bride. Quickly collects the last kill there against the Osa and secures another one for BDS as they take the lead, but just barely here at 3-2, heading into the final round of the opening half.
These are not bad rounds from DarkZero, but they've got a lot going on these offenses to where they end up having a lot of people off doing their own thing, and that's exactly why Canadian gets punished here. He has to use the skeleton key to clear up all of these angles for himself, and he has nobody to work them while he's doing so. So it makes it to where he can just immediately be countered out by somebody like Shaiko, who's going to be able to track him through the floor in such an aggressive manner. So for BDS, very well done, but for DarkZero, they got to clean it up just a little bit if they want to try and contest things like that.
So we're going to see a nice little 6-pick come out there for our defensive team. BIOS going over to the Clash now as the team makes another return towards Hookah. This will be good for contending against some of those direct plays if we're going to continue to see the Ocean Shields get deployed outside of the hot spots, once again outside that Hookah doorway. And right next to Aqua is where they were deployed last time, so now you can be able to get the Clash in the way of that and stop that play, not only there, of course, but in some other avenues. For instance, if a team tries to sneak in through the VIP wall by Circle Couch, you can be able to block out that hallway and that access point. Lots of options here for the coach to try and get in the way of the advances from DarkZero.
Yeah, I truthfully love this pick up here from Bios. He's like, well, I'm already 0-5, so I might as well play something so unbelievably annoying that I can do something against DZ. Obviously, with the other ops that he was bringing, it's all still really solid utility to be able to try and help out the defense through those ADSs on Jaeger. But with Clash, he's going to have a more direct route in being effective against DZ. He doesn't have to do it with a gun either. He can just simply slow them down, and I think this is a great read from Bios as well with the low-timed executes we've been seeing from DZ.
Time continuing to tick down here. And DarkZero only just now entering the map for themselves, so slow times to build up towards here. There's going to be a lot of outside posturing over the course of this round due to the way they played it previously. Need to build up that strength over on the hookah balcony. Build up the capability for you to push in as a team yourself. Even away from that also, members of BDS still going to have a few tricks up their sleeve to get in the way, like the Clash that'll ultimately need to be dealt with, and really not a whole lot of aggressive utility that you can throw from DarkZero's side, save for instance, frag grenades that they can use to get that out of the way either. For instance, you don't have a Zofia that you can use a lifeline charges to easily dispatch of the shield, so might become a bit of a process to actually knock Bios out here. We'll have to wait and see how it's going to be, but we are going to see that Rotero drone make the jump and unfortunately go a little bit too close to the mute jammer, so that first one will be lost again here on this hold.
A little bit too close to the sun yet again here for Canadian, and that's going to be at least one of the Rotero drones down. Still has 3 to go though, so plenty of opportunity to destroy a lot of this utility inside of the site. Barbed wire in the way of Osa at the moment in Pyjamas.
Like, yeah, I got a shield too.
Yeah, now what, huh? You're not going to do anything, Osa. I'm going to stand right here and stare at you. We can just have a staring contest between our clear shields that bullets can't possibly penetrate. Minute and 30 seconds here for DZ as they're trying to get things figured out right now on hookah balcony. BDS playing quite patiently. DarkZero's made their move into kitchen again. This is looking very similar to what we saw in the previous hookah round where we saw the Twitch of Pambazoo going nuke. That's when he got those 2 big kills down low inside of Sunrise, and we had every frag grenade hitting for DZ with 3 frag kills inside of that round. Alem's now out towards white, and once again, DZ just really not doing anything yet inside of the round. Another flash in. This one will actually catch Alem's, and Canadian, is he actually going to swing this window? If he does, this is such a freebie for Alems, and it's very risky as well. He's still got 3 Rotero drones. He should be more dedicated to using these instead of trying to get in towards the actual site from White Stairs.
You can see once again the members of DarkZero struggling to be able to push that Clash out of the way. Like I was mentioning before, no easy stun utility that they can use to push him out, or at minimum cause the kind of glitch there to get the shield to swing out of the way, which would open up a hitbox for members of DarkZero to hit. You have to try and rely on the frag grenades. We are going to see one connect very close to Hyper, but doesn't outright kill him. He panics and jumps off his clone, but there we go. Bios will get caught by Canadian, and on top of that, Panda finds his opener against Shaiko as well. Those are 2 very important kills for DarkZero, and now they just have to play against the clock here and hope they can get in. They might not even need to go in though. Panda finds a personal second against Renshiro, and Alem's pushing forward here, going to try to fend off the Cool Vibes push. That will work, but he's got additional pressure coming out against him. NJR cleans up the shop with 2 kills coming out for him, and this round goes to DZ.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense for Canadian's positioning on white there. The Rotero drones really didn't matter to the overarching story of that one, mostly just because he was the counter angle for Luggage. He didn't want anybody to try and rotate in behind his teammates that were playing inside of Aqua, that were setting all of that up, and it just made it to where the aggression was a lot more potent for them, so they were actually able to work the space how they wanted to. Eventually rotates over and is able to work double instead, and just very well done from DarkZero overall. They'll be able to get off of the offensive side at a 3-3 half.
That'll take us back over to the opening of DarkZero's defensive half, where they're going to start things out directly into the double bars here. Once again, looking at operator lineups, no huge surprises here. We're going to get an interesting one from BDS, but not completely unexpected, as the Dokkaebi pick is going to come in for Bios as well, adding that extra utility and, more importantly, information to the team as they try to work their way in. And also an interesting 6 pick coming out there for DarkZero, as they're going to bring the Frost in instead of the Oryx.
Could be a goodie, could be a baddie.
I mean, for this site, it works pretty well.
Yeah, this is one of those sites where Frost is definitely a solid pick, especially just because of the amount of window hops we see. We saw DarkZero abusing this exact window quite a few times through previous rounds, and obviously with a welcome mat there, you're more than likely going to lose some ankles. So
this is also a site that really commonly, in my opinion, gets pushed with like 15, 20 seconds left, and teams just have to force the issue, not checking for things like frost mats here. So if they can keep those relatively obscure throughout most of the round and just bait wait out a huge amount of time. I think they've got a possibility to catch 1, maybe 2 players.
Yeah, this is looking like it could be a pretty hyperactive round for BDS as well with BIOS on that Dokkaebi. So we could be seeing them go for some pretty aggressive plays across the board, and that's where those frost mats are really going to get in their way because they're not going to be looking at the ground. They're going to be focused on trying to kill people. And that could honestly be very, very strong for DZ.
With the Dokkaebi in play here, just going to clear things out towards the front end of the building. Not a whole lot of action going to be going on. No hugely aggressive plays coming out for DarkZero. Clips is trying to open up a few holes for himself in case there's going to be some additional pressure on the beginning over by the service door. Not going to see a whole lot of that. And in the meanwhile, still working on reinforcing some things over by the Sunrise bar there as he's putting down that deployable shield to fend off any potential pressure from the kitchen side as well as the upstairs area. Away from that, though, relatively uneventful first 40 seconds of this round. Both teams just taking their time, and now the first call going to come in. And hey, we said it was going to catch someone. We didn't think it was going to happen this early, though. Panba able to knock out Shaiko as well as he walks right into a frost trap.
Canadian's more than likely just got the biggest smile on his face right now. He's like, hey, you might be able to shoot straight, but might want to check your corners there, buddy. Get some drones in there and see what's going on. No one finding Canadian's positioning or the fact that he is frost. But now they'll know. Lems will be able to destroy the frost mat on the blue window, but the damage has already been done in a certain sense. Shaiko is one of the mainstay fraggers for this squad, and with BIOS at 0 and 6, they desperately need him alive.
Yeah, absolutely the case here. They need that second phone call at a minimum to go out here to add the additional intel. The first one thrown out. More likely not able to do much behind it because of the death of Shaiko right there. So having to focus on trying to reposition and readjust their strategy after the loss of a very efficient fragger for this team. They're not going to be able to really capitalize on the information they may or may not have gotten from the initial phone call. Still a little under, half the round to go here, so plenty of time for BDS. They are not forced into making a play anytime soon, but they may very well soon be forced into trying to do something here as Canadian now strikes again. First with the frost mat, now with the rifle, as he's going to pick up a second kill, or at least a second assist on the round, as now Lems gets eliminated by his gun.
A much better game so far from Canadian than what we saw yesterday, and you got to be really happy for the DZ fans at home for that. As for BDS, as of right now, not really too much they can do unless they get some serious picks, and it starts with a pick onto Canadian. Today has also moved in and started this plant as well, and do they have the cover? It looks like it'll be able to at least go through, and if Vincire's able to get done with much, they could possibly win this. Today with yet another pick. Oh, make it 3. Can he get 4? No, he can't. He switches to the secondary at the last moment, but it's a smoke grenade to eat him alive from NJR.
Surprising amount of progress gained by BDS on the inside of this round here, bringing it down to a 1v2 as well with the post plant down on the ground. Vincere just spams in to the counter defuse position there before he has to push himself outside of the toxic babe. No counter defuse attempt yet. He's actually got an angle from far enough back here. Vincere picked up the first kill against Panba. Now it's to lock into the second one. Nearly gets him, and there we go. 2 crosses. Perfect pacing and perfect timing on those shots coming out from Vincere as well. The discipline is something to be respected here as he has no problem just peppering those shots in through a pinhole to finish out the round.
I gotta love BIOS having some fun too there. The old no with the finger. Not allowed, folks, as Team BDS take the lead over DZ. So that
is going to leave BDS in pole position at the moment here as we move further into the second half. DarkZero certainly going to be stomping their feet a little bit about that one, considering the control they had. Player advantage working in their favor. Seemingly great positional control over towards Sunrise, but 2 lone players able to sneak their way into the chassis corner, get the defuse onto the ground, and then get at least 1 player outside into a very powerful position to clutch out what would become the 1v2.
I mean, there's a reason that everyone highlights Bride as one of the highlight support players across the entirety of the world. He is such an insanely gifted player, and it's for moments like that. You don't expect him to get off the planet and just wax 2 people right in behind Sunrise. That's incredible play from him, and something that BDS desperately needed at the moment. If he doesn't hit those shots, they lose that round.
So BDS propelling forward here. We're now going to move over to DarkZero's kitchen defense. A little bit more out and about for the team this time, and hopefully allowing them to more directly contest the play that would come in from BDS, where they did pay a bit too much respect there to the eventual execute that BDS brought in over towards the Sunrise bar. This time, they can play directly against it by putting players inside of the kitchen, over by barrels, a couple other positions to play into as well, in addition to the extensions upstairs and over towards the lobby here, where they can try to waste plenty more of BDS's time bank, which has just started to tick down now from our 3-minute marker. No huge change-ups coming in for their attacking lineup. We are going to see a Lion added in, though. I believe the Zofia also potentially coming in to help this team out also. But aside from that, plenty of soft breach between the Flores as well as the Sledge here to try to open up those opportunities against DZ.
Lion arguably more helpful inside of this situation, but it depends on what you're looking for. He's better for positional things when it comes to how you want to handle the defense. I was really worried Pyjamas was going to run outside and dash.
I was waiting for him up there too. Lem's heard it.
Yeah, there's always risk that people are willing to take, especially when it comes to Oryx, as that just kind of comes with the territory. But either way, Lion obviously a little bit better with the positional, but Do could be better with the information overall for clearing the map, because you can just immediately hop on the drones once you put that phone call in and just listen for the vibration of the phones. She's so good for clearing out maps very quickly, and that's something we've seen teams use throughout the history of Siege for that exact reason. But, it's just not as bountiful as it once was. And have some Flores drones hop in now and find smoke. And JR will be forced back, at least positioning-wise as of right now. Renshiro not really having an angle to abuse in the moment. But speaking of abuse, Pyjamas, oh no.
Did he hear it? He didn't hear it. He didn't notice.
Oh my god, please! Oh my god, please! Oh, Pyjamas, finally! Renshiro! Dude, somebody get this guy an ear check or something. I don't know. That was just so very strange.
We don't even have a crowd. You don't even have the excuse for that this time around. What happened there, man?
There's just too many French comms being sent back and forth.
Renshiro is not able to hear the, I believe, 3 attempts made from Panba before he eventually connected the shots on to take him down. A bit of a misstep there, and it's going to cost BDS their upper positioning for the time being here. Approaching the 1 minute mark as well. That is certainly going to be a big loss, as now they potentially have to rotate someone over there to take up that mantle, or just not have the vertical pressure whatsoever, forcing them to play this entirely horizontally and making this a bit of a risky play as we approach the final 50 seconds. Rotero drone once again moving in. I believe that one's going to get caught this time. A trade does come in for Balems, but Hyper also finding him as well a second later. Shaiko raiding into this lobby position, though, quickly dispatches of Eclipse and puts us back on even turf.
Well, 40 seconds remain. NJR on site. Hyper out towards jungle, and Pyjamas over inside of office currently, with Shaiko manning the door for service. Bios out toward lobby, and Bride working his way towards Shaiko. So it looks like they're going to try and go for a Kegs plant here, as Shaiko's starting to push himself forward. He's going to have to defend his planner here, and with minimal seconds remaining, they're more than likely going to try and start things off soon. Pyjamas more than likely is going to have an angle up here he might be able to abuse as he gets a little bit closer, but oh no, he dashes. He's not going to be able to find it. Well, if he was able to keep the secondary pistol out, he would have been able to do something, but now it's just all for naught. Pyjamas upstairs. It's a 1 versus 3, and unless he does something insane, this is a BDS round.
Pyjamas, well, a little bit upset he's not able to take out Shaiko. Had him in the open for quite a while. Shaiko actually taking him a second to realize where the damage was coming from, but thankfully had enough time to scurry away into the bathrooms and save his own life. 2 players outside of the building now, a third at a tough angle. That is Shaiko, who he's going to be able to finally finish off, but won't even get the kill credit for it, unfortunately, as Bios gets the trade just a tad too quickly. So a clean one comes in from BDS here, and they're going to be able to take another round for themselves as DarkZero call for a timeout.
Easy timeout, and Bios with his first kill of the game, John. Yay! We got
Save Shaiko's life, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Able to save his down man, and here's Pyjamas' attempt at being the worst assassin we
really have to show this again
in the world. I do not know how Renshiro did not know that was going on. I am so flabbergasted.
I mean, like the first one, I give him like, okay, I can see that, right? Because he's like looking down. There's obviously some crazy stuff going on. You just heard like it could have been some guy like halfway across the map there, right? You could write that one up. But the follow-up too? Come on! What's going on? Regardless, they're able to rebound on the round, so it's not too big of an issue ultimately for the BDS squad. Much bigger problem for DarkZero is they're now 2 rounds behind, only 2 away as well from losing this first map.
What is up with you and I and getting these clown fiestas of rounds?
Dude, I don't know what it is.
Even with Pyjamas as well up top, he gets the bailiff out, starts trying to clear out the floor, and then just dashes into the wall. Like, are you okay? Like,
maybe the jet lag's hitting these guys.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Do you need a hug or something? Like, I can run over there real quick. You know, it's just
energy drink.
Yeah, something like that. I don't really know, but a little conversation going to be had here with BC. Let's see if DarkZero can possibly reset, as BDS are on the cusp of match point here and playing with their coach.
So let's see if BDS is going to be able to carry on forward to put themselves into a 1-0-up position here. Talked about this before. The map stats definitely favoring BDS. Just taking a look at them really quickly for Coastline. We're going to have to wait and see how things look, though. So obviously, this is the pick from BDS, and following this one up, we'll be going over to it looks like Villa for our second map there, picked by DarkZero.
Yes, indeed, my friend. And then if we get all the way down to it, we also have Cafe as well, so some pretty interesting maps coming up in between these two, especially from the strategy that we have seen thus far from both of these teams. I think Coastline's definitely been quite a bit of fun, wouldn't you?
definitely would say so. It's been chaotic at the minimal.
For sure.
We've seen quite a few of these rounds. So BDS going to see if they can give us a few more fun shows here before the map closes out. And DarkZero going to try to claw their way back from the depths here, which is totally possible.
I lied. That's Bios' second kill.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Killed 2 people. That's a lot of kills, actually.
Not too bad.
I mean, depending on the way that you look at it. But,
I mean, subjectively, look, only 1 kill behind Vincere at this point, so.
I mean, he's an Xbox gamer. He's not even supposed to be good at MNK. So 2 kills up against DarkZero, I mean, hell, I'd take it.
Absolutely. So, once again, I think I saw someone mentioning before. He's like, "Oh, just let him hook up the controller."
Yeah,
I don't think there's any rules against it. Like, so
you can use whatever input device that you want. I'm waiting for somebody to show up with like an Oculus Rift.
Technically, Siege is cross input for its esports seed, as far as I am aware. Someone feel free to correct me on that if I'm wrong, but. For those who don't play Siege, you might be wondering why there isn't any, and to give you a very quick answer, there is no form of any type of aim assist or anything like that for controllers in multiplayer, so yeah, that gives them a pretty big disadvantage.
Well, it's not even that. It is that, but also secondly...
It's pretty much that, yeah.
Secondly, you also can't lean unless you aim.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So, like, info peeking, jiggle peeking, all that kind of stuff, it's not as strong as it is just playing MNK overall. So, either way, BDS... now out and about here on the map is about a minute in now. Shaiko trying to work his way into Sunrise. Almost clips a DarkZero member there as he's descending shots through the Sunrise wall. BDS already using one of their EE1Ds from BIOS as they're droning out Office currently. Nothing really else going on over inside of this space. I do believe that they have Eclipse down low to worry about inside of this area, so we'll have to see exactly what they can do as they clear out the rest of the utility inside of the space.
Yep, quick dispatch of the Banshee with those explosive drones once again coming in. Lems does have his drone in position, is going to be able to spot out at least one member of DarkZero here. That drone, I believe, was spotted by the member of DarkZero also, so they should be well aware of that. I believe it's going to be Eclipse on the other side of this fight. Indeed, that is the case. Eclipse very much ready to take on the challenge, though. He is primed, ready to go for an aggressive swing, but his opponent is watching that angle. The patience from Eclipse is certainly warranted right now. As if he tries to go out, very good chance he could get his head immediately popped off. As you can see that once again from Lem's POV. Vincere, in the meanwhile, looking for a path to work his way into the site towards the bars, chucking in those nades, seeing if they can knock out some utility as well. Canadian nearly getting himself shredded away as he goes down to about 10% of his HP here with very little damage returned, it looks like, on a Shaiko.
Unfortunate right now for DarkZero, but they've been able to stem off BDS for the time, and this patience almost working out for Eclipse, but he's giving it up now as BIOS obviously knowing of the location here for Eclipse. Continue to watch that timer though, because as it dwindles, BDS has got to do something, and although they have done some damage, DarkZero still at max capacity for the moment. This plant looking to go down inside of Sunrise as Bride moves his way back over towards Mud. Renshiro and Lems will take down 2 DZ bodies. NJR able to take down an initial one, but not before Shaiko fires back onto Canadian. Pambazoo with one. He'll try and cross outside, but with that new timer, it's going to be made very difficult. And it's going to get a free read to BDS, but now with an M590 in hand, it's BIOS versus NJR, who's currently sitting in behind couch. Can he find him? Oh! Through the wall, the M590 to get it done from range.
Shotgun coming in clutch here for DarkZero as they're able to win out a near impossible fight at the end of that one, going towards, I believe, a 3v5 at one point, but DarkZero bring it back for themselves regardless, staying in this fight here and putting themselves once again only one round away from tying it up versus BDS. Next site going to come up for DZ, and they'll head back over towards Kitchen now that they have finally taken control of the reattempt over on Bars. Let's go for round 2 on the Kitchen as well. See if they can batten down the hatches there and make sure that things will lock in to be able to tie the game up at what would be 5-5.
Now, it was a patience game for DZ that got them pretty far ahead inside of that. Obviously, BDS were able to start the frags, but it was a little bit too late because once they start actually going for the entry, DarkZero is just able to trade out along with them and make things quite difficult. Obviously, BIOS has to play safe, not only because of his utility, but also because he's just simply that counter angle that's supposed to exist inside of Office to make things a little bit easier for BDS as they try and take control of that Sunrise area. And honestly, he's not expected to win that going into those last moments either. It's going to be very hard for him inside of a close quarters fight with one of those SAS operators. So unfortunate events for him, but for BDS, close, but no cigar.
So BDS will look for another victory here on a site that they have been able to take for themselves once again by fending off a lot of the aggressive early pressure there and actually being able to force themselves onto the site despite losing their own vertical pressure. We obviously had that bit of a goofy fight go on. Panda able to steal the life away from Renshiro. Doubt he'll be making that same mistake again, but we will still see Team BDS execute in a very similar way, looking to take that control, open up all the angles, flush out these extended players from DarkZero, even the well locked in players over towards areas like barrels and whatnot, and eventually leave a wide enough path open into the site. Let them feel the confidence needed to go for their execute. A Jackal going to be brought in by Lems this time as well to try and make the job of hunting down those mobile players from DarkZero upstairs a bit easier.
And the PDW as well being brought along for the ride. I'm going to keep referencing every single time that we see it just because it's such an interesting gun, but we don't get to talk about it that much because Eclipse is immediately going to decapitate Lems as he comes into office, and well, you might have wanted to use that Jackal utility.
Yeah, it didn't even seem like he didn't see the footsteps on the floor, so he just didn't even expect anyone to be in that hallway, it looks like.
He just didn't really care.
I think he did check it, to be fair, like in the dying moments as he made the swing, but it's just, yeah, there wasn't, I don't think he personally expected anyone to be there, so wasn't really mentally prepared for the fight.
Which is honestly a little strange because a lot of the times when we see Kitchen being held, there's a lot of people on the horizontal that we have seen throughout most of this land. Like, yes, upstairs is quite important, and we'll see them try and contest that, but having somebody over in the security/office area is not a strange thing in the slightest.
Yep, absolutely the case here. So a bit of a slip up from BDS. Loses the anti-roam capability here, meaning DarkZero have a bit more freedom in that aspect as well to try and get aggressive against the remaining members of BDS and see if they can catch even more of them. Renshiro has made himself over towards the VIP area where he's going to start slapping open some holes down below into the kitchen here. Nearly finds a player as well through that method, but unfortunately is going to miss the mark just a tad. That player will still return though to challenge the angle in the event that Renshiro or someone else from BDS wants to go back in towards an nade. Will roll in. Nearly is able to catch our player inside of Kitchen as well, but I think it banks a corner and heads away from NJR, keeping him safe for yet another potential engagement.
Now, it was an uncooked nade that Shaiko tossed. I didn't know necessarily what he was going to do with that. Whenever you tossed an uncooked nade, there's a lot of different ways that you can play around it. You can maybe try and make an aggressive play, you know, time it with the explosion, do a bunch of different things, make it hold door for you while you're doing other things. There's a bunch of different options, but for him, it seemed more or less like he just wanted to see if somebody was possibly going to get stuck with that and it could do some damage. But all the damage that has been done has actually been dealt onto Shaiko instead. BDS is going to get some top control and is actually going to pay off for them as Bride will get one. Eclipse will actually fire back onto BIOS though, so they'll keep their man advantage.
Shaiko incredibly low as well from another fight, so he's down with just a sliver of HP remaining. Renshiro and Bride gonna have to do the large majority of the heavy lifting, as they're the only ones that can really get into a team fight now. That is, of course, unless Shaiko just gonna headshot every player he goes up against, stealing nearly as much life from Eclipse as has been taken away from himself earlier on, and coming close to taking out another player there as well, hiding behind the front desk over in the lobby. Renshiro trying to look for a clean path to get downstairs and maybe even finish off that player, but the hop down through the hatch a little bit too risky. Tries to open it up from behind instead, but won't find anything there. And now time is too low. BDS have no choice. They have to force their way in somehow. Bride is alone, pushing in through service door. Canadian starting to fend off the upstairs presence, and there you go. 3 players dead in a matter of a second or two, and DZ has no trouble whatsoever cleaning up the rest of that resistance.
Yeah, now that was a great round from DarkZero there. I really loved their positioning that they had inside of the dying moments of that round. BDS couldn't find a single member. They walked into the crossfires that DC had set up for the entirety of the space that BDS had to actually walk through. So very well done from them, and that's going to be back-to-back rounds to tie us up here and prevent BDS from getting onto match point.
Penthouse is up next on the docket here for DarkZero as well, which means Mira is going to come into the fold. She made it out of the ban pool, and that means that Penthouse becomes a lot more viable to play into here, even with the more recent ways we've seen teams play into the site. It doesn't necessarily require her anymore, but still she can be a very, very nice addition if she is left available on those rare times.
And the recent buffs as well to the VIP space with the 2 new walls, as well as the bookshelf being extended in there as well to make it a little bit easier to play, just because it was actually pretty complex to play previously. Just having the window there for the circle couch room or VIP or whatever you guys want to call it was not fun in the slightest. Let me tell you, as somebody that had to man that area, it is probably one of the worst places to play in Siege in the way that it was previously. But now you can actually do things, which is good. The big thing though is that DarkZero might not actually want to do that in the moment. They don't have any wall denial, and that's the scary thing. Good news is that BDS don't exactly have the greatest hard destruction for walls. They have hard destruction, but obviously Haban is a little bit better at hatches. She'll still be able to break open the wall and get some vision in there that they can obviously abuse, but it's not going to be a massive hole like Thermite.
So for the members of BDS, they are going to continue to look for ways to find success on this attacking side. No major changes once again to the operator lineup, just a couple switches that we do get here and there. Bios does bring the Lion into play, but that'll be swapped out for the Jackal as a Lems goes back over towards a Zofia.
Very interesting. Gonna castle barricade square here, make it to where the VIP hall is much more playable. Saw that from BDS, or rather a team earlier on Coastline, reinforcing those windows and just making it harder to actually get any visual sight of what's going on so they can gather info very easily. Old version of Coastline, this rooftop was camped constantly, and usually it was camped by Lion with his DMR, just because of how much damage you could do with that thing. But nowadays, not so much. It's a lot more actually in the building gameplay, which is, I'm pretty sure, exactly what Ubisoft wanted when they remade this map. Make it to where people actually get inside of the building to play Coastline instead of killing half the team from the roof.
See the X-Kairos is being used to quickly deal with the mirror window supporting the 90 hold here. Second one's a bit deeper in the site, so won't be able to immediately take that out yet, but we'll have the option to do so over the next few seconds once they're able to take a better Hall of Fame control for themselves and kind of build up the confidence to go for the swing in from there. That is, of course, assuming that we are going to see BDS try to use that position to pressure into the site here. It's fairly light near the site right now for BDS, only just now starting to kind of encroach upon it now that they've taken out that mirror window and have the capability to put more pressure on it, and there is a lot of extended pressure still to be made. However, Shaiko starts things out well here as he's able to get that nice little mine thrown in from below against Canadian, taking him out once again with a frag grenade.
And this is what we've been seeing this entire LAN, is how important frag grenades and the positioning of those overall are to the offense and how they're able to disrupt a lot of these defensive members. Canadian is the crux of this entire defense here, playing these mirrors inside a theater. Luckily enough, NJR is inside of this space. We're able to take at least some health away from Renshiro, but more nades pouring in now. NJR going to take a little bit of damage, but he's got a long road ahead of him here. Drone will be able to get some info, but he'll be able to tag that up. They still know that he's in this back space here, and Hyper with a cheeky angle all the way out towards Vase. Pambazu will actually be able to clean up that one, as actually Shaiko is the one to enter into, I believe, VIP.
Well, I'm still looking for an angle for himself to work with here against DZ, but no reason for them to show themselves. They continue to hold back, continue to bait out the time, and continue to look for kill opportunities as NJR is able to find out Bride and eliminate him, leaving the numbers a bit more even and a bit more in the favor of DarkZero here as we come down to the dying seconds of the round. And once again, BDS struggle to find any clear path forward here as DZ plays in that slow and methodical sort of setup that they are known for. Two trades continue to go out, but Lems with some big pickups here. Two of his own. His teammates found one also, so suddenly DarkZero been brought down to only NJR. He's going to be able to trip out one player, but a great reaction. It's Bios. It's the coach to clutch it out. With only a few seconds left in the round, he gets the final kill and is going to be able to pick one up instead for BDS, pushing them up onto map point.
I'm an unofficial Bios stan. I'm just going to put it out there. That was some fantastic stuff from him as BDS are able to clean it up there in the dying moments. All comes down to NJR, and he hits his beautiful shot initially, but this is where he gives up the bag, folks. He should have never stood up right there. Him committing to that gunfight right there just ends up losing them the round overall, and that's one of those split-second decisions that just come back to bite you sometimes in Siege. So unfortunate there for DZ, but BDS finally able to get this 6th round after they've been struggling with it for the past 2.
Great stuff once again from BDS, able to finally find that clear path into the site, which had been kind of evading them on the previous ones that have been selected out by DarkZero.
Man, this scoreline from Hyper is just so poor. 3-7 at the moment. And you know, it's very strange because we saw Hyper actually do pretty well, I would say, for our Stage 3 playoffs when it came to the the NAL. But as of right now and yesterday, I haven't seen a game from Hyper where I was like, oh yeah, Hyper's really on in the moment. And that might be due to the fact of, just growing pains like Canadian was talking about. They've been going through role changes and trying to get these things figured out. But, it's made it to where Hyper just seems stale, for the time being.
That's really unfortunate too, because Hyper is generally a player we've known for being a positive contribution to his team, and
not only positive, but like disgusting. Like,
I was checking out there. Obviously we had Paula, I think, went like plus 1,000 or whatever, and just that game we had before with Team Liquid, and they posted those like the leadership stats, and I know he was somewhere in that like top 10 list as well, and they were like 5 or 6 in terms of the most positive players in the global Siege Pro community right now. So a little unfortunate that he's not able to find find that performance, at least here in the first map. Potentially 2 more still to come, however, so his day may still yet be found.
Yeah, speaking of that list, Shaiko's on that list as well.
Oh, yeah.
Up there near the top. I think he was somewhere around like the 600 to 700 range, which is just insane. To possibly think that you have 1,000 more kills, but for Palu, 1,000 more kills than deaths inside of professional play, where people that are paid to play the video game are attempting to kill you, you have 1,000 more kills than you do deaths. That's just insanity.
That list had like a crazy drop-off, too, from Paula as well. I think Nesk was on there also, so 2 of them are players from Team Liquid.
He's at like 928.
First and second, and then it goes from like 1,800, and then it drops down to like 600 or something like that after that. So
imagine just casually having those 2 on your team. I'm just pointing that out. Like,
massive
come on,
stats
man.
to be sure. But here we go. Already at just the 2-minute mark, you can see BDS trying to quickly open things up over by the pool door. Gonna find out it's gonna be a bit more of a process than they were expecting, as you will see the Aruni laser gate blocking that one off, as well as now the main door gate being reignited here. So another piece of utility gonna need to be chucked in for BDS if they do want to get rid of it. Looks like they'll burn the Gemini to accomplish that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we'll keep it real with you folks. It's not gonna be that big of a deal, mostly because they have the X-Skyros from Bride. That makes it to where these clearing of laser gates is very straightforward. Frag grenade in, it's gonna get eaten up by the ADS, but that's to be expected inside of that Sunrise space. Just unfortunate that Shaiko didn't have anybody there to burn that, but they still got plenty of time here. They're still looking into the site to see where they can possibly try and gather some information. Oh my god, Vincere so very close to removing the head of the player inside of Hookah. He's just tapping the walls here. Bios walks in, he'll remove the head of Pambazoo, and that's the top frag gone from DZ to the coach of BDS.
The coach of BDS is fragging out, it seems, here, approaching a positive KD, but Canadian going to be able to thankfully stop his wrath here inside of this first round as he trades him back out and sends us towards a 4v4. BDS, though, are suddenly holding back as a result of losing Bios' position. Not going to be able to get the Lion Scan, the EE1D charge out anymore, as they won't have good confirmation on the positions from anyone on DZ, and that seems to have scared them away, wanting to use a bit more of their remaining time back, because they were going for a fairly early execute, to be fair, to maybe re-drone things and just recheck it before they go in.
Loving what we're seeing from Canadian here with the positioning in behind Sunrise. He knows that more than likely somebody's going to attempt to get aggressive here. If Shaiko hops this at all, he is done. That M590 will truthfully eat him alive. Eclipse with a nice prone angle inside of the actual space here, but oh my god, that's 2, and actually Canadian's gonna get bodied by Bride as he hops over. Eclipse with a trade, and now it's into Shaiko and Eclipse. The case control back in Shaiko's hands. Does he have a read onto the positioning of Eclipse, though? Currently over inside of blue. Shaiko going to stick the plant, and he'll be able to get it off here in behind Sunrise. Eclipse seemingly unaware of this plant going on.
So plant gets itself onto the ground here, however, nearly leaning into it. If he crouches up, Eclipse should have his read on him here. Both players dodging each other. Shaiko sneaks off some important shots, but Eclipse reads into the peak and gets a triple on the round, as well as saves DarkZero on this map as he pushes it into overtime at 6-6.
Eclipse was the only DZ member yesterday to light up the scoreboard, and he's here for the clutch moment up against one of the greatest fraggers in the history of Rainbow Six to push us into overtime. DarkZero able to keep us alive here on Coastline.
So we go the full distance on map number 1. Had to end yesterday with a full 3-map series that seemed to go just as far, and we may very well be in for another one here as well to end out day number 2. Both these teams hunting for some form of success in their group to try and solidify their position in the playoff bracket in just a few days' time. Both of them absolutely want to take the victory here, but only one can walk away with the lion's share of points. So let's see who gets the ultimate advantage by taking the first map here as we go into overtime. 3 more rounds to decide who gets this map number 1.
DarkZero will be stuck onto defense yet again here for OT, as they'll be getting 2 rounds here. Just to explain to you guys how OT works, it is not max OT here, as DarkZero will have 2 defensive rounds as well as 1 offensive round. We'll switch back and forth every single time, so obviously it'll be vice versa for BDS.
All right, so back over to the kitchen again for the DarkZero camp in things, as kitchen went fairly well here for the members of DarkZero, able to obviously drop it on the first time, but great adjustment on the second attempt and won it confidently there. So going to be able to take control of it one more time, or at least attempt to be able to take the early advantage here in overtime and make that attacking round only an optional pickup here, as they'll obviously have the second defensive round to fall back on as well here. For BDS, in the meanwhile here, they're really going to have to keep their wits about them and make sure that they have the capability to close out on this one. Because once again, DarkZero's already learned their tricks and what they were able to bring to the table on previous attacks here, so it really falls to them to make adjustments here.
Now PDS out and about. Pass once again up as well. So see if we can get some more traction out of these EE1Ds. Some drones going on the top floor as they're looking to clear things out. Obviously, this is going to be the kitchen defense, as John was talking about, for DarkZero. So the abuse of the verticality is going to be paramount to their success. Renshiro looking to do some serious damage with that sledgehammer to this top floor. But I also be holding the angle for white stairs as of right now to prevent any of the DZ members from rotating upstairs from lobby. But it doesn't really seem like they want anything to do with that in the current moment anyways.
Just seeing so far, only the initial clear coming in from BDS as they're once again going to work on that top-down control, sledging out the angles, and this is honestly where we've seen the first kill come from quite often here. Either BDS over-aggressing their position here, getting caught out by something like a Nitro Sellers to player with a good angle from the bottom side, or quite obviously the opposite happening with BDS able to isolate out a member of DZ. Neither going to occur here, though, as DarkZero have avoided all positions that have been opened up by BDS here. Really only one player from DarkZero full committed in the site at this point. That's their smoke, which could obviously delay the push should he get aggressed upon, but not anymore. We're going to see him get knocked out here by Renshiro as he finally locks onto his angle, and that should be calling for the rest of DarkZero to quickly get back in position as they no longer have any capability to lay against an execute.
Very well done, but the issue as of right now for DZ, although I don't know if BDS knows this, is that they're completely evacuated from the site. Canadian is the closest man here as he's sitting in jungle at the bottom of Vibes. Alems will pick up Hyper, who, yet again, just not having a good game. 3-9 in the current moment. They desperately need him to step up and get something for the team as BDS is starting to pull ahead. Alems almost able to take out Pambazoo, but Pambazoo is better inside of the situation. Alems not able to land shots in any critical way.
Saving the player count a little bit here. Messy rotate for Shaiko, who does have to dump some ammo to be able to open that up a bit more, and that's a huge bell being rung, allowing for Eclipse to get into position with plenty of advanced warding to instead take him out, instead of allowing once again for Shaiko to make that transition and get into a more powerful position here. 35 seconds remain. BDS still need to make a lot of forward momentum, and yeah, they've got some early damage onto Eclipse, but you can see this for two of their players. They have virtually zero positioning to play from here and are really going to have to fight for every inch as DarkZero has the full playground for the most part at their disposal. Only 20 seconds left, however, BDS are going to strike true, finding their opener against Panba. Canadian quick on the trade, though, keeps the numbers even at a 2v2. Bio's hunting for the player closer towards blue, but can't seem to find him. They have no idea of Eclipse's position either. Low HP, it doesn't matter. He's going to knock out the coach, leaving just Renshiro without much of a hope of being able to push his way in. And no case control, the timer will run out, and DarkZero will take the first round of overtime.
Yeah, very awkward round there for BDS overall, especially for Shaiko, as he probably wasn't very happy about having to clean up the defense's rotates to be able to use it. He's like, I guess I'll have to do it myself. He's just like knocking out the bottom half of the wall. But as you said, that was just the dinner bell being rung for the defense of DZ, as they'll be able to get not only him, but the remainder of the BDS members and claim that round. Now pulling ahead once again here as they'll try and win out Coastline here on their offensive side.
Kitchen is going to be the choice site once again for BDS. We'll return to that one more time here as they also look to try and leverage their own defensive round to push us all the way to number 15 here, where all the cards will be laid out on the table to potentially determine our winner. A 6-pick will come in here, although it's not going to be a huge game changer, just moving from one form of clear utility to another as Canadian goes once again over towards a Zofia this time around. Setup from BDS shouldn't be too crazy either. A lot of the same pictures being brought in that we saw from DarkZero just in the previous round, even an Oryx being replicated here from Alems as well to either open up those rotates or add that additional rotation pressure and just overall vertical pressure with his ability to move upstairs at will through the open hatches.
Well, looking a little deeper into the site setup here, we will have the stacking of utility from Bios and Shaiko to try and prevent as many throwables from coming into service area. Also have some Banshees along for the ride and the likes of Renshiro, so slowing down DarkZero's entry will be a pretty big boon for them if they're able to do so. Some mute jammers around as well, just for some prevention of info and other things. To see exactly what this will be able to do for them inside of the round. Also got some proxies here on Alems as well, so information abound for BDS to possibly abuse going into this possibly final round.
Makes sense for Alems to be able to have those motion detectors, just considering he's going to be playing for a very wide amount of real estate.
Well, if he uses them.
Yeah, that's the other part here. He hasn't actually chucked either one of them out yet, so very well could have accidentally just had those selected here if we weren't expecting him to play on the Oryx. That's a possibility. Keep in mind, folks, that our players are on a completely different version of the game than they would play at home. So considering that, they do have to reset all their kits and whatnot when they log in.
That's funny. Well, my disc ended up catching the smoke, so it just pops it up on the actual like ceiling. It always
that won't work too well for the attackers here.
It's a one-way for Shaiko,
It's a one-way for the Shaiko and the rest of BDS, though, so BDS will certainly be happy about
We never get to talk about one-ways in this game either, so that's something that we never see inside of Siege.
You're not really able to purposefully set them up to your advantage under most circumstances there, especially for these magnets, as you have no idea what type of nade is going to be thrown at those. So
like one big old Nimbus just sitting there.
When it does happen, it's a complete accident, unfortunately. So very rarely does it end up being plumed, and very rarely even further will it ever be challenged. We're going to continue to see Alems just waddle his way around the map, but he did actually chuck out those motion sensors, by the way, so is using them in some capacity. I don't think to too much effectiveness, though, as DarkZero, it's not looking like they're going to put too much pressure upstairs. Up until now here, Pan, but getting the read onto Alems and just shredding him from the long-range drone spot. Nicely done. Doesn't even need a teammate to do that. Does the whole job by himself.
Now, the question, is this it? DarkZero have taken full control of the top floor. They've gotten rid of Alems, which was the nuclear option for this top floor attack. And now BDS have to try and play this out from the site and horizontally. We can see a player all the way across the map trying to motion up blue stairs right now. That's Vincere. He's made it inside of Hookah and now trying to transition over into the actual billiard space. So he's found some area to work around inside of this area. Could possibly get some crossfire going in over towards Guitar as Shaiko trying to pre-fire the sledge upstairs as they're continuing to limit this time.
Going to do a wild goose chase with that spray right there, trying to see if he can maybe get lucky with a few bullets, but not going to happen. And things just continue to get worse here, unfortunately, for BDS. 2 more kills roll in from DarkZero. Bios and Vincere, the only ones left. Vincere strikes true, but Bios is knocked down, and Canadian follows up with one more of his own. It's going to be DarkZero rebounding to take control of the opening map of the series as they go up 1-0 against BDS.
Oh, fantastic stuff from both squads, but BDS not able to pull it out with their coach. And fortunately enough for Hyper, the team there to be by his side and help inside of this game. A huge dub from Pambazoo especially. 18-9-2 for him.
That's actually no fault of the coach either. He played his heart out here, actually kept up with Vincere in terms of fragging potential, and still is, I'm assuming, working on fulfilling it with, adding his strategical insight and whatnot into things every once in a while as well. So he's fulfilling some leadership duties, I would assume, at this point for the game also. So certainly doing the best to fill in under bad circumstances, but just not enough inside of our first map here as DarkZero are ultimately able to come back with some nice plays here in overtime to control.
It's definitely going to be interesting moving over to Villa because it's a completely different kind of map. Coastline, it's a very aggressive space, especially when it comes to the offensive side. There's a lot of different ways you can force the defense into doing the things that you want, but that's for another time. We're trying to get to Villa as quickly as we can, folks. We want a conclusion to this best of 3, so we're going to send you to a little break, and we'll be right back.
DarkZero able to wiggle their way out of trouble over map number 1, and now they get ready to jump into our second map. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 6th Invitational Group Stage for 2022. We are only in day 2 of our group stage, and the matches have already shown themselves to be some of the best we've ever seen in Siege history. Looking once again to get ourselves more teams pushed through into the playoff stage. We have 2 great teams facing off against each other once again. BDS and DarkZero about to jump into their second map on Villa. Stokes, what do you make of this series now as we get ready to go into map number 2? What change-ups do we need to see from both of our teams here to close out? What does DarkZero need to do to win this one? What does BDS need to do to come back?
That's a lot of questions. I
left it open for you. You can say whatever the heck you want, and it probably fits. So,
well, you know what? I would say that I could use my notes. I'm just going to metaphorically toss this since this is very expensive, but throw those out the window because it really doesn't matter. BDS has their coach in. DarkZero wasn't playing hot yesterday. They're playing a lot better today, especially for Canadians' sake, thank God. But for Pyjamas especially, lighten up the scoreboard. Look at that cost. 93% from him with a rating of a 1.4. Honestly, I think this is DarkZero's series to lose, but that doesn't mean that BDS can't play spoils for the second map.
Here's a number of rounds where Pyjamas was the opening frag for the team as well, picking up that momentum and allowing them to move forward. And keep in mind, we saw some very, very slow, static plays. That one opening kill ended up being a massive deal in a huge number of those rounds there. Just the ability to take that 5v4 advantage into a gunfight towards the end of it and trade your way to victory ended up allowing for teams to win multiple times there. We saw that happen a few times for BDS as well. You can see, though, their entry stats a little bit worse for where they're Shaiko, the only one able to go positive at +1.
Yeah, also, just compare those costs really quickly. I mean, no one on BDS being nearly as effective as DZ, but also the round count coming into play here as well. 8 to 6. That means that a lot of these were just a slow grind for BDS, where a lot of different players were getting things figured out in different rounds, not one person just pulling ahead of everybody else.
Absolutely the case here. So we've got everybody from DarkZero sitting back down now, getting ready to hop in for that second map on Villa. One that, again, we've seen plenty of play from here over the course of our tournament so far. 2 more teams about to jump into it one more time here. BDS coming into it had some great stats to look at on that previous map, but unfortunately not able to hold up again. Of course, considering the circumstances they are playing under, those stats may not be holding as true as they would have a few days ago. But for DarkZero, we can look back towards them, and thankfully they were able to go for the controlling number of rounds there over on Coastline, a map that they've had a bit of a rocky history on over the past few months. And now we get ready to head into their own map pick for this second one here, where once again, they've been pulling out a lot of experimentation as of late, and it's been leading to quite some success. So as soon as we get them all back in and ready to go, and as soon as they're finished warming up the hand warmers there, we'll be good to begin our second engagement.
I'm hoping that we can see a little bit more out of Hyper when it comes to Villa. I think that Coastline just put him in a position where he really couldn't do what he necessarily wanted, and Villa's going to have a little bit more options, a little bit more room to breathe, you could say, for Hyper to achieve some more things up against BDS, because he's one of the mainstay fraggers for this team, man. When you look at DarkZero and you talk about this team for the last 2 years, he is the one mainstay name that you hear about every single time, and I would hate for him to go by the wayside, especially at a time like this when they've just picked up Canadian and the team's looking to try and make a comeback.
A little bit of an on and off performance from some of the other members of BDS as well here. Not really able to rely on them in any given round here. You've got players like Brede and whatnot that are able to show up, find some massive impact every once in a while, but then fading away quickly after that, leaving Shaiko once again as that solid rock to be able to try and pull that off throughout most of the rounds. But even he's struggling with some problems there, getting focused out, and oftentimes the first death for the team as well. They're leaving him in a bit of a rough spot from time to time.
Absolutely the case. And now BDS, folks, as they're getting back into the chairs and getting set for war. Bios having a pretty solid game, I would say, for Coastline. It could have definitely have been worse. And speaking of worse, Renshiro really not showing up inside of the kill department there. We saw Bios with some very nice crosses being established and being quite helpful inside of that department. But past that, it was really up to him to try and apply pressure with those EE1Ds on offense. We didn't get to see too much out of him on defense. It was definitely the offensive side where he was getting a lot done.
So we're going to be heading into Villa next. Thematically, this map shares some similarities and also plays a little bit differently depending on the site you pick into. First big difference is I think the size of this map. This one is very big. A lot more room, both vertically and horizontally, for players that are extended out from the original defensive setup to potentially mess with the attacker's lineup. Also, a much more heavily cluttered map, in my opinion, so utility can be hidden a lot more proficiently. You've got a lot more props and doorways and whatnot, awkward angles that get in the way of things, so that can lead to some situations where you'll have wild swings for the defense that work out well in their favor, and some issues with the attackers trying to push players out of more hard lock positions, such as the gun vault inside of AVG and areas like that. So lots of complexities to dig into, and we'll be talking plenty more about that once we get started with this round in just a second.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have quite a few little intricacies to talk about, because that's just usually how Villa breaks down, is you have some very awkward things happen around the map that ends up being, well, via what you're talking about, whether it be through the basement or through some utility that was mismanaged, things like that. There's a lot of different ways that this can end up going. And in fact, we've seen some interesting Villas, let alone yesterday, today as well, with Team Liquid and SSG having a pretty good match earlier.
Even our final match yesterday as well, SSG's initial match over on Villa,
that was
ended up being
so much fun.
A whole boatload of fun, especially again, we were having things like the Nook sneaking in through the basement, through like that barrel opening, and then going up through the red stairs, jumping on like 3 players out of nowhere, stuff like that. It got absolutely chaotic. That whole series is definitely one to go back and watch.
Don't forget about Team 1 and Alamal literally rappelling down the skylight.
Oh yeah,
to get the final kill for their game today. Like, things you don't expect in a professional game, rappel down the skylight of Red Hall. So, I mean, it is what it is. If it works, then we really can't argue against it. And that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles. Either way, folks, we just got everybody into the lobby, so we are moments away from hopping into Villa.
Keep in mind, once again, what's on the line for both of these teams. BDS searching for the glory that has so long evaded them. DarkZero hunting for the same thing. Canadian looking for redemption after going into a temporary retirement earlier on in 2021 as well. Coming back to lead DarkZero after, obviously, a very, very long stay on Spacestation Gaming, where he was able to push that team onwards towards a hammer themselves inside of 2020. But since then, things have grown rough for him personally here. Even jumping onto the DZ roster, haven't found a whole lot of success on this new team as of yet here, so the pressure is on for him to make this team perform at a huge Tier 1 event like this.
Yeah, and honestly, they've had enough time now. Canadian's been with the team about 6 months. They've been able to sit here and get used to their play style, but as he was talking about in their video earlier, it seems as though they were really only able to get their footing a little bit after the Sweden Major, so really, they're still coming into their own. There's still going to be growing pains. That's what we've been talking about with Hyper especially, is that we really want to see more out of him. But as for the rest of the team, it looks like it's really clicking, especially for NJR and Pambazoo's case.
Yeah, I talked with Canadian a couple months ago about this as well, and he seemed to be alluding to the fact that the team was primarily focusing on kind of debuting themselves as a Tier 1 team at this event, that Sweden and all the other smaller tournaments like the NAL Finals and whatnot they were playing into was not a huge concern for them, not a priority essentially, that they were saving everything up for one big tournament here and now at SI. So looking to once again make their mark and once again try to lift that hammer for Canadian personally what would be a 3rd time. We'll have to see if they can do it, as the prospects unfortunately are not looking that great coming into the event.
No, not at all. And I mean, if he was able to somehow completely flip the script on us and lift up that 3rd hammer, he would be the only person to ever do that, which would be truly insane, and probably something that Pangu would be like, I really can't believe that just happened. But I mean, hey, it is what it is. I personally would love to see it, especially with a storyline that we could possibly get out of something like this and what we've seen from them so far in the group stage.
So once again, guys, apologies for the delay with getting things started. We have been told it should be beginning relatively soon here. I think we'd had to have 1 or 2 players' PCs get checked or something like that. I know we saw someone on BDS's side calling.
Somebody check NJR's MOS files.
Might have been holding us up for a minute or two here.
Just doing too well.
Yeah, really. Apologies for that delay, folks. Like I said, though, we are looking to get this started as soon as humanly possible. Keep in mind, of course, we still have a potential 3rd map to come if Villa should end up going into the hands of BDS.
Well, as soon as we head to sunny Italy, and we will know exactly who is going to end up taking this, but Coastline overall for BDS, not the greatest showing across the board for any of these members. We touched on it previously about the cost of the team, and no one really showing up in a huge capacity. Shaiko, yes, finding quite a few kills, but almost the same amount of deaths in the same breath.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if teams are going to try to add a bit more of, I would say, like aggressive pacing into this one, because it was incredibly passive, I would say, for both teams in terms of how they were trying to play their rounds throughout the large majority of that first map. No one ever really trying to start things out with a bang, force themselves into an engagement or anything like that. And that allowed for both the defenders and attackers to just play this slow roll game where nobody really wanted to commit to anything until they had full information. And defenders just never, for the most part, really wanted to poke out towards anything at all, except for that one or two players extending themselves away from the site. And even then, they tended to play in a pretty passive positions or just outright gave up those extended spots if the pressure became too much to potentially contend with here. So curious to see if BDS maybe more than anyone wants to try and shake that up as we head over towards Villa.
It's definitely going to be a hard-fought match here for them as they are walking into the Lion's Den. DarkZero's map choice here is Villa, so we'll see if they're able to try and right things here as they're able to take things in overtime on the initial map 8-6 and looking to close this out in 2-0 fashion, guaranteeing themselves 3 points. As we look down to Eclipse and Hyper, as the entire team seems pretty happy here. You definitely got to be happy for Eclipse, especially as this is a man that doesn't get talked about too often, especially in the entire history of him being on a multitude of different rosters like Rogue from NA of all things, and you know, now DarkZero, where he's been able to achieve more of the same thing. He's that silent killer, that ace in the hole that you have that could possibly come back at any moment and guarantee you a round.
Yeah, important to mention that DarkZero's roster has obviously evolved quite a bit over the last 12 months or so, adding a lot more new blood onto the team as well. Most notably, of course, NJR coming into it earlier on in the year, and then right around summer, if memory serves me correctly, Panbazoo got added as a complete rookie as well, pulling himself up from the CL ranks in North America, and certainly showing his strength as easily one of the top, if not the top prospect, coming in fresh this year into the NAL.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, the one person you can never miss about talking about when it comes to DZ as well is that man that you just saw walking behind everybody with the shiny head. It's Brandon Carr, BC, the big-brained man himself, with some of the most dastardly grenade tosses that we have ever seen. And funny enough, it really seems as though everyone has taken a page out of his book in the current meta, because back in the day, that is exactly what we saw out of Brandon Carr constantly. Big, beautiful frag grenades. And that's what we see a lot of the time now, ladies and gents. But enough has been said about these teams, folks. We've got Villa on the docket. Let's get into it as it's Team BDS versus DarkZero, who's up 1-0 over the French team.
DarkZero looking for the closeout, and BDS looking to push this to a third map. Who will come out on top? Well, we are about 12 to 15 rounds away from deciding. Let's go ahead and see who will be able to take the crown this time in Italy as we get into it and get into the bans here. BDS has the first and final ban. Those are the two outer ones. DarkZero has the two middle ones that'll be orange on your screen. Let's get into it though and see who the first attacker to be knocked out is. We've seen some interesting bans today already, and we might get another one here to start things out. Not going to be too crazy considering this specific tournament, but still new for this tournament. Finka getting knocked out as she's become quite prevalent for quite a few teams.
Do we break it down for him again?
I can go ahead. It's been a while.
Finka sucks to play against. No, I'm kidding. She's really, really good in the moment. Not only frag grenades, but a big old LMG, and also there's adrenal surges that not only counter your recoil, also give you more health. And the health stays now where it used to not, but she's still also countered out by smoke. But we're not going to have to worry about that because obviously she's been removed. Thatcher going to be the other ban. Mira coming through for DarkZero. These both make a lot of sense on any map that you apply it to, really, because they're both so very potent. BDS with the last game-changing choice here, as what do they want to remove away from themselves initially, but obviously DarkZero will have to deal with when they get to their defensive side. It's going to be Valkyrie, which makes so much damn sense because of what you talked about earlier about Villa and the way that you can hide these cameras around practically anywhere.
Yep, absolutely the case. Valkyrie still, at least was, I should say, a comfort pick for a lot of players going back like 6 or 8 months ago before she was a super popular band, maybe even further back than that at this point. But yeah, probably not the case so much anymore, more so for the fact that it's just this specific map and how she can very capably hide those cameras quite easily.
It's like here Oregon. Honestly, John, it's like half the map pool, I'll be honest with you. It's like
just like the kind of like older ones. I've noticed that like a lot of the newer ones are starting to shift away from a more cluttered map philosophy, so she just kind of is universally less useful because of that. But a lot of the older ones that have had reworks, or haven't had reworks rather, in more recent years, I think are still favoring her quite heavily for that reason.
Yeah, one of the map design philosophies now is actually decluttering these maps quite often, and that's something that we've seen them talk about recently. And you might even hear more about with some of the panels here coming later on in the coming days here at the 6th Invitational, because ladies and gents, this is our biggest event of the year for Rainbow Six. Somebody's got to lift a damn hammer, and well, we got to talk about some other interesting things as well as the Year 7 roadmap and stuff like that. There's a lot of interesting stuff for Siege fans at home, so make sure you guys are tuned into our social medias to know when that's going to be going on. But luckily enough, we are through all of the boring parts of this, which is getting into the actual map. We're here now for round 1 between BDS and DarkZero, as BDS will be setting up AVG. Alems will be on Vigil all the way across the map, currently scuttering his way across dirt, or rather mudroom.
So let us see here now for BDS if the defensive side is going to give them the advantage they need to push ahead here in the first 6 rounds of play, or if DarkZero a little bit of washed right past that regardless here. You see a potential early contention coming out here. Somebody wants to try and challenge over towards Pantry, and they do. Canadian and Alems both steal some damage away from each other, but Canadian comes out as a true winner of that engagement. Alems barely saving his life. Thankfully, he made the judgment call to back away, so he will live to fight another day. Just not with a whole lot of HP left.
Yeah, I better be thanking the devs for that nerf to the C7E, because without that, he is dead to rights in that moment. Luckily enough for him, though, he'll be able to stay on 1 HP and exist for a little while longer. But Pambazoo might actually have an opportunity to down him with this drone if they don't end up catching it. It doesn't do very much damage, but Alems just so happens to not have very much HP.
Certainly the case here. He's going to have to continue to try and lock in some type of advantage to be able to knock him out, but keeps himself in the fight at a minimum. And yeah, was able to keep that roaming pressure out against Canadian as well, so still going to damage him for something a little bit later on in the round, make him a bit weaker for any fight he might be able to take. Things continue to broil down on the timer. Neither team really too close to a huge engagement just as of yet. Eclipse actually with some great drone intel there. Catches the waltz up over towards Study. Is going to prevent a potential slip-up that could have happened from DarkZero's side if they were not able to spot that and allow for an early kill to go through in the favor of BDS, as they are aggressively hunting for any type of way to get an advantage here before they'll be forced back into the depths of the site in that last minute or two of play. The frag grenades continue to roll in, however, this one going to find another player from below, as it's Shaiko that gets knocked out. So in addition to the damage done to Alems from before, they now have lost arguably their most consistent fragger here, putting BDS in a rough position for the late round play.
Blood Rose there for Shaiko, so he'll be taken down, unfortunately, from underneath. Frag grenade eats him up, and already 2 minutes off the board here. Doesn't even feel like we've been in the round that long, but yes, it has dwindled down to this already. Luckily enough for DZ, obviously, they've already dealt some damage, but now they need to hop 2. Looks like they want to try and get control of 90, but obviously they could default out and go for a vault plant. Only issue is that, well, actually, no utility here for them to really use. BIOS didn't switch over to a Nitro Cell, but oh man, did he slap the brakes off of Pambazoo. Hyper will be able to take down Renshiro, though, so they'll maintain the man advantage.
30 seconds remaining here for BDS with a low player count. They're going to be starting to feel a little bit more relieved as we get closer towards. The problem is that relief will certainly turn to dread in a moment. Eclipse able to sneak in a plant from behind the map table because of good smoke presence and a lack of enough player presence from BDS to do anything about that. It goes down on the ground. Lems is finally eliminated here. A smooth response from Brede to be able to take out NGR, but it's a small gesture at this point. He's got so much more work to do. I believe there's even a player on Repel potentially outside still that he would have to contend with here that I saw a few moments ago. Either way, though, Brede slowly losing any and all opportunity to be able to clutch this one out, and as well soon to be out of time with only about 15 seconds left to be able to get on that counter defuse. There we go. Canadian finds the final shot needed against him to close out the round and give it to DarkZero.
Yeah, just not the best extension there from BDS, and it ends up punishing them in a very serious way. DarkZero just dealing way too many damaging blows to BDS that ended up showing up later on in some pretty serious bruises, coming down to the last member trying to deal with all of the DZ presence around the site with that case planted at the vault door. Very well done from DZ to hop inside of sight and realize what BDS had going on for them. Super unfortunate that we didn't see the proper utility usage from BDS out of that either, as they had zero prevention for that kind of situation.
It is going to look like we'll just have a reattempt of the AVG hold coming in from BDS, as they had it quite close, thinking that maybe if they pull it back, play things a little bit more passively, and avoid the early contest that led to the elimination of quite a few powerful players like Shaiko, and ultimately another one of their players being brought down to just a sliver of HP as well. They might be able to just barely control things here. In addition to that, Thunderbird is going to come into the fold also, so a much more site-focused setup going to be in play for this entire team.
Yeah, and that's really what we need to highlight here, is that this is an entire switch up inside of strategy from what they had previously. We're no longer going to have a huge extension of bodies over without utility on site to assist them. Yes, we are going to have some reinforcements over here to be able to play around and try and slow down DarkZero with this north side take, just because BDS recognized that they went for that the last time. So obviously it makes a lot of sense to try and get in front of them and slow them down as much as possible and try and force them over to a study take if you possibly can. But for BDS, it's better to have this utility around the actual site to be able to assist themselves and also prevent this plant from going down. Again, they had 0 preventing utility for that last setup. So really like what we're seeing out of BDS inside of round 2.
Viper continuing to hold himself back and just opening up those few barricades, which will be free for the picking here to make sure that once again they can get any audio cues of players from BDS potentially encroaching on those windows, and on top of that as well, start to kind of establish positions for themselves. Maybe chuck in drones through here. Just that usual posturing when we get inside of the opening few seconds of the round here. But although Alem's going to try to immediately challenge that over here towards the mudroom, only be able to take out the Gemini though and just deny the intel, not going to outright actively contest. We saw how poorly that went for BDS in the last round, so they're not too keen to potentially rerun that script this early on.
Pre-fire from Alems here, seemingly aware that people are inside of the living room space, and he would be right. Another drone here. Won't be able to get it just yet as it is at his feet, but they've made it to the door. Hyper will lose his life as he oversteps into the door frame. And can Alems get 2 here? Oh, they've got info on this as well. He'll slap Pambazoo, and that's going to be a double kill for him as DarkZero don't have the pinch. They simply have the back end cut off. They'll be able to take one as they're looking towards main stairs for their second.
JR works himself forward there with a nice trade, finally stopping the bleeding here, and this time now leaving BDS in a fairly powerful position after the initial fights fade away here. A 4v3 for them, and they'll be more than confident enough to keep a few players leaned out from the site, but certainly no need to try and outright egress against the members of DarkZero or aggress against them to be able to take one of them down outright here. On top of that, DarkZero still has plenty of utility to dish out, as we're going to see that now coming in from the Flores, some of those explosive drones working their way forward to deal with some of these Goyo shields and the normal deployable shields that stand in the way, specifically over toward the top of the bookcase shelf.
Well, this will allow DZ to at least clamber up the stairwell and start to hold on to this space as well as study. And this is what we were talking about at the very beginning with the setup extended over towards the north side of the map, is that this is more than likely going to force DZ over towards the study side, but this is exactly what BDS wanted in their case. Vincere being very smart with his placement on top of the billiards table. That's going to keep him alive from that frag grenade, but that was more aimed towards the deployable shield up top, just trying to clear up some more utility. But look at this time right now, John. 30 seconds remaining for DZ to actually get in towards the space. Canadian trying to go for something a little later on towards the north side that could seriously assist them inside of this situation.
20 seconds left, though. Very quickly, DarkZero have pretty much run out of time. They know they've got a player sitting over here, I believe, by death's door as well, so they're going to be trying to be cautious of that. They'll catch Bios over on red stairs in the meanwhile, but Shaiko swings right out from death's position, and a few more trades transpire until ultimately the numbers favor out into the favor of BDS. So once again, calling back to what we said before, that initial kill or two proving itself to be very, very important because of how scrappy some of these final fights are. It ultimately just comes down to a numbers game in quite a few of these rounds, with that last one being no exception.
It's a 1-1 now here between BDS and DZ in a round that really should have been DarkZero's at the end of the day. This exchange with Alems down low, just not very well handled, I'll be honest with you. We're going to have a tech pause here, folks, as we get some things figured out. We'll get our player back in here for the BDS lineup. It'll only take us a moment, but there's plenty of stuff to talk about that actually happened inside of that previous round, past just Alems getting that double down low. DarkZero still had a pretty serious opportunity to take that round once they started to collapse to towards the top of red stairs and work towards bus door, but obviously a little bit of a miscommunication goes on there with the positioning of the other player past the red stairs, where they end up still getting caught off guards, and Shaiko is not only able to kill the red player, but also kill Canadian that swings in from bench.
Some quick work there. We do have the player who had the issue for BDS reconnected into the server, so I think just confirming that the issue is no longer present. And then we will unpause the game and get ourselves back into the action. There we go, it has been unpaused, so I think we are good to rock and roll here, folks, as we head into yet another site hold here for the members of BDS, finally moving onwards from AVG, as quite obviously they've locked it in now with them winning the most recent round, and instead heading over towards the other second floor site on the other side of the map. Over to Trophy and Statuary, not choosing to fool around with either the kitchen or the living room just as of yet. They'll save that for a tertiary site if they go on a streak here and win this round as well.
Trophy Stat is the name of the site that DZ will be pushing into. Some 6 picks coming out from both sides as we will have Flores added here for Canadian especially, and Rede switching off of something and going over to Kaid instead, as he'll be holding on to the triple wall for as long as possible with those Electro Claws.
Certainly the case. Aside from that, going to be seeing the usual rotations go down from BDS here, and some boosters to be able to allow those positions to maybe last a little bit longer, or take that extra bullet or two in a gunfight, which could ultimately make up the difference. We'll see those Kona stations going down. For instance, you saw one behind the Astro desk that allows a player to hold out there for a little bit of extra time. Other positions too being played into, such as I believe they'll rotate over inside of Statuary there on the way back out. So plenty of spots for BDS to utilize and take some gunfights to hopefully gain an advantage versus DarkZero. DarkZero, though, going for their usual clear as well now that they are out and about on the map here. A couple of them working their way up onto the master balcony. They'll be able to start clearing that out. Not the only place we see pressure from this team, though. They are watching out for early aggression once again in areas like Mudroom and whatnot, as they want to send a few players in both that direction, maybe even over towards Kitchen too, to start clearing out from the bottom and putting additional pressure on the Astro stairs.
The info is going to be big here for DZ. We really want to see them lean into this and try and get a solid read as to what BDS is doing inside of this space. If they overstep, Scheichel will surely deliver the killing blow here from Concrete, as he can possibly just swing in and body as many DZ members inside of this space as humanly possible. And as we all know, if there was one human to do it, it would indeed be him. Nades out now for Hyper as he'll try to nade construction. He'll clean up the barbed wire here as well as the ADS that I do believe was inside of that space as well. Canadian focusing his efforts over towards Astronomy as he'll clean up not only the barbed wire but also the ADS over in the corner at the top of Astro Stairs.
So, see that Flores trying to work itself in and quickly dispatch to the barbed wire. That's one path open for DZ to try and utilize. Panba trying to jump his Twitch drone up into the skylight area and slowly sneak it down here. This is some nice vertical descension coming in from him. Trying to see if he can figure out.
Smart.
Yeah, trying to see if he can figure out where the Electric Claw is going to be positioned at. Having some trouble finding it, but it should be pretty obvious, and unfortunately won't work out as he'll end up hopping a little bit too close towards it there, and he'll end up losing that drone. But can try that again with another one as well, and more than likely sneak it off this time, but has to obviously try and locate the position of that Electric Claw before trying it again.
Well, it's obviously not up top. The reason I was saying that's so smart, by the way, is because of what they did to the Twitch drones, to where they now have infinite range. So if he saw the Electric Claw up top, he could literally just sneak it on like the little wooden, like, you know, 2x4 on the outside of that, and just shoot him from out there instead, which is incredibly big brain. I haven't seen anybody do that just yet, so really like that idea there from DZ, but obviously BDS thinking one step ahead. They've definitely seen somebody do that, as they'll put them in the floor instead, and DZ will have to try and figure out another avenue of attack as we're down to 40 seconds.
And Jared going to begin the process of creeping forward. Renshiro will hear that, as he did not necessarily take out the barbed wire before moving forward. The nade bounces right off him, and there's another frag grenade pickup. I'm surprised we're not seeing more play towards operators like Wamai to counter that one out. So many frag grenade kills over the course of this tournament, just over the last 2 days here, and it's going to continue to roll out here. Another one found by Eclipse, but the trades are now coming in for BDS. 3 in a row for them before Canadian finally responds and evens out the numbers, but Heat 2 back down on the ground. NJR puts us back down into another dead Heat 1v1 with just a few seconds left here, and all the pressure now goes to NJR here. He needs to find a way to get the case down onto the ground or force the issue on this plant, but the swing from Bios as the coach does it again in the 1v1, and he's got reason to be hyped up right now as he is carrying his team forward on to victory, letting them hold on in this series.
I could just see the console kid energy from this guy as he is just yelling at the camera. He's like, that's what you get. That's what you get. When you come at me with a sorry receiver like Crabtree, that's what you're going to get. Oh, man, this is fantastic what we're seeing from BDS, and especially from Bios. What a clutch from him. And you got to give it to the man. His number's been called up for BDS. He was expecting to stand behind these people, folks. He was not expecting to have to plug his M&K in and do the dirty deeds himself. himself.
Might get a double contract in a few weeks here.
Yeah, dude, double of the pay? That's what I'm saying, right? Like, hey, guys.
Someone for BDS is like, oh, I don't know about double. Hold on.
Whoa. Slow it down there, Stokes. You're not controlling the budget, all right? Relax.
Either way, a heroic effort being brought in from Bios here, filling in under obviously not the greatest circumstances.
He's got the most frags
doing what he can do, and as Stokes just said, currently the frag leader for BDS after 3 rounds of played out here on our second map.
He's out-fragging literally everyone in the lobby except NJR. This is awesome. I love everything about this right now. Apparently it took Villa. That is apparently the energizing thing for Bios right now, is he's been able to hit some very serious frags and carry BDS to this moment as of right now. We're about halfway through this side now, folks. This has actually been acting pretty quick, even though the timer's been dwindling pretty fast. Both of these teams have been pretty active. There's been a lot going on. Very exciting map in comparison to what we were seeing a lot on Coast.
BDS going to go for the 3-peat here now as the lock in that tertiary site downstairs in the kitchen. And going to see actually a very similar flare brought to the table. Lots of delay utility, obviously, but still keeping the Thunderbird in check so they can play it very close to the site and use those Coda stations to quickly boost themselves up if they get involved in a fight with DarkZero a little bit too far out and have to fall back and regenerate themselves. We already saw that happen a few times as well back on Coastline, and they never brought it in there. A map that we've actually seen quite a bit of Thunderbird deployment from some other teams, specifically Sonics in North America. Have become a big fan of that one. Regardless, we got DarkZero inching closer towards the site here as they're approaching red with their drones and not too far behind with the actual players also.
I wish that we had a camera on us right now so you guys could see my stupid grin, because Bios is on this extension over into Library of all places, playing prevention for this space. He's got the single panel, or actually both of the panels rather, reinforced here for art, so this is going to make it to where Canadian has to go in through the library door instead into the main living space. Canadian also got a drone on him as Bios will be forced back over towards Grandfather and up towards Astro. He's actually going to work his way in towards the stairwell here, so he'll be able to abuse the basement of Villa, which is a place that isn't very often occupied by anybody on the offense. Eclipse was down there for a little while apparently, but he's actually going to vacate that as he rotates back up at the halfway mark.
So going to continue to see the time trickle down just past the halfway mark here. Once again, DarkZero still looking to build up that confidence needed to get themselves into the site to really pull any type of move here, since BDS is not going to be giving away all that much. We are going to see a drone get stolen away by a successful pest placement there. DarkZero not even able to catch the warning, unfortunately, as the drone had far too quickly. That one, though, is going to be in a great position and be able to find out a little bit of intel against what BDS is currently trying to throw at them. And oh no, the timing on that one. The nade being primed, but Alem still having presence up on top that hasn't been dealt with yet as well. This is going to be dangerous for DarkZero as they chose to ignore the upstairs extension, and now if they aren't able to leverage enough pressure into the actual site, they could be facing a very, very quick retake for BDS that they will not be able to control.
This is extremely awkward right now for DZ. NJR will be able to get a pick upstairs, but this should have happened initially with this clear. The hatch not being controlled and really no info going into this space. This is kind of a miscall from DarkZero as Bride will be able to pick up Canadian, trying to waltz his way over towards the pantry stairwell here. Pambazoo has made his way into sight, but that doesn't really mean too much for everyone else. This does, though, as NGR will take down to Lems and more than likely be able to rotate over towards Hatch. This is definitely preventable, though, as Pambazoo will get removed from Tetris, and the plant will be actually not stopped. Shaik will end up getting the kill instead and immediately hops onto plant. But where is the prevention at from NJR? He's got 2 frag grenades, but he doesn't have enough time, and the sledge won't be able to get through the floor. BDS have 3 rounds up against DarkZero and on their map pick.
It's unfortunate the sledge accidentally hits a part of the floor that doesn't end up taking out the second layer leading to the area below it as well. If he had shot like a couple pixels to the right, might have had a split opportunity to pick up at least that first counter defuse attempt and delay for the second one at a minimum there while trying to clutch out the 1v3, but does not transpire. So indeed, as you said, BDS get the 3-peat, the full run of all their sites, and can now head back up to AVG since it's been unlocked.
That was just very poorly done from DarkZero. I don't really necessarily know why they wanted to go horizontally on that. They really need to worry about that verticality on that site because of that exact reason. If they're able to man those, you're just going to end up losing bodies for no reason. And, well, it didn't really seem as though DarkZero was even worried about it when they were trying to transition into the site in the first place. So, as of right now, back to the drawing board for them. Hopefully they can right their wrongs here as we're back to AVG.
Let's take a look and see if the success will continue to be repeated here from BDS. Things started out okay from DarkZero as they were able to catch the members of BDS out and about from the site on the opening round. But since then, we've seen BDS fall back on a much more passive, much more site-centric strategy, and that has worked pretty much flawlessly for them every single time. DZ just does not have enough capability to put the pressure on these types of setups, so they're walking in oftentimes in uneven engagements to try and force themselves into the sites, and usually with fairly poor results, as we've seen over the past 3 rounds.
Well, DarkZero are going to have plenty of utility to deal with a lot of what BDS will be throwing at them. This is going to be the same strat that we saw previously that kicked off BDS's stint that we have been witnessing here with their 3-round run. So we'll see if they can continue it with a 4th as we go into this replay. Canadian will hop back onto Study as once again it seems like this side of the map will be favored.
Gonna try and sneak that Electric Claw into the slits of the vents, or rather the...
Sometimes those things are so finicky, I'd say.
Yeah. I think he just gave up on the second one. He didn't really get it into a good position. It's just kind of like half floating under some debris right now. So out of time, unfortunately, to try and get tricky with that. So he's just going to have to be happy with the way it was positioned. And the Vincere drones are going to continue to flood in here and quickly deal with the accessible pieces of utility that are positioned on the inside of Study specifically.
Should be seeing one of these head over towards main stairs soon. And yeah, that's going to be the call right there. Canadian up the stairs and Shiro not paying attention. And hey, able to get the Goyo shield as the fire and flames expand on the stairwell. And for some reason, Renshiro's going to step a little bit too close and burn his ankle. So might want some aloe vera, something for that later.
Just a tick, though. It's not a huge deal. Just that extra little bit of health he'll have because he is on a heavier operator. So just puts him on even footing with a lot of the other players in the lobby at this point. Shaiko in the meanwhile, ooh, a good adjustment from him as he nearly got caught out by the early advances from DarkZero towards red. But now that he has been spotted, now that he doesn't have full reads on the situation, plays it safe and backs away, and will probably do the same thing again from his position over here by Chandelier, just because of the fact that he was spotted out again from another drone coming in through Statuary.
Just as a reminder, Coastline did start off very similar for DarkZero as BDS was starting to get things done, but then DZ re-challenged, re-aggressed, and was able to clamber back to a 3-3 scoreline before overtime was achieved by BDS after DarkZero was able to run it up. And were able to finally get it inside of overtime. Lems now, though, becoming up Astronomy and actually has a pretty solid flank as of right now. I don't think a single DarkZero member is aware. Freebie onto Canadian as he'll re-challenge. He's going to deal some damage, but now DarkZero out of Flores drones. Pambazoo, unbeknownst to him, actually had the cross in a certain capacity onto Alems, but Alems is going to wait out the timer. Look at this, 38 seconds remaining. He just needs to sit here and really not move because, well, DarkZero have to go for the site. You have to get that case down, and with them in the current situation, as well as the case down over here on the Study balcony, this is not looking like a DZ round.
Yeah, this is a problem again for DarkZero. We saw this issue a little bit on Coastline as well. They're very counteractive in terms of how they try to play out their strategy, not very proactive here in searching for that opening kill. They seem to be too worried about what might happen if they put that foot forward first here. So instead, they're relying on the deaths of their teammates to feed that intel over towards them. And unfortunately, without the opening kill advantage, it's leading into the fights like that, where they just trade themselves down to an, unfortunately, not enough player count to be able to win it out, and ultimately into BDS's hands as they take yet another round, 4 in a row for them as of that most recent victory.
It feels like Canadian is doing mostly everything. Flores drones in, gets the utility out of Study, rotates off of Study, rotates over to Master, hops inside of Master, tries to prevent flank, dies. That's the round. That's literally it. There's nothing else that DZ does there. I mean, even inside of the mid-round, you really don't see anything else from any other of the members of the team. It's like DarkZero's waiting for BDS to make the mistake, but they're not doing it.
So, because of that lack of any overstep and overall general adjustment from BDS. Since the first round, by the way, this has been an issue that DarkZero has been dealing with ever since round 2. DarkZero has continued to falter on these site attacks and could very well run into that very same issue on the final round of the half here. BDS looking to secure themselves a 5-1 victory if they can negotiate for the second upstairs hold over here in Trophy Statuary, which is going to be their final bastion of defense here before they're thrusted onto the attacking side of the next round.
Yeah, DarkZero cannot be playing like this on offense when NJR NJR is actually on a heater in the way that he is. He's 8-4. He needs to be used in a stronger way to be able to clear out this map in tow with the other people that are providing some pretty frag-centric operators like Twitch and Yana that we're really not seeing anything out of. Hyper 2-4, Pambazoo 1-5, whereas Pambazoo had the biggest scoreline out of anybody inside of the last map. This has just not been a very good showing from DZ, especially on a map that's supposed to be theirs.
Pamba even started to taper off a little bit, I think, towards the end of that first map as well. So this has been something that's been building up for him over the course of the past hour or so now. As we've been seeing him slowly start to struggle a bit. We thought it might have just been a side difference on our first map, but clearly is not the case looking at what we have here now, moving into Villa. Hopefully able to reinvigorate himself when DarkZero is put onto the defense, and he's given that freedom to play around a little bit more with his positioning once we get into the later portion of this map here. For the members of DarkZero, though, they were once again put onto the warpath here. We're going to go for a quick clear of the master area. 3 players looking to try and find an entry path here, whether it's through the walk-in closet or directly into the bedroom itself, to start building up some pressure to work their way out into statue.
Okay, well, exact same setup here from BDS, exact same positioning from Shaiko, which means that DZ should know what's going on here. Only 50 seconds in now as DZ's making some serious headway. They're going to use one of these Flores drones on the closet wall as well. Canadian to back that up as Eclipse has picked up that mantle as he's over onto the Maverick now, trying to be a little bit more forward with the M4 in hand, but obviously not able to land those shots that could have been pretty crucial to the overall story of this one. Alim's down low for a little time, but he'll eventually move his way on over to red before he gets caught off from a DZ member.
Idiot. Putting up this wall here and unfortunately giving himself away far too much because of the thrown angle. He did have a teammate watching out for him, but the overwatch was just far too weak, so Shaiko freely allowed to peek directly into that. Only takes 1 bullet worth of damage there and picks up Canadian, removing a huge piece of the hard breach utility from DZ.
That is not supposed to happen in the slightest. I don't understand what's happening here for DZ. This is just very, very poor. I'm feeling for him in the moment because it feels like BDS can do no wrong at the time. And DarkZero are trying to make some serious contributions here, especially inside of this one, trying to establish an angle here for split, but immediately punished simply by Shaiko face-checking the hole, which should never work ever. But
this is the problem, right? Because we talked about this on the previous round, so DarkZero had been watching out for these specific things. They have been hoping that members of BDS were going to push out and make plays. Like I said, they could punish them, finally get some type of an opening advantage for themselves and leverage that into easier site fights and control. But now that opportunity is given to them on a silver platter, they don't even take it, and NJR is struggling here too. He nearly gets cut off as well at low HP. Good nade to push Renshiro out of position. That'll shuffle him downstairs, but that could come back to bite them if they didn't catch that, as he could now put some pressure on them for the Astro stairs as well. Only knocking out about half of his HP in the process. That's some good damage going back on a Shaiko, though, as he's going to be put down low, too. 20 seconds left, and DarkZero, through pure numbers, negotiate their way onto the site, but they fail to notice Brede hiding in the back of Trophy, and he finishes the round off. A flawless one at that, with the sidearm, with the revolver, as BDS are dominating right now here on Villa.
This is just gross from BDS. DarkZero have no chance in hell in the moment. And fortunately enough for them, they're going to be switching sides. It's a 5-1 right now. We're in favor of BDS, and DarkZero really have to get something going on the side. Here's that kill again for you guys, and look at the player from DZ out on the balcony that's supposed to be watching this angle, as well as them forcing Renshiro off. No one recognizing that happens, and guess what? He's got a nitro cell downstairs. He's going to prevent plant. Brede does the rest of the heavy lifting, and I mean heavy lifting when it comes to Trophy with that triple kill.
Absolutely the case. It was looking like DarkZero might have even been able to negotiate something given the arduous way they had worked their way over to Trophy at that point. But again, a fatal mistake is made in missing the position from Brede, or failing at least to deal with it in time, allowing him to go crazy with some additional support from his teammates to shut down the rest of that play. DarkZero, however, the nightmare is hopefully over in terms of controlling that pacing. They're now going on to the defensive side, where things get a little bit easier in that department, and it'll immediately jump onto the very familiar Aviation Games defense yet again.
Yeah, you might want to go support DarkZero and go buy their skin, because they might really, really need it in the moment. Assist them, make them a little bit happier, because I can tell you right now, especially for Canadian's sake, he is not a happy camper. There is is no way that he is happy in the current moment. 5-1, once again, in favor of BDS. DarkZero now on to defense for the very first time here on Villa. And as everybody knows, you usually choose maps based on what your defensive strategies are looking like. Obviously, offense plays into a lot of things. It's half the battle, right? But defensive strategy can get you a really, really long way. So I'm expecting something here from DarkZero because, well, to be frank with you, if we don't get anything, this is going to be the easiest BDS map that we've seen for them the entire tournament.
And I can very likely that both teams could steal each other's map choices away. DarkZero need to play their hearts out to get the first map, but in the meantime, BDS is just a walk in a park here on Villa so far, at least as far as the first half is concerned. We could be in for some big changes, though, moving into the second half. At the moment, Bios just deploying those air jabs to two of the rotation positions from downstairs to make sure no one from DZ is going to try anything through a red stairs rotation to push over towards Art Studio or through Piano to try and put some pressure against what will eventually be the main stairs push.
Oh, Canadian backing off of Master. Could have possibly abused a couple of these players out towards Master balcony, or rather study balcony, but really nobody over inside of that space, and also have a man managing that window as well. Beautiful swing here from Pambazoos. He'll find the second of the game onto Bios, who was a pretty cheeky swing. He'll deal some decent damage onto him, but still plenty of round remaining for BDS to get something done. It all starts with Shaiko onto NJR.
So immediately traded out, we go quickly into a 4 versus 4 scenario. Canadian will still be patiently waiting on the red stairs position here to try and potentially catch the swings from BDS as well here. Might very well be given an opportunity to do it. Alems also going to be opening up. We completely missed as well the pick for Alems coming into this round here. Didn't get to see the utility used though, as it's now dead on the ground with Eclipse knocking that one out. Just after Renshiro found another pickup here for BDS also, so the numbers will stay even as a result of that, coming down to a 3v3.
As we get a better look at this, BDS with some very serious control, especially when it comes to 90. Eclipse worrying about the door over here inside of Bar. Hyper will be able to fire back on Renshiro and keep us into a 2 versus 2. And fortunately enough for the DZ members, there's not a single drone for BDS at the current moment. They could use the Gemini clone to try and find some extra info, but if there's any mute jammers laying around the site, it's going to be difficult for them to do so. They'll be able to down Shaiko, but do they know where Canadian is? It seems like Bride has a pretty good read on this as he's holding over towards the top of red. The shield to be popped. Has the angle on Hyper, but not able to land shots just yet. But here's a scary thing. Bride is absolutely terrifying in these situations, and with this amount of time, there's a lot of things that he can do with this. Currently looking over the top of the bar, seeing if Hyper wants to try and get an info peek here. If he hops this, he's more than likely dead. He needs to either go to the gun vault or go for the rotation. He's actually going to go out and about to see exactly what's happening out towards red. He does have the case, so he can stick it here for maps, but with Canadian on the rotation up towards top main, I don't believe that he's going to get it off. Nope, it'll be Hyper to shut him down instead, as Bride will not make any forward motion, instead chooses for the neutral option, and just so happened to be the wrong choice.
So some haphazard movement from the BDS camp, specifically when it came to clearing, getting closer towards that site. On top of some great early round frags coming out there from DarkZero, they hold on much more proficiently this time. Like I said before, I think being on the defense here, they feel a little bit more in control of the situation. You immediately see Pambazoos able to pick up a confident kill for himself there, just as an example of that. He's finally on the board a bit more consistently, with his second pickup. And now we have to wait and see what the future holds for the rest of the play from DarkZero, as BDS finally just now getting a taste of what DarkZero had to offer on defense. Will be given their first chance to adjust to that here, as we're moving to a very similar site over in Trophy and Statuary.
Well, Canadian with the 6th pick here, away from the Kaid and onto the Jaeger. They'll still have wall denial and the likes of mutes, but the big thing is here is that Canadian knows that they have the Mavericks, so Kaid really isn't going to matter that much this round. The ADSs will, though, especially when they're stacked with Hyper's utility. Those magnets will be extremely useful when it comes down to it, especially around these deployable shields, not only for NJR, but also since they do have Goyo with his 2 shields himself.
See if we get any more interesting build-ups here for DarkZero in terms of the setup, but things look fairly traditional in terms of what will be bringing to the table. Lots of delay potential between the Goyo shields, as well as those toxic babes that'll come out from NJR. Plenty of utility mitigation, too, which was something that was a little bit missing from BDS's side of things. DarkZero are very well aware of the potential risks of the frag grenades being chucked out against them here. They're going to be trying to watch out for that. Obviously, not much you can do about the ones being thrown in from below, but in a more direct contestation, as we'll get to that lower time point in the round, might save the life or two of a member of DarkZero due to bringing the excess utility mitigation.
BDS will still have bias on the Nomad, so they'll be able to lock up the flanks as they see fit. As for the remainder of the squad, sticking to their gun, Shaiko still on the Yana like we've been seeing him play time and time again. Lems onto the Maverick as well. Well, we'll see if they want to try and take this from the Master side, as it seems to be the case in the current moment. Lems working his way into the pantry stairwell here, knows it once here, but obviously with him breaking this door, it's going to be glaringly obvious as to where he is. So we'll have to see if DZ can possibly win this engagement downstairs. That's up to Eclipse. If you see that kill go off, you know where that happened. Pambazoo's downstairs as well here, as actually quite a few members are. Canadians actually over in China as well, so quite a few DZ members trying to prevent a Lems from getting some things done. He's just going to try and play spoils to this rotation here for Canadian. Nade out for Ranchero upstairs, and he'll try and nade out a possible player inside of Astronomy Stairwell, but no one there. Lems will get a good read onto the Mutus. He'll go for the swing, knows that he's close, and he's got to back off from that M590.
NJR in the meanwhile does end up getting down. I heard an explosion.
What?
So
oh, they got the plant!
Oh my goodness, they're walking right in. Nitro to respond to that though, but it does miss the planter, so Brine still well on his way to getting the diffuser on the ground, and it will succeed. NJR still down in the meanwhile. Shaiko just gonna chuck his nade out, cook the second one as he uses the first one to buy him some time here. Panba quickly working on rotating back in. It's a very unsecure plan, and unfortunately they're paying the price for it now. Brine having to hold on. Lems as well, where is he? As we're now finally seeing the revive come in for NJR over in Statuary. That's another player added back in here, and it seems like BDS just might not be able to hold on, but no, look at this. Do they realize that Lems is here? No, they don't have any idea. He gets the double kill lineup. There's no counter defuse attempt yet on the table here either, but finally they jump onto it. The smoke now fading, but no, the shotgun comes out on top, and we're just barely going to be able to see Eclipse get back on the counter defuse in time. He should be able to take this one for DarkZero, and with 2 seconds left, he does.
Eclipse imbued his entire soul into that